The cursed time converter has hurled her into the year 1981 of the Harry Potter universe. By a twist of fate, she has become the never-before-existent second daughter of Malfoy, named Lina. At Hogwarts, Lina Malfoy is an indomitable figure, known and recognized by all. Should a newcomer inquire, the older students would discreetly advise, do not be deceived by her appearance. This Slytherin girl possesses a rather fitting moniker, Miss Scandal. Sitting at the dining table with white grapefruit, Lina looked up obediently while waiting for the owl to deliver food. Are you speaking of me? Chapter 1. The Abandoned Infant. 10 years prior, in August, at Malfoy Manor, Wiltshire, Dobby, Lucius's stern voice echoed through the corridors of Malfoy Manor. Where are you, Dobby? His wand struck the ground, the muted thud betraying his master's impatience. A house elf with a slender nose and bat-like ears suddenly collapsed before Lucius Malfoy with a thud. He cast a disdainful glance at Dobby sprawled at his feet. Where's Narcissa? The mistress and young master are on the terrace in the backyard. Lucius strode towards the terrace, where Narcissa leaned against a bench, with baby Draco peacefully slumbering in a cradle beside her. What brings you back in such a flurry? He hesitated momentarily before speaking. The Dark Lord has heard some unsettling news. His next target is the Potter family, and it is highly likely that he will take matters into his own hands this time. Yet, I have an unsettling premonition. I am unsure. Something significant may transpire, which is why I felt compelled to return and check on you. Lucius gazed at his 1-year-old son, who bore the same pale golden hair as himself, his pallid little face devoid of color. This appears to be a characteristic of the Malfoy lineage. Perhaps due to the raised voices of his parents, Draco stirred slightly, opening his eyes, and upon their gaze meeting, he broke into a smile. In that fleeting moment, Lucius began to question the correctness of his decision. Wizards are human too. Wizards possess emotions, do they not? At dusk, the vast Malfoy Manor was unusually quiet, with Lucius and Narcissa enveloped in silence, as if only the whispers of sleeping Draco remained. No, there was another sound. However, that sound did not belong to the Malfoy family. It seemed to be the wail of an infant. Lucius sprang to his feet, while Narcissa, in a fluster, cradled Draco in her arms. The sound seemed to emanate from the basement. Was it the dungeon, the storage room, or the kitchen? Regardless of the origin, there could not possibly be a second child in Malfoy Manor. The two standing in the parlor sensed something amiss. Lucius drew his wand to shield Narcissa and Draco, while Narcissa raised her wand cautiously, protecting the child in her embrace. As they stealthily approached the kitchen door, the cries grew increasingly distinct. Lucius exchanged a glance with Narcissa, who nodded slightly and took a small step back. In the next moment, Lucius waved his wand to open the kitchen door. Wah! The sound emanating from the kitchen door amplified the cries. A baby, an unfamiliar infant, one that did not belong to the Malfoy family. What is this? Narcissa slowly lowered her wand and, after soothing Draco in her arms, hesitantly approached the kitchen. Wait! Lucius stepped forward to block Narcissa, raising his wand and searching around the infant for any signs of curses or dark magic, but found none. All right, it is merely a wretched child, seemingly injured, and appears to be about 6 months old. But how could a baby suddenly appear in our kitchen? It is impossible for strangers to approach our estate, is it not? By dusk, when Dobby hurried back to Malfoy Manor, the infant was no longer on the wooden table in the center of the kitchen. He searched every nook and cranny of the kitchen, each cupboard, the refrigerator, the heap of potatoes, and even nervously inspected the oven where bread was baking. Dobby had no choice. For reasons unknown, he was now the sole house elf in the Malfoy household. He stepped cautiously into the side room, where Lucius sat in front of the oven while Narcissa tended to the 2 children lying beside her. Shouldn't we have a proper explanation? Lucius spoke languidly. Master. Dobby had no choice. Dobby was instructed to retrieve the mistress's potion from St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, and, in the end, at St. Mungo's, I encountered that great wolf. What wolf? Are you referring to the werewolf, Fenrir Greyback? Dobby blinked rapidly and immediately burst into tears. Yes. The master is correct. He paused, wiping his tears and snot with his clothing. Dobby did not wish to trouble the master. Dobby swears. But Dobby saw the werewolf, and the werewolf wanted to devour this little infant. How terrifying! How terrifying! Has this infant already been bitten by the werewolf? Could this wound be— No, no, master. Dobby rescued her before the werewolf could sink its teeth in her. Ooh, it was truly dreadful. Master, she is so small. Dobby cannot bear to think further, so Dobby had no choice. After finishing his sentence, Dobby began to cry once more, tugging at his large ears. Dobby did not know who had left her alone there, so he returned to St. Mungo's, but St. Mungo's was in utter disarray. It is said that the werewolf took several children. Upon saying this, Dobby collapsed to the ground and began to wail. Consider yourself fortunate. Had I not been cursed, you would have seen how I would deal with you. All right, cease your wailing. It is likely just an abandoned child. Narcissa has already fed her, and she will be returned to St. Mungo's tomorrow morning. Lucius, I'm going back over there. You all be careful. 3 months later, after Voldemort's defeat, Lucius returned to Malfoy Manor. The Dark Lord's downfall left his status, reputation, and even the lives of his family hanging by a thread. However, to his astonishment, he found not only the mother and child awaiting him, but also one he had nearly forgotten, the baby girl. Why? Why do you not obey my commands? There is no need to blame Dobby. He has already returned to St. Mungo several times and even inquired at the Ministry of Magic, yet no one knows her origins. Then why not hand her over to St. Mungo? Let those people take her in. Hand her over to St. Mungo. Lucius, do you not see what time it is? You have turned Britain into chaos. It is said that Street Mungo is overwhelmed with injuries, the healers are swamped, and potions are in short supply. Who will care for such a small infant? So, is Malfoy Manor to become an orphanage? Narcissa was somewhat irate, mindful of the 2 children beside her, and lowered her voice. Lucius, consider who has created the current situation. When you initially joined the Dark Lord, I supported you. Naturally, I was in favor of bringing unparalleled glory to the Malfoy family. Yet if there is even the slightest threat to my son's life, I vehemently oppose it. So many significant events have transpired this year, and I have been in a state of constant unease at home, completely unaware of your circumstances, not knowing where you are, or even whether you are alive or dead. Now that he has been defeated, I find solace. We lack for nothing in terms of power, status, or wealth. Moreover, our children are still so young. Given the current circumstances, you had best find a way to sever ties with those people swiftly. I do not wish for my children to have a father in Azkaban. Children? What nonsense are you speaking? Narcissa calmly glanced at the sleeping infant. Indeed, this infant shall be our daughter, a sibling to Draco. You wish to bring an unknown child into the Malfoy family. We have no idea if she's pure blood. What is worse is that we do not know if she could be a filthy muggle. Have you lost your mind or fallen under a charm? Have her examined immediately. Lucius, if you hold no regard for the Malfoy name, then let us adopt the Black surname, for the lineage of our family has dwindled considerably over the years. Observing Narcissa as she drew forth her wand, Lucius scoffed lightly. What makes you believe I would be foolish enough to decide to keep a muggle within Malfoy Manor? Narcissa lowered her wand and gently parted the golden locks of the infant as Lucius stepped forward, revealing a faint reddish mark concealed beneath the sparse golden hair. After such a prolonged period, the red mark has yet to fade. Only a wizard of considerable skill could achieve that. I surmise it may have been left by her parents or other kin. Thus, she is certainly destined to be a witch, if not of pure blood, then at least of mixed heritage. Narcissa paused for a moment, letting out a sigh. To be candid, I never intended to take this course of action initially, but you cannot fathom how in those early days I was constantly awakened by her cries. I could not bring myself to cast a spell to silence it all. Being so young, I hardly knew how to care for a child. Each time she was placed in my arms, she would gaze at me with her glistening, tear-filled eyes. In recent days, I have pondered, if the Dark Lord were to be vanquished, what if? What if one day we too face calamity, leaving Draco alone? I would wish for him to be raised by a respectable family. So, as I gaze into her blue eyes, I truly cannot bear to part with her. Given the current circumstances outside, it is unlikely anyone would recall whether I bore a son or daughter, or even twins. Narcissa lifted the drowsy infant. Look at her. Once the red mark fades in time, with her golden hair and blue eyes, passing her off as a Malfoy would be effortless. Lucius, I have resolved to raise this child. You would do well to follow suit, to perform a good deed, and see if Merlin might show us mercy, sparing the Malfoy family. I shall name her Lina Malfoy. As the couple conversed and departed, none noticed the flickering green light emanating from the sleeping infant in the crib, nor the countdown scar that appeared upon her left wrist. Chapter 2. The Hogwarts Letter. Fate is a path we do not choose, yet we possess the power to dictate our responses. The term transmigration is familiar to many. It often appears in tales or character transformations, dazzling the public with imaginative interpretations of a world once known. It remains uncertain whether it embodies the overlapping of timelines, the phenomenon of objects surpassing the speed of light, or the manifestation of souls traversing other dimensions. It is often said that stories center around protagonists, but is transformation a fated act or a forbidden journey? Each traveler through realms will provide their own answers. Before we embark on this narrative, allow me to impart one final phrase to you, the initiator of this tale. Ignorance is the most precious gift. A small infant, nestled within her crib, pushes aside a plush toy that had been pressed against her nose. Despite the comfort of her current surroundings, her restless spirit remains unappeased. This is utterly dreadful. No one would believe such occurrences could transpire. Lina Malfoy, to be precise, is her name in this present moment. Once was an ordinary university student whose life philosophy was to go with the flow and take things as they come. By an unforeseen event, she has traversed from the year 2024 to London, England, in 1981. Her memories consist solely of an antiquated pocket watch. As her fingers delicately manipulate it, the watch suddenly grows unbearably hot, trembling violently in her grip. Lina immediately senses an anomaly and prepares to discard the watch. Yet the transformation of events unfolds in an instant, as it begins to emit a blinding, radiant white light, seemingly intent on consuming all. Amidst the brilliance akin to the sun, her mind races to assess the situation, contemplating the myriad of possibilities. What is happening? Why? Countless questions flash through her mind, and the obscured scene before her becomes increasingly unbelievable. In the final moment, a figure appears to smile as Lina is engulfed by the sea of light. She glimpses an indescribable smile, one filled with astonishment and joy, yet the most potent emotion is that of satisfaction at achieving a goal. The deafening cacophony gradually fades. The images before her grow ever more indistinct, and the last sound that resonates in her ears is a familiar voice. I won the bet. Huh. I never expected you could initiate time travel directly. I told you, my experiment would astound the world. What utter nonsense. Her mouth, swifter than her mind, retorts. Her physical sensations and emotional state appear to be in tumult, as if plunging into a fog-laden abyss. Time elapses, space intertwines, and she drifts into a profound slumber within an infinite void. The tiny form of the infant trembles slightly. Lina's face gradually reddens. Yet she remains unable to leave the crib for the restroom, resorting instead to the confines of her diaper. The warmth between her legs prompts her to muse that perhaps 50 years hence, she would awaken in the dead of night, reminiscing about her past. Her heart heavy with nostalgia. With no recourse, she spends the ensuing hours engaging in silent communion with the paper crane mobile above her. All of this is merely her self-entertainment, and just as Lina contemplates her next escape plan from the crib, a voice suddenly breaks the silence. Hey, Lina, are you awake? Do you want to meet your little brother, Draco? Narcissa, cradling Draco, stands beside Lina's crib, a slight frown crossing her brow as if detecting something. Rella. A house elf appears at Narcissa's feet. Clean her up. I have instructed you. Yes, mistress. In the exchange of English dialogue, Lina comprehends little. Yet she catches the key term, Draco. Draco? Draco Malfoy? Harry Potter? Where on earth have I landed? I've never heard of the Malfoy family having a second child. A fanfiction? Surely I can't be trapped in a story of this nature. Lina gazes in astonishment at the ceiling, oblivious to Rella's swift actions as she tidies her up and changes her diaper. You may leave now, Rella. Yes, mistress. Narcissa gently places Draco in the crib, and upon seeing his sister, Draco joyfully waves his tiny hands, babbling in delight. Lina impassively wipes the drool splattered on her face, even going so far as to rub it on his drool cloth. How dull. In truth, after reconciling herself with the reality of her situation, she finds little else to concern herself with, merely surprised by the circumstances. She reckons they cannot understand her words anyway, likely mistaking them for the coos of an infant, and thus feels emboldened to speak more freely. Wipe it up. The drool cloth can hardly contain the drool. Absolutely not. Lina raises her gaze to seek the source of the voice, finding that the babbling Draco has petulantly closed his mouth. Are you speaking? Why not? But really, are you truly my sister? You are not nearly as adorable as I am. Lina rolls her eyes and retracts her gaze, deeming this brat insufferable. Whether in canon or fanfiction, Narcissa watches with affection as the two little ones engage in their unique form of dialogue. Aside from daily encounters with the narcissistic Draco and the gentle Narcissa, she occasionally glimpses the patriarch of the Malfoy household, her father. Observing the man's light golden hair, pale complexion, and somewhat haughty demeanor, Lina cannot help but conclude, solely from her perspective, that he is a middle-aged man with a sharp tongue. At times, the couple's conversations occur in the living room, unperturbed by the babbling antics of their two children. Through these exchanges, Lina learns that this is the era following the conclusion of the First Wizarding War. During Lina's inaugural surge of magic, a flicker of flame incinerated the companion doll that had kept her company. Narcissa summoned Lucius to discuss the incident, who regarded the feigning Lina with a mixture of surprise. Beside her lay a half-burnt doll, still emitting wisps of smoke. There exists a form of magic that is inherited unidirectionally within families, necessitating extensive practice to master one's magical abilities. The magical prowess of the preceding generation wanes upon the birth of the next. Lina listens intently, finding the implications increasingly unsettling, especially as she recalls witnessing Narcissa casting spells not long ago, hence the red mark amidst Draco's hair. Perhaps this is the case. As the voices recede into the distance, Lina's eyes widen, for she has discovered not only that she is an heir to formidable magical abilities, but also that she is an adopted child. Thus, the Malfoys do not have a second child. However, in the magical realm, learning of her abundant powers suggests that this journey through time may not be entirely devoid of intrigue. Lina's mind swiftly constructs a whimsical scenario, envisioning herself wielding powerful magic, clutching the Philosopher's Stone, kicking the basilisk in the chamber, and tossing Wormtail into Azkaban. She imagines vanquishing the cauldron that resurrects Voldemort, while also instructing Sirius on how to dodge curses and conjuring a gust of wind to return the unfortunate headmaster to safety, ultimately engaging in a game of Match 3 with Voldemort's 7 Horcruxes. Of course, she would also take the liberty of rescuing the beleaguered Malfoy from the depths of darkness. Nevertheless, following this unexpected incident, a considerable span of time passed without further occurrences of such nature. Lina's fanciful imaginings began to crumble. For casting spells surely would not come without its demands, much like how superheroes must relieve themselves before transforming, or magical girls must shave their legs before their grand entrance. Moreover, the villain must remain silent and not interrupt Merlin's undergarments. During dinner, Lina gazed at the table laden with delectable dishes, creamy mushroom soup, pasta, and roasted lamb chops. Yet her own meal consisted solely of the baby food mush before her. Why wasn't Lina eating? But Draco attempted to pass his mush to her, only to be met with a deathly glare from Lina. Thank you, brother, but perhaps you should keep it for yourself. Oh, while others indulge in meat. I shall sip my soup. How tragic, utterly tragic. Time sped by, and on the day of Lina and Malfoy's 11th birthday, they received a letter from Hogwarts. A thunderous sound echoed through the sky as a rather dim-witted owl collided with a telephone pole. Had it not been for Lina's quick reflexes as she descended the stairs to leave, that owl's mission would have surely ended in failure. Upon opening the letter, they found their acceptance to Hogwarts, and both Lina and Draco joyously leapt onto the bed. This wasn't a dream. Lina, must you be so dramatic? I told you we would attend Hogwarts. She shot a bemused glance at Draco, who was leisurely arranging his attire, before shoving him out of the room. Did the great prophet not predict that I would be expelling you from the room? Lina, Draco's voice rang out from the hallway, slightly exasperated. Don't forget my gift. And yours too. Naturally, due to Lina's unique status, Narcissa had arranged for both children's birthdays to fall on the same day. Understood. Listening to Draco's footsteps fade, Lina once again perused the letter. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry required 3 plain work robes, and a pair of protective gloves, made of dragon hide or a similar material. Just as Lina finished reading the list of necessary items, Narcissa knocked on the door. Lina, it's time for dinner. I know, mother. At dinner, Lucius announced that there would be a banquet the following noon, ostensibly to celebrate her and Draco's birthdays, but in reality, it was merely a customary affair for wizarding socialization. After the banquet, your mother will take you to Diagon Alley to purchase your Hogwarts supplies. Very well, father. Draco replied with utmost respect, seeming to have held a deep admiration for his father since he could remember. Of course, there was an element of fear as well. After all, Lucius was a man of a rather acerbic disposition. This is solely Lina's personal opinion. Lina, make sure to rise early tomorrow and prepare yourself. Do not bring shame upon the Malfoy family. No problem, father. What a harsh man. Chapter 3, The Little Princess of the Malfoys. Stars ascended into the inky night sky as Lina drifted through a maze of complex and bewildering thoughts, ultimately succumbing to a drowsy dream. Naturally, the slumbering Lina remained oblivious to the small figure in the darkness, stealthily placing a gift box beside her pillow. The following morning, as she awoke. The gentle rays of sunlight filtered through, casting warm spots of light upon her bedding. To ensure she would be ready for the banquet on time, Lina had risen early. And after freshening up, she found herself lost in thought as she regarded the lopsided gift box beside her bed. Simultaneously, she was drawn into contemplation by the sight of those colorful dresses, intricate lace trimmings, voluminous ruffled skirts, and the plethora of pearl embellishments. The aesthetic of 1991 was indeed something else. This marked Lina's first official attendance at such a gathering. Everyone was aware of the little princess of the Malfoy family, yet no one had ever laid eyes upon the hidden gem. Out of sight, out of mind. She tightly shut her eyes and quickly selected a dress to wear, glancing at the clock to find she still had ample time before the festivities commenced. I thought you were sleeping like a pig again. I was about to call you awake. So, her previous absence from the banquet was purely because she could not rise. Is Sybil busy? I'd like to have a glass of milk first. Lina interrupted Draco, who seemed about to say more. He stood momentarily mesmerized by the sight of the girl in the emerald gown. Noticing his gaze, Lina turned her head to catch a glimpse of herself in the mirror. With a slightly upturned nose, long lashes, a fair and rosy complexion, and striking blue eyes, she thought, goodness, how beautiful. Each day, I am overwhelmed by my own beauty. Lina lowered her gaze, feeling a silver velvet ribbon being tied into her hair. My taste is impeccable. You just about matched the gift I bestowed upon you. So you're saying the box I found beside my bed, wrapped like rubbish, is your gift to me? Lina. Watching Draco's face redden with irritation, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. After all these years, teasing him still brought her immense joy. What about my gift? Tonight I will give it to you. You must know that opening gifts before bedtime ensures sweet dreams. Truth be told, she had not prepared anything and intended to hastily purchase something in Diagon Alley that afternoon. Draco crossed his arms and nodded slightly. Fine. I'll allow your gift to arrive later than mine. Thank you, young master. By the way, Mother said once you're ready, you should come down to find her. If others were to learn that Lina Malfoy never attends banquets due to her inability to rise, they would laugh uproariously. Then I shall return their laughter by fixing their broken teeth. Draco cast Lina an exasperated glance, wishing to say more, but was called away by Lucius. After finishing the warm milk that Sybil had brought, Lina delicately lifted her gown and descended the stairs. Good morning, Mother. Narcissa bent down, affectionately brushing her fingers against Lina's nose. The little princess of the Malfoys is truly beautiful. Lina feigned pride as she lifted her chin. Of course. It is a gown you personally selected. Narcissa took her hand and led her into the reception hall, where intricate chandeliers cast a cold brilliance, illuminating the polished marble floor. With art pieces of various styles displayed around the room, opulent and dazzling. As they entered the banquet hall, they were greeted by a scattering of finely dressed gentlemen in tailored suits and ladies in splendid gowns, gathered together, laughing and toasting. Lina silently observed the social arena before her. Undoubtedly, it was a gathering exclusive to pureblood families. Narcissa's arrival drew many toward them, and under her mother's guidance, Lina offered her greetings. Growing up in the Malfoy household, the most basic etiquette and pride were indispensable. After exchanging pleasantries, Lina felt her face nearly frozen in a smile. Finally, after bidding farewell to the last guests, Lucius placed a hand on her shoulder. Draco and his friends are in the study. They all hail from pureblood families and are about to embark on their journey to Hogwarts. You might want to go up and make some new friends. Narcissa nodded in agreement, urging, go on, don't forget to join us for lunch downstairs. All right, I shall excuse myself for the moment, she replied, offering a sweet smile to the elder family members surrounding her before turning towards the staircase. As she ascended a few steps, the sound of polished shoes gliding against the floor reached her ears. Lina glanced up to see a boy in a white casual suit descending towards her. He approached with purpose, his steps brisk, a long tie draped carelessly over his shoulder. As he drew nearer, his features became increasingly distinct. Tousled brown hair danced lightly across his forehead, occasionally stirred by the breeze. His gray-green eyes, paired with his finely chiseled features, imbued him with an air of elegance and mystery. The thought of encountering handsome boys in succession after her enrollment brought an involuntary smile to Lina's lips. In stark contrast to her delight, Zabini stood with a furrowed brow, his expression one of impatience as he scrutinized his collar. She noticed the fabric marred by deep red stains, the lingering scent of wine wafting towards her. The Slytherin clique had been sneaking drinks upstairs. Lina made a mental note to inform Draco. In the moment before they passed each other, she extended her finger towards the stain on his collar, asking, Do you require assistance? Her words lingered in the air as his gaze slowly shifted upward, resting upon her face. They shared a silent, awkward moment of eye contact that felt laden with unspoken tension. Judging by his slightly puzzled expression, it seemed he was searching his memory for her visage. before he quickly donned a distant, indifferent smile. Of course, if it's convenient for you. As you can see, I do indeed need to clean this wine stain from my collar. He shrugged nonchalantly, reaching into his pocket only to find it empty. Regrettably, I do not make it a habit to carry my wand to such gatherings. What a coincidence. I too prefer not to carry my wand. Scourgify. Lina glanced around furtively before softly uttering the incantation. The crimson stain vanished instantaneously, and she leaned in closer, confirming the result was satisfactory before nodding in approval. Quite well done, Mr. Zabini. Upon leaning closer to his collar, she detected a barely perceptible frown on his face, followed by a fleeting moment of surprise upon hearing her address him by name. My apologies for the intrusion. Lina stepped back slightly, waving her hand dismissively. No harm done. I don't mind. However, miss, it is quite remarkable that you can perform a spell without a wand. Is this our first meeting? I don't believe I have encountered you at any previous gatherings. Indeed, this is my inaugural attendance at such an event, Lina replied honestly, noting the increasing number of guests ascending the staircase, prompting her to realize she could not linger much longer. I shall take my leave now, Mr. Zabini. Do as you wish. Are you on your way to find Draco? Came a clear voice behind her, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. I suppose so. Then allow me to accompany you. It's on my way. Lina paused, a mischievous glint in her eyes as she nodded in agreement. Very well. I would appreciate your guidance. They ambled leisurely towards the second floor, stopping moments later before a wooden door. Zabini stepped forward to turn the doorknob, bending slightly to gesture her in with a flourish. Thank you, she murmured, her eyes curving into crescent moons, feeling a newfound camaraderie with this member of her soon-to-be familiar circle. Thank you, young gentleman. The room's walls were lined with bookshelves, each compartment brimming with a diverse array of books, clearly indicating that Draco had chosen this reading room as a retreat for entertaining friends. It was a sanctuary for leisure, a place to feign the pursuit of knowledge while evading the incessant chatter of elders. It also served to avoid disturbing the slumbering Lina Malfoy. Zabini jested lightly. You wouldn't dare inform Mr. Lucius Malfoy of my presence, would you? Lina looked up and winked. Not necessarily. It depends on my mood. After all, she had just noted Draco's little mischief. As they ventured into the innermost chamber of the reading room, they found a pale, slender boy seated on the sofa. His light golden hair shimmered under the illumination, exuding an aristocratic and aloof demeanor. A charming lad, albeit a touch conceited. Shifting her gaze, she spotted a girl with thick black hair gently blowing on a cup of coffee, seated beside Draco, engrossed in an animated conversation. Lina's attention drifted to a dark-haired boy, whose profile mirrored her own cerulean eyes, and her heart raced in recognition. Long time no see, Theodore not. She observed the startled figure, Theodore's eyes brimming with astonishment and delight. Their gazes met, and a slight smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Draco, noticing the pair at the door after Lina called out Theodore's name, decided to wait a moment before addressing her, realizing that she had greeted someone before him. Childish, he muttered under his breath. Draco, we have guests. Zabini lightly rapped on the doorframe, drawing the attention of the others in the room. The three individuals scattered throughout turned in unison towards them, though two pairs of eyes had already settled on Lina. Shall I introduce them, or do you already know them? My dear sister? Draco straightened, adjusting his scarf, before striding over to her. He assumed the role of the protective elder brother, pulling Lina close. Lina Malfoy. Unlike his usual icy demeanor, his palm felt warm today. The mysterious little princess of the Malfoy family. Chapter 4, The Bet. The final syllable had barely faded when the gazes of those around her abruptly fixed on Lina's face, their expressions replete with astonishment, even tinged with curiosity. Father expressed a desire for me to cultivate more friendships, so I wouldn't mind if we referred to each other by our given names, would you? It was prudent to maintain the facade of an obedient little princess in the eyes of her parents. The pureblood families had always been keen on establishing social networks, entangled in mutual interests, and the Malfoy family excelled in this art. Yet, most sought to extract benefits from others without offering commensurate returns, a reality cloaked in pretense. While family prestige might initially inspire others to forge friendships with her, genuine camaraderie must endure the trials of time and hardship. Perhaps she would discern authenticity in her interactions going forward and find true friends who belonged to Lina Malfoy. Snapping back from her whimsical musings, Lina gently shook Draco's arm. I still require an introduction from my dear brother. Her playful charm worked as effectively as always, and the conceited child led her to the side of the dark-haired girl. Allow me to introduce this lady, Miss Pansy Parkinson. The other party jovially grasped Lina's hand, expressing delight at their introduction. I've long wished to meet you. But Draco wouldn't allow it. However, upon finally seeing you today, I find myself enchanted by such a lovely sister. I might just wish to keep her hidden away at home. In response to Parkinson's playful banter, Draco appeared somewhat flustered. Don't be deceived by her facade. Lina interjected gently, covering Draco's mouth with her hand, her smile warm. It's a pleasure to meet you, Pansy. After exchanging pleasantries and releasing Draco, her gaze held a hint of warning. Now then, Lina, the boy standing to your left is named. The sentence was abruptly interrupted as a boy with emerald eyes stepped forward, inserting himself between her and Draco. Please step back a little, Draco. I don't require your assistance with introductions. Blaise Zabini, he continued, feigning nonchalance as he referenced Draco's impressive wandless magic, inadvertently neglecting to exchange names. Apologies. Lina could discern that Zabini's mention of wandless magic was deliberate, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes, having already betrayed his master's thoughts. As anticipated, the moment his words escaped, the gazes of the others burned with renewed intensity. Lina suppressed the rising anger within her and shot a resigned glance at Blaise. However, I know you, little scoundrel Zabini, she retorted, her tone indifferent. Zabini remained unfazed by her remark, his gray-green eyes studying her with inscrutable intent, a slight smile gracing his lips, as if he had received praise. Let us stick to formal titles. I trust one won't be your exception. Depends on my mood, Blaise retorted. Draco, having enjoyed Lina's sharp tongue, cautioned. So you must be wary of Blaise. The other two chuckled lightly, while Blaise maintained his gentlemanly demeanor, pulling a red single chair closer for her. Lina, please sit. He then took a seat opposite Theodore. Draco tilted his chin towards the window. Theodore, won't you introduce yourself? He looked up at her, his blue gaze flooding over her like a tide. Me? It's redundant. The moment your sister entered, didn't she clearly call out Theodore not? She is my sister, not yours. Draco interjected, furrowing his brow. But I didn't notice. Pansy, did you hear that? Pansy shook her head in confusion, indicating she was unaware. He turned to Lina. I recall this is your first banquet. Are you certain you know him? Indeed. The last time I woke up and couldn't find you. I bumped into him in the study while fetching a book, and we discussed gobstones. Lina spoke nonchalantly, while Draco appeared to understand. No wonder Theodore's gobstone strategies have become so peculiar lately. Theodore succinctly affirmed Lina's statement. As the unexpected interlude concluded, everyone lapsed into silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Lina had no intention of playing the role of a peacemaker. Instead, she began to secretly contemplate what strategy she would employ to impress Theodore. Suddenly, a modestly dressed house elf appeared at the door, timidly peering around the frame and lightly knocking. Lina, young mistress, Dobby has brought the drinks you requested. It hunched its back, cautiously speaking. Thank you, Dobby. Is Rella busy? Yes, young mistress. Rella instructed Dobby to bring them to you. The others turned in shock at Lina's expression of gratitude towards Dobby, while Draco remained unperturbed. Dobby still wore a look of profound gratitude, tears welling in its eyes. In the eyes of most wizards, house elves were merely servants, devoid of respect, often subjected to threats, insults, and punishment. However, such occurrences had gradually diminished since Lina learned to speak. I must be mistaken, Lina. You actually thanked a house elf? Pansy's expression was one of disbelief. Her previously relaxed demeanor vanished. I can assure you, you did not mishear. I simply said what I felt. Lina stirred her straw in the cup, indifferent to their astonishment, while Draco appeared unconcerned. Lina has always been this way, nothing strange about it. Casually sipping her lemon honey water, Lina asked, which house are you all planning to join? I am 100% certain I will be in Slytherin, considering both my parents were Slytherin students. As she spoke, Draco's face lit up with pride. I feel the same. If I were unfortunate enough to be sorted into one of the other three houses, I would rather drop out on the spot. Pansy nodded in agreement, echoing his sentiment. Following the order of seating, everyone turned their attention towards Blaise, who naturally responded, Slytherin. And you, Theodore? Slytherin, or Ravenclaw, he replied, fiddling with the gobstones in front of him, his expression blank. The four turned their gaze towards Lina, clearly awaiting her response. I'm actually not quite sure. I just want to go where the handsome boys are. Draco eagerly interjected, absolutely not. His expression betrayed not a trace of subtlety. Just as Lina was about to speak, Dobby appeared at the door once more. Dobby did not mean to interrupt the young mistress. Dobby is a bad Dobby and must punish himself severely. It hopped about in a fluster, uttering strange phrases. I command you to stop, Dobby. Before Draco could express his irritation, Lina spoke first. Did you come for something? Young mistress, I apologize. It is Mrs. Zabini seeking Master Zabini. Young mistress, Rella wishes Dobby to inform you that you may come down for lunch shortly. Dobby peeked around the doorframe, winking at her. I shall head downstairs first. See you in the dining hall. Blaise stood upright and walked towards the door, casting a bold sidelong glance at her, audacious and carefree. I shall make sure Rella adds something special to Blaise's meal. Draco adeptly helped Lina ease her temper, also inquiring about the question she had previously avoided. Don't you like Slytherin? It's fine, but right now I want to play a game of gobstones. Will you join me? No, boring. Pansy pulled a copy of Which Weekly from the bookshelf, while Draco continued to examine Quidditch Through the Ages spread out on the table. Lina noticed Theodore's gaze remained fixed on the gobstones board before them, the strategies of both sides clearly differing, the game unfolding with intriguing possibilities. She harbored little interest in wizard's chess, yet, as most were engaged in the game here, Lina found herself compelled to learn its fundamental rules for the sake of entertainment. Hey, Theodore, how about a game of Go Bang with me? Let's finish this match. Oh, are you playing solo? Wouldn't you like to find an opponent? Lina's gaze fixed on the center of the board, eager to begin. Theodore's eyes flickered, a faint smile gracing his lips. The endgame before them was devised by Blaise. And if you don't mind, shall we conclude it? She waved her hand at him, taking a seat across from him. The game commenced, and they became immersed in the clash of thoughts, silence enveloping them, save for the soft sounds of the pieces colliding. Shall we place a wager? Lina suggested, placing a piece down with a hint of provocation in her tone. Very well, Theodore replied absently, contemplating the board's dynamics. 20 minutes into the match, Lina's expression shifted from confidence to despair. The tide of battle was turning increasingly against her, and she began to regret her suggestion to raise the stakes. She had to admit that the strategies which had served her well recently seemed futile against him. Her king was relentlessly pursued by his knight, approaching the brink of annihilation. With a decisive clang, the king fell to the knight's blade, reduced to mere remnants. Theodore slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes seemingly pronouncing the expected triumph, a foregone conclusion. Congratulations, but I would like to hear your wager before I decide whether to cheat. It's simple. Just answer one question, he said, his eyes glinting with intense curiosity. Provided you speak the truth. A sense of ominous foreboding began to take root within her, yet Lina acquiesced. That's acceptable. Ask away. Was it before our last meeting that you became acquainted with me? Chapter 5, Diagon Alley. An utterly unoriginal question, akin to asking if I have feelings for you. The answer is, I know you, but you do not know me. Since when? Theodore's gaze remained fixed upon her face. I am certain I have no recollection of you. Theodore, if I recall correctly, the wager was one question, and this is now the second. How about a game of Go Bang instead? Lina tilted her head, meeting his gaze head-on. Draco's voice broke through the moment. Time's running short. We're heading downstairs for lunch. Pansy stretched her arms, rolling her shoulders, her gaze shifting to the chessboard before them. Have you two decided the victor yet? Lina, I truly admire your audacity to play wizard's chess against Theodore. We are merely destined to be his defeated foes. He is also my vanquished opponent, Lina retorted, eager to rise and recount how she had utterly bested Theodore in their previous Go Bang match. However, upon standing, she felt a surge of tingling numbness in her calves. Likely due to maintaining the same position for too long, blood circulation stifled. In short, her legs felt weak. Instinctively, Lina raised her hand, seeking support for balance. And upon steadying herself, she realized she was gripping Theodore's arm tightly. Reacting too late, she withdrew her hand, letting it fall to her side. Apologies. My legs have gone numb. Thank you. No need for thanks. Rather than uttering a meaningless expression of gratitude, why not play another round with me? His gaze was direct and laden with intent, his tone less a question than a declaration. Go Bang is fine, but I concede in wizard's chess. Theodore held his thumb and forefinger a small distance apart, waving it in front of her. You have a slight edge over Blaise's skills. That's Theodore. His comment was not a compliment, but rather a veiled mockery of her and Blaise's lack of skill, simultaneously elevating his own status. If you doubt me, let us have another match. All right, it's settled. Don't go back on your word. Theodore chuckled softly, a look of cunning triumph on his face. Draco patted Theodore on the shoulder, finding it somewhat amusing. You're the first to make her falter. Still chatting? Are we not going to eat? Lina huffed, lifting her skirts as she marched ahead, while Theodore responded as they moved forward. Wizard's chess is merely for amusement. There's no need to take it too seriously. Being upset is rather unbecoming. Thank you for your concern. I'm perfectly fine. As they entered the dining hall, the guests had already taken their seats, with only scattered places remaining. After exchanging nods of acknowledgement, they approached their respective parents. Accompanied by the melodious strains of the cello, the guests savored the delectable dishes, the sounds of clashing cutlery intermingling with cordial greetings. Once lunch concluded, the gathering could be deemed a resounding success. Guests moved about the tables, the sounds of farewells echoing. Blaise's voice resonated from behind, gently tapping Lina's shoulder. Are you heading to Diagon Alley later? Yes, aren't you coming? I anticipate the crowd will be overwhelming today, so I plan to go tomorrow instead. See you at Hogwarts. A gentle and unassuming smile returned to his face. All right, see you at Hogwarts, little princess. After Blaise exchanged farewells with Draco, he turned to leave. Lina watched his retreating figure, sensing an underlying detachment in his teasing tone. Just as she was about to delve into contemplation, a cool voice abruptly interrupted her. Lina, what are you so engrossed in? Theodore stepped closer, glancing in the direction she was observing. Blaze? Sending off guests, she replied, noticing no one else around him. Are you alone? Yes, my father is currently not in Britain. He glanced at the clock overhead. I must take my leave. See you in 2 days. It's a day and a half, she corrected him with precision. He waved goodbye and departed. Don't forget the game. As Lina prepared to respond, she noticed Lucius approaching with Draco and the Parkinson family. Recognizing Lucius's ambiguous gaze, she realized he intended to bridge the distance between their families through Draco's initiative. Being within the social circle of pure-blood wizards often felt like a lack of agency. However, Pansy was quite a decent friend, especially for Draco. Lina bowed her head respectfully to Mr. and Mrs. Parkinson and gave Pansy a wink. See you at school. After bidding farewell to the last guest, Lina grasped Narcissa's hand. Mom, can you accompany us to Diagon Alley now? Of course. But you both need to change into some proper clothes first. All right. Grasping Draco, she swiftly turned and dashed upstairs. He followed behind, exasperatedly remarking that if he dawdled once more and incurred their father's wrath, she would not shield him from the blame again. Humph. Lina released his hand and bounded into the room, declaring that since their father would not accompany them, she was unperturbed by his threats. Draco, momentarily at a loss for words, gazed at the firmly shut door, beginning to miss Theodore. Lina, Draco, we are about to depart. Diagon Alley, nestled in the bustling heart of the British wizarding world, boasted a plethora of diverse merchandise, including numerous prestigious shops, making it a veritable haven for one-stop shopping in the magical realm. Its precise location was in London, England, concealed within a small courtyard behind the leaky cauldron, where wizards must correctly tap the bricks surrounding a rubbish bin with their wands to gain entry. As the school year approached, the leaky cauldron bustled with patrons, its antiquated decor quickly absorbing the moisture from the enchanted cleaning solution. The bar was surrounded by wizards clad in an array of attire. Still sulking, you two rascals? Narcissa chuckled, glancing between Draco and Lina, whose expressions were equally sour. There are wizards, fae, and even man-eating creatures in the leaky cauldron. Are you certain you don't want to hold hands? It's rather crowded here. Lina cast a fleeting glance around, her attention caught by an outstretched arm before she replied with a teasing smile. If I lose you, I won't come looking. Draco, seemingly anxious about her wandering off, tightened his grip. He led Lina behind Narcissa, approaching a wall behind the leaky cauldron where they tapped a specific sequence of bricks to gain access. The sounds of vendors calling out their wares filled the air, and wisps of white steam emanating from several cauldrons added a lively ambience to the alley. Lina inhaled the faint bitterness of leather and herbs from the street, soon followed by the delightful scent of pistachio from an ice cream shop. Let us visit Gringotts first. Each of you will take a bag. Draco's eyes sparkled as he accepted the coins. Draco, you are not to use that money to buy a broomstick. Why not? Why can't first years bring brooms? Lina tugged at the still mournful Draco as they walked, surrounded by many wizarding shops, with a throng of young witches and wizards gathered outside the Quidditch specialty store. Do you have a flying license? You shouldn't be peering in. Come back when you're older. The moment Draco laid eyes on the Quidditch shop, his expression lit up. He pressed his face against the window, inadvertently pushing aside the curious children. Lina cast a casual glance, conceding, all right, the broomstick gift is a no-go, given that she had only a single bag of coins. It was far too extravagant for her means. She led Draco to Ollivander's wand shop, observing its small, dilapidated appearance. The gold lettering on the door had faded, proclaiming, Ollivander, maker of fine wands since 382 B.C. Miss Malfoy, Master Malfoy. Ollivander's gaze lingered on Lina, his expression somewhat complex. Lina politely curtsied and introduced herself, Miss Lina Malfoy. Good day to you, Mr. Ollivander. Ollivander opened his mouth, but no sound emerged. Narcissa, noticing his expression, shot him a warning glare. Miss Malfoy, I've heard of your family. It is a pleasure to meet such a well-mannered child. After Draco was measured and selected a wand of precisely 10 inches made of hawthorn and unicorn hair, it was Lina's turn to try. 11 inches, cherry wood, unicorn hair. Let us see how this one fares. The moment her fingertips brushed against the wand, a warm surge coursed through her, and with a gentle flick, a blue light ribbon reminiscent of the Milky Way appeared against the ceiling. Ollivander, momentarily collecting himself, smiled faintly. It seems fate has brought you to this wand, Miss Malfoy. Fate? What fate? Just as Ollivander was about to explain, he sensed a tremor emanating from the back room. As if something were longing to escape, he gestured for those outside to wait, stepping into the back room with a look of disbelief, then sighed. Perhaps, Miss Malfoy, you might come in for a moment? Lina, puzzled, glanced at Narcissa, who, though equally curious, nodded slightly at Ollivander's serious demeanor. Mr. Ollivander, is there something you wish to discuss? Miss Malfoy, perhaps you might wish to try this one. He produced an ancient wand box, opening it for her to see. Lina hesitantly looked at him, slowly reaching to unveil its contents, and upon seeing the wand within, even her typically composed demeanor faltered. What is this? The wand before her was not crafted from solid wood, but rather coalesced from the shadow of elder, translucent and with blurred edges, as if it might dissipate into the air at any moment. The wand's body was entwined with 3 interlacing black threads. At its tip, suspended a constantly rotating triangular symbol, with a vertical line at its center representing the Elder Wand. The Elder Wand. At the mention of this, Lina instinctively stepped back. The Deathly Hallow. The one that brings death to its wielder? Miss Malfoy, do give it a try. No. Noticing her resistance, Ollivander smiled gently. The wand chooses the wizard. Do you not wish to know why it has chosen you? Sir, I do not wish to know, and I believe it does not suit me. Isn't Elderwood known for its association with misfortune? Moreover, as far as I know, the Elder Wand rarely chooses a wizard. Indeed, my dear, I cannot ascertain its origins. I merely stumbled upon it, but its core is dragon heartstring. The formidable nature of Elder combined with the wildness of dragon heartstring can indeed unleash tremendous magical power. Lina found herself inexplicably drawn towards the Elder Wand, its semi-transparent shadow gradually taking shape in her hand. Suddenly, her vision plunged into darkness, where only a vague, inescapable voice echoed. Whispers, countless whispers, ultimately coalescing into a calm, serpentine whisper, Avada Kedavra. Child. Lina jolted awake, her palm gripping the wand, now slick with perspiration. Yet the eerie sensation clung to her. I heard it. The visions and voices dissipated like quicksand, eluding her grasp. Sir, I do not understand. Worry not. Every wand possesses its own personality. It has chosen you. Ollivander's face, unusually flushed, radiated excitement. For few wizards possess 2 wands simultaneously. Remember, I mentioned the connection between you and young Master Malfoy, as the 2 of you possess unicorn hair from the same unicorn, chosen by the same majestic creature. The intricacies of this connection are rather difficult to elucidate. Hence, my suggestion is to consider the exuberant and curious unicorn as your everyday wand, while the Elder Wand, crafted from the resilient wood of the Elder Tree, boasts formidable magical energy, extensive casting range, and a strong sense of agency. Wands made of elder wood are notoriously selective in choosing their masters, and their untamable nature signifies unwavering loyalty. It is precisely for this reason that when it begins to tremble, I am aware that perhaps a wizard capable of forming a bond with it is present. Listening to Mr. Ollivander's introduction, Lina gazed down at the 2 wands resting quietly in her hands, tightening her grip slightly. She returned the Elder Wand to its ancient box, and the wand that had left her palm transformed back into a translucent state. Quite a marvel indeed. After stepping out of the compartment with the wand box, Draco approached Lina, scrutinizing her curiously. He observed her rather frantically and inquired, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." It's just Lina turned her head to survey her surroundings and lowered her voice. Mr. Ollivander said that upon seeing me, he sensed that I possess extraordinary talent and that I must surely be the future heir to the wand shop. He wants me to become his apprentice, but I refused, stating that I have a foolish brother to care for. Draco, who had been listening intently, couldn't help but nod. Once he processed Lina's words, he noticed her hiding behind Narcissa, making a face at him. "Lina, mother, look, brother is being mean." The 2 playfully bickered as they exited the wand shop. And at Draco's pleading, Narcissa led them into the Quidditch boutique. However, they were still limited to purchasing without browsing, and as they beheld the latest model, the Nimbus 2000, Draco's face flushed with excitement. After witnessing his antics, Lina tugged at Narcissa's sleeve. "Mother, I'd like to go to Flourish and Blots first." "Of course, dear. I'll take Draco over there shortly. You wait in the bookstore, don't wander off, don't speak to strangers, and keep your money pouch safe." "Understood, mother." Without waiting for Narcissa's response, she dashed out the door. "Little rascal, you must not climb the display racks." Chapter 6, An Encounter. Lina wove her way through the bustling crowd to Flourish and Blots, secretly hoping to encounter the protagonist group. "It's a bookstore. Mom and Dad, let us explore here first. You know, books are the most important." She turned towards the excited voice and spotted a girl with tousled hair, flanked by 2 adults who appeared slightly flustered yet maintained smiles, presumably the girl's parents. "Slow down, Hermione." Hermione. Upon hearing that name, Lina turned with a smile. "Good afternoon. Are you also a first year at Hogwarts?" "Yes, absolutely. Hello. I received my acceptance letter to Hogwarts a few days ago, and I'm starting there in September." I was utterly astonished when I got the letter since we had never heard of Hogwarts and couldn't believe there was a school of magic. Although a person claiming to be from the Ministry of Magic explained it, we only believed it all when we arrived here. He was supposed to come with us, but something urgent came up that required his attention, something related to magic. "Oh, I'm so excited about starting school. By the way, I'm Hermione Granger. This is my mother, and this is my father." Are you a Hogwarts student too? Hermione rambled on about her enthusiasm for discovering the magical world, leaving no room for Lina to interject. I'm sorry, I seem to have been overly talkative. Her voice gradually softened, and she averted her gaze with a hint of apology. In fact, both of my parents are muggles, and you are the first peer I've encountered in the magical world who has spoken to me. So, I couldn't help but share. No worries. I can understand your excitement. If I were in your shoes, I do want to chat for 3 days and nights. Mr. Granger, Mrs. Granger, good afternoon. Hermione. May I call you Hermione? The girl nodded cheerfully. I'm Lina Malfoy. You can call me Lina if you wish. By the way, I'm also a first year at Hogwarts. Lina, it's lovely to meet you. How wonderful that we will be classmates. The girl beamed, revealing a row of beautiful white teeth. Lina, are both your parents wizards? It seemed she was still unfamiliar with the term, as Mrs. Granger spoke it awkwardly. Yes, both my parents are wizards. Are you looking to exchange currency? It's best to go to the Cauldron Market behind Gringotts for currency exchange. There's a Gringotts currency exchange center there. Thank you, Lina. We've been worried about that. How about you and Hermione browse around here for a bit? And I'll go with my mother to exchange money. We have no idea what to get from the book list, so having you here is a tremendous help, Lina. We appreciate it. It's no trouble at all, Mr. Granger. The goblins working at Gringotts can seem a bit unfriendly. Goblins? Yes, but they don't eat people. So if that is a concern, you can rest easy. Lina struggled to suppress her laughter. Being a teenager, she found it hard to contain her amusement. After a brief separation from her parents, Hermione quickly returned and grabbed Lina's arm. Lina, you must know a lot about wizards. Do other students have wizard parents too? Merlin, I'm genuinely worried that I might be the only one who knows nothing. I want to buy so many books to read before school starts. What do you think I should buy? There are so many books. I might need to come back several times. Hermione, dear. Deep breath. Yes, relax. Lina chuckled, surprised by how adorably anxious this academic overachiever appeared. First of all, Hogwarts is now accepting many children from Muggle families, so you are definitely not the only one. Secondly, we are not allowed to learn much magic before arriving at Hogwarts, nor do we have suitable ones of our own. Lastly, we cannot control the thoughts of others. When faced with unfavorable circumstances, we have two choices: either accept them or disregard them. Judging a wizard's worth based on their lineage and bloodline is a narrow-minded perspective. At least, I have never concerned myself with such trivial matters. Hermione nodded thoughtfully, the clouds of worry on her face gradually dissipating. Let us buy this book. A History of Hogwarts. It contains everything you want to know about Hogwarts. And this one, A History of Modern Magic and Major Discoveries in Modern Magic. However, this one, The Rise and Fall of Dark Magic, you can decide for yourself. I think much of it is fictional. At least, that's my opinion. But this one, I bet you haven't read it, yet it's super interesting. Would you like to give it a try? Lina perused the shelves in the bookstore, and upon turning around, she spotted Hermione struggling to carry a hefty stack of books, yet a smile never left her face. Goodness, dear, why so silent? How on earth are you managing all those books? She exclaimed, swiftly taking a few volumes from Hermione's arms. Oh, it's nothing, Lina. Reading is my greatest joy. Thank you. I shall certainly finish these before school starts. After selecting her books, she and Hermione began searching for the textbooks on their list, and Lina, of course, did not forget to grab a copy for Draco. 2 copies. I have a rather eccentric brother who is also starting his first year at Hogwarts. He's currently throwing a tantrum at the Quidditch shop because our mother won't let him buy the latest broomstick. She chuckled. How fortunate I am to be an only child. I can only pass the time with books. As if struck by a thought, Lina spoke with a hint of exasperation. Hermione, just in case, if my brother says anything that might upset you, please dismiss it as mere folly. A good thrashing is warranted. At that moment, Hermione's parents returned with money, their expressions indicating a less than pleasant encounter with the goblins. After paying for her and Draco's books, Lina decided to bid farewell to the Granger family and head back to the Quidditch shop to see what trouble Draco was causing. Lina, can you manage all those books? It's fine, no need to worry. Wingardium Leviosa. Since both hands were occupied, Lina did not use her wand to cast the spell. Hermione and her parents watched in awe as each book obediently floated into line behind her. Thank you, Lina. It was truly delightful to meet you today. The pleasure was mine, Hermione. Lina bent down to meet Hermione's bright, brown eyes, which sparkled with warmth and the sweet scent of blooming grass. I'll take my leave now. Hermione, see you at school. Lina, see you at school. Lina waved goodbye, glancing back to see Hermione standing outside the bookstore, her hand raised high. Watching Hermione's retreating figure, a mix of emotions swirled within Lina. She knew Hermione would inevitably face criticism and ridicule for her Muggle heritage. However, every experience contributes to growth, and she would surely forge steadfast friendships at Hogwarts as a Muggle-born witch, such as with Potter and the youngest Weasley. Being part of this trio would undoubtedly make life at Hogwarts all the more exciting. Having purchased 2 ice creams, she coaxed Draco into Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, where the walls were adorned with an array of wizarding robes, making the space feel even more confined. Madame Malkin, a plump witch with raven hair, welcomed her guests with warmth, her beaming smile instantly endearing. Dear little wizards, do you require custom Hogwarts uniforms? Feel free to browse. We have styles for every season. As the wind chimes hanging from the door jingled, Lina turned to see a short, slender boy with dark hair entering. He was clad in ill-fitting clothes and wore round glasses, giving him a somewhat comical appearance. At that moment, Potter seemed rather amusing. Lina straightened slightly, about to speak when she noticed Draco had also spotted Potter. Front row for the spectacle. The boy was ushered to a stool beside Draco, where a witch draped a robe over him and pinned it to fit his height. He appeared rather uncomfortable. Hey, are you going to Hogwarts too? Yes. Did you know first years aren't allowed to bring broomsticks? Lina observed Draco adopting his usual haughty demeanor and speaking in a slow, deliberate manner, signaling the onset of another of his tirades aimed at tormenting an unsuspecting child. Even if they aren't allowed, I still want my mum to take me to the Quidditch shop. I can't fathom why first years can't have their own broomsticks. I think I should pressure my mum into buying me one and then find a way to sneak it in. As Draco spoke, he glanced at Lina, who shot him an irritated look. By the way, do you have your own broomstick? No. Have you played Quidditch? No. I have. My father says if I'm not chosen for our house team, it would be a disgrace. I agree with him. Do you know which house you'll be sorted into? No. Of course, no one truly knows their house until they arrive at school. However, I am certain my sister and I will be sorted into Slytherin, as our entire family has graduated from there. The boy looked at Lina, following Draco's gaze, and Lina offered a sympathetic smile to the poor Potter. Don't mind my brother's nonsense. I'm sticking to my previous opinion. The boy blinked in surprise and returned her smile. Hey, look at that fellow. A bearded giant stood by the window, grinning widely at the boy and pointing at 2 large ice creams, indicating he couldn't enter the shop. That's Hagrid. He works at Hogwarts. Oh, I've heard of him. He's a gamekeeper, right? I've heard he's rather rough around the edges, living in a little wooden hut on campus, occasionally getting drunk, and his magic is rather poor. He once even set his own bed on fire. Perhaps refrain from sharing such hearsay. Lina noticed the boy's expression darken and seized the opportunity to change the subject. Are your parents wizards as well? I believe so. Draco interjected. I don't think they should allow outsiders to enroll. What do you think? They are different. They have never received the education we have and don't understand our world. Imagine. Some of them hadn't even heard of Hogwarts before receiving their letters. To spare Draco the embarrassment, Lina refrained from covering his mouth and instead interjected, Madame Malkin. I think they should be given a chance. They have been, dear. Then here is the galleon, with the address and name noted. Thank you. We shall take our leave. Lina pulled Draco along, turning back to give Potter an apologetic nod. See you at Hogwarts. Chapter 7. The Black Cat and the White Grapefruit. Lina managed to secure some time to wander alone, free from the clutches of her shadow, and entered a shop around the corner. Perhaps she could purchase something to tease Draco? Tease. Did I hear the word tease? I believe you are correct, Fred. Mischief is practically our middle name. Need assistance? Lovely lady? The red-haired twins, George and Fred. Diagon Alley is simply magnificent today. Hello, twins. In truth, I am far more handsome than he, despite what everyone claims about our resemblance. Come on, Fred. We're here to sell our products, not to focus on appearances. Oh, all right, you have a point. But where were we? Teasing. We are indeed experts at it. The wares in this joke shop are rather impressive. It should be quite novel for a young lady like you, if you can tolerate the mundane. Young lady, encountering us today is indeed your fortunate day. Have you conducted new research? The twins, Jim and I, were somewhat astonished by Lina's familiar tone, as if she were already well acquainted with their antics. Take a look at this. Our latest invention, long-nose hair bubble gum. Of course, that's not the official name, but we must apply for a patent. The key point is, anyone who chews this gum will instantly grow astonishingly long nose hairs. Isn't that a remarkable invention? Sounds intriguing, but what happens afterward? Those nose hairs won't stick around for life, will they? Not at all, you needn't worry. They will vanish after a few hours, though we can't specify exactly how long. So what do you say? Care for a piece? I'll take one. Purchase from the Weasley twins, I guarantee you will not regret it. You're a Hogwarts student, right? Please do provide us with feedback. Pleased to meet you, George Weasley, Fred Weasley. I am Lina Malfoy. She can actually tell us apart? Our mother has never managed that. Malfoy? How many Malfoys do we know? Probably just one. So, your father is Lucius Malfoy? Indeed. But since I'm the first to distinguish between you two, could I possibly join your ranks? Fred pulled George aside a couple of steps, considering the idea at first. But now, thank you for your patronage, goodbye. How dull. Lina stuffed the bubble gum into her backpack and headed towards the Quidditch shop, having noticed a miniature Nimbus 2000 beside a full-sized one. If I can't afford the original, A figurine will suffice. After purchasing, she joyfully rejoined Narcissa and Draco, who stood beside Narcissa with a somewhat sullen expression. Even Lina's attempts to charm him seemed futile this time. However, perhaps a gift would lighten his mood. Before heading home, Narcissa suddenly remembered to buy an owl to send letters from Hogwarts, leading them to the Elop's Owl Emporium. Draco selected a fierce-looking owl, declaring it might scare off those foolish Gryffindors or Hufflepuffs. As for Lina, she was not particularly keen on avians, especially since she could share an owl with Draco. Thus, she wished to explore the magical menagerie. The magical menagerie was bustling, filled with the cacophony of various animal sounds. And the shopkeeper was a woman adorned with thick black-framed glasses, selling a myriad of creatures. Indeed, a splendid variety. But first years can only bring a toad, an owl, or a cat. Cats are delightful. What's wrong, Lina? Draco hurried to her side upon hearing her voice. Nothing's wrong. Lina turned curiously, only to find a sleek black cat elegantly perched on a shelf, nonchalantly grooming its paws. She suddenly became captivated by this feline, her gaze entirely drawn to it. With its glossy fur and eyes gleaming like Sirius in the night sky, she exclaimed, "How beautiful." "Thank you." The black cat paused momentarily before resuming its grooming. "By Merlin. You can talk." Lina leaned closer, trying to lower her voice. "No, it's you who can speak. You understand our language. So Potter is a Parselmouth, and I am a Meowmouth. That's hardly a big deal. There are actually quite a few wizards who can communicate with cats. Most just don't know it." "Oh, I thought I was the chosen one plus." Lina scrutinized the cat's fur color, remarking, "You are indeed purebred. Do you know what it means for a cat to be entirely black? Misfortune, bad luck?" "No, it's actually a symbol of protection, a witch's familiar, and more importantly, a harbinger of prosperity. So, would you like to come home with me? Though I cannot say whether that would be a wise decision." The black cat set its paws down and regarded her earnestly. "Forget it, Mom, I want it. After all that deliberation, you chose this black cat?" Ignoring Draco's incredulous expression, Lina reached out and scooped up the black cat, raising its small paw towards Narcissa. "No problem, darling. Love you, Mommy." Upon returning to Malfoy Manor after their shopping spree, Lina sat in the living room, playing with her new cat, when a thought crossed her mind, drifting somewhat distractedly. "Mom, I plan to name this cat Sirius. What do you think?" "Absolutely not." Before Lina could finish, Narcissa interrupted sharply, her expression tinged with anxiety. "Anything but that." Lina smiled knowingly, while Draco sensed the shift in atmosphere. "Indeed, Lina, the candlelight and lamps are quite bright, aren't they? That works. How about naming your owl Lumos?" "But that's a barn owl. Such a silly name does not suit it." "You know silly, don't you?" "That's what you said." As they argued, Narcissa momentarily forgot the earlier episode, but with just a day until school began, Lina entered the kitchen. The bustling house elves halted their tasks upon seeing her, surrounding her eagerly. "Is my young master hungry? Would my young master like to try the lemon pie I just made? Surely my young master wants to taste the fresh green apples I just picked. Those are Draco's favorites. You dolt. You're the dolt." The elves seemed to forget about Lina, engaged in a spirited debate. "All right, enough noise. Where are Dobby and Winky?" "Young mistress." Dobby appeared with a basket of oranges, materializing in the kitchen and dashing towards her, dropping the oranges all over the floor, much to the dismay of the other house elves. "Pack, please bring me a few freshly picked green apples. Dobby, come with me." Lina led Dobby to the living room, casually pulling out a chair to sit, and Dobby followed suit. Once Dobby was seated, she spoke. "Dobby, I will be attending Hogwarts tomorrow and won't return until Christmas. This is my recipe book. Please have Winky practice cooking some dishes for father and mother to taste. If they find it delicious, have the owl send it to me at school. Furthermore, you ought not to recklessly strike your head against the wall or tug at your ears while at home. Ryla's application of medicine is far less gentle than mine." Lina reached out to caress his large ears. "Wah wah wah. Only my little master Lina is truly kind to Dobby," he lamented, beginning to weep anew. With a gentle voice, Lina, extending her hand, reminded him it was Dobby who saved little Lina. "Miss Lina, my little master?" Dobby was momentarily taken aback, forgetting to wipe away his tears and snot. "You know now?" "Indeed, I understand, which is why I treat Dobby kindly. There is no need for him to feel burdened. I am aware that this matter is known only to the two of us. Ryla cannot speak of it, nor can Draco, or perhaps obliviate." As Lina observed Dobby's brief moment of distraction, she raised her voice slightly. "Do remember to bring me delicious treats, all right?" Yes, my little master Lina. Now be off." "Dobby." She cast her gaze downwards at the green apple nestled in her pocket and whistled. "Bayou, what is Draco up to?" The black cat Bayou leaped down from the windowsill, soaring through the air. "Huh, your speech truly mirrors my own." Lina crouched down, ruffling her fur. "You hardly resemble a little girl at all. Do not emulate Draco's arrogance. Yet it is preferable to naming a black cat Bayou. But that was a name I pondered over for an entire night. Bayou dislikes it. Perhaps I should take my leave to avoid incurring Bayou's disdain. Lina feigned a sense of grievance as she stood, rubbing her eyes, secretly peeking at Bayou's reaction through the gaps between her fingers. I am so heartbroken. How I wish there were a cat to hold right now. Bayou contemplated leaping out the window, but, glancing back at the figure still weeping with her face concealed, felt a twinge of compassion. She approached and gently wrapped her tail around Lina's ankle, just once. I knew my Bayou was the best. Realizing she had been tricked once more, Bayou reluctantly withdrew her paw, vowing not to be so soft-hearted next time. We'll speak of this later. Remember to return for dinner and a bath. As she watched Bayou leap away from her embrace, Lina called out with concern, trailing behind. A girl must not be overly reliant on her mother. Seizing the moment while Draco was absent from the room, Lina stealthily entered, placing a dark green gift box and the green apple down. The card read, "Happy birthday, brother." Lina's wish for this birthday was that next year Draco would possess his very own Nimbus 2000. Chapter 8, Nightmares. Night. A pitch-black void enveloped her. Devoid of any glimmer of light, Lina could see neither others nor ascertain her own whereabouts, not even her own self. She sensed someone racing beside her, hair brushing against her face, accompanied by a faint floral fragrance. That person seemed to have halted, leaning closer to whisper something in her ear. Lina held her breath, concentrating to hear clearly, yet only managed to discern the murmurs of a woman. Then, she heard another voice, a man beginning to speak, though it remained frustratingly indistinct. The more inaudible it became, the more Lina yearned to grasp their words. Suddenly, the surroundings erupted into chaos, with a cacophony of footsteps and an unknown rustling sound. Furniture clattered, doors and windows shattered. Lina strained her eyes, attempting to discern the source of the commotion, but only fleeting glimpses of light met her gaze. She felt the urge to cry out, to scream, yet her voice lodged in her throat. At that moment, a blinding green light flared, forcing her to shut her eyes against its brilliance. In an instant, all sounds ceased, as if every life had been snatched away, vanishing along with the green light. Aurora. Except for the final echo that lingered in the air, Aurora. Lina bolted upright, still reeling from the scene she had just witnessed, gasping for breath as though suffocating if she did not. Her hair clung to her damp forehead, her back slick with sweat. To any observer, she appeared as though she had just been dragged from the depths of water. Wiping the perspiration from her brow, she glanced out the window, noting that dawn was still a distant prospect. The room, shrouded in darkness yet illuminated by a bluish-green glow, was eerily silent, her irregular breaths starkly conspicuous. The terrifying green light from her dream could consume life, the killing curse, Avada Kedavra, Voldemort. Lina shut her eyes, striving to recall the nightmare. Yet only vague flashes of light and fragmented sounds remained. Meow, are you all right? Feeling the soft touch beside her, Lina reached out to embrace Bayou, absent-mindedly stroking her fur. I just had the most vivid nightmare, such a cliched plot. Parents slain, leaving behind a young child with no memories, only to be adopted by enemies. Lina cupped Bayou's chin. What do you think I should do? You are merely an 11-year-old child. True. Setting Bayou down, she tiptoed out of bed, peeking through the door. The Malfoy manor seemed to be in a deep slumber at this hour. Even in the midst of August, the nights in Wiltshire remained cool. Lina, barefoot, tread softly on the plush carpet of the corridor, yet tremors coursed through her. She successfully pushed open Draco's door. As always, his room never locked. He remained oblivious to her footsteps, his pale golden hair splayed across the pillow. Standing beside his bed, Lina struggled to see in the dimness. Yet she noted that he clutched tightly in his hand the Nimbus 2000 she had gifted him. In the few seconds Lina stood before Draco's bed, the Elder Wand, quietly resting in its box within her room, trembled slightly. Bayou leaped onto the table, her paw delicately placed upon the wand box, before all fell silent once more. Yawning, she leaped onto the bed, curling up and drifting off to sleep. Draco. He groggily opened his eyes. Lina, what brings you here so late? Did you have a nightmare? Yes. Upon hearing her response, Draco immediately sat up. Rubbing his eyes, he noticed Lina, clad only in a nightgown, shivering at the bedside. He furrowed his brow slightly, reaching out to pull her onto the bed, while he shifted to the cold side of the sheets. The area he had previously occupied still retained warmth. He covered her with the blanket, wrapping it snugly around her. Are you not going to ask me what nightmare I had? The icy sensation jolted Draco awake momentarily. He gently patted Lina's back, reassuring her, it's all right, I'm here. His tender tone caused Lina's nose to tingle, warmth dispelling the shadows of her earlier fears. Draco nestled closer to Lina's back, seemingly intent on sharing his body heat to further warm her chilled form. He did not rush to inquire about anything. He awaited her readiness to speak, even if she were reluctant to do so. Lina remained silent for several minutes, allowing Draco to gently pat her. This is the first time I've had such a dream. Draco, as if I were a child picked up by my parents. I don't know why, but the terror I felt upon arriving here seems untouched by the passage of these 10 years. It has merely been concealed. Just like now, with her head buried in the warm cocoon of her blankets, she wished to forget it all. Yet the dull thrum of her heartbeat incessantly reminded her that this was the heart of a survivor from the aftermath of the 1981 Avada Kedavra. Draco extended a hand, gently encircling her head and drawing her into his embrace, while his other hand continued to rhythmically pat her back. They were so close that she could hear his heartbeat, so near that she could distinctly catch the delightful scent of his cologne. Before long, Lina began to drowse in this warm embrace. It seemed she heard the person behind her murmuring hazily, "Don't be afraid, I'm here. Sleep." They shared an intimacy that transcended countless seasons. On September 1st, 1991, at King's Cross Station in London, a steady flow of travelers bustled about, accompanied by the clattering sounds of luggage being dragged. Within the station's walls lay a platform inaccessible to muggles, Platform 9, from which the Hogwarts Express departed each year. Faculty and students of all grades boarded this train, heading towards the majestic Hogwarts castle nestled in the Scottish Highlands. A deep crimson steam train rested alongside the platform, its sign proclaiming, "Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. Take care of your brother. Take care of your sister." Both Lina and Draco nodded obediently, acknowledging their parents' words. After bidding farewell to their parents, the most populous group at the station was undoubtedly the first-year students of Hogwarts, who gawked around in wonder. Draco led Lina through the buzzing conversations and the clattering of heavy luggage, gradually approaching the stairs leading onto the train. However, the height of the stairs was level with an adult's waist, making it impossible for two 11-year-olds to haul their enormous suitcases aboard. "I'll take my luggage up first. Wait for me here." Draco lifted his suitcase and proceeded onto the train. Boys' luggage was, after all, less burdensome than that of girls. Lina glanced around, attempting to spot a familiar face. 5 seconds later, she sighed softly. The scene before her practically compelled her to use the levitation charm. However, according to the prohibition of underage wizardry, minors were forbidden from using magic outside of school practice. Wizards left traces of magic before turning 17, and if they cast spells indiscriminately, the Ministry of Magic would immediately take notice and send a warning letter. Back at Malfoy Manor, the Ministry's reach had not extended so far, allowing Lina to use magic without hesitation. As a first-year student, a warm, gentle male voice suddenly spoke behind her. "Do you need help?" The face that came into view was exceedingly familiar, Cedric Diggory. Upon seeing him, scenes from the film depicting Diggory's demise flashed before her eyes like vivid shadows, his lifeless gaze welcoming the Grim Reaper. Lina, momentarily lost in memory, stared at him motionless. He offered her a friendly smile. "Hey, why aren't you speaking? Do you need me to help you get your suitcase onto the train?" Lina was jolted back to reality from her dazed thoughts. She smiled slightly. "Sure, I appreciate it. The design of the train stairs is truly unfriendly to newcomers. It completely disregards our developmental needs, and I strongly protest this." "I concur. I share your sentiments," Cedric replied as he effortlessly hoisted her suitcase onto the train, allowing her to navigate the carriage freely. Lina ascended the final step and beamed a radiant smile at him. "Thank you. May I know your name?" "Cedric Diggory, Hufflepuff, 3rd year. Welcome to Hogwarts." "Lina Malfoy. Cedric, it's a pleasure to meet you." She paused mid-sentence, biting her lip, realizing that addressing him by his surname would be more courteous. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Titles are irrelevant. There's no need to be so formal." "Cedric, who are you chatting with at the train door?" A voice called from the throng of students ahead. "I must remind you, there are countless first years today, and space is extremely limited. I have no intention of squatting with you at the toilet door." A boy's voice rang out, and the odd remark caused their expressions to freeze. A ripple of murmurs began to spread around them as nearby classmates craned their necks to gaze at them. Cedric shouted back in a high-pitched voice towards the source of the voice, "Don't say silly things. I'll be right there." He turned back to Lina, his face flushed, scratching his head in embarrassment. "Sorry, that guy is a bit indiscreet. I apologize on his behalf for any misunderstanding he may have caused." "It's no problem. You should go. He seems quite eager." Cedric nodded apologetically and quickly turned to leave. Just as he departed, a golden head appeared before her. "Weren't you supposed to wait down there? Why did you bring it up yourself?" Draco naturally reached for her suitcase, taking her hand and guiding her deeper into the train. Turning to glance out the window, 2 familiar heads came into view, Fred and George Weasley. After informing Draco that she would find him later, Lina stepped off the train to face them. "Good morning, Fred and George Weasley." "Oh, the young lady of the Malfoy family. How polite today. Why did you leave so quickly last time?" "Also, I introduced myself last time. I'm Lina. Besides, in school, you are technically my seniors." "Not necessarily. We are in the greatest Gryffindor. You, without a doubt, must be a little Slytherin snake." However, my father says that Gryffindor students are a bunch of energetic, foolish lions who never consider the consequences of their actions. But look at you two. Lina halted, stifling a laugh as she faced the two fiery redheads before her. What is wrong with us? Speak up. Don't leave your sentences hanging. That's truly annoying. You two don't seem nearly as dreadful as my father described. So, do you have any intention of letting me join your ranks? The two boys appeared momentarily stunned by her compliment, but upon hearing her follow up, they exclaimed in unison, "Impossible." All right then. Lina shrugged, preparing to return to find Draco when she heard a faint voice behind her. See you at school? Chapter 9. The Hogwarts Express. As the train set in motion, the corridor remained exceedingly crowded. The black-haired boy in front of Lina was preparing to reach for the compartment on his right when the train took a sharp turn. Students stumbled awkwardly within the cramped carriage, their grievances echoing throughout. My glasses, please don't step on my glasses. The boy bent down, frantically searching for his lost item. His tone laced with urgency and helplessness. The sensation of being without his glasses was indeed rather disheartening. Lina slowly maneuvered through the throng towards the black-haired boy, weaving amidst the crowd until she eventually reached his side. A fleeting glance at the ground revealed a pair of spectacles lying at her feet. Struggling to squat down, she grasped the glasses tightly, barely managing to maintain her balance. She noticed a ring of tape wound around the bridge of the frame. Potter? Lina gently tugged at the hem of his shirt. Are you looking for these? The boy turned, his unruly black hair falling across his forehead, his striking emerald green eyes remarkably captivating. Hey, Potter. Long time no see. Are these your glasses? He reached out to take them, hastily wiping them on his clothing. Oh, hey. Potter donned the glasses and looked at Lina. Thank you, Malfoy. I didn't expect you to remember me. Perhaps it's because of your brother? Haha. Lina remained noncommittal. After all, anyone would remember an insufferable little brat. You should head inside, Potter. It's quite crowded here. If you lose your glasses again, you might not encounter another good Samaritan like me. Appearing amused by Lina's words, his earlier tension dissipated, and he offered her a faint smile. See you at school, Malfoy. Next time, feel free to call me by my first name, Lina. He awkwardly turned his head, deliberately avoiding her gaze. Next time, Lina. The trio of Harry Potter was about to have their initial encounter within the compartment, a significant narrative juncture, and Lina had no intention of interrupting their first meeting. As the crowd gradually thinned, she lifted her gaze to find Ron Weasley, sporting the same fiery hair as the twins, scanning the area for an empty compartment, ambling towards Harry's direction. It had been over 30 minutes since the train departed, and Lina, feeling a pang of hunger, stepped into the last carriage. Draco's figure appeared outside the penultimate compartment. He seemed to be searching for something, and upon spotting Lina standing in the middle of the corridor, his hurried steps and the flurry of words spilling from his lips betrayed his unease. Where have you been? I've been searching for you everywhere. I was about to write to Father to say you were missing. I was doing a good deed. Draco shot her a skeptical glance. You? A good deed? I'm hungry, brother. Just as he was about to retort, Lina deftly interrupted him. If you're hungry, you should have come to find me. Where have you been? No more wandering off next time. Yes, Commander. Draco struggled to suppress a smile, lightly tapping her on the head. Troublemaker. Lina tilted her head, peering through the compartment window. Theodore sat by the window, feigning melancholy, while Blaise held a magazine, embodying the brooding artist. As expected, the ever-idle Pansy was the first to spot the pair standing outside, gesturing enthusiastically at Lina, as if to say, wait a moment. Confused, Lina exchanged a glance with Draco before attempting to push the compartment door, which remained firmly shut. She bent down to examine the locking mechanism closely. Colloportus. Still locked? Yes, to prevent any interruptions. After a brief pause, the compartment door creaked open, revealing Pansy seated near the corridor, beckoning. Lina, hurry inside. Blaise set his magazine aside, casting a sly glance at Lina. Well, it's been quite some time since we last saw you. Rather suspicious behavior. The carriage was merely a corridor long and under unobstructed conditions. Traversing from one end to the other would only take 5 minutes, ruling out any excuse of getting lost. The only congested period was the initial 15 minutes. So I surmised that Lina had undoubtedly lingered with others for at least that long. Blaise's gaze shifted to her, his voice dripping with sarcasm. So, how are your new friends? Care to share? No, thank you. Sitting opposite Draco, she recalled the flawless locking charm and couldn't help but inquire. Who cast the locking spell? First off, it wasn't you. She took the bread Draco offered, biting into it defiantly as she glared at Blaise. The latter shrugged nonchalantly, while Theodore, maintaining his poker face, interjected, what do you think? It's either you or my brother. Lina pretended to be in deep thought. But let us rule him out. The last time he heard me use a no-want spell, his eyes nearly popped out. Hey, you wouldn't even praise your brother? Stop eating, hand it over. Draco, irritated, attempted to snatch the bread from Lina. Pansy stifled a giggle, agreeing. That clearly indicates Lina has a firm grasp of your capabilities. Evading Draco's grasp, Lina declared the final suspect. So, I suspect it's Theodore. I'm honored. Thank you for the recognition, Princess of Charms. Theodore turned to her. A hint of a smile gracing his lips. Lina nearly choked on her bread, coughing. What on earth? Draco, eager to claim his title, hurriedly remarked. That was clearly my idea. Pansy chimed in. By the way, Draco's exact words were, the Malfoy family will undoubtedly produce a master of charms. And that's Lina. She feigned a proud demeanor, Princess of Charms. This has been refined through my edits. Impressive, right? Lina was momentarily at a loss for words. Thank you both for your enthusiastic contributions. It was truly unnecessary. Carefully tearing off a scrap of bread, she offered it to Pansy. Try this, if Rella made it. It must be exquisite. Draco couldn't bear to watch, snatching the meager scrap from Lina's hand and popping it into his mouth, then retrieving a fresh piece for Pansy. Pansy, don't mind her. Eat this. If Father finds out you're being so stingy outside, he'll scold you again. With a yawn, Draco leaned back. There's water in the cup. I'm a bit tired from staying up too late last night, so keep your voices down. After hearing his words, Lina felt somewhat guilty, remaining silent as she focused on her bread. This article's argument is utterly nonsensical. Pansy exclaimed, crumpling the paper in her hands. Stupid magazine. Hurry up and go out of business. Pansy. Draco groaned, his voice muffled against the table. Don't wake me up again. Lina wiped her hands and retrieved a small blanket from her backpack, gently draping it over Draco. Pansy observed her actions with a slight frown, yet chose to remain silent, pursing her lips tightly as she delicately pulled out a magazine. In the increasingly serene atmosphere, the only sounds were the rustling of pages and the faintness of their breaths. Following Theodore's gaze, Lina cast her eyes out towards the landscape beyond the window. The fields, rushing by, gradually transformed into desolate thickets, and ahead lay lush forests, flowing rivers, and rolling hills. Such a magical world had once captivated the imagination of the former Lina. After approximately 10 minutes, as the train entered a smoother stretch, the scenery outside morphed into an endless expanse of pine forest. Almost simultaneously, they lowered their voices. When will you fulfill your promise regarding the wizard's chess game you owe me? Shall we play a round of Connect 3 on paper? Theodore's eyes flickered, and he slowly turned his head to gaze directly at her face. Lina leaned forward, her hair swaying slightly with the motion, and as her lips brushed near his ear, Theodore seemed to freeze, akin to a plaster statue. Realizing this, she mischievously suggested, how about we play Connect 3 for a while? As she leaned back, she noticed the statue across from her, whose ears appeared to be faintly flushed. Suddenly, she recalled their last encounter at Malfoy Manor, where he had merely sat silently in the reading room, his demeanor somber, like a butterfly caught in a rain-soaked night. When a drowsy Lina had walked in, he hadn't greeted her, his unfocused gaze fixed on some point in the void, lost in thought. She had thought little of it. Everyone has their peculiar moments. Or rather, she believed that most people in this world are odd most of the time. Normalcy was, in fact, a rarity. Thus, the two of them sat in the same space, saying nothing and doing nothing, yet felt quite comfortable. What is so funny? Oh, nothing. Just reminiscing about our meeting at Malfoy Manor. Lina, seemingly from nowhere, produced 2 feather quills and a sheet of paper that appeared to be torn from the magazine Pansy had just read. I'll write the rules for you. Draco is asleep. A delicate script appeared on the paper as she turned the rules towards Theodore. Simple, isn't it? Your handwriting resembles you. I know. People are more appealing than their script. Theodore chuckled softly and ceased speaking, instead focusing on the rules written on the paper. 10 minutes later, observing Theodore's connected circles on the page, Lina slumped back against her seat in despair. A monster. After just a few rounds, he had discerned the pattern within. Seemingly struck by a thought, Lina straightened up and began to scribble on the paper. So, are you asking me to play wizard's chess? Or do you wish to engage in truth or dare regarding our last conversation? However, I am unsure how to articulate it, nor can I explain. As Theodore read her words, his expression dimmed slightly, and he pressed his pen down with a bit more force. Is it a secret? I am involved in this too. There's no need to conceal it from me. Not just you, but I knew all of you before you were acquainted with me. She wrote, lifting her gaze to meet his cerulean eyes. Do you wish to know why? Theodore nodded, processing her written words. Then we shall wait for the right moment. What constitutes the right moment? The mood of this princess. After contemplating, Lina added, or perhaps if you teach me how to play wizard's chess, I might reveal it to you. Theodore paused, a fleeting smile gracing his lips. It's a deal. Lina tidied up the feather quills and the papers filled with their writing, intending to glance at the clock, but instead noticed Blaise, dozing off while holding a magazine. She tore off a blank corner, unable to suppress her laughter as she doodled. Lina crumpled the paper into a ball, aimed it at Blaise's head, and expertly tossed it, then quickly propped her chin on her hand, gazing out the window. Theodore, having witnessed the entire scene, wore a subtle smile, openly observing Blaise as he was roused from slumber. Having been in a state of repose, Blaise felt something hit him just as he heard the intermittent laughter. Glancing down at the crumpled paper in his lap, he turned to see Theodore watching with amusement. Muttering softly, "She's really too much." Perhaps, upon opening it and seeing its contents, he too tore a piece from the magazine in his hands, crumpling it and tossing it towards Lina, who pretended to be engrossed in the scenery. Taking a deep breath, she turned her head. "Shut your mouth," Lina mouthed. "Is there something?" Blaise smiled ambiguously and returned the gesture, mouthing back, "I really like the gift." Adolescents are often at an age where laughter is scarce. Chapter 10, Malfoy's Friendship Agenda. As night descended, the outside world was enveloped in a gray mist. The once clear outline of trees and mountains gradually becoming indistinct as they drew closer to Hogwarts Castle. The train crept along the winding rural roads, its prolonged swaying inducing a sense of drowsiness. Upon waking, Draco returned from the restroom, excitedly flinging open the door to the compartment. "Attention, everyone!" This exclamation startled Lina awake from her slumber, and in her daze, she recognized the source of the voice, only to turn and drift back into unconsciousness. "Hey, guess what I just heard in the next compartment? It's absolutely unexpected." Pansy played along. "What is it?" "Dumbledore has decided to resign as headmaster, and Mr. Lucius Malfoy will take over." Theodore and Blaise maintained their previous positions, even too lethargic to lift their eyelids. Draco cleared his throat, deliberately raising his voice. The headline in the Daily Prophet: "Someone attempted to rob Gringotts' underground vault." Attempted? The theft was unsuccessful? Blaise remarked, unimpressed. "Boring news. Draco, please remain quiet." With a rustling sound, Blaise turned a page, his gaze still fixed on the text. "The noisy environment disrupts my reading." Nestled by the window, Lina slowly raised an arm in agreement. "It disrupts my sleep as well. But the truly explosive news is something else." Draco, annoyed, shot a glance at Blaise. "You can cover your ears and not listen." Theodore pulled back the curtain, glancing outside. "We're almost at the station." "Draco, I suggest you stop wasting time." Pointed out, Draco stood tall, adopting a posture as if delivering a speech. "Do you know Harry Potter? The boy who, according to legend, could not be killed by the Dark Lord's killing curse, is about to become our classmate at Hogwarts." "Well, one could loosely consider that an intriguing piece of news," Blaise remarked, pausing his actions to comment. "I feel I must know what he looks like in advance. Who among you is willing to accompany me?" Draco's eyes glimmered with a hint of excitement, clearly demonstrating his enthusiasm for the matter at hand. In the quiet compartment, no one dared to respond to Draco's proposal, and the only sounds were the continuous rhythm of breathing. Lina found solace in this silence, realizing that they had no desire for frivolous distractions. She mused to herself, "I shall seek out Goyle and Crabbe." Pansy cast a resigned glance at Draco's irritable back, letting out a soft sigh. What a childish boy Draco is. He is merely an 11-year-old child. Theodore's gaze fell upon the curled-up figure in the corner. Maturity in age and disposition is not always aligned, especially since you are younger than Draco. Lina chose not to respond. Instead, she stood up, stretched leisurely, and announced her intent to use the restroom before pulling open the compartment door and stepping out. She was off to find Draco. Blaise's eyes remained glued to the magazine, while Theodore merely cast a nonchalant glance at the now-closed compartment door, his expression still indifferent. As Lina strolled languidly down the train corridor, she reached the door of Harry's compartment, just in time to overhear Draco's haughty tone from within. "You ought to know better than to associate with unsavory characters." She chuckled softly, leaning against the doorframe as Draco continued to introduce, "This is Goyle, and this is Crabbe. Potter, you will soon discover that some wizarding families are far superior to others. At least in this regard, I can be of assistance." After his declaration, Draco extended his right hand towards Potter, who hesitated before declining the handshake, coldly stating, "I believe I can discern who the outliers are, thank you." A sharp knock interrupted the conversation inside, drawing all eyes to Lina, who stood outside. "Apologies for the interruption. I merely came to remind my brother that we are approaching our destination." "And Goyle, Crabbe, shouldn't you be returning to change into your robes?" To Lina's smile, Draco seemed momentarily taken aback. He cleared his throat and moved closer to her, turning back to face Potter with his usual arrogance. "You should seriously consider my words. Not everyone can be a friend of the Malfoys. We should leave. I have other matters to attend to. I will return shortly." Draco hesitated but ultimately nodded. "Make haste." Lina. Upon seeing Draco exit, Hermione sprang up from her seat and enveloped her in a warm embrace. "It's been ages." "It's only been a day," Lina chuckled, returning the enthusiastic hug. "I forgot to tell you how to access the platform last time we were at Flourish and Blots. Wasn't it a bit frightening?" Hermione released her grip, standing back. "A tad, don't you think? Weren't you scared?" That was a brick wall. I was a little apprehensive too. Lina replied with a laugh. Oh, by the way, this is Ron Weasley, and this is Harry Potter. I'm Lina Malfoy. It's a pleasure to meet you both. Ron ignored her, continuing to munch on his cauldron cake, but Lina was not overly concerned, offering a smile to Potter instead. It's nice to see you again. Should I refer to you as the boy who lived, or Mr. Savior? If you're here to mock, I'd appreciate it if you and your brother would take your leave. But you, born to be the Savior, will forever be shackled by that title. A shadow passed over Lina's eyes, yet it quickly dissipated. I must excuse myself now. We are about to arrive. Next time I call you Harry, you will respond. Right? Harry paused at her words, but eventually nodded. Until next time, everyone. The train carriage was filled with the melodic announcement. The train is approaching Hogwarts. Please leave your luggage in your compartments, and we will ensure it is delivered to the students' dormitories. The repeated announcement echoed throughout the carriage, and soon after, a flustered Draco pulled open the compartment door, crossing his arms in silence as he returned to his seat. His pale cheeks flushed a noticeable pink, reminiscent of a kettle beginning to boil, and, as they had anticipated, Draco's attempts at friendship had culminated in failure. The steam train gradually came to a halt beside the tracks at Hogsmeade, the sound of the whistle fading to a whisper, while the clattering beneath the carriage softened. Students jostled one another as they surged towards the doors, an uproar of complaints and cheers filling the air. They followed the throng to the darkened platform. The night's chill making Lina shiver involuntarily. The summer nights in the Scottish Highlands were far colder than she had imagined. Draco instinctively leaned closer to her, taking her icy hand in his. Pansy, clad in her thin attire, chattered her teeth, exclaiming that the cold was quite awakening. Lina stomped her feet in agreement. I can hardly believe it's still late summer. It feels like a night in early winter. So frigid. You need to brush up on your geography. The Highlands have significant temperature variations between day and night, Theodore remarked quietly from beside her. Lina, do you regret not wearing a coat on the train? Blaise glanced at her, tugging at his collar in an attempt to ward off the chill. Lina sniffled, inching closer to Draco. You seem to be more sensitive to the cold than I. We could still turn back and catch the train. Blaise chuckled softly, his tone becoming increasingly nonchalant. Thanks for your concern. First years, over here, Hagrid shouted, holding a massive lantern to guide them. They followed Hagrid, slipping and sliding along a steep, narrow path that led to a lake as dark as ink. From their vantage point, they gazed up at a towering castle upon the hillside, its countless windows twinkling like stars in the night sky. Chapter 11. The Sorting Hat. Hagrid pointed towards the boats moored at the shore, bellowing. We need to take small boats across the dark lake ahead. Each boat can hold 4 people. Draco led Lina to the front of the line, followed closely by Crabbe and Goyle, and together they boarded a boat. The surroundings were murky and indistinct, making it difficult to discern their fellow travelers. Lina followed Draco to the nearest empty boat, leaping forward to claim her spot. A perfect landing. The small boat glided across the glassy surface of the lake, and everyone remained silent, lost in the grandeur of the looming castle. Duck! Hagrid shouted as the boat approached the cliffside. Lina froze for a moment before Draco supported her waist, urging her to bend down. 10 minutes later, the boats docked securely, and they picked up old-fashioned oil lamps to proceed in groups of 4 through a dimly lit tunnel leading into the castle's underground passage. Climbing the last set of stone steps, all the first years gathered before a pair of grand double doors. Hagrid raised his enormous fist and knocked 3 times on the castle doors. The doors swung open, revealing a middle-aged witch in a rich green robe approaching them slowly. In the first-grade newcomers gathering, Professor McGonagall stood tall. Thank you, Hagrid, she acknowledged. The stone walls of the entrance hall were adorned with flickering torches, and directly ahead lay a grand marble staircase leading to the upper floors. Hagrid waved at Professor McGonagall before turning to depart. Swiftly, she counted the students and then ushered the entire cohort into a vacant room adjacent to the hall. Welcome to Hogwarts. The feast is about to commence, but first, we must ascertain the houses you shall be placed in. With a flurry of official remarks, Professor McGonagall's words echoed, yet at the moment of crossing the threshold, Lina's thoughts drifted to those around her. Finally, she's gone, Pansy muttered beside her. That professor's expression is rather frightening. Thank goodness I won't be a Gryffindor. I could never bear to face that perpetually unsmiling visage. Just as Lina prepared to speak, she noticed Pansy reaching for Draco's clothing, exclaiming, Hey Draco, where are you off to? Lina was well aware of Draco's intentions, but at that moment, her focus was elsewhere as she stood on tiptoe, straining her neck to catch a glimpse of Hermione. Theodore observed her peculiar movements, quipping, What are you doing? Stretching your neck? Meanwhile, Blaise was jostled to a distant corner by the throng, his gaze drifting over the sea of heads, tinged with a hint of melancholy. I'm off to catch up with a friend. I'll be back shortly, he announced to Theodore and Pansy before slipping away. Excuse me, coming through? Thank you. Lina murmured as she spotted Hermione's silhouette ahead. Stealthily, she positioned herself behind her, only to overhear Hermione murmuring incantations, seemingly reciting simple spells at a rapid pace. "Hey, Hermione. What are you up to?" Hermione turned, her golden hair sweeping past Lina's cheek, her incantations pausing momentarily, her expression shifting from surprise to delight upon recognizing her. "Lina, I heard you were darting through compartments on the train today, searching for a toad?" Who knew our Hermione was such a helpful soul? Hermione's cheeks flushed, and she hastily covered Lina's mouth, whispering, "Lower your voice." It was just a side note. Lina playfully poked her cheek, teasingly asking, "What mysterious spell are you mumbling about?" "I need to prepare for the sorting test. This isn't even mentioned in Hogwarts history, but I must ensure I pass." Faced with Hermione's serious demeanor, Lina realized the test she was referring to was the sorting hat selection process. She chuckled lightly, shaking Hermione's shoulder. "Surely, someone must have concocted that as a prank. How could you, my dear silly girl, fall for it? Really? You haven't memorized the books I helped you pick out at Flourish and Blots, have you?" Hermione ignored this question and instead broached the subject of their earlier conversation. "Lina, you've been so kind to me, not disdainful of my Muggle heritage." Lina paused, taken aback. Hermione must have read about it or heard something from other purebloods. "Disdainful? I never harbored such thoughts. You are remarkable, Hermione. Do not allow the outside world to sway you." Hermione remained silent, embracing her tightly. "I truly hope we can be sorted into the same house. This time." Lina held her tongue, but gently patted Hermione's back. What if she were not placed in Slytherin? The Malfoys could never afford such a misstep. Suddenly, the echoes of her parents' quarrel drifted into her mind. Had it not been for Narcissa's vehement objections, she and Draco would have been separated. Ahead, a discordant exchange arose, presumably between Draco and Harry, drawing the attention of their peers as they craned their necks to witness the commotion. Hermione rose on her toes to glimpse the unfolding scene. The ceremony hasn't even begun yet. Have they stirred up trouble again? I must steer clear of those two troublemakers. Don't rush to set the stage. Beware of the self-fulfilling prophecy, she quipped. Just then, Professor McGonagall returned, prompting everyone to fall silent. The students quickly formed lines, and as they passed through the towering doors into the brilliantly lit dining hall, Lina waved to Hermione, merging back into the throng. The upperclassmen were seated around four extraordinarily long tables, with thousands of candles floating in midair. Hundreds of faces gazed at them like pale lanterns, while ghosts mingled among the students, shimmering with a soft silver glow. Lina reached for Draco, whispering, "What if I asked my father to transform our living room into a starry ceiling? What do you think? I suspect your father would throw you out, allowing you to see the real night sky. Perhaps I'll pass on that." The first years stood near the raised platform at the front of the hall, where another wooden table was set, adorned with Hogwarts banners, indicating the professor's seating. Silence enveloped the hall as Professor McGonagall placed a pointed wizard's hat atop a stool. Its numerous patches and yellowed brim lent it an air of decrepitude. Then, the hat began to stir, splitting open to reveal a wide gap, resembling a mouth. As it commenced to sing, "You may find me unremarkable in appearance, yet do not judge by looks alone. If you can find a hat more splendid than I shall gladly consume myself. I wager that donning this hat will leave your hair smelling foul for at least a week, if not a month." Pansy pinched her nose, waving her hands to disperse the air around her. It was the sorting hat, traditionally employed for the sorting ceremony at Hogwarts. At that moment, Draco's demeanor shifted to one of eager anticipation as he turned to address Lina. "I cannot commend its melody. It feels as though my ears have endured a grievous assault." Lina chimed in. "Once dawned, it can hear your innermost thoughts. I advise everyone to clear the clutter from their minds." Blaise ambled over to Lina, hands in pockets, leisurely approaching her. "Especially you. The sorting hat detests newcomers who casually critique its vocal talents." She cast a sidelong glance at Blaise, lowering her voice. "Oh, thank you for the reminder." Suddenly, Pansy clasped her hands together, earnestly gazing at the sorting hat. "Mr. Sorting Hat, I apologize for my earlier disrespectful remarks. I implore you to place me in Slytherin. You may directly convey your desired house to the sorting hat. It will endeavor to respect the wishes of the newcomers." Theodore cast a vague glance Lina's way, laden with unspoken meaning. She intentionally averted her gaze, turning instead to the long table beside her, where she spotted two familiar faces. George Weasley pointed at her. Fred Weasley gestured toward Gryffindor. Together, they extended a hand, mimicking a throat-slitting gesture. Lina cast a disdainful glance at them, contemplating that if she were sorted into Gryffindor, she might as well withdraw from school. As the sorting hat song concluded, Professor McGonagall took a few steps forward, glancing at the parchment in her hand. The sorting ceremony for all new students was about to commence. "Attention, everyone. When I call your name, please step forward, don the sorting hat, and await your house assignment. Now, I shall begin to call names." Susan Bones. Upon hearing the first name, Lina furrowed her brow slightly, wondering where Hannah Abbott had disappeared to in this order that seemed so different from the film she had watched. Hufflepuff. Hermione Granger. Oh, well, don't be nervous. As Hermione passed by Lina, she cast a worried glance at her, to which Lina responded with an encouraging nod. The Sorting Hat proclaimed loudly, Gryffindor. Hermione joyfully dashed towards the Gryffindor table, and Lina noticed the Weasley twins clapping excitedly. Draco Malfoy. Draco strutted forward, and the hat barely brushed against his head before it shouted, Slytherin. It was utterly predictable. As he walked towards the Slytherin table, he winked at Lina, just as she heard a voice behind her proclaim, No dark wizard has ever been anything but a Slytherin. Not true. Harry Potter. Ron Weasley, unable to argue with her, focused entirely on the boy making his way to the stage. The hall fell silent, everyone eager to discover where the future savior would be sorted. Lina noted Professor Snape's somber expression and their Professor Quirrell leaning awkwardly, revealing the back of his head. Difficult, very difficult. I can see great courage, a kind heart, and talent. Oh my, you have a strong desire to prove yourself. So, where shall I place you? Not Slytherin, not Slytherin, not Slytherin. Lina had already surmised their dialogue and couldn't help but glance at the Slytherin table. Slytherin, please open the microphone for communication. Very well, Gryffindor. Chapter 12, The Opening Feast. 5 minutes later, a clear, resounding voice pierced the air of the hall. Lina Malfoy. The hall erupted into a cacophony of whispers, with students posing a plethora of intriguing questions from various angles. Lina, unfocused on anything else, lifted her gaze to the staff table, curious as to why Professor Dumbledore appeared somewhat anxious. I am not the savior. Under the scrutiny of hundreds of eyes, she swiftly donned the hat, its broad brim instantly shading half her face, plunging her vision into darkness. You are Lina Malfoy, are you not? Interesting, quite interesting. The existence of a rule breaker. How peculiar. It seems you do not belong in this place. Lina trembled slightly. Do I not belong at Hogwarts? Am I destined to become the first student in Hogwarts history to be expelled before even being sorted? Actually, it's not what you might think. Don't misunderstand. Let me see. Excellent magical talent, a daring spirit to defy tradition, an unconventional way of thinking. Hufflepuff? I don't believe I am suited for that. Certainly, Hufflepuff is ruled out first. You have many wondrous ideas, but they must be directed towards the right path. A thirst for knowledge is not particularly strong, Ravenclaw, pending further consideration. Just a moment. Let me deliberate for another 5 minutes. Both Gryffindor and Slytherin possess attributes that resonate with you. Lina hesitated for a second, then revealed her inner thoughts. Slytherin, I choose Slytherin. Sorting Hat, please honor my will. Choosing Slytherin. Amidst the clamor echoing in her ears, she was acutely aware of her status as a time traveler. Understanding that her existence was a variable, thus, she must consciously steer clear of the destiny of the savior. The Sorting Hat's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness and confusion. Time traveler, variable, what does savior mean? Ahem, never mind. I enjoy indulging in fanciful fantasies before things are confirmed. The thoughts in her mind gradually quieted, and she promptly shut down her speculations and ideas. The notion that an 11-year-old wizard could perform a mental blocking charm without a wand was unprecedented. The Sorting Hat paused for a moment, then spoke again in a distant and mysterious tone. Little witch, let me take another look. A soul not pure. A soul that does not belong here. Lina managed a dry laugh, dismissively replying, perhaps I am simply exceptionally gifted. Thank you for the compliment. After all, the magic contained within your body far exceeds what you can currently harness. I have indeed heard that. Noticing the Sorting Hat's prolonged silence in announcing the result, the murmurs below grew louder, all eyes fixated on the hat atop her head. Sorting Hat, please declare the result. I have been sitting here too long. Slytherin. The hat announced her final house assignment with a booming voice, leaving Lina feeling somewhat forlorn as she walked towards the left side, where the Slytherin table awaited her. Greeted by a disjointed applause, her palms slick with sweat, the Sorting Hat's words reverberated in her ears, unsettling her thoughts. Raising her eyes to the Slytherin table, she saw a once excited Draco lift his chin slightly, signaling her to hurry over. After taking a seat beside Draco, he whispered to Lina, Merlin. I almost thought that wretched hat would place you elsewhere. Lina merely nodded in silence. What's wrong? Nothing. Just don't tell father I was up there for so long. Rest assured. Upon regaining her composure, Lina noticed Draco's hair inexplicably gleaming. The strands that had once hung over his forehead now flipped to the top of his head. Amused, Lina playfully pinched his cheek. Draco, did you change your hairstyle while waiting? Draco swatted her hand away dismissively, ignoring her question. After your conversation with the Sorting Hat, I noticed you walked straight to the Slytherin table, looking rather dazed. Care to share why? Theodore, sitting in the empty space beside Lina, cast a puzzled and inquisitive look her way. She lowered her eyelids, instinctively tapping her index finger on the table. It said a few things that were rather perplexing. Don't worry about it. It's fine. No need to. Theodore's voice drifted lazily. The Sorting Hat's words are not infallible truths. Discern for yourself. Pansy's sorting ceremony concluded swiftly as well, and she hurriedly made her way to the seat beside Draco, visibly relieved. Excellent. The Slytherin Quintet is complete. The Slytherin Quintet? A rather uninspired name. I refuse to adopt it. I strongly suggest we find a more noble and elegant title. Draco wrinkled his nose and added, by the way, it seems you overlooked Blaise. Lina chuckled as she observed Blaise striding towards the Sorting Hat. This heavyweight was undoubtedly destined for Slytherin. Otherwise, the other houses would be in dire straits. However, the gazes of those nearby were fixated on Gryffindor, gritting their teeth as they spoke, Potter and Weasley. Both of them managed to get into Gryffindor. The so-called savior and his pet, that red-haired mole who mocks my name. Draco huffed, puffing out his cheeks in frustration. Lina seemed to recall something. Did you say brotherly manure? What? Nothing, ha ha ha. Can't you learn to be a lady from Pansy? Lina rolled her eyes at him. Mind your own business. Every individual is unique. Spare me the CPU talk. What does CPU mean? Not telling you, humph. The Malfoys are all such childish souls. Pansy, observing the banter between the two as if they were squabbling primary school kids, silently gestured to Theodore, who raised an eyebrow in response. The Sorting Hat announced the last new student, marking the successful conclusion of the ceremony. Professor McGonagall swiftly rolled up the parchment, raising her robes as she turned to leave. Blaise had maintained an air of impatience since he had taken his seat. Lina even caught him rolling his eyes discreetly, his mouth incessantly spewing critiques. Over the course of nearly 2 hours, I found myself contemplating the absurdity of the Zabini name at least 100 times. Choosing a surname starting with Z was the most foolish decision imaginable. It is worth mentioning that Dumbledore ought to reflect on why Hogwarts does not provide seating for new students awaiting sorting. Are the high stools prohibitively expensive? Is the castle facing financial constraints? Noticing that no one was paying attention, Blaise poked Draco's golden head. Draco, didn't I recall your classic line about informing your father? You should promptly relay my suggestions to Mr. Lucius Malfoy. Hogwarts needs to enhance the welfare provisions for new students. Lina couldn't help but laugh at Blaise's lamentation. After all, his disgruntled expressions were a rare delight. You, the fortunate one among the 5 of us, returning to your seat to rest in comfort. And I, the unfortunate soul who was the last to sit on a stool. You not only show no sympathy, but also mock me mercilessly? I've decided I will finish all the dinner, so you go hungry tonight. Lina flashed a gentle smile. Well, if you prefer, let us brew 2 vials of potent polyjuice potion. I'll become a boy, and you'll become a girl, and I could begrudgingly accept marrying you. Miss Blaise Malfoy. May I ask if you would be willing? Blaise feigned deep contemplation, nodding gravely. That is quite an enticing proposal. I shall seriously consider your marriage proposal. Pansy, being the closest spectator to this verbal duel, was relishing the exchange between Lina and Blaise. Draco seemed to be persistently muttering something about how their fathers would not approve. Meanwhile, the composed Theodore remained silent, merely coughing occasionally. Professor McGonagall tapped her glass, and Dumbledore, as the headmaster, began to speak. Lina, leaning back to escape Dumbledore's tedious monologue, was filled with anticipation for her new life at Hogwarts. Welcome everyone to Hogwarts as we embark on a new academic year. Before the feast begins, I would like to say a few words, you fools, crybabies, scum, twist. Thank you all. With the headmaster's speech concluded, Dumbledore waved his hand, and the empty plates on the tables transformed into a splendid array of delectable dishes. Lina picked up her knife and fork, wondering, can spells conjure such a feast? Theodore reached for a few vibrant green lettuce leaves. No way. All right, oh Merlin. Her gaze fell upon Theodore's plate of bacon. Brother, you've got bacon, but my hands can't compete with yours, so I can only watch you eat. Although she didn't catch Theodore's expression, she was confident that with his intelligence and keen perception, he would decipher the underlying meaning of her words. Just as Lina eagerly anticipated savoring the delicious bacon, she watched as Theodore stuffed all the bacon, wrapped in lettuce, into his mouth. Ordinary. Lina's gaze followed the bacon to his face, and the sight of him puffing and glaring was utterly hilarious. Leaning lazily against the wall, Theodore smiled at her. Lina scoffed derisively, then turned away, only to spot the last piece of bacon lying on Draco's plate. She swiftly snatched it up, mumbling, "Brother, I've eaten it. Thank you, brother." Turning to Theodore, she said, "You see, Chew, who studied this." Pansy felt her jam pudding instantly lose its flavor upon realizing that the last piece had been devoured by Lina. Letting out a resigned sigh, "The food at Hogwarts is far more delicious than I had imagined. I thought I would be embarking on a forced diet." Lina speared a tender lamb chop from her plate, offering it to Theodore. "Try this." Blaise placed a glass of pumpkin juice before Lina, a slight smile gracing his lips. A shiver ran down her spine. Did he spike this pumpkin juice? perhaps mixing in remnants of his leftovers? Cough, cough, cough. The one who had been chewing was startled and nearly choked, waving his hand at Blaze and grabbing another glass of pumpkin juice, taking a sip, his features contorting in reaction. Wow, Merlin. This is culinary darkness. Deadly poison. Blaze seemed to revel in his triumph, spearing a piece of cherry cake, little princess. This one is delightful too. Lina stood up and took a bite of the cake on his fork. Thank you. It's indeed delicious. After a brief pause of surprise, Blaze mischievously set the fork aside. It seems the little princess is quite eager to bring me home. Brother, the Malfoy family does not currently welcome you to marry in. What about Seraphina? Or should I take my recipe to chat with the kitchen house elves? First, you need to find a way to meet a Hufflepuff. Otherwise, given your Slytherin status, it will be challenging to enter the kitchen. After Theodore's remark, Draco glanced over, his tone dripping with disdain. I advise you not to attempt it lightly. I feel Hufflepuff students may not be the sharpest. Do you think you're a Ravenclaw student? Blaze teased, holding a plate of toast and leaning towards Draco. Oh, sorry, I forgot you can't go. Lina, Blaze cautioned, it's better not to speak while eating. Choking on bread and ending up in the infirmary is not a glorious affair. Lina huffed, noticing a gaze fixed on her, following it. She saw a blonde girl focused on her pudding. Brother, is that girl from the Greengrass family our age? Storia Greengrass. What is up? I had always assumed she was younger than us, and I even contemplated tricking her into the Forbidden Forest when she enrolled. She fixed her gaze upon Grasp. And I thought to myself, in the coming 7 years, I would have much to occupy my time. Chapter 13, The Green Tea Wrapper. The opening banquet concluded smoothly amidst laughter and playful banter. With a wave of his hand, Headmaster Dumbledore made the food on the tables vanish, returning to its pristine state in the blink of an eye. Lina bent her arm and nudged Theodore, asking, how long do you think it will take me to master the silencing charm? Magic resides within the heart. What nonsense is this? After the banquet, there was a traditional school custom, singing the school song. There was no fixed melody. They could sing it in any tune they wished. Lina pondered for a moment, rifling through her mental repertoire. Ready, sing. The hall erupted into chaos, and Lina even caught a hint of the funeral march. That SU, ding dong, ding dong. However, she soon realized the lyrics were far from adequate, nearly transforming the school song into a rap. Dumbledore's conducting hand trembled slightly, ultimately directing the Weasley twins, who dragged out their prolonged tune until they finished. Afterward, many searched the crowd for the rapper. Sadly, she, being notably taller, was obscured by a throng of upperclassmen who were literally taller. Who would have thought our little princess possessed such talents? Blaze teased as he leaned closer to Lina, who smiled brightly, her eyes crescent-shaped. Indeed, there's even choreography. Would you like to see? It would be my honor. No, you do not possess such honor. You would only embarrass yourself. Draco shot him a glance before swiftly catching up with Lina ahead. You just lied to Theodore, he remarked. Lina paused, a smile gracing her lips. What are you talking about, brother? Knocking on the table. It's your subconscious action when you lie. Catching sight of Pansy approaching from behind, she opened her mouth. I can manage on my own. Draco, wait for me. Blaze and Theodore trailed behind. What did he just mean? Theodore glanced at him. You couldn't comprehend what he said. Perhaps you should reflect. The prefects led their respective houses' first years toward the common room. The corridor walls adorned with portraits of figures that even greeted the newcomers as they passed. Gryffindor and Ravenclaw students ascended, while Lina looked up to see the staircases of Hogwarts shifting automatically, whimsically connecting to other floors. Slytherin and Hufflepuff descended from the side staircases, entering what appeared to be an underground tunnel, illuminated only by the dim, flickering lights along the path. The Slytherin dormitory lay beneath the Black Lake, the temperature growing chillier as they descended deeper underground. Lina wrapped her arms around herself, attempting to tighten her loose wizarding robe against the cold. Over the past couple of days, the lights along the path had been damaged by Peeves, the troublemaking poltergeist, and the house would repair them soon. Please be cautious while walking at night. Hey, Pansy, what is the meaning of you tugging at my hood so insistently? Draco turned to complain to Pansy, who clung tightly to his hood. I'm a bit scared. The tunnel is too dark. Pansy continued to grip Draco's hood, prompting him to sigh quietly, then move gently. I nearly stumbled just now. The underground passage extended deeper, and Lina's vision grew increasingly blurred in the dark. She slowed her pace, intending to retrieve her wand to cast the Lumos charm. Nearby, the rustle of fabric and Blaze's impatient voice broke the silence. Let go of me, Grasp. There's trouble. Lina crept closer, hearing a quavering female voice. Blaze, why do you address me by my last name? Repeat that. Let go. Let me lean on you. I can't see the path. The voice was faint, timid yet laced with a final trace of trepidation. That's none of my concern. After a 3-second pause, a tearing sound pierced the air as fabric ripped. Blaze forcefully withdrew his sleeve, shaking off the fingers that clung to his wrist, turning to leave without a backward glance. At that moment, She slipped, tumbling into Blaze's arms. I'm sorry, it's too dark. I didn't see where I was stepping. Blaze initially intended to evade her, but, upon hearing the familiar voice, chuckled as he embraced her. I can't see. Do you want me to carry you? I would feel heartbroken if you fell. Lina pinched a bit of his flesh, smirking at his pained expression while refusing to release her grip around his waist. Is that all right? Would it be too much trouble for you, brother? How dare you? She raised an eyebrow at Blaze, inching closer in a provocative manner. Brother, why has sister become so angry? Has she always had such a temper? Enough of the theatrics. I apologize, sister, but it seems I might have twisted my ankle. I can only trouble you. Brother, we'll meet in the common room. Blaze grasped her wrist, moving forward in the darkness, while the hand of the trailing Ollivander remained suspended in midair, trembling. It seems I'm not the only one who dislikes her. Tell me how she has annoyed you. Let me help you teach her a lesson. The little princess is so concerned about me. Lina remained silent, merely pinching another bit of flesh at his waist. Merlin, that hurts. So, don't dream recklessly late at night. The students ahead halted, pausing before an intricately carved stone wall that reached the ceiling. All first years. Behind this stone wall lies the Slytherin common room. You may enter by reciting the correct password, which changes every 2 weeks. This week's password is Dragon's Blood, displayed on the notice board inside the common room. As the password was spoken, the stone door gradually opened, and they entered the common room in an orderly fashion. I hope each of you sees Slytherin as your home for the next 7 years. Do not engage in any actions that would earn us house points deducted. Conversely, good behavior will yield rewards. We have held the House Cup for 7 consecutive years, and I do not wish for your reckless ignorance to jeopardize our standing. We will uphold it. Lina surveyed her surroundings, the translucent common room situated at the lake's bottom, with a fireplace crackling in the center and intricately carved chairs nearby. The walls were composed of black Gothic marble, but one could gaze up through the half-domed ceiling to see the shimmering surface above. One might even glimpse enormous squids and other sea creatures through the windows. We Slytherins are true friends, genuine brothers and sisters. Once you become a member of the Snake House, you are among the elite. Do you know what Salazar Slytherin sought in his students? Greatness. You have been selected to this esteemed academy due to the potential you possess to become extraordinary individuals. The Sorting Hat has allocated you to this institution, signifying that there is indeed greatness within you. Do not forget this. Unexpectedly, the CPU here is even more formidable. As Lina contemplated returning to her dormitory, Draco called out to her, prompting her to glance back at him with curiosity. What's the matter, brother? Remember to set your alarm before sleeping. We wouldn't want you to be late on your very first day of classes. I know. Stop nagging, she retorted, casually waving at Blaze and Theodore before turning back towards her dormitory. This dimly lit environment is indeed conducive to slumber. It may very well transform into a sanctuary of oblivion in the future. Chapter 14. The Side Effects of the Time Turner. Due to the scarcity of new students this year, particularly in Slytherin, Lina found herself sharing a dormitory with just one other person. Pansy, hands on her hips and panting slightly, stood beside her open suitcase, her gaze shifting to the person standing at the door. You're back? Care for some gossip? I have a hot scoop. Pansy, on the brink of collapse from unpacking, instantly perked up at her words, and the two collapsed onto the sofa. Ollivander is pursuing Blaze, but it seems that Blaze harbors an extreme aversion towards her. You only just found out? Huh. Pansy's revelation caused Lina to sit up straight. What is going on? According to rumors, it appeared that Blaze and Ollivander had previously been involved, but 2 months ago, his attitude towards her underwent an abrupt change, leaving the true details of the situation shrouded in mystery. 2 months ago, I was grounded, but I can't fathom why Blaze would be attracted to Ollivander. Aside from her looks, she is utterly insufferable. Pansy seemed to recall a past incident, smiling as she said, I heard that when you were 7, you attended a party and made Ollivander cry. She went home and told her parents, and afterwards you were forbidden from attending parties, right? Didn't she explain to her parents why I hit her? Pansy pondered for a moment, shaking her head. I don't think so. I've never heard that. It was nothing much. She got my dress dirty and then locked me in my family's storage room. So when I got out, I punched her twice. Also, sometimes I just couldn't wake up in time for lunch, so I stopped going to parties. Pansy looked utterly shocked. That was really out of line on her part. But I still want to know what history they share. Why don't we subtly inquire with Ollivander? No way, Lina yawned. I'm afraid if I see her, I won't be able to resist wanting to hit her. All right then. Pansy quickly changed into her pajamas, sleepily settling onto her bed. I'm exhausted. I must get to sleep. Good night, Lina. Don't stay up too late. It's not good for your skin. Pansy murmured from her bed. And soon only the contrasting rhythms of their breathing filled the room. Lina chuckled softly as she glanced at the pile of luggage on the floor, suddenly feeling a sense of solemnity. After finishing her quiet ablutions, she dragged her weary body onto the bed, curling up beside the white grapefruit nestled against her pillow, staring blankly at the ceiling, feeling the essence of a true magical academy. On her first night at Hogwarts, her fatigued body and drowsy mind melded with the somber atmosphere, gradually pulling her into the depths of a dark vortex. The murky, chaotic scene morphed into vivid images, both real and surreal. Harry crouched before a gravestone, silently weeping. Cedric lay on the ground, eyes wide open in disbelief. Theodore slept peacefully amidst a pool of crimson. Blaise held a blood-stained, jeweled dagger, and Draco knelt despondently before someone. Her gaze fell upon a golden-haired girl, smiling cruelly amidst the carnage. She noticed the figure wielding the Elder Wand. "Wake up, Lina." Pansy's urgent voice forcibly dragged her back from the bizarre dreamscape. Lina blinked awake, the final tableau lingering in her mind, entangled with chaotic thoughts and gruesome images. Instinctively, she reached for her wand beside her, her palms slick with perspiration and her heart racing palpably. "Lina, can you hear me?" Pansy climbed onto the bed, kneeling before her. "You were lying flat on your bed without moving this morning. You scared me to death." Noticing Lina still unresponsive, fixated on her wand, Pansy shook her shoulders vigorously. "Come on, snap out of it. Do you have any idea how long I've been calling you?" "Half an hour. I almost want to fetch someone to take you to the hospital wing." The physical jostling and verbal prodding pulled Lina firmly back to reality. She attempted to feign nonchalance, forcing a stiff smile towards Pansy. "It's nothing. Just a difficult nightmare to shake off. Don't worry, I'll wash up first." Pansy's tense posture gradually relaxed, though her eyes remained filled with concern. "What a dreadful way to start your first day at Hogwarts. Poor Lina. Get up quickly. Breakfast is about to end." Lina nodded gently, completing her morning routine before stepping out of the dormitory. "Good morning, everyone." A light weight on her shoulder made her turn to see Draco, holding an extra backpack. "Who else is here besides me?" "Where are they?" Draco retrieved a piece of bread from his pocket. "Just a snack for now. You probably missed breakfast. I sent them ahead to the Great Hall. I'll wait for you here to head to class together." Lina nodded, and they ambled through the dimly lit passageway leading to the classroom. The serene yet shadowy atmosphere drawing her thoughts back to the hazy memories prior to using the time turner. The act of time reversal may cause the user's memories to become muddled, rendering them unable to distinguish between illusion and reality. Thus, her dream from the previous night may have resulted from the disruption of temporal laws, causing a distortion of her memories. Yet, the emergence of the Elder Wand, Pansy queried. "What's wrong? I couldn't wake you no matter what. Are you feeling unwell?" Draco gently interrupted her concerns. "If you're unwell, you must tell me." "I'm fine, brother. You know I usually sleep until noon at home." "Brother, is our first class this morning Transfiguration?" "Yes, why?" Lina stuffed the remainder of the bread into her mouth, seizing Draco's wrist. "Let us hurry. Slow down." As she gazed at the spiraling staircase, Lina froze for a moment, forcing herself to swallow the dry bread, slipping her wrist into Draco's grasp. "Lead the way, brother. I don't know where the classroom is." He shot her a sharp glance, tightening his grip on her wrist as they began to sprint. With just a minute to spare before the class bell rang, they burst through the door of the Transfiguration classroom, exhaling a sigh of relief upon confirming their timely arrival. Professor McGonagall, in her feline form, sat at the lectern with a pocket watch before her, seemingly counting down the seconds. They bowed as they passed through the center aisle of the classroom, attempting to diminish their presence. As they reached the front row with Draco, Hermione discreetly tugged at the hem of Lina's garment, and she quietly waved back in acknowledgement. Clearly, the two foolish lions of Gryffindor, much like yourself, are unable to discern the patterns of staircase transitions, resulting in their tardiness. Draco, seated nearby, remarked before glancing toward the classroom entrance. "Why are you searching for Harry the moment you step into the classroom? Have you fallen for him? What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly have feelings for him? Who knows? How is it that you haven't noticed Blaise has also arrived late? I simply cannot tolerate his haughty demeanor. The so-called savior is nothing but a farce." Lina swiftly covered his mouth, ensuring Professor McGonagall remained oblivious to their commotion before gradually releasing her hand. "Now be quiet, little mouth." Theodore, sitting in front of them, turned around, placing his notes on their desk while nodding toward the entrance. "He is here." Their gazes converged upon the doorway as Blaise sauntered in with a leisurely gait, taking a seat behind them. A collective salute, such a grand welcome. Thanks to the enthusiastic admiration of his fans. He reclined against his chair, regaling them with nonsensical jokes. "Are you for waiting for me?" Lina rolled her eyes at him, nudging Draco to turn his head as she began to jot down notes. Until the class bell rang, 2 conspicuous empty seats remained in Gryffindor's section. 5 minutes later, the lesson officially commenced, and students were instructed to read the materials independently. As the last word was spoken, Professor McGonagall transformed into a silver tabby cat. Perching herself upon the desk, Theodore was explaining the distinctions between a polyjuice potion and an animagus to Pansy, while Draco, having thoroughly previewed the textbook, propped his head up, prepared to witness the antics of Harry and Weasley. "Little princess, what animal would you transform into using the Animagus spell?" Blaise, seated behind, poked Lina, who was too engrossed in organizing her notes to respond. Suddenly recalling something, she slightly turned her head. "Do you see me as an all-powerful little sorceress? What kind of answer do you wish to hear?" Just then, Harry and Weasley burst into the classroom, instantly capturing Draco's attention. Who didn't he forget to beckon Lina to join in? Harry and Weasley crept in, with Weasley exclaiming loudly about their early arrival compared to Professor McGonagall. No sooner had he spoken than McGonagall elegantly leaped down from the podium, instantly reverting from tabby cat to human form. "Such remarkable skill. Thank you for your assessment, Mr. Weasley. Perhaps I could turn you and Mr. Potter into pocket watches, so at least one of you would adhere to time. We got lost. Then turn yourselves into a map. You shouldn't need a map to find your own seats." Harry and Weasley were inevitably subjected to a reprimand, and Draco laughed more heartily than anyone else. Chapter 15, Secrets. After Professor McGonagall concluded her reprimand of Harry and Weasley, Draco clicked his tongue in annoyance. What about the punishment for their tardiness? How could Professor McGonagall so easily let Scarhead and the Weasley rodent off the hook? She is undoubtedly biased toward Gryffindor. All right. If you can be the first to complete Professor McGonagall's task, she will award points to Slytherin. Transfiguration. It is the most complex and perilous spell that students encounter at Hogwarts. Following Professor McGonagall's demonstration and the meticulous recording of notes, the students commenced their independent practical tasks to transfigure a matchstick into a needle. This level of spellcasting was a mere trifle for Lina, who had transformed into various forms since childhood while playing hide-and-seek with Draco. She could even turn it into uniquely shaped and colored needles. The classroom buzzed with noise, and just as Lina intended to maintain an air of nonchalance, she heard a familiar voice. "Miss Malfoy, why not show us a bit of your magic? We haven't seen you perform yet." Ole suddenly appeared, sitting beside Blaise, gazing at her as she focused intently on the matchstick. Lina turned, shooting a glare at Blaise. "I wondered why there was an empty seat beside you. Your brother's intentions are truly inscrutable." "What?" Ole blinked in confusion. "The reason for showing you." Draco's gaze shifted to Lina as she turned, casting a sidelong glance at Grasp. "Don't seek out unpleasantness for yourself, Grasp. Blaise, you can handle your own affairs as you wish, but do not involve Lina. Don't worry, I'll manage, just not now." Lina noticed the teasing glint in Blaise's eyes and reassuringly patted Draco's shoulder. "Since Miss Grasp is so eager to see, I shall demonstrate for you." She uttered the incantation, and with a wave of her wand, the matchstick before Grasp transformed into a spider that scuttled directly toward her. Grasp recoiled, creating quite a commotion. Noticing Professor McGonagall hastening toward them, Lina quickly feigned innocence, raising her hand to show her completed transformation. "Miss Malfoy has transformed the matchstick into a needle. Slytherin earns 5 points." This incident diverted attention from the earlier commotion. "Do not provoke me." Lina turned to face the person staring blankly at the matchstick, lowering her voice. "Do you think knowing my secret grants you license to do as you please? If you speak incomprehensible words to my face, I shall carve them into your gravestone next time." "You." Grasp glared defiantly at her, but Lina ignored her, extending a hand toward Blaise. 500 galleons. I'll pay you back." "All right." Just as Lina turned away, Blaise coldly interjected, "Please return to your own seat, Grasp." Blaise, it was clearly her. Professor McGonagall. Until the end of the class, aside from Lina, only Hermione, Theodore, and Blaise managed to successfully transform their matchsticks, while the operations of the remaining students could only be described as chaotic magical performances. However, this was an anticipated outcome. Blaise excelled at transfiguration, and the other 2 outstanding students would represent their respective houses in a 7-year competition for top honors. Professor McGonagall, for the first time, displayed a smile of satisfaction, awarding 10 points to Slytherin and 5 to Gryffindor. As the bell rang, students gradually exited the classroom. Harry briefly locked eyes with Lina amidst the crowd, offering a hurried yet friendly smile before dragging Weasley away. "Hey, something feels off." Pansy, walking beside Lina, rubbed her eyes in disbelief. "What does it mean for Harry Potter to smile at our Slytherin quintet? Is he deliberately provoking us? Showing off? Threatening us? Your imagination is quite vivid. I suggest you head to the Wizarding Weekly tomorrow to report this, along with your theories for the gossip column's front page." Blaise pondered for a moment before adding, "I could even provide you with a news tip, courtesy of insider Mr. Zabini's interview." Theodore glided away from Lina like a specter, casting a fleeting glance at her. When Lina turned to look, all that remained was the whisper of his robes stirring the air and an enigmatic gaze. Faced with their various speculations about Harry, Lina could only suppress her laughter, nodding earnestly as she walked alongside them. "Lina." Hearing her name, she turned to find Hermione calling her. Draco and the other Slytherins halted, turning to face her. Suddenly, under the scrutiny of so many, Lina noticed Hermione's discomfort. She stepped forward, grasping Hermione's hand. "So, how was the studying this morning?" Hermione nodded, her excitement unabashed. "But Lina, you were amazing, finishing first." "This is Hermione Granger, a friend I met at the Leaky Cauldron," she introduced. "Ah, a Muggle-born," Draco interjected rudely. His demeanor entirely as Lina had anticipated, perhaps even worse. "Good morning, beautiful lady. I am Blaise Zabini. A pleasure to meet you." "Hello, Mr. Zabini," Hermione replied with a smile, while Lina nodded and glanced towards the impatient Pansy standing beside Draco. "Pansy. Pansy Parkinson, and I don't think a handshake is necessary." As Hermione reached out her hand, Lina discreetly grasped it, saying, "This is the brother I told you about, Draco Malfoy. And these two are Crabbe and Goyle. Though I suspect you already know them." Just as Lina was about to say more, Draco interrupted. "Can we go now, Lina? I'd rather not be punished for tardiness like those two Gryffindor idiots." He deliberately emphasized Gryffindor and idiots, eliciting a giggle from Pansy. Lina frowned slightly. Hermione timidly withdrew her hand. "Lina, you should go to class first. We can meet in the Great Hall after class to chat." Draco stepped forward, tugging at Lina's arm, while Pansy feigned fanning her face. "Blaise, do you smell something like green tea?" But for Lina, it was quite flattering. She shot a glance at Draco, then pulled a perfectly wrapped chocolate frog from her pocket and placed it in Hermione's arms with an apologetic smile. "A little welcome gift, Hermione. We'll chat later." The final class before noon was the only subject taught by a ghost, the tedious history of magic. The classroom was filled solely with Slytherin students, the 5 of them sitting neatly in a row. Professor Bin's monotonous voice lingered in the air, the entire space seeming to float with a multitude of complex terminologies and significant dates, rendering them drowsy. Lina struggled to maintain her last shred of wakefulness, jotting a note to Theodore before closing her eyes. "What does it say?" Blaise leaned over, scrutinizing the crooked handwriting on the paper. After a moment, he asked, "Theodore, can you decipher this?" Let me call her after class." "How did you read that from these squiggles?" "I guessed." The lesson was still far from halfway, and Slytherin was nearly defeated, with only a few students managing to keep their eyes open through sheer will, yet still appearing vacant. Chapter 16, The Class of Magical Hypnosis. Gradually awakening, Lina propped her chin on her hand, surveying the classroom. Theodore's gaze was intensely fixed on the blackboard, his quill gliding smoothly as he took notes. Blaise reclined against the back of his chair, a book shielding his face from the sunlight as he indulged in a delightful afternoon nap. Pansy's head lolled to one side, while Draco maintained his usual position of slumber, resting his head on a stack of books on the desk. "I hereby declare that the History of Magic classroom shall henceforth be known as the Hypnosis Chamber." Lina reached out and tapped Theodore's shoulder. "Dear Theodore, may I borrow your notes after class? What would I do without you?" The quill, which had been gliding smoothly, suddenly halted, and a few drops of ink splattered onto the notebook as Theodore's gaze slowly shifted from the front of the room to the dark ink stains. He turned to observe the girl beside him, who was studying the notes left by her slumber. Warm light spilled onto her profile, her curled lashes fluttering slightly, and she seemed to be murmuring. The writing was so clear just a moment ago. The summer breeze from the Scottish Highlands, tinged with a hint of coolness, wafted through the window, carrying her soft whispers to his ears, and a barely perceptible smile graced his lips. The lively, enigmatic girl abruptly shattered the monotony of his otherwise dull existence, capable of effortlessly uttering flippant yet carefree words in just a few days. Why such insincerity? Theodore's thoughts tangled like a knotted rope, yet at that moment, a peppermint candy lay in the palm of his hand, presented before him. "Feeling sleepy? Have a peppermint. It might help you wake up a bit." He quietly regarded the girl to his right, unsure if the obstruction by the window had diminished or if the sun was setting, but a beam of sunlight happened to illuminate her eyes. Lina shifted slightly closer to Theodore, her hand still clutching the peppermint. "Would you like one?" By the time Theodore realized, his fingers curled on the desk, and he reached out to accept it. "Thank you." The refreshing taste instantly spread across his palate, momentarily alleviating his muddled emotions. Watching her mischievously pop the peppermint into Draco's mouth while stifling a laugh, he found himself questioning, "Theodore, why?" The answer remained elusive, with only the gentle breeze and the growing ink stains as witnesses. It was inexpressible and incomprehensible. The only certainty Theodore had was that the girl named Lina Malfoy harbored many secrets, and he intended to delve into them to uncover the truth. He yearned to explore without reservation, to learn all there was about her. The bell signaling the end of class rang, drowning out Professor Bin's voice amidst the students' jubilant cheers. "Still asleep? Do you all plan to spend the night in the History of Magic classroom?" With a few gentle taps, Lina roused them. They groggily opened their eyes. Blaise stretched, raising his head to respond to Lina. Who would have thought that the little princess who fell asleep first would be the first to wake up? "Lina, You stuffed a peppermint in my mouth again. Well, you were snoring like a pig. You wouldn't wake up no matter how much I called. Lina gathered the books Theodore had organized. Hurry up. There's French caramel pudding for lunch. Professor Bin's sleep service rivaled that of a professional hypnotist. I declare the History of Magic course to have the highest satisfaction rating. Pansy stretched her neck side to side. The only downside is that the curtains are too thin to block out the glaring sunlight, which severely affected my sleep quality. I think it's fine. The warm sunlight feels quite pleasant once you fall asleep. I suggest you move the Slytherin dormitory curtains to the History of Magic classroom. Theodore casually cast a glance at Lina, a subtle smile gracing his lips. After all, you have no interest in the history of the wizarding world. And within half an hour, you'll be fast asleep. No, wait. What did Theodore say that was wrong? Blaise observed with amusement as Lina, with utmost seriousness, extended a finger. I am not interested in potion making either, and apart from Theodore, you all seem to be a bunch of sleepyheads. I am quite disappointed in everyone's attitude towards learning and classroom conduct. Seizing the opportunity while Lina spoke, Draco leaned conspiratorially towards Theodore, whispering, I'll need to borrow your History of Magic notes tonight for copying. I'm reserving my spot in advance, and the rest of you must not cut in line. Wrong again. Lina tugged on Theodore, asserting, according to our predetermined order, I am first you? Cue up. The first borrower is Lina. He deliberately elongated his tone, arching an eyebrow. And I shall also prioritize fulfilling the little princess's wishes to ensure her spirits remain high. Lina paused momentarily, loosening her grip on his arm. Speak normally. Don't let Blaise corrupt you. The afternoon herbology class took place in the first greenhouse, where Professor Sprout, a short, plump witch with a gentle demeanor, guided them in the study of various peculiar plants and fungi. As Lina fiddled with the herbs before her, she noticed the usually calm Theodore's eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of so many plants. He seemed particularly fond of herbology. Theodore, if only you could cook. Are you hungry? No. I mean, if you could cook. I was planning to sneak some herbs back home. Draco shot her a perplexed glance and took a small step back. Theodore, keep your distance. She seems to have gone mad with school. Perhaps you've heard the tale of Shin Nong tasting 100 herbs? Lina briefly recounted this myth to them before class, and Draco tugged at her sleeve, asking, The grass he ate, does it exist in England? What grass? I think he is referring to the last type of grass that Shin Nong consumed. Draco shot a sidelong glance at Theodore. I wasn't asking you. Theodore shrugged and began perusing the textbook before him. Let us not discuss this further. Don't you smell something foul? Draco suddenly laughed, and Lina, bewildered, followed his gaze to see Gryffindor students entering the greenhouse in droves. Before she could greet Hermione, the trio across from her had already noticed her. She froze for a moment, offering them a smile. The ringing of the bell after herbology class signaled the end of the first day of the new term at Hogwarts. The bustling flow of people, the sinking orange-red sun, and the cacophony of voices heralded the leisurely time that had arrived at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry on the inaugural day of the semester. Chapter 17, The Switching Spell. During dinner in the Hogwarts Great Hall, a forlorn Slytherin student stared blankly at the uniform sea of pumpkin juice before him, his face a mask of despair. Aren't you going to finish the story about the waterway worker? What? Draco frowned slightly as Theodore, who had been conversing with Blaise, leaned in, mentioning, the great you controlling the waters. Given Theodore's character, his slight interest in mythological tales was indeed intriguing. However, this time, Draco chose to ignore his interjection, asking, last time you mentioned he passed by his home 3 times without entering. Why was that? Because he had not yet completely resolved the flood. He could not indulge in momentary comforts. This embodies the spirit of sacrificing personal desires for the greater good. I don't share that view. Who says he cannot return home? That is just an excuse for not going home. My mother said family comes first. I have many choices, but I cannot betray my family, so I will never do that. Lina regarded Draco earnestly, though her mother's words held merit. Yet your spirit of selfless dedication was commendable. There may indeed be many individuals embodying such spirit in the world, but it does not have to be me. Wise individuals should devise ways to coexist with it. Lina slowly shook her head. Clever Mr. Knott. Could you perhaps address the matter of this table being filled with pumpkin juice? Blaise across the table cast her a puzzled look. Little princess, your voice resembles the buzzing of a fly, entirely unclear. Pay me no mind. Enjoy your pumpkin juice. Theodore drew his wand and tapped Lina's cup, instantly transforming the pumpkin juice into a vibrant honey lemon drink. How did you do that? Blaise's inquisitive gaze fell upon Theodore, who replied nonchalantly, the switching spell. Draco seemed to have an epiphany, glancing at the professor's table. Theodore, you truly are remarkable. What is the matter? Lina took a sip from the cup of lemonade, finding it far more delightful than pumpkin juice. Theodore remained silent, savoring his steak, while Draco, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Lina, you would never guess where your lemonade came from. Dumbledore's. Cough, cough, cough. Lina abruptly turned her head, realizing that only Professor Dumbledore's table lacked pumpkin juice, instead featuring a glass of a white liquid resembling lemonade. Beside the cup sat a slender bottle, presumably containing the very lemonade. Draco gently patted her back, reassuring her. It's fine, Theodore did it. Theodore nodded, and Blaise chuckled, the group's reactions tacitly acknowledging the situation. By the way, how did you manage to fool Dumbledore? The headmaster knows. Theodore. If he didn't he wouldn't be the most formidable white wizard of this century. Blaise. What? Cough, cough, cough. Why are you always so startled? Draco continued to pat her back, and Lina lifted her gaze to the staff table, where the kind-hearted headmaster raised his glass to her. And she smiled, reciprocating the gesture. 2 minutes later, Blaise received the latest class schedule passed from the adjacent table and quickly scanned its contents, noting that Slytherin's Transfiguration class had been rescheduled to Wednesday. Lina's eyes brightened. Rescheduled? That means I won't have to attend the early 8 a.m. class on Monday. I can sleep in peacefully. Draco placed a plate of pudding in front of Lina. Today's special, French caramel pudding. Thank you, brother. I'll share half with you. No, one pig from the Malfoy family is enough. Being both a sleepyhead and a glutton is quite sufficient. Theodore stirred his vegetable salad with a wooden spoon, casting a sidelong glance at her. So sleeping. This rather unexciting activity is your favorite pastime? How could that be? Lina set down her pudding, her tone soft. My most cherished activity is, of course, accompanying you. After successfully observing the faint blush rising to his ears, she mischievously added, accompanying dear Theodore in a game of wizard chess. However, I must ensure I am well rested to enjoy an even more delightful time with you during our matches. Theodore cast a sidelong glance at her before quickly averting his gaze once more. The wisps of hair framing his forehead obscured her ability to discern the emotions lurking in his eyes. His insincere words, indeed, possessed a disarming charm. Next time, I shall challenge you to a game of wizardess chess, he remarked nonchalantly, before burying himself in the leafy vegetables on his plate. The students of potions and flying classes remained the same bumbling Gryffindors. Draco was craning his neck to sneak a peek at the schedule spread out on Blaise's table. Your fixation on Gryffindor is rather excessive, Pansy remarked, tilting her head as she scrutinized Draco's changing expression, tentatively suggesting, is it perhaps because of Harry Potter? Lina instantly found herself eager to join the conversation. Pansy, what if Harry were a girl? Harry? Lina, are you quite familiar with Harry Potter? Draco interjected, his brow furrowed. Lina chuckled awkwardly. Not really. I'm just naturally sociable. Oh dear, the excitement is palpable. You dare to criticize me? You and Potter, two individuals so starkly different, encountering each other and spawning conflict. This is the quintessential setup for a romantic drama, is it not? Draco's face flushed crimson, and he vehemently retorted. If you continue with these absurd notions, I shall have my father deal with you. You are merely speculating about his intentions. My constant vigilance over Potter is solely to gather evidence of his mischief to report to Professor Snape, ensuring his expulsion from Hogwarts. Oh, no one cares about your motives for watching Potter. Lina. Blaise languidly swayed his head, casually chiming in, calm down, Mr. Malfoy. At least you still have the opportunity to encounter Potter in both flying and potions classes. Draco's expression shifted from rage to despondency, resembling a child subjected to cruel treatment. Pansy pushed the schedule toward Lina, exclaiming, I dub tomorrow as Hellish Tuesday, an entire day filled with classes. Lina, biting into a piece of fruit with indignation, glanced at the timetable. Yet, according to this schedule, these professors are the true paragons of diligence. A full week from 8 in the morning to 8 at night. And they remain utterly uncomplaining. Commendable. I hope you and Pansy can swiftly master the timings and patterns of the shifting staircases. Theodore, who had been silent for a considerable duration, lifted his gaze toward her. Lina's puzzled eyes shifted to Pansy, who sighed and pointed at Theodore. I couldn't find my way this morning. Theodore led me to the classroom. A friendly reminder, the Charms classroom is on the 4th floor. Should the two of you find yourselves lost again, you may risk missing half a class. Brother, wait for me tomorrow morning. Draco raised his fork, obstructing Lina's view. No, if you continue to linger in bed, I cannot guarantee we shall arrive on time. It's not as if I intentionally overslept. I had a nightmare. Pansy, wielding a knife for cutting lamb chops, wrapped her porcelain plate, her expression one of righteous indignation. I am a witness. I shall personally narrate the events as they unfolded. She then succinctly recounted how, after finishing her morning routine, she found Lina ensnared in a terrifying nightmare, looking pale and pitiful. Subsequently, she vividly illustrated her desperate attempts to wake Lina, shaking her frantically, yet to no avail. Lina gazed at her exaggerated performance with exasperation, expressionlessly clapping. Ah, such a vivid reenactment of the scene. In the Slytherin dormitory, anxious roommates tried in vain to rouse the unconscious girl. How utterly moving. Another nightmare? An inescapable terror in your sleep? For a fleeting moment, both Draco and Theodore's gazes fixated on Lina's face. The second occurrence? Do you feel as if your mind and spirit are ensnared? Blaze's stirring of his soup ceased, his eyes locking onto hers. Shall we invite the afflicted to describe the scene as it unfolded? Chapter 18. Right and Wrong. Facing the puzzled and concerned gazes of her companions, Lina involuntarily lowered her eyelids in evasion. It's nothing. I read a horror novel before sleeping. Lina Malfoy. Father explicitly forbade you from bringing those books here, and yet you sneak one in? Draco was incensed by her words, and Lina quickly grasped his arm. Brother, you're the best. Please don't tell Father. I was simply bored and snuck one in. The perceptive Theodore seemed to detect an intentional concealment in her words, a stubborn glint surfacing in his eyes. Is that so? What were the specifics? What peculiar scenes did you witness? The hand shaking Draco's arm hesitated momentarily. After such a long time, who can recall the bizarre images from a dream? Lina straightened, feigning ease as she leaned closer to Theodore. Why? Do you care so much about me? Suddenly, a sharp and piercing sound shattered the air, Lina's words exploding in his ears as Theodore stared blankly at the figure that had turned toward the Gryffindor table. The shrill and abrupt noise echoed throughout the hall, as Pansy became the source of the ensuing commotion, leaping onto her chair. There's a filthy black rat by Draco's right foot. It dared to sneak past my boot. The interruption was swept away by Pansy's scream, and they shifted their bodies, 5 heads simultaneously peering under the table. The rat's shadow darting out of the hall's side door in the blink of an eye. Pansy Parkinson, I dare wager your volume was a touch higher. I would undoubtedly be rendered blind. Deaf, brother. Draco tilted his head, gently rubbing his right ear. Blaze leisurely sipped his cream of mushroom soup. If all goes according to plan, I have indeed become deaf. Pray tell, is Draco engaged in some sort of incoherent rambling? Haha. Lina barely swallowed her lemon juice. Blaze. Don't be too humorous. Theodore lazily returned to his seat, resting his hand on his forehead. Forget it. My mind is rather foggy. She finished the last of her sausage, marking the end of a delightful dinner. I shall take my leave. It was not yet curfew. Outside, a few students lingered, while in some shadowy corners, older students reminisced about the summer apart. Lina wandered aimlessly through the castle, her curiosity piqued as it was her first visit. Treading upon the moonlight, she unknowingly arrived at the edge of a lake, where the moonlight shimmered upon the surface, sparkling like a galaxy contained within. As she gazed at the moon on her way back, distant memories, long forgotten, surged forth. Suddenly, she found herself before a tower, pausing briefly before ascending the staircase step by step. Upon reaching the summit, the surroundings hinted that this was the astronomy classroom. Lina attempted to proceed further, but discovered someone already at the railing. She silently regarded the frail figure before her, neither willing to approach nor retreat. Are you here to gaze at the stars as well? Professor Dumbledore remained with his back turned to her, seemingly unfazed by her sudden intrusion. Professor, I merely took a stroll after dinner. After all, this is my first visit to Hogwarts. The figure turned slightly to glance at her, his eyes sparkling with amusement. Indeed, Hogwarts is a splendid place, worthy of thorough exploration. You speak the truth, Lina replied with a smile directed at Dumbledore. I believe your name is Lina, is it not? A child of the Malfoy family? Yes, sir. You differ from your brother. It seems the sorting hat lingered atop your head for quite some time. Dumbledore then shifted his gaze towards the pitch-black night sky, and no one could decipher his thoughts. Perhaps I am a child of intrigue for the sorting hat. Lina silently chuckled as she stepped closer to the railing. I find Slytherin quite appealing. She peered down, and the once mighty objects appeared diminutive from this height. Slytherin students may be more prone to making erroneous choices than those from other houses. Before a choice is made, no one can ascertain whether it is right or wrong. Sir, I believe that the choices I have made are indeed correct. Upon hearing her words, Dumbledore chuckled, as if he were observing a child devoid of understanding. Lina, one must recognize that no one can perpetually make the right choice. They both returned their gaze to the distant night sky. You know my parents, do you not? If a choice is deemed incorrect, then let it be rectified. As her words resonated, a breeze stirred atop the tower. Sir, I have another request. Would you like lemonade? Perhaps a touch of honey would enhance it. Please place it at the center right of the Slytherin table, as that is my designated seat with my friends. Dumbledore said nothing, merely smiling. Yet Lina understood that he had acquiesced to her request. It is nearly curfew. I shall return to rest. Lina turned to depart the tower, pondering that right and wrong, correctness or error, are defined solely by the victors. As she made her way back, Lina encountered a shadow around a corner that knocked her off balance. Who was that? She stifled the pain, raising her hand to rub the gradually swelling spot on her forehead. Hogwarts corridors are not private property. Sorry, Lina. Harry, crouched on the ground, looked up at her. and the course of events unfolded predictably as Harry's face came into view. Harry, why were you barreling towards the exit of Hogwarts? Is someone pursuing you? Fleeing into the open is hardly a wise choice in a dangerous situation. Harry adjusted his glasses that hung precariously on one ear and stood, brushing off the dust from his clothing. I was actually heading to Hagrid's hut to inquire about the stolen items from Gringotts. His voice trailed off as his gaze fell on the red bump on her forehead. Lina, does your head hurt? Not at all, just a minor issue. She rolled her eyes, her limited field of vision barely catching sight of the small bump. However, I sense that your situation seems more severe. Lina leaned in closer to examine the bloodied chin that Harry bore. Harry, let's temporarily set aside the matter of Gringotts. I believe you must go to the hospital wing for Madame Pomfrey's treatment. It's fine, I'm not in pain. Harry dismissed her concern with a wave of his hand, though he uncomfortably cast his eyes downward. Thank you for your concern, Lina. She noticed that her casual expression of concern had led to a misunderstanding with Harry, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words, thus bypassing the current topic. Hagrid's hut is in the opposite direction of the Slytherin common room. So Harry clenched his fists, stammering, "Wait a moment, Lina, actually Chapter 19, a nocturnal outing." Harry's awkward demeanor ignited Lina's mischievous spirit, and she playfully poked his arm. What are you trying to say? So bashful. Is it a confession of love? No, I merely wish to ask you something. But I am unsure how to begin. Harry's cheeks flushed visibly as he fervently shook his head in denial. Then why not just say it? Lina, do you have a good relationship with your brother? He stole a glance at her before hurriedly diverting his gaze, turning his head to the side. If it's inconvenient to discuss, feel free to ignore my question. It's perfectly fine. Lina stood skeptically within his line of sight. My relationship with Draco isn't a taboo subject. There's truly no need for you to hesitate in asking. My brother and I get along reasonably well, though I can't quite tolerate his arrogant demeanor. Harry's expression shifted abruptly, his eyes dimming as if he were somewhat disappointed by her answer, his lips moving without producing further words. Observing his listless demeanor, Lina took a deep breath and gently patted his shoulder. Harry, I can sense the turmoil within you. Understand this. Your conflicts with Draco are of no concern to me, and I will not deliberately favor either of you. The emerald green of his eyes sparkled with hope. Really? Lina, can I interpret that to mean you won't intentionally distance yourself from me because of Draco Malfoy? Lina found his words rather peculiar. Mr. Savior, what strange thoughts occupy your mind? You are my friend, and my convictions will not be easily swayed. Even if he is my brother, he has no authority to dictate my actions. May I still call you by your first name, Lina? Harry's gaze reflected a mix of anticipation and uncertainty. Of course, you need not change. I will eventually have an honest conversation with Draco as well. However, should a full-blown war erupt between you two, I might just grab some popcorn and take a front-row seat. He pouted defiantly. Your brother might not even be able to defeat me. Lina turned her gaze to the dimming night sky. Just a reminder, there is only an hour left until curfew. Are you certain you wish to squander time chatting with me in the corridor? Harry's body jolted as he glanced at the darkened sky. I must see Hagrid before curfew. Until tomorrow, Lina. He took a few steps forward, only to suddenly turn back. Did you forget something? No, Lina. Your spell work in Transfiguration class today was truly impressive. See you in flying class tomorrow. Harry waved as he hurriedly dashed off towards Hagrid's hut. Lina watched his clumsy retreating figure, pondering whether the wizarding world was truly saved by this hapless Harry. It seemed rather implausible. Bathed in the serene glow of the moonlight, she made her way back to the Slytherin common room through the underground passage. As she stepped through the stone door, she caught sight of Pansy and Ole seated side by side on the sofa by the fireplace, engaged in casual conversation. Lina, Pansy exclaimed, her neck craning as she spotted her. You suspicious character, come here at once. I must subject you to rigorous interrogation. Lina, bewildered, raised her hands in a gesture of innocence. I was merely wandering around the castle. I haven't violated any Slytherin regulations, have I? Who knows what you were frantically rushing about for? Ole interjected at an inopportune moment. Lina shot her a light-hearted glance. Miss Glass, you truly have a penchant for forgetfulness. Would you like me to remind you of this morning's events? Pansy swiftly intervened to smooth over the situation, while Ole glared at Lina from behind Pansy. After dinner, you hastily left the Great Hall, and the other three boys also did not return to the common room on time. I was feeling a bit bored when I ran into Ole. She glanced at the bronze clock behind her. It was half an hour before curfew. You are, astonishingly, the first student to arrive back at the common room. Surely, this unusual circumstance speaks volumes? Pansy's complaints echoed in my ears, repeating endlessly. What should I do now that my friends have heartlessly abandoned me to seek adventures? Just as you returned, you must swiftly take on her incessant musings. I feel as though my mind is entirely filled with Pansy's voice. Lina found the situation amusing as she watched Pansy, while Ole slowly shifted to the single armchair on the left, lazily leaning back. Lina, come over here. Let us speculate on the reasons behind the simultaneous disappearance of the three boys on the first night of the school year. She leaned in closer to Lina, whispering, "What if it's a secret nocturnal rendezvous?" Lina suppressed a smile that threatened to break free. "It is entirely plausible. I can easily imagine the delightful scene of the three of them enjoying a moonlit escapade, utterly romantic. By the way, while passing through the grove, I unexpectedly stumbled upon several couples entwined in each other's arms, strolling hand in hand. Under the starlit sky, the atmosphere was palpably charged with intimacy." She tilted her head back against the sofa cushion, deliberately turning to Pansy with a mysterious smile. "Rendezvous are perfectly acceptable. Hogwarts does not prohibit romantic relationships. So you admit to having gone on a nocturnal date after dinner?" Came a voice as calm as water, carried by the cool, drifting night breeze. The stone door of the common room creaked open. The sound of Saul scraping against the floor caught her attention, and her gaze rose to see Blaze's figure gradually approaching. As he ambled toward the sofa, just as he was about to pass by Lina, he naturally leaned down, drawing close to her ear. "Lina, have you found a suitable place for a couple's date? I wouldn't mind accompanying you." Blaze whispered sweet nothings, his voice low enough for only the two of them to hear. For a fleeting moment, Lina lost her ability to think as he leaned in so close. And as Blaze straightened himself, pretending as if nothing had happened, he turned and strolled into the boys' dormitory corridor. In the instant his face disappeared into the shadows, Lina distinctly caught a glimpse of a mischievous smile. Blaze raised an eyebrow playfully, casting one last glance at her before vanishing from sight. The warmth of his breath lingered by her ear, causing her to feel a rush of heat and tingling sensation at the back of her neck. The air still held a trace of woodsy decay, mingled with a hint of intoxication. Once she regained her composure, Lina raised a hand to touch her ear. Her face flushed as she shouted in the direction Blaze had departed. "Blaze, if you continue to toy with me using such petty tricks, I will undoubtedly give you a good thrashing." Since Blaze's arrival, Pansy had not stopped talking, her eyes fixed intently on Lina. "In just a few days, your progress with Blaze is nothing short of astonishing." Ole's gaze quietly swept over the side of Blaze's approach, pausing for a moment before lowering her head, lost in thought. Chapter 20. I will protect you. Me and him. Blaze. Progress akin to the speed of light. It would be more accurate to say he is taking revenge on me. After venting her frustrations regarding Blaze's behavior, Lina wearily stood up. "I'm tired. I won't wait for Draco and Theodore any longer. I'm going to rest." The surface of the black lake rippled gently, and before sleep claimed her, fragmented images flashed through her mind, leaving an inexplicable sense of eeriness. The following day, faced with a relentless Tuesday schedule, Lina vented her frustrations about Hogwarts' course arrangement, deeming it utterly unreasonable. The only consolation was that, with her small cake in tow, she encountered Theodore at the entrance of the Great Hall. Cleverly, she decided to nonchalantly follow him to class. "Theodore, still hiding behind the girls, are we?" Lina replied to his voice, suddenly recalling Draco's attendance at a soiree at the Knott estate. "Isn't that young Master Knott? After a year. I thought you had perished alongside your ailing mother." Recollection. "Selwyn, after all these years, haven't you learned to brush your teeth after you finish your business? Isn't that Miss Malfoy? I never expected a Malfoy to enjoy playing the shadow." "Theodore, do you hear the buzzing of flies?" Theodore nodded along with Lina. "I do. Poor little creature without a mother, and that shadow." Lina stepped forward and kicked him in the stomach while shoving a piece of cake into his open mouth. Theodore firmly grasped her from behind. "There's no need for that." Hearing the commotion, Blaze hurried over, positioning himself protectively in front of Lina. "Calm down. He did that on purpose." Pansy, trailing behind, barely caught up. "Professor Snape is coming this way. Selwyn, if I hear your foul mouth again, I will make it my mission to confront you every single time." "Malfoy, do you truly believe that Mr. Lucius cares for you, his daughter? Right now? You resemble a dog kept by Knott. I suggest you apologize to me now or kneel and beg for my forgiveness. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety at Hogwarts." Lina found the situation somewhat amusing as she extended her hand towards Selwyn on the ground. He glanced at her hand with a derisive smile, surveying those standing around her. Just as he attempted to leverage Lina's hand to rise, she abruptly withdrew it. "Oh dear, my hand slipped." "Malfoy, you know my name is Malfoy. So were you just threatening a Malfoy?" Lina crouched down to meet his fiery gaze, softly speaking. "What do you think would happen if my father learned of your humiliation towards a Malfoy?" "You." Selwyn raised his hand menacingly, and Lina instinctively leaned back. "Lina, are you all right?" Pansy gasped, and just as Blaze prepared to act, Theodore held him back, glancing up at the approaching Professor Snape. "I merely intended to help you up. Why did you push me away?" Lina, supported by Theodore, covered her arm as tears brimmed in her eyes. "What are you pretending for? On the second day of school, Mr. Selwyn audaciously bullied your classmates in the corridor, indicating that he has much to learn regarding his attitude towards students. I do not wish for my pupils to be as foolish as a creature with its head stuffed full of rushes." Apologize immediately, and make sure to see me at 6 o'clock for detention. Professor, she started it, protested Selwyn. Mr. Selwyn, I would prefer not to repeat myself. And is your leg broken that you cannot rise? His complexion darkened as he stood up, responding, yes, no, I. And then he hastily departed, casting a venomous glare back at Lina. Professor Snape turned his gaze towards Lina, who stood by, sniffling, and offered a cryptic smile that held an unsettling quality. Thank you for your fair judgment, Professor. The Professor of Charms, Mr. Flitwick, possessed a rare lineage of fairy blood and was of diminutive stature, often requiring him to stand atop a stack of books several feet high to conduct his lessons. This led to inevitable gossip among the freshmen. Yet Lina distinctly recalled that this professor had once been the champion of the dueling tournament in his youth. Although he let out an enthusiastic shriek upon calling Harry Potter's name, his fall from the book bore the grace of a seasoned duelist. The class was rather tedious. The most basic spells were typically mastered by the Malfoy heir long before the age of 10, and with a wand suited to him, he wielded it with ease. For this, Professor Flitwick generously awarded each of them 5 points. In defense against the dark arts, Professor Quirrell served as the pivotal antagonist of their first year, and Lina could hardly contain her eagerness to witness his appearance. According to her recollection, Professor Quirrell had already been possessed by Voldemort, making him a puppet or a temporary Horcrux of the Dark Lord. Hey, do you smell something odd? It's as if my perfume is being overwhelmed by garlic. It's quite bothersome. The classroom of defense against the dark arts was thick with an acrid garlic stench, and they speculated that the source was the heavy turban wrapped around Professor Quirrell's head. Lina fixated on the professor's turban, her imagination running wild. What if she suddenly dashed to the podium and yanked off his turban, revealing Voldemort lurking beneath? Such a horrifying and unexpected scene would surely cause several to faint, and chaos would ensue at Hogwarts. Lina, what does your rapt expression directed at Quirrell's turban signify? Blaise inquired, tilting his head with a languid drawl. Please manage your expressions a bit. You're making me uneasy. Could your use of adjectives be any more absurd? A warmth spread near her ear, reminiscent of his lingering presence, prompting Lina to furrow her brow at him. Blaise, do try to limit your conversation with me. Stop bothering me. Haha, did you catch that? Don't bother my sister, Blaise, Draco interjected, his keen ears picking up on the exchange and mockingly mimicking her tone. Blaise merely shot Draco a sidelong glance before reclining languidly against the chair. This grand turban was a gift from an African prince, my present. To thank me, I helped him rid himself of a pesky zombie. You cannot imagine the scene. All the zombies fled before my wand. The classmates listened intently, intrigued. What kind of eccentricity is our defense against the dark arts professor hired from Dumbledore's bizarre collection? Is our curriculum merely to endure his tales about his odorous turban? Pansy waved her arms dramatically, fanning the air disdainfully as she directed a scornful gaze towards the podium. I wager the stench beneath that turban is worse than a sack full of garlic. Believe me, what lies beneath that turban is far more astonishing than a mere bag of garlic. Have you encountered it before? Theodore's calm and piercing gaze drifted from the left, his statement phrased as a question. Lina turned to meet his scrutinizing eyes, her innate intuition sharpening. He smirked slightly, shrugging nonchalantly before shifting his gaze away. Draco, you smell delightful, like ancient dragons. Lina nestled behind Draco, occasionally leaning closer, inhaling scents of geranium, sage, and cardamom. After a deep breath, she detected a hint of citrus. When did you change your perfume? No, it's still the one you gifted me, Draco replied, covering his nose and mouth, his response muffled. Unbeknownst to Lina, as she leaned in, the tips of his ears turned faintly pink. Chapter 21, The Flying Lesson. On a bright autumn afternoon, the first flying lesson would commence in 30 minutes, which included the incident where Draco had snatched the memory ball sent by Longbottom's grandmother in the Great Hall. However, Professor McGonagall caught him in the act, forcing him to return it. This incident created a rift between them, leading Draco to take further action during the flying lesson in the afternoon, inadvertently facilitating Harry's entry into the Quidditch team. Throughout the journey, Draco boasted extravagantly about his flying skills. Pansy leaned closer to Lina, lowering her voice. Do you truly believe he dodged a muggle helicopter while riding a broomstick? When he played with toy brooms, his father often took him flying on a real one. He was allowed to fly solo once he could hold on properly. So yes, he flies better than his peers, but dodging a muggle helicopter? It's like asking if you've seen a pig climb a tree. I suspect he doesn't even know what a helicopter is and is just making it up. Does he understand how fast a propeller spins? Pansy chuckled, occasionally responding to Draco's boasts, while Blaise interjected with critiques of Draco's flying every 5 minutes. Under the vast, azure sky, 5 figures clad in green robes wove through the lush grass, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps as Draco relentlessly pursued Blaise. Theodore remained indifferent as the tail of the group comprised Lina and Pansy, who exchanged knowing smiles. It could be considered a picturesque moment of tranquil youth. 20 broomsticks lay neatly arranged on the ground as Madame Hooch, with her short hair, stood before them. Hermione and Harry stood shoulder to shoulder at the forefront of the Gryffindor team, casting Lina an encouraging glance. She responded by rising on her toes, a smile gracing her lips. Everyone, stand beside your brooms and seize the moment. Now, extend your right hand over your broom and say, up. All attempted. Yet only a select few succeeded in having their brooms soar into their palms. Draco called out lightly, and his broom obediently flew into his grasp, shortly thereafter. Harry too managed to catch his broom just moments after Madame Hooch's instructions concluded. Do not be anxious. Riding a broom is akin to riding a horse. If you allow fear to take hold, your broom will not willingly be tamed by you. A philosophical statement, yet it emerged from Draco's lips. Brother, you've recently acquired quite a bit of knowledge. Allow me to assist you. Give it a try. Rise. The broomstick rolled across the ground before soaring directly into Lina's grasp. Draco, standing nearby, appeared somewhat taken aback. Next time, join me for a game of Quidditch. No, my skills are not yet sufficient to evade a helicopter. The scene on the Slytherin side was not nearly as optimistic. Pansy kicked the broom from the ground into her hands, while Theodore was nowhere to be seen. From Lina's perspective, the future of Slytherin's Quidditch team looked rather bleak. Seemingly only Draco could emerge as a rising star. All right, now I shall whistle. And you will both push off the ground with your legs. Remember to push hard. Once you feel airborne, grip the broom firmly, ascend a few feet, then lean slightly forward before descending straight down. Pansy clicked her tongue in disdain, eyeing the battered broom, its handle marred with wear. Hush! An absurd spectacle is about to commence. Lina raised an eyebrow at Pansy, releasing her hold on the broomstick, suggesting she take a moment to rest. Before her words faded, Neville Longbottom vaulted into the air from the back of the Gryffindor team, clutching his broom in a panic, appearing nearly unsteady. See, I told you I wasn't lying. Lina gestured toward the unfortunate lad. Pansy's eyes widened in disbelief as she covered her mouth. Do not idolize me. I am merely a legend. Pansy's exaggerated response immensely satisfied Lina, who stifled a laugh and feigned an enigmatic expression, signaling her to be silent. Mr. Longbottom, come down immediately. I have not granted you permission to fly. Yet Longbottom soared too quickly, like a cork popping out of a champagne bottle, reaching over 20 feet in mere moments. Professor, I believe he does not wish to descend, but is unable to control his broom. 2 minutes later, the cacophony of gasps gradually subsided as classmates gathered around Longbottom, who had safely returned to the ground, while Professor Hokey hurried over to assess his injuries. Poor child, his wrist is broken. I shall escort Mr. Longbottom to the hospital wing. You all remain on the ground. If I see any broomsticks in the air, you will be expelled without even having joined the Quidditch team. Enjoying a leisurely moment amidst the chaos, Blaise and Theodore, unfazed by the sudden turn of events, strolled toward Lina, who sat on the lawn. Indeed, I thought Theodore had skipped class. However, I conservatively estimate it will be at least half an hour before this farce concludes. Lina shielded her eyes from the glaring light, patting the grass beside her. Care to join me? A splendid spot for sunbathing. The commotion ahead seemed quite intense. I should take a look. Not far off. Harry and Draco were embroiled in a heated argument, prompting Pansy to glance anxiously in their direction. Theodore cast a sidelong glance at Pansy's retreating figure before shifting his gaze to Lina's face. What about you? She looked up at Draco, who was gliding through the air with remarkable speed and steadiness, skimming the treetops. If you truly possess courage, come and take it, Potter. The ruckus between Draco and Harry was not something I wished to involve myself in. Harry, I did not miss here this time. Blaise's smile bore a hint of mockery. Your relationship with Potter has progressed to the point where you can casually refer to each other by your first names? Truly, you are remarkable, Lina. Your every appearance is a delightful surprise. Harry. Lina tilted her head back, calling out Harry's name in various strange tones, deliberately drawing attention. She rose, brushed off her garments, and seamlessly added, addressing him by his first name is indeed quite effortless. Theodore nodded nonchalantly. So on the day of the train ride, you lingered in Potter's compartment for over 15 minutes. I, the ever-helpful Miss Malfoy, merely extended a hand to assist a fellow student. It is entirely reasonable. Draco swaggered over to them, a smug look on his face, with Goyle and Crabbe dutifully trailing behind him, resembling a bully with his bodyguards. I would wager that tomorrow, Dumbledore will publicly announce that Scarhead has been expelled from Hogwarts, along with that pesky red-haired ferret. Lina, did you not observe Professor McGonagall's expression? I felt she was on the verge of exploding with rage over Scarhead. Blaise shot Lina a meaningful glance, his tone laden with implication. Is that so? I suspect there are those who do not wish for Harry Potter to leave Hogwarts. He narrowed his eyes, delivering a subtle jab. What do you think, Lina? Lina shot Blaise a fierce glare, stepping forward to pat Draco on the shoulder, hoping he would still be smiling tomorrow. Draco frowned slightly. Why do you say that? I wager with you. Let us use the 500 galleons Blaise owes me. Boring. I shall take my leave once this farce concludes. Theodore's expression remained indifferent as he casually tossed out the remark and turned to depart. No problem. Draco's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he replied without hesitation, Lina, you are destined to lose. Chapter 22. The Trophy Room. I shall take my leave now, brother, friends, see you tonight. Did Lina and Theodore take a wrong turn? Is not the passage to the Slytherin common room located behind the lawn? Pansy watched as the two figures grew increasingly distant, noting their odd route. One to the left and one to the right. Best of luck, naive Draco. Blaise smirked, a disdainful smile playing on his lips as he headed toward the common room. Hey, are you all bullying Lina in my absence? Pansy, I sense something peculiar about the trio's demeanor. Pansy nodded, equally perplexed. I can almost feel the strange tension in the air. I originally intended to find white grapefruit, but instead, I stumbled upon Hermione and Weasley in the square, engaged in an animated discussion. Please maintain a low profile with Harry for a few days. Your constant mischief is clearly pushing the limits of being expelled from Hogwarts. Hermione's words quickened, her face a mask of concern, yet her stride remained unbroken. Hermione, could you slow down a bit? Am I currently undergoing a listening comprehension test? Weasley hurried behind Hermione, prompting Lina to quicken her pace to catch up. Harry will undoubtedly remain safe at Hogwarts. Upon hearing Lina's voice, Hermione halted. Lina, thank you. But there is no need for you to go out of your way to comfort me. You, the sister of that sharp-tongued pretty boy? Weasley glared at Lina with suspicion before mysteriously tugging on Hermione's sleeve and whispering in her ear. Nonsense, she and Harry are friends. With a sharp clap, Hermione struck Weasley's hand away. Even though they both hail from Slytherin, I refuse to conflate the two. They are two individuals capable of independent thought. I can comprehend your aversion towards Slytherin and myself. It matters not to me how others perceive me. Lina gazed at Weasley with an expression devoid of emotion, stating that the nickname he had assigned to Draco lacked creativity. Weasley, his jaw clenched and brows furrowed, bore a striking resemblance to his two older brothers in his irate demeanor. Hermione, sensing the somewhat awkward atmosphere, positioned herself between them, taking the initiative to shatter the almost frozen air. The two shifted their feet slightly, maintaining a distance of 3 feet. I shall serve as a buffer. Lina, what were you about to do? I was searching for my cat, a little black female named White Pomelo. Hermione, pleasantly surprised, exclaimed, so that's your cat. I encountered her last time. She was quite well behaved and lovely. I have one too. Neville is alone in the infirmary. I believe he particularly needs the care of his classmates at this moment. Weasley intentionally raised his voice, gripping Hermione's robe tightly, in the face of Weasley's insistence. The understanding Lina, naturally unwilling to put Hermione in a predicament, replied, Hermione, you should go ahead. I will look for White Pomelo. All right then. See you in class next time, Lina. Hermione cast a regretful glance at her, waved goodbye, and then departed towards the infirmary. The night sky sparkled with twinkling stars as Lina ascended the spiral staircase, not anticipating its sudden rotation. She clung tightly to the handrail to prevent being flung away. When the staircase ceased its movement, Lina hurriedly leaped onto the nearest platform, having lost interest in determining which floor she was on or where she was. Upon pushing open the door closest to her, she realized she had entered the trophy room. The moonlight streamed in through the high windows, casting dappled shadows within the room, where glass cabinets displayed trophies and memorabilia, now vividly illuminated by the moon's glow. The trophies, shield-shaped badges, and gilded vessels sparkled in the darkness. Lina's gaze fell upon a prominent medal bearing the name of James Potter, Harry's father, as she walked towards the far end of the trophy room. An unsettling sensation grew within her. Simultaneously, her mark felt as though it were enveloped in flames, that familiar pain enveloping her once more. Lina pondered whether the sporadic pain she experienced was linked to him. She had a premonition that if she took just a few more steps forward, she would unveil the mystery and uncover the entire truth. Suddenly, the large door of the trophy room swung open, startling her. Who was there? Before Lina could cast the Silencio charm, she was discovered by Filch, who was holding a lantern. What are you doing here? She replied honestly, omitting some inconsequential details, sir. I was on my way to class and got lost on the staircase. Filch scrutinized her for a moment. You're not trying to sneak around at night, are you? Lina flashed an innocent smile. Of course not, sir. I truly am lost. What student would venture to the trophy room, such a dull place, during the night? Filch appeared convinced by her last statement, squinting his eyes and nodding as he hurriedly exited. Lina slipped out of the trophy room, making it to the astronomy classroom just before the clock struck 11. The classmates in astronomy, hailing from Hufflepuff, appeared equally bleary-eyed and dazed, each clutching telescopes and leaning against one another in disarray. The astronomy classroom, situated in the highest tower of Hogwarts, was undoubtedly the best place for stargazing, accessible only by a lengthy spiral staircase. Lina settled at the back of the classroom, glancing forward to see only a sea of dark silhouettes. Professor Aurora Sinistra conducted the astronomy lesson. The dimly lit classroom lacked any illumination, rendering the professor's appearance indistinguishable, save for her incessant voice. Observing the movement of the stars proved to be an exceedingly tedious endeavor for Lina. After 20 minutes of observation, she still could not accurately discern any changes in the night sky. With a sense of resignation, she tossed the telescope onto her lap, deciding to abandon the effort and randomly choose a classmate to copy their astronomy paper instead. "Lina, what are you mumbling about at the back of the classroom?" "I'm utterly exhausted." Pansy approached her, stifling a yawn. Draco followed closely behind Pansy, casting a sidelong glance at the small badgers to his left, evidently sharing the sentiment of the nearby Hufflepuff students, who had entirely given up the fight. Lina craned her neck, searching the classroom for Blaise and Theodore, but they remained hidden in some corner, nowhere to be seen. 5 minutes later, Professor Sinistra ceased her lecture, and the lesson transitioned into a practical observation session, with students gazing through telescopes at the twinkling stars. As time passed, the astronomy classroom grew increasingly quiet. A small number of students were intently exploring the star trails through their telescopes, while others engaged in various antics. The sound of snoring echoed throughout the room, while others reclined at a 45-degree angle, whispering in clusters. Lina turned her head, and as expected, Pansy had succumbed to slumber, while she herself leaned against the wall. Lost in thought, Filch's earlier arrival had been most inopportune. Had she been granted just one more minute, she could have unraveled everything. She resolved to return once more. Chapter 23. The Cursed Mark. "Lina, do you see the constellation in the southeast? Isn't it beautiful?" Draco asked, gazing through the telescope at the night sky, gently tapping her arm. "Which one?" He handed her the telescope, raising his arm to indicate the direction with eager anticipation. "What do you think?" "It resembles a coiled dragon." "Draco, it's quite enchanting." Lina tilted her head back to admire the swirling violet nebula in the night sky, the metallic frame of the telescope glinting coolly in the moonlight, as the wind at the top of the astronomy tower tousled her hair, carrying the unique scent of dragonwood. "If my mother were to name a nebula after me, which one do you think she would choose?" she suddenly asked, her fingers unconsciously tracing the focusing ring of the telescope. "Lina, what did you just say was enchanting?" Draco's voice carried an unnatural tension as he instinctively stepped back, the dim light barely revealing the glimmering gray of his eyes, reminiscent of starlit skies. "Charming, Draco. The name of the Draco Nebula is the same." Lina set down the telescope, the starlight fracturing into fine diamonds upon her lashes as she leaned closer, the scent of pine wafting between them, causing Draco's gray eyes to flicker slightly. "The moon. When you asked me what nebula my mother would name you, I believe she would probably say the moon." The boy's tone feigned nonchalance, yet he could not help but steal a glance at his sister's profile, illuminated by moonlight. A peculiar silence enveloped the observation deck, broken only by the soft clicking of the star tracker in the corner, as Lina noticed the emerald cufflinks on Draco's robes trembling slightly, casting jade-hued reflections upon the floor. "Because there is only one moon, and so too, is there only one you," he suddenly interjected, immediately biting his lip in frustration as if he had uttered something he ought not to have. Lina's laughter, sweetened by a hint of peppermint, lingered in the air as she playfully curled the end of her words, only to catch a glimpse of the boy's ears blushing a vibrant hue reminiscent of the evening sky. Charming Draco. This time, it was the moon that bestowed its light upon Draco at her side. However, Draco's reaction appeared rather intense. He abruptly turned his head away, deliberately avoiding her gaze. Lina chuckled nonchalantly, lifting her eyes to the luminous moon hanging in the sky. As the clock struck midnight, she gently roused the slumbering Pansy. Upon exiting the classroom, Theodore and Blaise emerged from behind 2 Roman columns within, explaining their earlier absence. The journey was filled with discontent, and a weary Lina squinted her eyes, dragging her feet as she slowly followed at the rear of the Slytherin line, her 4 companions equally silent, each lost in their own thoughts. Just as she was about to step into the girls' dormitory, Draco ceased to evade her gaze and hastened to her side. "What's the matter? You mustn't casually address other boys as charming, understand?" After uttering this, Draco swiftly vanished, leaving Lina staring blankly at his retreating figure under the warm yellow light. It was only at that moment that Lina comprehended the extent of Draco's embarrassment, brought on by her compliment, which held an air of confusion. She turned to return to her dormitory, a smile unfurling at the corners of her lips unbeknownst to her. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of water droplets hitting a puddle echoed. This was her dream. Lina found herself in an unfamiliar corridor that seemed a part of Hogwarts, yet one she had never encountered. as she walked along. Rustling sounds emanated from within, sometimes encircling her, at other times trailing behind. No, it was as though it enveloped her, gradually tightening its grip. In the faint moonlight, Lina beheld two dark green serpents, each biting the other's tail, forming an oval. Each snake struggled to crawl forward, attempting to devour the other, while simultaneously being consumed itself. The scene was grim and eerie, sending chills down her spine. Is this your innermost fear? Lina began to retreat slowly from the unsettling sight, turning cautiously at the sound behind her. I expected something more thrilling in your nightmares, perhaps blood and death, but it seems you are more mundane than I imagined. So, my deepest fear is merely two snakes in a cyclical embrace. You may not necessarily fear snakes, but rather the endless cycle, the repetition of existence. The dread of striving throughout one's life only to remain ensnared in a circle predetermined by fate. You fear the void, the foreordained conclusion. Lina offered no reply. Who are you, really? The other seemed taken aback, as if he had not considered the possibility that she did not recognize him. A faint laugh echoed, seemingly mocking his assumptions. The dim light illuminated his face, and at last, Lina beheld him, clad in Slytherin robes, pale and tall, exuding an air of distant indifference. It appears I have arrived too early, but fret not. Lina, we shall meet again. Why? Because I can guide you away from your fears. He stepped closer and gently pressed a kiss upon the red mark on her forehead. It was a kiss devoid of any passion, pure and simple, like snowflakes melting upon a flame, vanishing in an instant. Lina jolted awake, her heart pounding like a drum, the vessels at her temples throbbing. Tom Riddle. Why am I dreaming of him? Her forehead still felt warm, and in the silent dormitory, she suddenly sat upright in bed. The pitch-black corridor was deserted, save for the sound of her deliberately slowed footsteps and the barely audible rhythm of her breath. The thrill of nighttime escapades made her nerves tense, fearing an encounter with the prowling Filch, and she dared not illuminate her path with glowing light. The castle's vaulted ceilings and carvings took on an eerie yet distorted beauty beneath the moonlight. The portraits on the walls whispered among themselves, while some had long since succumbed to slumber. In truth, she was not particularly afraid of the dark in her recent dream. Riddle had claimed that her deepest fear was that of an unchanging fate. Ascending the stairs to the third floor, she heard voices emanating from the trophy room. A cold sweat broke out as she strained to listen. If that fellow intends to curse you, you must quickly steer clear, for I am not adept at counter curses. You all ought to return at once. I cannot believe you would dare to flout the rules again. Don't follow us. Why not return to your bed? I shall inform your brother. Have you even considered the reputation of Gryffindor? Do stop being such a hindrance. Moreover, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to confront Malfoy directly, and we cannot afford to miss it. In the original text, Draco deceives Harry into a midnight duel, where Harry, Ron, and Hermione inadvertently encounter the three-headed dog guarding the history of magic and uncover the whereabouts of the small package in Vault 713. Did this event occur tonight? The argument within abruptly ceased as Hermione caught sight of her. Lina, what are you doing here so late? While she pondered how to respond to Hermione, Ron shoved Hermione aside, furiously demanding, Where's your brother? Are you his accomplice? They still consider you a friend. Wait, given Draco's character, he wouldn't report this to Filch. Would he? Let me clarify. I have no knowledge of what transpired between you and Draco. I merely ventured to the trophy room to finish what I had not completed earlier this afternoon. However, Lina, you should return quickly. Hermione regarded her with concern. You don't appear well. Ron stood by, looking somewhat remorseful. Yet, this moment of warmth was short-lived, as a crisis loomed before them. Chapter 24, The Duel at Night. Suddenly, a noise erupted from the adjacent room. Little one, let me have a good whiff. They must be hiding in some corner. It was Filch conversing with his cat, Mrs. Norris. Quickly go. The group tiptoed towards the door, but Filch seemed swifter than they. This way. Lina sensed that Hermione and Ron were paralyzed with fear. Perhaps this was the first major trouble Hermione Granger had ever encountered. She grasped Hermione's hand tightly, and the latter pressed her lips together, seemingly less frightened. The four of them took off running, the wind howling past their ears, none daring to glance back to see if Filch was in pursuit. As they rounded a column, Lina nearly collided with Harry, who deftly pulled her back, and they sped through one corridor after another. The moonlight, intermittently obscured by the columns, flickered between brilliance and shadow, while the echoes of footsteps and labored breaths reverberated through the corridor. They scarcely had time to ponder their whereabouts or their destination. Hermione, panting heavily, exclaimed, I warned you all. We must hasten back to the Gryffindor common room. The sooner, the better. Harry, at the far end of the corridor, a faint glimmer of light emerged. Oh no, Ron. The door won't budge. Alohomora, Lina exclaimed, forcefully yanking the door open, and they tumbled inside. After a moment of eerie silence, a more terrifying thought struck her. If this was indeed a locked door, Then the chamber they had just entered must be the one housing the three-headed dog. No, we must leave this place. Filch might still be outside. Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions to lure us out and then hide here alone. Lina shot a glance at Weasley, her expression suggesting that paranoia was a malady that required treatment, especially with surprises lurking behind them. With that, she seized Hermione with one hand and Harry with the other, pulling them toward the door. Wait, Lina, this isn't wise. Trust me, he will follow us shortly. We are merely taking the initiative. Just 2 seconds later, the door burst open with a loud bang. Why didn't you mention there was a three-headed mad dog in the room? You knew all along, didn't you? That's why you were running so fast. And whose fault is it if you didn't heed the warning? You cunning Slytherin. Wait for me. The following morning, Lina, sporting 2 panda-like eyes, trailed behind the Slytherin cohort toward the greenhouses at the back of the castle. They were about to embark on a lesson in cultivating peculiar plants and fungi. Incidentally, 30 minutes prior, Draco had been astonished to find Harry comfortably seated at the Gryffindor table. His mouth agape in shock was wide enough to contain 2 eggs. Harry lifted his chin, casting a triumphant glance toward Draco, and upon noticing the drowsy Lina behind him, offered a friendly smile. Draco, fuming, glared disdainfully in the direction of Gryffindor, muttering under his breath. Since learning that Lina and Harry had become friends on the train on the first day, his only means of communication had been to shoot her a glare each time they passed. At this moment, Draco, arms crossed, marched at the front of the line, flanked by 2 small bodyguards, while Lina, Pansy, Blaise, and Theodore ambled leisurely behind. Lina, haven't you spoken to Draco yet? Pansy inquired, shaking her head at Draco's back. Sighing, you 2 are at odds, and it makes the atmosphere rather peculiar. At odds? Pansy, I must correct your phrasing. Blaise interjected with a look of amusement. Let me reiterate Draco's exact words. How could you betray me? It has escalated to such a serious degree. He chuckled at Lina, delivering the unfortunate news. Your brother no longer wants you. Why tell Draco on purpose? Theodore casually interjected, though his tone bore an oddly peculiar edge. You could have concealed this perfectly. Why shoot yourself in the foot? There's no need to hide it. He will find out eventually. As for you. Lina turned to Blaise, snorting dismissively, bored to tears. From a distance, it seemed Draco had overheard their conversation, abruptly halting his stride and furrowing his brow as he glanced back at the end of the line. He appeared torn between speaking and remaining silent. And after a brief pause, he elegantly turned and continued on his way. The rift between Draco and Harry was not one of blood feuds. I am free to forge friendships without the need to tread carefully. Lina raised her voice deliberately, ahem. I am confident that the best brother in the world will understand me. Soon, they arrived at the greenhouse, their shoes squelching in the muddy terrain left by the incessant rain of the past few days, leaving them quite uncomfortable. Lina stood on her tiptoes, catching sight of Professor Sprout waving for the students to enter Greenhouse 1. Follow me this way. Theodore glanced at Lina beside him, adding, unless you wish to slip in the mud. All right. Lina stepped into the footprints left by Theodore, closely following him, when suddenly a cacophony of clattering sounds erupted from the adjacent corridor, followed by a chorus of pained wails. My backside hurts so much, I can't get up. How foolish. Get up quickly. Draco's voice dripped with disdain. Lina looked over, sensing his frustration despite not knowing what had transpired. Theodore, how do you know this path is safe? Lina gently tugged at his hood, her steps slowing. I've been here once before. For what? Growing magical plants? The greenhouse was not particularly spacious. Slytherin and Ravenclaw students instinctively divided themselves into 2 groups, maintaining a distance of 6 feet between them, which made the space feel increasingly cramped. To Theodore's right, several Ravenclaw boys were subtly jostling toward them, punctuated by occasional teasing and laughter. Lina's gaze drifted past Theodore, noticing one brown-haired boy whose cheeks flushed under the playful jibes of his peers, attempting to sneak glances at them. Almost there. Theodore nodded subtly, then discreetly shifted to block the boy's view, inching closer to Lina. She noticed his unusual behavior with amusement. Theodore, do you think they are looking at you? His fingers, poised to pluck medicinal leaves, momentarily froze before returning to normal, his cerulean eyes fixed intently on Lina. What do you think? Clearly, I was the one asking you. No, I don't think so. They seem a bit noisy. All right then, is your recent hobby spending time in the greenhouse nurturing plants? Sensing Theodore's tone cooling, Lina tactfully shifted the subject. Plants are the essential ingredients for potion making. The daily life of a potion master is indeed vibrant. Theodore continued to gaze at the left side window, falling silent for a few moments before muttering softly. The classroom is filled with the chatter of students, his words dissipating in the breeze, lost to the air. Blaise Zabini. I first met him that day when I stood on the terrace of Malfoy Manor, my fingertips unconsciously tracing the edge of a crystal glass. Below in the ballroom, my mother was engaged in lively conversation with a lady from a pureblood family, a smile that concealed a multitude of calculations. Of that, I was all too aware. Another tiresome soiree. I tilted my head back and drained the wine from my glass, the bitterness spreading across my tongue as these so-called debutantes, each like finely crafted marionettes, exchanged insipid compliments while their eyes glimmered with repugnant ambition, especially with the thought that I would soon have to endure Draco boasting about his sister. I could feel the throb at my temples intensifying. The spoiled young master, every time we meet, insists on mentioning my sister, as if he were the only person in the world with a sister. Enough is enough. Turning away in search of a tranquil place, I unexpectedly encountered Ole, her eyes shimmering with tears as she confronted me about my avoidance. I sighed, uttering the well-rehearsed words of parting. The instant red wine splattered across my shirt. I felt my fury nearly boiling over. Damn it. Hastening towards the restroom, I collided with a figure around the corner of the staircase. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass, casting a kaleidoscope of hues upon her light golden hair. As her fingertips brushed, I caught a faint whiff of dragon's blood ink. Quite delightful, isn't it, Mr. Zabini? I was taken aback, my gaze dropping to find the wine stain on my shirt had vanished without a trace. I was certain I had never seen her before, yet her slate blue eyes bore an inexplicable familiarity. Only when she mentioned Draco did it dawn on me. Perhaps she was the cherished Miss Malfoy. However, I know you. Little scoundrel Zabini. This remark might have irked me, yet I found it amusing. The mischief dancing in her eyes ignited a spark that illuminated my otherwise dreary existence. Rain had begun to fall, pattering softly against the stained glass. Standing by the window, I watched raindrops meandering across the glass, suddenly realizing that for the first time, I was beginning to anticipate Draco mentioning his sister again. Chapter 25, Voldemort. After Professor Sprout had delivered her lengthy discourse, the class commenced to replicate her methods, each independently cultivating a sprout of puffskein. The classroom fell into a hushed silence, students bowing their heads to tend to the flower beds. The bell chimed, and everyone lined up near the faucet to rinse the remnants of black mud from their robes, with Lina lagging at the rear of the queue. Draco, seated diagonally across, tossed a crumpled paper ball her way, which grazed a drowsy mandrake, eliciting a faint whimper from it. Lina reached for the paper ball, while Draco signaled her impatiently to open it. If you two are merely acquaintances, I shall reluctantly forgive you, but heed this warning. You are on my side. Do not offer any assistance to the Scarhead, or you shall be doomed. This line had been heavily crossed out, but remained legible. Furthermore, regarding the wager you won, I shall uphold my promise. Lina chuckled at the crumpled note in her hand, envisioning him glancing furtively at Professor Sprout while gritting his teeth to pen those words. Draco's scheming remained as clumsy and juvenile as ever. Since the proud brother had already extended a hand, she would undoubtedly seize the opportunity without hesitation. She lifted her chin, displaying a sweet smile, and winked an okay gesture at Draco, sunlight filtering through the greenhouse's glass roof, casting delicate flecks of light upon her face. Draco's lips curved slightly upwards before he quickly suppressed it, feigning indifference as he tidied his outer robe, yet the joy in his eyes was unmistakable. He approached her against the tide of students. Speak, what do you desire as a wager? Lina mimicked his tone. I'll let you know next time. I did not wish to intrude upon their delightful conversation, but kindly refrained from blocking the aisle. Blaze's voice drifted from behind, leaning casually against the wall, observing her and Draco with keen interest. I have splendid news for you. Well, it's evident what the good news is. Lina pulled Draco out of the greenhouse, and as Blaze brushed past Draco, he teased, so the price of betrayal is merely 2 hours of Cold War. How dull. Blaze, shut it. Draco's expression shifted dramatically, clearly ready to charge at Blaze for a brawl. Blaze, could you perhaps utter a few kind words? Lina extended her arm to grasp Draco, leaning forward to interpose herself between them. Blaze tilted his head, casting a languid glance her way, amusement glinting in his eyes. I could listen to you. What do you wish to hear? Or, what words would be sweet to you? You should just keep quiet. After tossing this retort, Lina quickened her pace to leave them behind. Blaze always had a knack for shifting into a state that left her at a loss. As the owls flocked into the great hall as usual, everyone's attention was drawn to the elongated package clutched by the 6 long-eared owls. One of the owls swooped down, landing before Harry, causing the table to jolt, knocking his bacon to the floor. The shape of the package made it clear. It was the Firebolt 2000 sent by Professor McGonagall. What is this? A reward for breaking school rules. Regaining his senses, Harry and Ron had already exited the hall, while Pansy plopped down beside her in a huff. Draco's expression behind her was equally peculiar, a pallor indicative of simmering anger. What happened? We bumped into Potter and Weasley sneaking their brooms into school, yet Professor Flitwick claimed it was approved by Professor McGonagall. The professors are so biased. They actually allowed Potter to bring a broom to school, and now Draco's been mocked by Weasley. Pansy mimicked Weasley's tone, This isn't some old-fashioned broomstick. It's the Firebolt 2000. Malfoy, what did you say your family had? A Comet 260? Comets are dazzling, but they're hardly in the same league. Perhaps Pansy had imitated too closely. For Draco's face darkened further. It's just a Firebolt 2000. Weasley and his lot are so poor they can't even piece together half a broom. Each of them has to gather twigs as a family. Just you wait, next semester. I will definitely join the Slytherin Quidditch team and send these foolish lions home to their mothers. A charming aspiration, Lina sincerely wished him success. After exiting the Great Hall, Lina returned once more to the trophy room, wandering within, feeling the searing ache of the mark, fluctuating in intensity. When she lifted her hand to touch a metal, the pain abruptly vanished, replaced by a chilling sensation akin to snowflakes falling in winter. This brought to mind the dream, that fleeting kiss that barely grazed the mark. The inscription on the metal read, Tom Marvolo Riddle, awarded for exceptional contributions to the house. 2 days later, at Malfoy Manor, Lucius Malfoy sat in his study, unsealing a letter from Draco. His son seemed to still rely somewhat on himself and Narcissa, which was a source of frustration. However, the ability to be wholly depended upon and trusted by family brought him a profound sense of satisfaction. It had been 11 years since that person fell. Dear father, guess what I saw today? Potter was actually permitted by a professor to bring a broom. And it's the Firebolt 2000. Once I catch him in a misstep, you can unite with the other board members to expel him from Hogwarts. Lucius rubbed his temples, a dull ache plaguing him. His willful and mischievous son had taken to viewing Potter as a thorn in his side ever since the commencement of the school year, a rather unfortunate development. Father, you would never guess, the first to befriend Potter was actually Lina. Yet, she has taken to frequenting the trophy room lately. I can't fathom what delight she finds there. Dearest father, as I write to you, it feels as though a day apart is akin to an eternity. I miss you and mother dearly. Has Rella's culinary skill improved of late? I find myself yearning for her dishes and the delightful cookies made by mother. Father, just the other day, I passed by the trophy room and spied a peculiar medal awarded to a student named Tom Marvolo Riddle. Do you know who this individual is? Lucius's fingers tightened involuntarily, the parchment crinkling faintly in his grasp as flickering shadows danced across his pallid face from the fire in the hearth. Instinctively, he slammed the letter onto the table, as though that action could dissipate the chill the words had instilled within him. Darling, what troubles you? Have those two rascals turned Hogwarts upside down? Nothing at all. Lucius forced a strained smile, his voice rough, and as he reached for his teacup, his wrist trembled uncontrollably, nearly spilling the now lukewarm tea. Show it to me. Feigning nonchalance, he clenched the letter tightly in his hand, ultimately surrendering it to Narcissa. This proves nothing, dear. Perhaps Lina is merely wandering aimlessly about the castle. Narcissa's fingers delicately traced the familiar handwriting on the parchment, each letter imbued with Lina's distinct, rounded flourish. Her gaze lingered upon the name Tom Marvolo Riddle, unwavering for a prolonged moment. Lucius, her voice was a mere whisper, yet it froze the air around them. Lina is our child. We cannot deceive ourselves. A gust of wind suddenly rattled the window panes, sending a shiver up Lucius's spine. He was compelled to concede that Narcissa was indeed correct. Lina, the girl who had grown up by their side, would not pen anything frivolous unless she had uncovered something significant. The flickering flames in the fireplace dimmed, enveloping the room in an eerie silence. Lucius's gaze fell upon the ancient tapestry adorning the wall, the silver serpentine patterns flickering in the shadows. He had returned. 11 years prior, he had not perished completely. Indeed, Tom Marvolo Riddle possessed another name that struck terror into the hearts of all, Voldemort. 11 seemingly tranquil years had elapsed. Yet once more they found themselves in a state of heightened vigilance. I shall write to the children, instructing them to steer clear of Potter. Narcissa, fear not. We shall find a way. The Dark Lord has entrusted you with those artifacts. Previously, in order to evade scrutiny from the Ministry of Magic, they had been disposed of. But I shall retrieve them from Bork tomorrow. The dim light flickered gently, and the vast estate lay shrouded in a deathly silence. A storm was imminent. Chapter 26, The Forbidden Forest. Lina slumped in the armchair of the common room, her open history of magic textbook seemingly mocking her naivety. She had assumed that her prior experience with rote memorization would render this course a breeze. However, reality delivered a resounding slap to her face. As the intricate dates of goblin rebellions and the details of wizarding wars proved more perplexing than potion recipes. Draco, she called out weakly, my dear brother. Draco did not look up, his quill gracefully gliding across the parchment. If only your enthusiasm for history of magic matched your eagerness to borrow my homework. You would have passed long ago. Lina groaned, burying her face in her textbook. 2 months into the term, Professor Binz's hypnotic voice, paired with the lengthy narrative of medieval wizarding wars, was the perfect lullaby. Her gaze shifted to Pansy, who was intently copying something. Noticing Lina's scrutiny, Pansy replied without lifting her head. I have Draco's assignment, but I haven't finished it yet. With her last hope resting on Theodore, who sat on the sofa by the fireplace, his slender fingers flipping through a hefty tome on the history of magic, he appeared deeply engrossed, as if researching some arcane dark magic. Theodore, Lina drawled, your history of magic assignment. No. Theodore closed the book. You must complete it yourself. Lina dramatically clutched her chest. How can you utter such cold words from your mouth at a temperature of 37 degrees? She slumped in her chair, feigning weakness. The mere sight of this assignment renders me breathless. I must be ill, dizzy, and lightheaded. Theodore sighed, his finger gently tapping the notebook on the table. Lina perked up instantly, reaching for it, only to hear him add, I haven't finished yet. The young man straightened, but there isn't much left. Would you prefer to wait, or shall I teach you? Really? Lina's eyes sparkled with excitement. Theodore, how kind of you. Let us work together. It will expedite the process. Theodore cleared his throat, a faint blush creeping across his cheeks in the glow of the fire. Lina then noticed that despite the flames roaring in the hearth, a chill still lingered in the common room. She shifted closer to Theodore, dividing the blanket between them, the parchment spread out before them. The sound of quills scratching mingling with the crackle of the fire. Theodore's explanations were clear and patient, breathing life into the otherwise dull historical events. The Slytherin common room was enveloped in a dim green glow late into the night, the shimmering surface of the black lake casting dancing shadows upon the ceiling. Lina stealthily descended from her four-poster bed, Pansy's even breathing resonating clearly in the stillness. As she pushed open the dormitory door, the figure before the fireplace momentarily startled her. Blaise was leaning against the armchair, the firelight flickering across his sharply defined profile. Hearing the noise behind him, he turned, his voice husky with the night. Why are you still awake? I overslept too much during the day, Lina replied tersely, striding towards the stone door. Just as her fingertips brushed the cold stone wall, Blaise's voice called from behind. It is already past curfew. I hardly think I am the type to be caught wandering the halls at night. As she was about to step out of the common room, a thought struck her. You aren't, perhaps, unable to sleep and wish to sneak out for a stroll, but fear being caught and losing points, thus remaining in the common room. Blaise's expression momentarily stiffened, but he quickly reverted to his usual nonchalant demeanor. Little princess. Are you inviting me? Absolutely not, Lina denied outright, pushing the stone door open. The corridor lay shrouded in darkness, illuminated solely by the moonlight filtering through the stained glass windows, casting mottled shadows upon the floor. As she took a few steps forward, she heard footsteps trailing behind her. Are you following me to prove that you are not a coward? She raised an eyebrow at Blaise. When did you become so childish? Blaise elegantly adjusted his cuffs. A gentleman would not leave a lady to wander alone at night. Suit yourself. Lina turned and continued forward, her footsteps echoing in the vast corridor. She wandered aimlessly, traversing the secret passage behind the tapestry and navigating around the moving staircase. Blaise followed closely behind, 2 paces away, while the moonlight elongated their shadows. Occasionally, the figures in the portraits emitted faint snores, or the armor reflected a silvery gleam. Lina glanced at Blaise, who had lowered his eyelids, seemingly lost in thought, his long lashes casting shadows on his face. Thus, they shared a rare moment of tranquility until Blaise yawned. If you're tired, you should return and rest. Lina halted her steps. I mentioned that a gentleman would never leave a lady alone at night. It's safe here. Hogwarts is secure. Blaise sighed, his expression unusually serious under the moonlight. Return within 20 minutes, or I shall inform the head of house. Understood. You're so tedious. Lina watched Blaise's figure recede before she turned her steps towards the forbidden forest. To be honest, she had always been curious about what lay within. At that moment, amidst the depths of Hogwarts' forbidden forest, the sound of footsteps echoed, the mud soaking his boots and robes. Blast. He hurriedly shook off the twigs and dead leaves clinging to him. You've arrived rather late. The sudden appearance of a man startled Travers, but upon recognizing him, his eyes sparkled. I stumbled in the woods earlier, which delayed me. Professor Quirrell chuckled derisively. I've never been one for this. If Barty were still alive, it wouldn't fall to me to do such physically demanding tasks. Who said he is dead? A look of astonishment crossed Travers' face as Quirrell removed his scarf, revealing the back of his head to him. He is still alive? The newspaper reported his demise at Azkaban. I assume since he is alive, how shall we find him? Master? There is no rush. How goes the other task I entrusted to you? At the mention of this, Travers' excitement faded, and he spoke seriously. I've written home to inquire. After the Battle of St. Mungo, all pure-blood wizards perished, and those still alive are likely muggles and half-bloods. Voldemort's gaze settled on him, and Travers fell silent. My time to regain consciousness is limited. There are matters I must address myself. You wish to find the survivors from that time to use him, or her, for our purposes, correct? Provided she is clever enough, she will understand. Chapter 27. Blank Stationery. The Slytherin common room was mostly empty in the early morning, as Lina dozed on the sofa, stretching lazily. The silence reminded her of the dream from the previous night. Again, it was that splendid and enigmatic corridor, the moonlight streaming through the rose window, magnificent and mesmerizing. You found me. Yes, Tom Marvolo Riddle. I just like that name. Lina remained silent. Riddle seemed to ponder for a moment, a faint smile curving his lips as he shook his head. Compared to that, I have also heard some things about you. Lina Malfoy. Is that surname truly your father's? Have you sought out your biological parents? She suspected her expression was not particularly pleasant. You're quite pretentious. Do I have any relatives left in this world? Furthermore, why did you find me? Is it because I bear your mark? Unbeknownst to her, this line of questioning struck a nerve with Riddle, as he suddenly stepped closer, narrowing the distance between them. Then he extended his hand, gripping her throat. His hand was pale and gaunt, yet incredibly strong. Lina felt herself teetering on the brink of asphyxiation. The world around her darkening. Those obsidian eyes, tinged with crimson, bore into her soul, as if seeking to unearth all her secrets. Yet, Lina felt no fear. The reason you do not feel afraid is that you perceive this merely as a dream, is it not? Or perhaps, he was merely stating a fact. Not anticipating an answer, Lina extended her trembling hand, groping upward until she grasped the very hand that constricted her throat, granting her a modicum of movement. I know you could easily kill me in a dream. At these words, Riddle's anger slightly waned, replaced by curiosity and a feigned disdain. He loosened his grip. How do you know these things? Dreams. Once released, Lina tugged at her robe, which he had wrinkled, feeling the lingering chill on her neck. So, in your view, knowing someone cannot swim, yet pushing her into a raging river, standing on the shore, self-proclaimed as a deity. Telling her it was I who saved you from the water. Does that mean she should bow to you, for you granted her a second life? Riddle responded without hesitation, his tone still one of entitlement. Of course not. If you hadn't saved her, would that count as a favor? That would be murder. His laughter at this absurdity sent chills down her spine as he deftly smoothed her collar, his touch oddly gentle. For a newborn, the world resembles a turbulent river, and the child is the helpless one who cannot swim. Parents bring their children to this world intending to lift them from the waters, only to encounter unforeseen obstacles. Lina raised her gaze, locking eyes with his swirling depths. The log fancied itself the savior of the child, yet only the child knew how she survived. Riddle gazed at her in silence, the moonlight illuminating his profile, his eyes growing fervent as if he had discovered something amusing. Perfect, he whispered, his fingertips brushing her hair's tips, his voice laced with a sickly delight, akin to a serpent discovering new prey. Tell me, he leaned in closer, whispering in her ear as if sharing a secret, what else did you dream of? Lina felt Riddle's breath, chillingly close, brushing against her ear, causing her to involuntarily tense. Nothing. You know it's not a dream, is it? Riddle suddenly laughed, his smile tinged with amusement. You're far more interesting than I imagined. I have a friend, our friend, currently imprisoned by his father. Would you help me rescue him? I'm only in my first year. When I was your age, I had already discovered the Chamber of Secrets. I will provide you with an assistant, and I shall accompany you if necessary. He gave Lina no chance to refuse, and just like that, the dream abruptly ended, leaving her with only the red marks encircling her neck. No. Just because I agreed to join you doesn't mean you can assign me tasks at will. Just wait until the holidays, and I'll ruin it for you. Lina awoke with a start, pulling the covers over herself completely, trembling uncontrollably in the dark cocoon of her bed. The dream that just lingered in her mind, along with the weight of past memories, suffocated her like a thorny bramble tightly entwined around her. The sensations of pain, helplessness, and despair swirled within her as dawn broke, even if dragged into the abyss. She would claw her way back to the surface with every ounce of strength she possessed. After rising, Lina muttered curses under her breath while rummaging for her scarf, utterly exasperated that even in death, she found no peace. What's wrong? Caught a cold. A voice interrupted her thoughts from behind, a hand suddenly resting on her forehead. You're fine. Lina looked up to see Draco withdrawing his hand with a sense of relief, stepping closer to tighten her scarf. Why are you up so early? Is the dormitory too cold? No, I'm just hungry, brother. Friday, a day both splendid and pivotal, promised only one class for Slytherin, heralding nearly 2.5 days of holiday. However, this solitary lesson was the anxiety-inducing potions class, taught by none other than Severus Snape, the stern and unsmiling head of Slytherin. Although they arrived early in the Great Hall, several students were already gathered at the Slytherin table, chattering animatedly about the impending potions lesson. From a distance, Lina spotted a large jar of orange-yellow liquid placed in the center of the Slytherin table. Unmistakably prepared for her, lemon honey water. Satisfied, she poured it into a ceramic cup, relishing a sip of the familiar flavor that kindled her spirits for the day ahead. Did you negotiate this with the house elves? Theodore cast a quizzical glance at the jar on the table. It's absolutely delicious. Would you like to try some? Lina nodded at him and gestured for him to pass his glass. Across the table, Blaze eagerly pushed a white porcelain cup towards her. My dear princess, may I trouble you for a cup of that beverage? As she poured the drink into Blaze's cup, she leaned over to glance at Pansy and Draco across from her. Do either of you require my service? I'm not particularly fond of sour foods. Pansy waved dismissively, taking a sip of pumpkin juice that nearly made Lina's eyes roll back. The students' opinions on Professor Snape seemed to revolve around words like harsh, fond of deducting house points, and overly difficult assignments. Draco scanned the room, lowering his voice to express his thoughts. I doubt he will make things difficult for us Slytherins. Blaze and Theodore remained indifferent, while Pansy unusually flipped through her potions textbook, with Draco appearing slightly more animated. With a series of thuds, the windows of the hall swung open, and owls swooped in, carrying mail from all corners of the globe, their numbers estimating at least 100 little postal messengers. These clever creatures could always locate their respective masters amidst the bustling crowd of the great hall, delivering letters and parcels with precision. Chapter 28. I have found you. Suddenly, a plain, unremarkable blank envelope landed in front of Lina. Everyone around was busy unsealing their letters, oblivious to this small occurrence. She lowered her gaze to open the envelope, immediately sensing the exquisite magic lingering on the paper's surface, allowing only her to glimpse the contents within. As her eyes scanned the opening, the few concise words became crystal clear, her fingertips trembling slightly, then freezing in place. The clamor around her abruptly ceased, and the environment fell into a profound silence. Time traveler, I believe I have found you. But do not worry, I am not your enemy, at least not at this moment. Until we meet again. Miss Zhang Yen from afar. Based on her current deductions, the sender was likely hiding somewhere within Hogwarts, monitoring her movements. Moreover, this individual was not affiliated with Voldemort's faction. They proceeded along the underground passage into the potions classroom, where the walls were lined with an assortment of glass jars containing animal specimens that sent shivers down her spine. The potions classroom, in contrast to the main building of the castle, was even more desolate, with an eerie cold wind swirling through the corridor. While Lina's thoughts remained ensnared by the content of the blank envelope, the magic residual on the paper was undoubtedly a complex revealing spell, cast with such skill that even Hogwarts professors would struggle to decipher it swiftly. As they rounded a staircase corner, she quietly incanted Incendio, incinerating the paper. From a young age, Lina had found the various murky liquids brewed in cauldrons utterly unappealing. The process of concocting potions held no allure for her, and she had always approached the subject with a dismissive attitude. In my class, there is no need for mindless wand-waving or nonsensical incantations. In truth, I doubt many of you appreciate the profound science and meticulous craftsmanship that potions entails. Professor Snape glanced at Draco, then continued, however, for those few exceptional students with genuine interest, I shall teach you how to cultivate renown, create brilliance, and even how to brew the elixir of immortality. The medical standards in the wizarding world were indeed a conundrum. A mere flick of a wand could mend broken bones, yet burns required hours of potion making. Many steps in the process were quite primitive. Guess what they used for grinding? Mortar and pestle. That said, perhaps some of you arrived at Hogwarts already endowed with extraordinary magical power and sufficient confidence to believe you could ignore my lessons. Harry Potter, the newly arrived student at Hogwarts, a figure of considerable fame. Professor Snape casually flipped through the attendance sheet, aggressively posing potion-related questions to Harry. Tell me, what would happen if I added powdered daffodil root to an infusion of mugwort? Lina turned to see Harry's bewildered expression, with Hermione's hand raised high in the air. I don't know, sir. Draco stifled a laugh beside Lina, his body shaking with suppressed mirth. Let us try again. If I asked you to fetch me a piece of cowbane, where would you go? Harry shook his head again, while Hermione continued to hold her hand aloft. What's the difference between aconite and wolfsbane? I don't know, sir. Hermione appeared on the verge of jumping out of her seat, evidently having memorized the entire textbook. Alas, it seems that notoriety does not equate to knowledge, does it, Mr. Potter? His unrestrained sarcasm and mockery radiated an aura of frustration from Harry, while Hermione, ignored despite her raised hand, was not in a cheerful mood either. Regardless, allowing personal feelings to intertwine with classroom instruction could hardly be deemed an ethical practice. Suddenly, a piece of chalk ricocheted off the surface of Lina's desk, and Professor Snape, with a grim expression, addressed her. Lina Malfoy, since you appear to be so bored in my class that you sigh and daydream, may I take this as a sign that you are well versed in the study of potions? Malfoy, I invite you to explain the effects of the elixir of life to your classmates. What do you say? Caught off guard and inviting trouble for herself, Lina steadied herself with her hands on the desk and slowly rose, her mind racing. Sleeping draft, sir. Nevertheless, I implore you to muster your spirits in my class. Professor Snape glanced at her with a stern expression. The students, having witnessed Snape's unyielding demeanor, could only hear the rustling of quills against parchment. Halfway through the lesson, Professor Snape instructed everyone to successfully concoct a simple potion for treating scabies before the class concluded. It is worth mentioning that this was a rather straightforward assessment, and I hoped certain individuals would seize this opportunity to prove their worth beyond mere reputation. Snape glided around the classroom in his lengthy black cloak, meticulously observing their attempts to dry nettle and crush serpent fangs, with nearly all students having faced reprimands, except Draco. It must be admitted, he indeed possessed a remarkable talent for potion making. Lina was paired with Blaise. Although she was not particularly enthusiastic about it, she felt compelled to comply with the professor's arrangements. I can scarcely believe you spend every day with my brother and Theodore, yet your practical skills are so lacking. Wait, that plant in your hand is a gillyweed leaf. This one is the nettle. Lina furrowed her brow slightly, shaking her head in exasperation, uncertain if it was too late to request a partner change from Professor Snape. A slip of the hand, princess? Will you ruthlessly abandon your partner? Blaise reached for the mortar in her grasp, insisting, let me grind it. Lina shot him a glance, but offered no response. Blaise, feeling somewhat guilty, tilted his head to observe her expression, noticing a faint smirk at the corner of her mouth. Her peripheral vision caught sight of Longbottom's cauldron, emitting an eerie green vapor. Blaise, stop grinding for a moment. Come closer to me. He hesitated slightly before moving nearer, while Lina positioned herself behind him, praying that he could shield her if Longbottom's cauldron were to explode. Do you not see that the color of that cauldron is amiss? Following her pointing finger, Blaise beheld the strange potion. In a split second, disregarding any further contemplation, he cast a shield charm while encircling Lina protectively behind him. In an instant, a violent explosion erupted less than 10 feet in front of them, followed by the harrowing screams of their classmates and the clattering of desks and chairs. Surrounding students were drenched in potion, their exposed arms and legs swelling and bubbling with scabies. Are you all right? Blaise turned to check on Lina, and in that fleeting moment, the air thickened, their figures seemingly merging beneath the warm glow of the lamps. He feigned nonchalance, casting a quick glance down at her, then swiftly withdrew his arm from around her, retreating to his original position. Thank goodness you're unharmed. 2 seconds later, he exhaled a sigh of relief, smiling gently, causing Lina to momentarily lose her composure. A sudden rhythmic pounding echoed in her chest, as if she could distinctly hear her heart beating vigorously. Realizing her uncharacteristic reaction, Lina hastily patted her cheeks, forcing herself to dispel the increasingly peculiar thoughts. Chapter 29, Loyalty or Not. Fool. Finnegan, escort Mr. Longbottom to the infirmary above. Those injured should seek Madame Pomfrey. 5 points deducted from Gryffindor. The once tumultuous classroom gradually quieted. Draco, impeccably composed, had evidently shielded himself behind Goyle just before the explosion. After confirming that Lina was unscathed, he eagerly engaged in conversation with Pansy about the unexpected incident. What were you doing, really standing in front of me? After a moment's hesitation, Lina stammered, unable to meet his gaze. Are you feeling guilty about your actions? But it is my duty to protect fair maidens. Lina was left speechless, feeling utterly foolish. Well, thank you, the illustrious Sabini. She shot him an exasperated glare, huffing out a retort. But I did not see you raise your wand. Lina, astonished, leaned forward to inspect his sleeve. Did you conceal your wand in your robe? Princess, non-wand magic is not your exclusive specialty, is it? There's no need to be overly surprised. After all, I spend every day with your brother and Theodore. Blaise's tone was tinged with teasing, revealing an unmistakable pride. Lina, still skeptical, retrieved her wand from beneath the desk and waved it in front of him. You are indeed impressive. Blaise raised an eyebrow, taking his wand in hand. Your keen sight is commendable, although I must admit, I do not rival your directness. Thank you for the compliment. Let us tidy up. Class is nearly over. Lina cast him a sidelong glance as she began to gather the various vials and jars from the table, while Professor Snape continued to hover around Harry and Weasley. Potter, why did you not tell him not to add the hedgehog's spines? Aye. Do you think his error will reflect better on you? Aye. Gryffindor has lost another point because of you. Half an hour later, the bell rang, and they filed out of the potions classroom. Draco strode ahead, hastily reaching the stone door of the Slytherin common room to recite the password, Pureblood. I must question, is Hogwarts truly the best wizarding school in the world? In just 7 days since the term commenced, not a single class has gone smoothly. Pansy flopped onto the sofa, save for the collective slumber in history of magic. This is merely the first term. More unexpected events will undoubtedly unfold. Lina felt utterly drained, sinking into the sofa's cushions. Blaise, you must help me prevent Theodore from going to the dormitory. I'll be stepping out for a bit and will return later. Draco emerged from the dormitory clad in a fresh Slytherin uniform, rattling off his words before sprinting out the door. On what grounds? I refuse. Before she could catch Blaze's response, Draco's figure had vanished. Pansy craned her neck towards the stone door. Draco has been coming and going all day. What on earth is he up to? Certainly not studying. Lina and Blaze replied in unison, exchanging glances at each other. Theodore ambled over to the single chair beside Lina. If she were to hazard a guess, he was likely heading off to watch Quidditch practice. Draco is positively brimming with energy. The weekend holiday has officially begun. Friends, I shall take a brief rest and catch up on some sleep. Yawning, Pansy slowly rose from the sofa and made her way to the dormitory. While Blaze lightly placed his hand on Theodore's shoulder, his voice and actions flowing smoothly. Be at your leisure, I shall take my leave. With one hand in his pocket, Blaze leisurely maneuvered around her and Theodore before turning into the boys' dormitory corridor. I'm going out for a stroll and perhaps to find my brother. Very well. Lina hesitated for a moment before stepping towards the Quidditch pitch, only to find herself coincidentally encountering Harry during practice. Is that Oliver Wood beside him? Quite handsome indeed. Suddenly struck, the sharp pain nearly brought tears to her eyes. Are you all right? A well-proportioned, distinctly boned hand appeared before her, and Lina instinctively grasped it as the other person effortlessly pulled her to her feet. Lina, are you okay? She rubbed her head. She should be fine. Apologies. I intended to pull you over, but you were standing a bit far, so. No worries, thank you. Lina offered a genuine smile to Wood. And thank you to you as well. However, her words seemed to have been automatically disregarded by Wood, who was expertly returning the ball that had struck her back into the box. Are you training with the bludger? Wood appeared to be activated by a switch. Indeed. It is a bludger. But what brings you here, Harry? Is she your friend? Harry nodded, while Wood remained silent, continuing to tidy the box. Perhaps you know where the Quidditch match is headed? The match? Harry pondered for a moment and pointed in a direction. Over there. I apologize. I would love to take you there, but I'm in the middle of practice. It's all right. I can go on my own. Harry, I just remembered you joined the Quidditch team. I almost forgot to congratulate you. Good luck with the training. I look forward to your performance on the field. As Lina turned the corner of the corridor, she was suddenly pulled into a shadowy recess. She thought she might have figured out who the friend and the assistant that Riddle spoke of needing rescue were. So, you mean to say that our friend is imprisoned by his father? Yes. His father is Barty Crouch, the head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. Indeed. And Barty Crouch Jr. was supposed to have died in Azkaban long ago, yet his father secretly switched him out and kept him at home. Exactly. To be honest. You're making the answer rather obvious. It's quite dull. May I leave? Travers shrugged, hoping she would understand, yet also wishing she would not depart. There are only two types of allegiance, loyalty and disloyalty. Lina nodded, acknowledging her understanding, as they walked in silence down the deserted corridor, the only sound being the soft thud of their footsteps against the ground. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Damien Travers, third year. He hesitated, and Lina turned to him. Do you need me to introduce myself? No, never mind, it's nothing. Lina had always thought the Forbidden Forest was boundless. Yet under Damien's familiar guidance, they traversed it in less than 2 hours. Standing at the edge of the forest, she couldn't help but exclaim, if you told me you grew up in the Forbidden Forest as a werewolf, I would believe you. Damien disdainfully brushed off the twigs and leaves from his clothes. There's a term for it, stargazing. In our astronomy class, we only learn to identify the constellations of each season throughout the year. If you are counting on Hogwarts curriculum, you might as well resign yourself to a life of ignorance. I dare say that at least the syllabus for defense against the dark arts and history of magic is utterly useless. It was hard to deny the truth in his words. Perhaps he was aware of his own intelligence, which led him to exhibit a certain haughty demeanor characteristic of a genius. Or perhaps he simply lacked courtesy in his speech. Chapter 30. The Rescue of Young Barty. Do you know why we must cross the Forbidden Forest? Because apparition is not permitted within Hogwarts. Indeed, Damien scoffed lightly. If it were merely to escape the restrictions of apparition, we could have easily found a secret passage leading straight to Hogsmeade. Now remember, 8 out of 10 people in Hogsmeade are spies for Dumbledore. If you plan to do something behind his back, it's best to keep your distance. However, theoretically, only adult wizards may perform apparition, and it requires passing an exam. All theoretical age restrictions are null and void for me. Lina tightened her grip on Damien's right hand. It was dry and warm, in stark contrast to his cold and imposing visage. Suddenly, she felt his hand tighten around hers. Are you sure you're not afraid? After all, you're only a first year. Even if I were to be shattered, you'd have to piece me back together, wouldn't you? Damien sighed impatiently. I shouldn't have asked. He then recited the incantation for apparition, a sudden force pulling Lina upward. She could barely discern the rapidly shifting scenery before, in an instant. Her feet were back on solid ground. Although she regained her balance, it was clear that apparition was a significant drain on Damien's magical energy. causing him to stagger and fall to the ground. He did not release his grip on Lina's hand, and she was yanked down with him. That was intentional. Wasn't he it? Damien's voice came muffled from beneath her. Could you at least get up? Lina brushed off the dust from her robes and stood, surveying her surroundings. They were in a remote part of the forest, presumably in the western part of England, given that the sun had yet to set. The base? She extended her hand to Damien still on the ground. Once he grasped it, she pulled him up. After all, he was merely a 13-year-old boy. His frame is slender as a feather. Does the Travers family not provide you with meals? Enough with the small talk. Keep up. Mr. Barty Crouch concealed his son, who should have perished within this dense woodland. Yet all meticulous planning can be thwarted by a single factor. His son possesses a heart yearning for freedom. After all, as far as she knew, Voldemort was able to find this place thanks to young Barty's attempts to send out a secret message. The letter had been delivered by a house elf. Poor young Barty didn't he even have an owl. If his house elf can serve him, why do we need to rescue him? In truth, I believe the house elf is unaware of the letter's true contents. It likely thinks it's merely a request to subscribe to the Daily Prophet. However, the letter was intercepted and deciphered by the Dark Lord's people at the press, which is how we learned that young Barty is still alive. Damn these roots. Why do people insist on building houses in the woods? Lina chose to ignore Damien's complaints along the way. Their brief companionship allowed her to glean insights into his character. Intelligent, powerful, yet physically frail and quick-tempered. Like a ticking time bomb. Nevertheless, his words provided Lina with an understanding of Voldemort's current operations. He was evidently short on manpower, leaving the task of rescuing Barty Crouch Jr. to a first-year and a third-year student. Yet his influence permeated everywhere, even infiltrating the Daily Prophet, revealing that media and public opinion were crucial elements in the impending conflict. As they walked, the dense canopy of trees suddenly opened up, revealing an ancient castle before them. The weathered exterior walls were adorned with roses, which, amidst their decay, still exuded a semblance of vitality. The vast castle lay unguarded, allowing them to enter its interior with ease, fully aware that their son was a perilous entity. Having achieved an O in all 12 disciplines of magic, they nevertheless took the reckless risk of leaving him alone at home with the house elf. Let us proceed to the study first. Damien's steps abruptly halted, and Lina, caught off guard, collided with his back. If Crouch felt shame regarding his son, it was unlikely he would confine him to the study. On one hand, he could not bear to face his son. On the other, if anyone intruded into the study, young Barty would be at risk of discovery. Well then, where do you think we should go? Perhaps Damien was unaware that he had begun to seek Lina's counsel. Often, swaying a clever mind to one's side is far easier than persuading a fool. To the kitchen. I am hungry. Damien hesitated momentarily, but soon realized that if they were to keep a close watch on the house elf, the kitchen was the only viable option. Let us go. He tightened his grip on his wand, raising his left hand slightly to instinctively shield Lina behind him. Lina raised an eyebrow, but remained silent. A shrill cry echoed from the kitchen, undoubtedly belonging to the Crouch family as house elf. Who are you? Why have you intruded upon my master's abode? Why aren't you using the disillusionment charm? Lina cast a disdainful glance at Damien, urging him to act swiftly. Quickly bind it. Stupefy. However, the elf's magic proved to be far more formidable than he had anticipated. His spells had no effect, as it continued to shriek. While Damien engaged in a fierce battle with the elf, Lina meandered around the kitchen, observing her surroundings. Nothing seemed amiss. She found it hard to believe that a full-grown wizard could be concealed beneath a pile of carrots, or that there might be trapdoors hidden beneath the floor. Get out of the way. Lina raised her hand to cast a protective charm upon herself, while Damien unleashed a torrent of flames from his wand, nearly catching her in the crossfire. A few stray sparks landed around her, but some did not descend to the ground. Instead, they hovered momentarily in the air before vanishing without a trace. Incendio. As anticipated, the flames did not fall directly to the ground but appeared to be halted mid-air, as if an invisible barrier obstructed the same space. Behind her, the elf emitted a desperate wail. No. Lina stepped forward, grasping something in the void, and without hesitation, she forcefully lifted it. To her surprise, she uncovered an invisibility cloak. Young Barty was tightly bound to a chair, momentarily stunned, gazing vacantly at Lina as she gestured about the concealment of the cloak. However, he should have possessed a more cunning and malevolent demeanor, rather than wearing such a bewildered and sluggish expression. The Cruciatus curse? Allow me. Behind them, the elf wept bitterly for failing to watch over Barty, repeatedly banging its head against the cupboard. Moments later, Barty's murky eyes regained clarity, resembling a cold, deep pool. He looked up at them, flashing a genuine smile, filled with joy. He has returned, hasn't he? I knew the first missing piece would come back. Without uttering an incantation, the ropes binding him snapped apart. Throughout this, his gaze remained fixated on Lina, unwavering. The danger was unavoidable, yet formidable. Give it to me. Lina tightened her grip on the cloak hidden behind her back, yet reluctantly handed it over. I merely wished to see it. I never said I wouldn't return it. How stingy. Chapter 31, Gryffindor Seeker. The wand. Lina hesitated, but ultimately relinquished her wand. Barty accepted it, caressing it gently. Elder, the most suitable material for casting dark magic. He murmured softly, unleashing a curse that sent the elf crashing to the ground. Lina frowned slightly, turning her head as she exited the castle. By the way, do you have any siblings? She glanced at Damien, who had followed her, recalling how he had stood protectively before her. Damien seemed taken aback by her question, his expression becoming somewhat awkward. No, I am an only child. Indeed, the sole descendant. It appeared that Barty had recovered remarkably well, having just been liberated from the Cruciatus curse and numerous binding spells, yet he still retained a semblance of clarity. I had thought that all those years under the Cruciatus curse would have silenced you. Dream on. Barty scrutinized Damien with disdain. You look rather frail. I'm only 13. Barty offered no comment on this, merely snorting derisively as he seized Damien's wand, taking Lina's right hand with his other. Little girl, hold my hand. As for him, Damien rolled his eyes, attempting to take her left hand, but was interrupted by Barty. Come here. Ultimately, Damien found himself grasped by the collar and, in an instant, they apparat to the edge of the forbidden forest. It was almost instantaneous, without any disorienting or nauseating sensations. This was the legal apparition of an adult wizard. Barty's tone was laden with implication, to which Damien retorted without hesitation, your existence is hardly lawful. Those who have never stepped foot in Azkaban have never suffered for my master. They betrayed him. Unlike me, they are not bound. They could freely seek him out. Yet they did not. His voice was like a cold blade in the winter, glinting ominously in the moonlight. Loyalty, to Lina, was an impractical concept, yet for him, it was a conviction to be upheld at the cost of one's life. Self-pity. Lina scoffed, glancing at the two gentlemen beside her. Might I take my leave now? Barty waved them away, and on their way back to Hogwarts, both Damien and Lina shared a tacit understanding and maintained silence. It was not until they reached the dark corridor that he broke the silence. What are you thinking? The invisibility cloak. Tomorrow's class. I hope I don't doze off. You seem quick on the uptake. However, tomorrow is Saturday. As for wanting to take something from him, 2 lives wouldn't suffice. Lina chuckled softly, murmuring, crazy. But first-year students are already familiar with the Cruciatus curse? Of course, I am rather well read. The learn, Miss Lina. Do engage in more practice rather than merely calling for my assistance. Lina cast a sidelong glance at him, and to her surprise, his expression was not one of mockery or derision, but rather tinged with a subtle concern, solemn and weighty. It was as if he was contemplating the events that would soon unfold. Without uttering a word, Lina simply nodded, since they remained unaware of the uniqueness of her magic. She had no desire to complicate matters further. Just as she was about to return to her dormitory, Damien called out to her, warning that possessing such a precious magical artifact as an invisibility cloak could be perilous. However, he added, should she wish to utilize it, she could seek him out. With that, he swiftly vanished into the boys' dormitory, leaving only his retreating silhouette, which soon disappeared from view. At that moment, in the office of the Hogwarts headmaster, Dumbledore was engaged in a discussion with McGonagall regarding Lucius's recent visit to Borgin and Burke's to retrieve numerous items. Could it be that Voldemort was poised to make a resurgence? We know he had once created several Horcruxes in an attempt to fragment his soul and attain immortality. Dumbledore shook his head, asserting that it could not be so. He was still missing a crucial element, and until he found it, his soul could not be reconstituted through the Horcruxes. McGonagall nodded, yet the worry in her eyes lingered. The following day, under a gentle afternoon breeze and clear skies, Lina awoke at her leisure and strolled to the Ollery, hoping to locate the owl that had previously delivered her blank letter. To her chagrin, she realized she seemed to suffer from prosopagnosia. Upon returning to the common room, she found it unexpectedly deserted. Hearing footsteps, Pansy poked her head out from Daphne's dormitory, exclaiming, Lina, I thought you would return at midnight like you did yesterday. Have you been out and about? She glanced at the copper clock on the wall, its hands indicating 3 o'clock in the afternoon. By the way, lunch had already concluded, and the Great Hall ceased food service half an hour ago. I anticipated you would miss lunch after waking up, so I specially packed a sandwich for you. With a flourish, Pansy swatted away a paw that was about to land on her head, warning, if you keep moving, I'll toss the sandwich in the trash. Lina beamed as she took the sandwich, declaring, Pansy, you are truly an angel, so thoughtful and caring. I adore you, she suggested. I recommend you take a page from Theodore and Blaze's book. They rise even earlier than usual and venture out alone, exuding an air of mystery. Oh, and I must tell you the latest news from Hogwarts. Draco was furious upon learning that Potter had been selected as Gryffindor Seeker, storming out of the Great Hall without a thought for lunch. Pansy eagerly pulled Lina to sit on the sofa, continuing, "He still hasn't come to terms with it? But I can only imagine that the only person capable of inciting such a reaction from Draco is Harry." Lina dabbed her mouth with a wet napkin, then headed towards the stone door, contemplating how fleeting weekends always seemed. She resolved to seek out a distraction to elongate the hours. Enjoy your time with Daphne. Since arriving at Hogwarts, a series of bizarre events had unfolded, prompting Lina to seize the opportunity to explore the library for relevant literature. Inside, students donned various house robes quietly traversed the aisles. Undoubtedly, the majority hailed from the knowledge-thirsty Ravenclaw. Raising her gaze, she spotted Harry and his companions, seated near the entrance, their faces etched with concern as they focused intently on their assignments. "Hey, Lina," Hermione, the first to notice her, called softly, "Over here." "Hi, Lina," Harry chimed in, lifting his head to wave at her. "What's up?" "I don't want to sit with her," Ron remarked, speaking close enough for Lina to overhear. "Harry, Hermione, I must remind you both that she is Malfoy's sister." "Good afternoon. Are you both working on essays?" Lina chose to feign ignorance, positioning herself between Hermione and Harry. "Yes. I think we're still about 3 feet short," Hermione replied, her eyes darting towards Harry, who wore an unusually smug expression. "Lina, I am officially the Seeker for Gryffindor now. Congratulations. Last time, I congratulated you on joining the team, but this time, it's for becoming the new Seeker. I will train diligently, striving to take the field as soon as possible." Chapter 32, The Restricted Section. Lina waved goodbye to Harry and Hermione, stating, "I shall first consult some materials, so as not to impede your valiant battle with your assignments. Don't frown, smile." She playfully lifted Hermione's lips with her fingers, leaning in closer. The smiling Miss Granger was utterly charming. With a graceful turn, she ventured deeper into the library. As evening approached, the sun dipped below the horizon, draping the castle in a cloak of deep indigo twilight, and the surrounding students gradually thinned. After meandering through the library for what felt like hours, Lina had perused the towering shelves, yet her search yielded little success. She had not discovered a single book pertaining to time turners. "Miss Malfoy," a soft, serene voice called from behind her, and Lina felt a gentle touch on her shoulder. Turning, she was met with a striking visage, a Ravenclaw girl with dark hair and an Eastern appearance. "Are you a first-year student visiting the library for the first time?" Autumn Zhang inquired, gesturing towards a nearby door with a smile. "The exit is on the other side." "Yes, I am a first year from Slytherin." "I'm Autumn Zhang, a second year from Ravenclaw." The layout of the library's entrances can be quite confusing. One must be cautious. She cradled a thick stack of books in her arms, nodding cheerfully. "My name is Lina Malfoy. Thank you, upperclassmen. May I ask if you are encountering any difficulties? I noticed you appeared quite dejected." Autumn tilted her head, scrutinizing Lina's expression and speaking in a conjectural tone. "Did the professors hastily assign challenging work to the first-year students during the opening week? Your words evoke a sense of dread regarding my forthcoming academic life. However, it is not the assignments that trouble me. I specifically came to the library to seek information. Yet I have scoured the shelves without any fruitful results. If the prominent areas of the library have been thoroughly checked without any omissions, there remains only one last location to explore." Xiaozhang glanced around cautiously before leaning closer to her ear. The restricted section of the library was located at the rear, cordoned off from the ordinary area by a rope set by Madame Pants. "I can divulge to you the method of accessing the restricted section, and I assure you it complies with the Academy's regulations. Should a student acquire a signed permit from a professor, they may apply to enter that area to borrow relevant books. However, if the permit is not procured through legitimate channels, might there be a more straightforward and audacious approach?" Lina inquired with an inquisitive tone. Xiaozhang's expression immediately turned grave. "Do not entertain any misguided thoughts. I have heard that the restricted section contains tomes related to dark magic, which are exceedingly perilous." She patted Lina's shoulder with a mournful gaze, her eyes catching a glimpse of the overcast sky outside. "It seems the dinner in the hall will only be served for another half hour. I almost forgot about Cedric. I apologize. I have urgent matters and must take my leave. I wish you success in unraveling your inner queries. Until next time." Xiaozhang stammered her farewells and hurriedly turned to depart. Lina raised an amused smile, waving at her retreating figure, realizing she could not afford to waste precious moments of a rendezvous. A familiar name lingered on the tip of her tongue. It appeared that the nature of their relationship was beginning to unfold, and Lina silently sighed for Harry, who remained blissfully unaware. Memories from another timeline resurfaced, evoking thoughts of Cedric's ultimate fate, an enviable couple ultimately unable to remain together, possessing only fleeting moments of joy. To relive the beautiful interactions despite knowing the story's conclusion. Was it a reward or a punishment? The answer remained elusive, and inexplicable fantasies began to flood her mind. Having lived in this world for so long, Lina had yet to ponder whether it was truly the realm of the original narrative or a remarkably similar parallel universe. If this were a dimension exclusive to the original story, it might not even possess a complete Earth. Conversely, if it were a parallel universe, it would signify the existence of another Earth. Though magic prevailed, everything and everyone outside the original narrative did not overlap with the world she once inhabited. Regardless of which conclusion one reached, it implied her inability to truly find her parents. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, an unexpected scene greeted her. The other four were all present, and the atmosphere was surprisingly harmonious. Blaise and Theodore sat leisurely on the sofa by the fireplace, casually flipping through magazines, separated by a chasm of distance. Draco and Pansy were huddled around the large round table, furiously scribbling away, their expressions reflecting the weariness of minds drained by their essays. It was quite rare for everyone to congregate in the Slytherin common room. I thought you would seize the holiday to sneak out and indulge in mischief, Lina remarked as she strolled toward the interior, her gaze sweeping over their faces. Blaise and Theodore simultaneously looked up at her. Draco and I have been wrestling with our history of magic essay for 3 hours, and we are still 5 inches short of victory, Pansy exclaimed, measuring the parchment with a ruler, while muttering, Lina, where did you wander off to? Pansy, you seem to have a grave misunderstanding of my activities. Lina pulled a chair from beside the fireplace, tilting her head to wink at Pansy. I was immersed in a deep study at the library, sailing through the ocean of knowledge. An unexpected answer, Pansy replied dismissively, picking up her quill to continue her frenzied writing. I feel it necessary to double the font size in this essay. Draco, with his quill still in motion, glanced at her briefly before returning to his work. Lina, have you finished your essay? Lina cleared her throat, adopting a casual and relaxed tone. It's quite simple. Writing an essay is merely a matter of applying the text to formulas and expressing it in a different manner. In truth, she had asked Damien to retrieve all of his first-year assignments for her. Theodore, would you care for a game of wizard's chess? All right, he replied, his gaze wavering for a moment before he discerned her underlying intentions, which pleased Lina immensely. Theodore rose, while Blaise scrutinized Lina with a knowing look, his gaze lingering on her face, causing her to awkwardly avert her eyes. Moments later, Blaise resumed his previous demeanor, returning to his pages. Chapter 33, Malfoy's Warning. Lina picked up a chess piece and placed it on the board, meeting Theodore's gaze. Could you do me a favor? I need to access the restricted section to consult some materials. Theodore casually dropped the piece and responded nonchalantly, Sure, but what's your reason? You agreed so readily. You've snuck in there before, haven't you? Yes. How did you manage to slip into the restricted section unscathed? Theodore remained composed in the face of her inquiry. I obtained a permit from Professor Snape. My reason was to research materials for this potion essay. I see, Lina responded, her lips twitching slightly as she cast a resentful glance at Theodore. You've made me waste a trip. The chess pieces clashed together, the anticipation on the table continuing steadily. Perhaps you could try sneaking in as well, though I wonder if the house cup's point counter can register negative values. He grasped the chess piece, a mischievous smile playing at his lips. Theodore, you truly live up to the reputation of an exemplary Slytherin student. Lina, has the outcome of the chess match been decided yet? Before Theodore could respond, Draco's voice startled Lina from behind, causing her to flinch. What are you doing? Draco's expression was somewhat awkward as he motioned for Lina to come closer. Come here. Lina glanced down at the chessboard. Theodore, your teaching leaves much to be desired. Theodore remained silent, his focus still on the board, merely nodding slightly. Draco, perhaps finding her hesitation irritating, stepped closer, tightly gripping her robe and leading her toward the end of the corridor. What is the meaning of this secrecy, Draco? What are you up to? Lina protested, flailing her legs behind him as if participating in a race walk. Just a little further, keep going. Draco glanced back to ensure no one was following them. They stood in the depths of the dim corridor, where he lowered his voice. Father sent a letter today. Oh, what did it say? He advised us to keep our distance from Potter. I don't know why, but if Father says so, it must mean something is amiss. Did Mother send any sweets? Huh. Lina suddenly sagged against the wall. Brother, I'm feeling a bit homesick. Draco noticed the unusual tone in her voice and, in a fluster, rummaged through his pockets, producing a small bag of candies, which he cautiously handed to Lina. Mother sent these. She thought you would like them. Lina accepted the candy, her fingertips brushing against Draco's hand, allowing her to feel the warmth emanating from his palm. She delicately tore open the wrapper, extracting a piece of candy and placing it in her mouth. The sweet and tangy flavor blossomed on her tongue, seemingly dispelling some of the gloom that lingered in her heart. Lemon honey, did you have your mother make this specially? The slight quiver in Lina's voice vanished under the influence of the candy. She squinted up at Draco with a smile. Thank you, Draco. I'll write to my mother right away to tell her how delicious it is. Draco huffed twice, then adopted a serious demeanor. This is your exclusive treat. You must not share it with anyone else, understand? Although he couldn't discern her expression clearly, Draco sensed that her mood was still somewhat subdued, unsure of what had transpired. He reached out and gently patted her shoulder. In a soothing tone, he reassured her, "Don't overthink it. Once the holidays arrive, we will return home." Lina nodded, took a deep breath, and endeavored to calm herself, attempting to change the subject. "Let's go. We didn't get to enjoy the candies your mother made last time." Draco nodded in agreement. Though his disdain for Potter remained, at that moment, he was more concerned about Lina's emotions. He glanced back once more, confirming that the corridor was still deserted. The two proceeded through the darkness, their footsteps so light they were nearly inaudible. Lina clutched the candy tightly, unaware of when she had become so sentimental, despite having fared poorly in that other world. Meanwhile, Draco, though appearing calm on the surface, felt a subtle unease within. He knew his father's warnings were not without basis, as certain matters were quietly unfolding that they must handle with care. "What clandestine dealings are you two Malfoys up to?" Pansy's voice cut through the shadows as she emerged, her lips pursed, scrutinizing both her and Draco. "Nothing much. Would you like some candy my mother sent? It's absolutely delicious, but I'm not feeling well, so I'll head back to the dormitory." Lina waved at them, then turned and left the common room. It looks like Lina's eyes are a bit red. It's as if the words, "I just cried," are etched on her forehead, Blaise remarked, his gaze drifting towards Draco. "Did you bully Lina just now?" "I would never bully her," Draco replied, tilting his head towards Blaise while still unwrapping the candy. "Do you want some?" "I was merely speculating, especially since Lina's demeanor upon returning was quite off," Blaise remarked. "Well, you're completely off the mark, Blaise," Draco retorted, his tone laced with evident annoyance as he handed over the candy bag. "Take one if you want. Stop chatting." Blaise shrugged and plucked a piece from the bag, savoring it with a satisfied expression. It's quite good. Your mother's skills are still top-notch." Pansy leaned in, selecting a piece of candy herself, her gaze thoughtful as she watched Draco. "Is Lina really okay? She doesn't seem to be in the best of spirits." As Draco distributed candy to Theodore, a realization struck him. "She's just a bit homesick. If she needs anything, Pansy, you remember to let me know." Pansy nodded, while Blaise leaned against the wall, his gaze still inquisitive. "Homesick, indeed. It's understandable given the recent events at school. The pressure has been considerable." Draco remained silent, quietly tucking away the candy bag, his eyes drifting. He too worried about Lina, but he did not wish to elaborate in front of them. After all, the Malfoy family was renowned for their composure and self-restraint. "All right, let us not linger here any longer." Draco waved his hand, attempting to bring the topic to a close. "I'm tired, and will head back to the dormitory." With that, he turned and walked towards the other side of the common room, leaving Pansy and Blaise exchanging glances, as well as Theodore, who sat by the fireplace, clutching a book that had remained unopened for quite some time. "What is up with them since they returned?" "It feels rather odd," Pansy murmured. Blaise chuckled softly, shrugging. "Who knows? But I doubt he would let Lina suffer." Pansy pursed her lips, clearly unsatisfied with Blaise's response. Yet she chose not to voice any further objections, merely finishing her candy and dusting off her hands. "There are 2 hours until curfew. I suggest we disperse. Good night, everyone." Pansy swiftly gathered her belongings and waved at the others in the common room, while Blaise yawned and turned to Theodore. "Let us go back and get some sleep." "All right," Theodore replied, his gaze lingering momentarily on the direction Lina had departed, his expression shadowed and contemplative. The next day, Lina remained dutifully in the common room. Devoid of the inclination to wander outside, she had to complete a paper that was the same length as her height. "Didn't you say you finished it?" "I want to write another one." In truth, Damien had discovered her intention to take shortcuts and reviewed their papers for similarities, resulting in the necessity to rewrite. The persistent rainy season had arrived, and the past 2 weeks had been characterized by dreary, overcast weather. Lina could scarcely recall when the warm sun last graced Hogwarts Castle. October in Scotland was damp and chilly, and those residing in the Highlands were particularly sensitive to the climatic shifts, as the cold wind seemed to perpetually sneak in through the damp air. "Ugh, I estimate that the Transfiguration homework assigned today will require an all-nighter to complete on time." They followed the throng out of the classroom, Pansy's face a mask of despair. "Professor McGonagall even said that my transfigured object resembled a rotten pear." "I simply cannot accept such a harsh and blunt evaluation," Draco muttered. "It's normal, given the half hour I spent on it." Professor McGonagall's feedback was akin to calling my apple a pear in disguise. "Draco, I believe Professor McGonagall's remarks were quite gracious, frankly. You should have been advised to toss that bizarre creation into the trash," Blaise quipped, casting a glance at Lina. "I just noticed something odd. Lina didn't receive any praise in this class." "It's because Lina didn't cast a spell. She didn't even pull out her wand from her pocket." Theodore interjected. Blaise's voice dripped with sarcasm. "What a pity. If Lina refuses to step up, what will happen to Slytherin's points? Blaise, I suggest you fill in the gap." But only if you possess the requisite skill, Pansy remarked, rubbing her hands together to warm them. I propose we call a truce for half an hour. Our priority now is to head to the Great Hall for dinner. Blaise and Theodore exchanged glances, and by the time they returned to the Slytherin common room, Lina had not uttered a single word. The reason was simple. Her elderberry wand in her pocket was deliberately rebelling against her. In her haste that morning, she had grabbed a wand without thought, intending to use it, yet it had chosen to protest by emitting wisps of smoke. Perhaps it was due to its perception that the spells cast at Hogwarts were rather mundane, leaving it in a state of discontent. Consequently, the vexed Lina resolved to shun it once more. Wait, Lina. At that moment, Harry emerged from the Great Hall, calling her name with a voice raised high. He swiftly navigated through the throng, which was particularly dense during the break, with curious eyes from nearby students fixated upon the two of them. Lina, facing Harry, shook her head in resignation. Shoo, Harry, keep it down. Do you not realize that you are a figure of great renown here at Hogwarts? Look around. The students seem eager to affix their gaze upon our robes. Apologies, it was a reflex upon seeing you about to enter the staircase, Harry replied, ruffling his tousled hair. With the recent tight schedule of classes, I suddenly recalled our midnight duel, and I haven't had the chance to thank you yet. Oh, Lina tilted her head, averting her gaze, feeling an inexplicable pang of guilt. Her involvement in that episode had been entirely accidental, not born of a genuine desire to assist Harry. She guided him through the crowd until they reached a corner by the staircase. In truth, Harry had no need to express his gratitude for the earlier incident. Well, on another note, Hogwarts will soon host a Quidditch match. Lina, will you be attending to spectate? The bright green of his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. I shall participate. As the seeker for Gryffindor. Perhaps I will. Why do you ask? Are you inviting me to witness your debut match? Indeed, may I? Harry's face lit up. As a friend, I shall cheer for you. However, being a Slytherin student, I equally wish for my house to triumph. Ultimately, Quidditch is a competitive sport, and I most desire to see the strongest team claim victory. All right, I understand. Harry nodded earnestly in agreement, suddenly blurting out, Lina, what do you think of the golden snitch? A shimmering ball of gold, adorned with wings. One could say it is somewhat aesthetically pleasing. Then I shall catch the golden snitch on the field. Farewell, Lina, I must head to practice. Harry departed with a beaming smile, bounding forward with renewed vigor. As October progressed amidst the withering leaves, Lina grew increasingly familiar with the course schedules and communal life at Hogwarts. She ascended the steps toward the Great Hall, her mind hazy as she pondered what to have for breakfast. In the next moment, an odd aroma wafted from the hall. What is that smell? Blaise strolled over to her side, the scent of pumpkin pasties. The question is, why is the aroma of pumpkin pasties so overpowering? Halloween. Lina could not help but lean closer to Pansy. You still smell delightful. Tonight, the hall will undoubtedly be filled with an even more intense pumpkin aroma. Would you care to try my newly concocted perfume this year, my dear princess? Blaise, if you could mask that mocking expression on your face, perhaps I would believe you. The perfume Blaise presented appeared normal, yet it was composed entirely of his haphazardly mixed scents, odors of mud, rotting fruit, and moldy cake. The mere thought of it made Draco and Theodore's faces contort in discomfort. Pansy stifled a laugh beside them. Huh? Their way of exchanging gifts has devolved into a customary ritual, grabbing whatever is at hand and sending it off without a second thought. Lina cast a sidelong glance at Draco, who was hastily trying to leave, and remarked softly, So, did you take the hairpin I recently purchased and gift it to someone? Pansy eagerly recounted. I believe that was the one given to Theodore, who then sent Draco a copy of last year's witching fashion from the bookshelf. Of course, you must have experienced Blaise's perfume by now, Lina. Pansy, kindly close your mouth. The thought of that nauseating scent makes me want to retch. Draco interjected from the front. Blaise, I sincerely hope you refrain from bestowing upon me any more suffocating surprises. Disappearing on gift-giving day would be the most perfect present. Theodore lifted a bowl of mushroom cream soup. I cannot be bothered to step outside to dispose of the rubbish. Blaise, seemingly unconcerned, clicked his tongue twice. I am rather looking forward to it. Please, both of you, unleash your creativity. I am eager to see what new tricks you have up your sleeves. Chapter 35, Halloween. Enough of that. Let us celebrate our first Halloween spent together at Hogwarts. Pansy exclaimed, raising her cup brimming with pumpkin juice, her face alight with joy. Cheers. Draco surveyed the surroundings before commenting, Hogwarts Halloween barely passes muster. It pales in comparison to the grandeur of Malfoy Manor. Indeed, I still recall the splendid spectacle from 2 years ago when the master of Malfoy Manor nearly tumbled into the fountain at the Halloween ball. Right, Draco? Do you hear that buzzing sound? Draco waved his hand dismissively, casually picking up a glass of orange juice. Happy Halloween. Friends, I am delighted to spend this Halloween with all of you. Lina sipped her honey lemon while fanning the air, cough. The pungent pumpkin scent. Should I unfortunately faint from this abomination, I hope a kind soul will carry me back to my dormitory. As the group made their way to class, Lina reflected on the unfolding events, and when her thoughts returned to the present, they had already walked about 10 meters. She silently kept pace with the others when suddenly, a chorus of shouts erupted from nearby students. Who carelessly tosses banana peels on the ground? I didn't know you had a knack for slipping, little princess. Draco shot a glance at Blaze. Ignore him, get up. Blaze, you must understand I slipped because I stepped on a banana peel. Where's the banana peel? Draco, did you see any banana peel here? Nope, no bananas in sight. All eyes were now fixed upon them. What are you staring at? Do you have nothing better to do? Lina bit her lip hard to stifle a laugh. Don't laugh, get up. Seeing his mortification, Lina felt her pain dissipate. She patted his back and pulled him up. I will find out who threw that banana peel. If I discover their identity, I shall have my father expel them. And you too, Blaze. Upon arriving at the classroom, the charms lesson had already commenced. When Professor Flitwick announced the start of the levitation charm, Lina recognized that a crucial moment had arrived. Ever since the last time the students witnessed Professor Flitwick sending Longbottom's toad soaring about the classroom, they had eagerly anticipated the chance to try it themselves. Now do not forget the subtle wrist motion we have been practicing, swoosh and flick. Remember, swoosh and flick. And enunciating the incantation accurately is equally paramount. Once, it is said, there was a wizard who, in the midst of casting a spell, mispronounced a letter, resulting in the unexpected sight of himself sprawled on the floor with a wild bull standing upon his chest. This certainly sounds more intriguing than a levitation charm. Pansy cast a sidelong glance at Lina, suggesting, perhaps you could inquire about this bull incantation after class. I reckon Professor Flitwick would not decline your request. The two formed a duo, assisting one another. Lina and Draco were paired together, yet at that moment, neither was eager to practice. Instead, they were both captivated by the commotion emanating from the Gryffindor side. A loud bang erupted from the adjacent table, and amidst the swirling smoke, Lina observed Harry's partner singeing a feather. Classmates, return to your seats. Is everything all right, Mr. Finnegan? You're not injured, are you? Draco glanced at Lina and remarked, look, the impoverished Weasley and the Muggle enthusiast have congregated once more. Wingardium Leviosa. Weasley shouted repeatedly, flailing his long arms like a windmill, while Hermione interrupted him without hesitation. You've got it wrong. It's Wingardium Leviosa, not Leviosar. Since you're so clever, why don't you give it a try? Hermione cast a fleeting glance in Lina's direction, and noticing her attention, Lina winked back. Wingardium Leviosa. The feather before them gently ascended, floating approximately 4 feet above their heads. Well done. Everyone look. Miss Granger has succeeded. Even from a distance, Lina could sense Weasley's frustration reaching a boiling point. Draco furrowed his brow slightly. Don't let that muggle steal the spotlight. Such a simple spell. Why can't any of you cast it? If you wish to see Gryffindor humbled, you should probably demonstrate it yourself next time. I doubt you could surpass Hermione. Draco raised his chin with pride. I will in flying and potions classes. Lina waved her wand, guiding the feather to float higher. Awaiting the outcome. As class was nearing its end, Weasley was visibly agitated, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white, evidently still brooding over the earlier spell class. It's Leviosa, not Leviosar. No wonder everyone finds her unbearable. To be frank, she's like a nightmare. At that moment, they were navigating through a crowded corridor, and Weasley's voice, loud and clear, echoed their sentiments, allowing Lina and Pansy, despite their distance, to hear him distinctly. I really don't understand why he harbors such animosity towards Granger. That's merely an issue within the Gryffindor fools. Just then, Hermione hurried past them, clutching her books, and collided with Draco. Weasley's words sliced through the air like a sharp knife, piercing Hermione's ears. Her stride faltered momentarily but then quickened, as if eager to escape the suffocating atmosphere. As she brushed past Weasley, her shoulder collided with his arm. Weasley stumbled, nearly losing his balance, but before he could react, Hermione had already vanished around the corner without a backward glance. I believe she heard you, Harry murmured, his gaze following Hermione's retreating figure, a flicker of concern in his eyes. So what? She must have noticed. She has no friends. Just then, Lina and the Slytherin entourage approached from the opposite side. Draco smirked with a hint of derision. Weasley, are you complaining about your Gryffindor classmates again? Weasley's expression darkened immediately as he shot Draco a fierce glare. Nearly forgetting that she had a serpent friend, Lina grasped Draco's arm, her tone laced with caution. Is that so? I say you're the one with a sharp tongue, considering you know nothing of respect. Weasley opened his mouth, seemingly ready to retort. But Lina had already pulled Draco and the others away. Before departing, Pansy shot Weasley a fierce glare, as if to warn him against causing further trouble. Blaze sauntered leisurely at the back, hands stuffed in his pockets, his tone dripping with disdain. Discussing girls behind their backs is hardly gentlemanly. His voice, though low, was clear enough for those nearby to hear. Theodore glanced at them, his tone calm and dispassionate. "Let us go. Don't lower yourself." Blaise recognized that Theodore typically refrained from engaging in such trivial disputes, and, feeling no inclination to waste time with the Gryffindor fools, shrugged and followed Theodore out. Watching the Slytherin group depart, Weasley's expression stiffened, a wave of inexplicable annoyance washing over him as he muttered, "A bunch of self-righteous fools." Harry stood beside Weasley, patting his shoulder in an attempt to console him. "Don't mind them, Ron." Weasley shook his head, a note of resignation in his voice. "I just don't understand why Hermione is always so insufferable. She could get along with everyone." Harry paused for a moment before quietly responding. "Perhaps she just struggles to express herself. You know, she genuinely cares about her friends." Weasley did not reply, merely sighed, his mood still heavy, though at least it was not as volatile as before. Chapter 36. Partner Miss Lina. Hermione did not show up for the next class and was absent throughout the afternoon. Lina and Pansy descended the stairs towards the dining hall, intending to join the Halloween Eve festivities. "I just overheard 2 Gryffindor girls saying that Granger has been crying in the girls' restroom. Has she been crying this entire time? If she has been at it all afternoon, wouldn't her eyes be swollen? Should we check on her?" Lina regarded Pansy with skepticism. "Since when do you care about others? This isn't concern for her. It's merely because your thoughts have clearly wandered off. And what if she is crying so much that she gets stuck in the restroom? One sobbing Myrtle is already quite enough. Since you're so worried about Hermione, shall I accompany you to see?" Lina teased her lightly, though she felt a twinge of concern upon hearing that Hermione was alone and crying in the restroom. Yet, Pansy's concern wasn't genuine. She simply wanted to indicate her stance that she did not mind Lina's worry for Hermione. "Shall we go together?" Although Pansy did not respond, Lina soon heard the leisurely footsteps following her. Initially, Lina intended to take a quick glance and leave, but to her surprise, the entire girls' restroom was empty. They exchanged surprised glances, each reflecting astonishment in the other's eyes. Was it possible that no one from Gryffindor intended to check on her? In truth, Hermione had long ceased her tears. She merely sat quietly in the restroom, her head bowed, appearing utterly exhausted. At that moment, Lina found herself at a loss for words. Hermione is a girl of formidable pride. Merely expressing pity or sympathy towards her will not elicit joy, but rather deepen her sorrow. Fortunately, upon hearing their footsteps, she hastily wiped away her tears with her sleeve. Then, she caught sight of Pansy following closely behind Lina, and was momentarily taken aback, frozen in place. Pansy, on the other hand, was surveying the area, and this washroom, seldom used, bore signs of neglect, with a slight leak in one corner. "You certainly know how to choose a location," she remarked, adopting a sharp tone that starkly contrasted with her demeanor earlier on the way here. "No need to worry yourself. I merely came to ascertain whether you were still alive. I certainly do not wish for Hogwarts to welcome another moaning Myrtle." Hermione rolled her eyes, yet it was evident that her spirits had considerably lifted. Lina felt an overwhelming silence engulf her, unable to interject or contribute to the conversation. "If you are upset due to what Ron said, there is no need for sorrow. Boys often speak without thinking. Indeed, Hermione, he simply feels frustrated, as it seems you are always nearby to critique and correct him whenever he errs. Is that my fault?" Pansy scoffed. "Certainly not. But you must understand that some individuals possess a ludicrous sense of pride that is utterly worthless." Lina harbored doubts that Pansy's words were implicitly directed at Draco, yet she had no proof. Hermione evidently contemplated this too, as her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, glinting with a hint of mischief. Pansy often astonished Lina. Although she appeared to be in constant opposition to Hermione and seldom offered kind words, her tactics were surprisingly effective with Hermione. "Thank you both," Lina noted. Perceiving that Hermione's demeanor had improved, yet she still desired a moment of solitude to regain her composure. To avoid altering the narrative's trajectory, Lina decided to pull Pansy away. 1,000 bats fluttered against the walls and ceiling, while another 1,000 swirled above the dining table like low-hanging storm clouds, casting flickering shadows from the candle flames within the pumpkin's hollow. An array of sumptuous dishes graced the long table, surpassing even the lavishness of the welcoming feast. Draco opened an exquisite square box, beautifully adorned with the Malfoy family crest. "Did Mother bake these?" Once seated, Lina accepted a pastry offered by Draco, savoring a bite and shrugging knowingly. "Ah, yes, they were made under Mother's supervision." Her gaze drifted toward the Gryffindor table, where the golden and crimson hues indeed suited the Halloween festivities. Harry was munching on potatoes, while Ron unveiled a syrup-coated apple, leading Lina to suspect they had completely forgotten about Hermione. "What are you staring at? Are you admiring our silhouettes?" Ron quipped, ever present. Lina averted her gaze, lost in thought. "I heard our little Ron and his girlfriend are having a spat," Fred chimed in. George grimaced, such a lack of gentlemanly conduct. I can hardly bear to acknowledge him as our brother. It's not our fault he wasn't taught properly, they continued. We prepared a grand Halloween surprise for him. Of course, you're included. They winked at Lina, presenting her with a gleaming candy. But she had grown wary of their offerings. I am not your guinea pig for new inventions. By Merlin, we had no intention of offering it to you, Fred retorted. Dear Miss Lina, we have witnessed the astonishing power of that bubblegum you took before, George added. Thus, we have decided to welcome you as a partner in the Weasley Twins Enterprises. Just a new product. I believe it will pique your interest, he insisted. George deftly placed the candy into her palm, closing her fingers around it and giving a gentle pat, as if to say, this is entrusted to you. Lina recalled the last bubblegum incident, pondering its whereabouts, and was reminded of the Hufflepuff with the exceedingly long nose hair she had encountered in the corridor. Fred had already moved on, but George returned stealthily. Who am I? How peculiar. Lina responded, George Weasley, and if you had any sense, you would realize that the entire Slytherin table is now riveted by your presence. If you linger here causing me trouble, I suggest you pray to Merlin for your future. Your speech increasingly resembles that of Lucius Malfoy. Just then, Professor Quirrell burst into the dining hall, his frantic footsteps echoing as his scarf hung askew upon his neck. His face was a portrait of terror as he stumbled towards Professor Dumbledore's chair, leaning heavily and gasping, Troll. In the dungeons. Dumbledore, with a grave expression, observed the panicked Quirrell, who didn't even manage to finish his sentence before collapsing to the ground, completely unconscious. Although it was inopportune, Lina found his fall rather amusing. An eerie sensation permeated the hall as chaos erupted among the students. The younger ones appeared as though a kettle had boiled over in fright. Out of the corner of her eye, Lina noticed Draco and Pansy's mouths agape in a perfect circle. While Blaise remained as composed as ever, she would bet that even if a killing curse floated past him, he would still wear an indifferent expression. Dumbledore was compelled to use his wand to produce several sharp, explosive sounds. And only after he raised his voice to cast the silencing charm did the frenzied students settle down. Heads of houses, his voice was deep and steady. Please escort your students back to their common rooms. Percy, the Gryffindor prefect, boomed, follow me. Don't get separated, first years. All right, stay close behind me, make way. The first years need to pass. Students from the other three houses were similarly ushered out of the hall. In such a momentous event, Lina distinctly perceived the differing temperaments among the four houses. For instance, the Gryffindors appeared somewhat exhilarated, while the Ravenclaws maintained a calm demeanor as if nothing had transpired. And the Hufflepuffs looked utterly perplexed. Naturally, one cannot always rely on stereotypes. For instance, Mr. Draco Malfoy just moments ago forgot about his dear sister, screaming as he dashed out of the hall, with Pansy trailing closely behind. Come on, let us catch up with the group, Theodore urged from behind Lina, who leisurely picked a chocolate mousse from the table, following the Slytherin line toward the exit. You seem to be enjoying your treat, George remarked. Why are you still here in Slytherin? Chaos is indeed the most opportune moment for mischief. Besides you, is there anyone else who has noticed me? George spoke in a hushed tone, and Lina gestured towards Theodore ahead. Unsurprisingly, he should have also caught sight of you. George, we must depart. Oh, the leisurely Malfoy Fred. Thank you. Guess what I just saw? Little Ron and Potter are dashing out, perhaps hoping to take advantage of the tumult. My instincts urge me to catch up with them, lest I miss something significant. Where to? Hurry. Wait a moment. Make way coming through. I cannot allow the Weasley twins to disrupt the camaraderie blossoming among the trio of Gryffindor. Hermione was huddled against the wall, a troll advancing menacingly towards her. Smashing the sinks it passed with utter disregard. Confuse it. Harry was the first to seize a tap and hurled it vehemently against the wall. The troll, alerted by the noise, clumsily turned, its grotesque little eyes locking onto Harry, hesitating momentarily before raising its club and staggering towards them. Lina glanced around, not spotting the Weasley twins, and swiftly slipped through the desolate corridor, hastening towards the Slytherin dungeon. Yet, she heard footsteps approaching from behind, gradually fading away. As she turned back from the shadows, she saw Professor Snape traversing the corridor in the opposite direction. Without a moment's deliberation, Lina quickened her pace to follow him. The logic was crystal clear. Quirrell intended to lead all the professors to the underground classroom, and since he was aligned with Riddle, it was Riddle's design to usher them there. Snape, acting contrary to this plan, represented an unpredictable variable. Snape hurried towards the third floor, and Lina trailed behind, maintaining a distance that kept her concealed. His urgency seemed to dull his vigilance, allowing him to remain oblivious to her presence. Suddenly, Lina recalled the item Hagrid had retrieved from Gringotts, no larger than a fist, which had sparked fierce contention. Hogwarts had assigned a three-headed dog to guard it. What was it again? She momentarily drew a blank. Snape proceeded down the right corridor on the third floor, and Lina knew that the three-headed dog and its charge were located at the corridor's end. In the dim and silent passage, she could almost hear her own heartbeat. Just as she intended to follow Snape, a strong arm reached out from behind her, firmly encircling her waist and pulling her back, while another hand covered her mouth. Lina refrained from struggling. In such a hushed environment, even the slightest sound could attract Snape's attention. Yet, the sensation of being controlled by another instilled a sense of dread within her. However, her captor merely sought to silence her. Perhaps like her, they too were hiding here. Not wishing to be discovered, he likely did not intend to harm her, at least not at this moment. But if she foolishly resisted, jeopardizing his plans, the outcome could be dire. Lina gradually calmed herself, when suddenly, a soft sigh reached her ears. "It's me." Theodore's voice was a whisper against her ear, and in that instant, relief washed over her. Although his presence here was peculiar, she recognized him as a safe harbor. Sometimes, this inexplicable intuition truly saved her. "You're involved in this." Lina's nerves tightened at Theodore's inquiry. Facing him, she found no semblance of hope. He was astute. If she suspected he might have perceived 30% of the truth, then he had undoubtedly grasped at least 50. "I shall not pry into your motives, but I hope you will not expose me." Theodore gently released his hold, and Lina nodded, contingent upon knowing his intentions. Just as Theodore was about to speak further, footsteps echoed down the third-floor corridor, prompting them to swiftly retreat into the shadows, falling silent. This third floor was certainly bustling tonight. The newcomer was a gaunt middle-aged man. His hair flecked with gray, but his eyes sparkled with intensity. Thin lips, a pronounced nose, and slightly drooping eyes concealed a madness that could erupt at any moment beneath his calm demeanor. Lina frowned at Theodore, who was now pursing his lips, intently focused on the man who had just entered the third floor. The animosity between father and son. Noticing Lina's gaze, Theodore slightly parted his lips without sound, merely forming the name. Not. Lina raised an eyebrow. It appeared the relationship between them was far from amicable. Old Not hurriedly crossed the corridor in long strides, heading straight for the end of the right-hand passage, his objective aligning with Snape's. In an instant, Lina connected the dots in her mind. If Snape's current aim was to thwart Quirrell's scheme, then Not was undoubtedly a cog in Quirrell's plan. However, if Theodore had not appeared in the third-floor corridor, the situation would have been simpler. Not was attempting to seize the item guarded by the three-headed dog, only to be intercepted by Snape. Yet, she needed to clarify whether she was aiding Not in distracting Snape or assisting Snape in restraining Not. It was a veritable game of cat and mouse. But the question remained, what was Theodore truly doing here? Chapter 38. The disembodied soul of a well-behaved dog. "Do you see clearly now?" Theodore's ghostly voice echoed again. "Help me kill him. There are benefits. Anything in return. If I were to tell you that I no longer require your assistance, what would you do?" Within that room, there is a three-headed dog. Even if you aided Old Not in ambushing Snape, he would not succeed in this endeavor. It is better to avoid unnecessary complications. You need not do anything and can still gain Not's assurance. "Why not?" Lina narrowed her eyes, tilting her head to regard him. "But I never intended to assist anyone from the outset, much less rely on Not's promises. However, I find myself uneasy about you." Theodore paused, then suddenly leaned close, and Lina felt his eyelashes brush her face like delicate wings. "You speak lies so effortlessly now." Lina blinked, smiling brightly. "I have never lied to you." He faltered slightly, stepping back, averting his gaze awkwardly. "Rest assured, I shall not deceive you in this matter." He took a step back, moving away from their hiding spot. Just as Old Not attempted to unlock the door, Theodore stood behind him, slowly raising his wand. Lina leaned against the wall. Curious, could an 11-year-old truly kill his powerful Death Eater father? The green light illuminated the entire third-floor corridor. Many would assume the killing curse was a black magic that invariably claimed a life upon impact. However, that is not the case. If the spellcaster's magical power is insufficient, the killing curse will not claim a life, merely inflicting severe injuries upon the victim. Lina casually cast an invisibility charm over him, while Old Not hurriedly retreated down the third-floor corridor, his wounds dragging behind him. He cast a puzzled glance at the empty hallway. Meanwhile, Theodore knelt on one knee, struggling to maintain his composure, unsure whether his father had just employed the Cruciatus or something equally tormenting. In any case, he found himself immobilized. The excruciating pain rendered him incapable of controlling his own nerves, and soon Snape would emerge after inspecting the treasures guarded by the three-headed dog. "A Parisium. Why aren't you leaving? I expressed my concern for you, and after just promising me, you're already shirking?" Lina dragged him behind a concealed statue in the third-floor corridor, and Theodore managed a self-deprecating smile. "Your father is truly ruthless to you, inflicting such torment." He likely never anticipated that the one wielding the killing curse against him would be his own son. Lina shot him a disapproving glance, contemplating where it hurt the most, and if there was a remedy. Theodore feigned deep thought for a moment, claiming his head was the most painful. You won't be suffering from a headache, and who knows when you might get the chance to eliminate old Knot. Lina, somewhat exasperated, realized he had no desire to reveal his true physical condition. Clever yet mischievous. I am not dismissing your concerns. His voice softened. I merely wish to elicit a smile from you. That previous smile felt insincere, leaving me feeling alienated and uneasy. Lina was still processing his words when the door at the end of the corridor swung open. Snape limped out, though Lina was unaware of how he had sustained his injury. Thus, even he could not guard against his own theft. A flurry of footsteps echoed from the corridor's end, followed by Professor McGonagall's call. Severus, the troll is no longer in the underground classroom. It has made its way to the girls' lavatory. Follow me. The two hastily departed, and Lina gazed at the now silent corridor, softly calling out to Theodore behind her. Suddenly, she felt a weight on her shoulder. Unbeknownst to her, he had succumbed to unconsciousness. Theodore's pallid complexion and his robes nearly soaked through with cold sweat were alarming. To be frank, she was rather reluctant to carry him back to the common room. Despite his slender appearance, he was considerably heavier than she anticipated. If she were to bear him down the stairs, they risked tumbling together and sustaining fractures. Lina gently patted his face. Theodore, wake up. The unconscious Theodore furrowed his brow, and Lina could not discern his emotions as she cast her gaze down at her wand. The truth that Ollivander had never divulged to her was laid bare by little Barty. This was the wand most suited for casting dark magic. Let us try this. It may aid in your recovery. Soul extraction. Upon uttering the incantation, Lina felt a twinge of guilt, knowing that Theodore, having just endured the Cruciatus, was about to endure yet another dark spell. Yet, no one would refuse a spell that could enhance their strength, and besides, her intention was to bring Theodore back to the Slytherin common room, hence this desperate measure. You won't blame me, will you? Under her control, Theodore stood up. Her mastery over the soul extraction was still rudimentary, yet commendable for a novice. I do not blame you, my master. Good. Amusing himself. Theodore's responses were entirely dictated by her will. Let us return to the common room. Nodding obediently under her influence, they walked side by side, descending the staircase, traversing the corridor, and entering the now desolate common room. Theodore's vacant gaze and gentle smile by her side suddenly felt quite pleasant to Lina. Abruptly aware of her burgeoning desires, she couldn't help but laugh aloud. In the stillness of the night, as the clock struck midnight, the haunting fragments of dreams resurfaced with eerie clarity. Lina jolted awake from her nightmare, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, the only sound in the room being the rapid thumping of her heart. Perhaps the recent overuse of advanced spells had left her drained, both magically and physically, rendering her somewhat dazed. She pulled her robe around her and stood by the window of the common room, her gaze fixed upon the impenetrable depths of the lake. Suddenly, she heard a sound behind her, and with no way to escape, she hunched behind the velvet curtains. Blaze, wait, can we return to the way we used to interact? The way it used to be? Lina recognized the voices, but why were these two conversing so casually in the dead of night? Their discussion even delved into unresolved emotional issues. Merlin, it was unnecessary for her to be caught in such an awkward coincidence. Well, it would be fine if you interacted with me like you do with other girls, like Pansy or Lina. Just don't treat me like a stranger, ignoring me as if I were invisible. Caught off guard by the unexpected cue, Lina bit her lip, estimating the distance between the two to be around 8 or 9 feet. Raleigh, have you ever considered the possibility that the current version of me is the true Blaze Zabini? No, that is not true. The Blaze I know would never utter such chilling words to me. Since our acquaintance up until the eve of Hogwarts opening, you have never displayed such cold indifference. What has happened to you? Stop pretending to understand me. Lina raised an eyebrow, feeling no surprise at Blaze's behavior. I shouldn't have spoken presumptuously. You may consider my words as the ramblings of a confused mind. Forgive me. I sincerely apologize, Blaze, but the final words I spoke that night were indeed heartfelt. I have no regrets about expressing my true feelings. Apologies are unnecessary. I am not angry. Blaze's icy tone lingered in her ears, and tonight seemed to be the first time she heard him treat a girl in such a manner. He exuded a sense of detachment that was both appropriate and unsettling, only revealing his sharp tongue and playful demeanor after becoming somewhat familiar. Why? You've known for a long time that I like you, Blaze. You are the centerpiece of my childhood, and I do not wish for our story to end in ruin. Chapter 39, The Indifferent Wild Fox. Like, such a base emotion only disgusts me. Then you still refuse to believe me? I couldn't care less about the rumors surrounding the Zabini family. You could try to open your heart to me. Be quiet. You've overstepped. A midnight confession, family rumors? A barrage of shocking revelations followed. Merlin above, please grant me safe passage back to my dormitory. Lina had no doubt that Blaze was capable of silencing her permanently. At 4 in the morning. Who would expect such an absurd scene to unfold in the empty common room? Blaze, if you are willing to accept me anew, and we can return to our previous rapport, I would agree to any terms you propose. Oh, Grale, are you certain? Lina's emotions were entirely ensnared in their conversation. And just as she believed Blaise was about to relent, his mocking and sharp tone pierced her ears. Is your life included? What? Please repeat that. I suspect I didn't hear you clearly. I said, I have no interest in you. Blaise enunciated each word deliberately, and Lina could easily envision the dark expression he must have worn, undoubtedly filled with arrogance and disdain. Blaise, can we continue being just ordinary friends? I promise I won't say or do anything that crosses the line. I beg you not to push me away with such shocking excuses. Friends? You're mistaken. You are not one. Blaise, what has caused you to transform into this unfamiliar, cold-blooded version of yourself? For 5 or 6 years, we were clearly friends who met often. Aule's voice trembled uncontrollably. She nearly choked on her words, uttering the final plea that required immense courage from her. Lina could imagine her expression at that moment, likely resembling the evening of the first day of school when she was left alone in the underground passage after Blaise had pulled away. Stunned yet tinged with a hint of hope. Are you finished? Once you're done, don't bother me again. Do not harbor any unfounded fantasies or expectations about me. The quiet lounge was left with only Aule's muffled sobs as she garbled a few words, her voice barely audible. After a moment of silence, Aule's weeping gradually subsided, and the sound of polished shoes scraping against the floor echoed down the girls' dormitory corridor, followed by the crisp sound of a door closing. Lina sighed softly to herself. Considering her pitiable state, as long as she didn't provoke her, she wouldn't act against Aule. She crouched silently in the corner, waiting and praying for Blaise to leave soon. Come out. What are you hiding for? Through the velvet curtain, Blaise's calm voice called out. Are you planning to lie in there and sleep? Lina's body instantly stiffened. After adjusting her mindset, she peeked out, claiming she had a nightmare and couldn't sleep. So she came out for some fresh air. Get some rest. I'm heading back first. Her smile froze on her face, pretending as if nothing had happened as she pulled back the curtain and prepared to slip away. Planning to eavesdrop and then flee? Blaise shot her a sidelong glance, slowly walking in front of her, breathing fresh air in the dim, cramped space. Change your excuse. What about you? Running to the lounge at midnight to argue? How does it feel to overhear someone else's quarrel? Are you satisfied with my performance? Lina instinctively took a step back. It was imperative to clarify. I happened upon you and Aule arguing by accident. If I had rashly pulled back the curtain, it would have only made things more awkward. So I should thank you for your thoughtful consideration? Blaise's cunning demeanor resembled that of a sly fox as he stepped closer, completely blocking Lina's path. Are you embarrassed? I, however, feel no such sentiment. Anyone with eyes can perceive your utter disregard in your tone. Suddenly recalling the content of their argument, Lina smiled lightly. Do you realize how much psychological trauma your recent words could inflict on an 11-year-old girl? It may very well become her nightmare. Nightmare. His gaze slowly shifted to the corner of her mouth, his eyes shrouded in ambiguity. Then he spoke in a calm tone. What if I said that everything I just mentioned was far from false? Blaise stood sideways, under the sparse light. His gray-green eyes sparkled with indistinct glimmers. He was always enigmatic, and Lina couldn't discern his thoughts at that moment. Speak. Have you lost your voice? His gaze scrutinized Lina, clearly waiting for her response. Lina met his eyes. Are you asking for my opinion, little fox? Little fox? You certainly have a knack for nicknames. Well, it's quite fitting. But if I were unfortunate enough to become your lover, it seems rather tragic. She took half a step back, stating, so, my life is paramount. Do you believe that? He suddenly shifted to a more playful demeanor, his expression carefree. Lina, you are more gullible than I imagined. Humph, yet I do believe it. Blaise momentarily paused, awkwardly changing the subject. How is your relationship with Glass lately? I know you detest her. Indeed, we are like strangers. Lina replied without hesitation, glancing at him. So I felt quite pleased to see her suffer. Yet as a girl, I do empathize with her plight. However, I initially thought you would be unable to suppress your curiosity and pester me with numerous questions. Don't pretend you know me well. Lina leaned lazily against the wall, arms crossed. I'm not one to meddle. Everyone has their secrets, so please refrain from testing me in the future. However, from what I gathered from your earlier conversation, you possess no interest in the beautiful little childhood friend? She rolled her eyes playfully. I thought you would like anyone who looks good. But it seems your standards are rather high. Is that so? Then you may need to spend more time getting to know me. Also, on what basis do you presume I would be attracted to those with stunning appearances? Lina slightly pouted. But I recall when we first met, you had an air of no one is to approach, yet did not reject my assistance. Blaise chuckled softly. I don't find Glass particularly attractive. So, Mr. Fox, are you complimenting my appearance? So the little princess prefers those with superior looks? He deliberately lowered his voice. Do I meet your standards? Lina's mind momentarily went blank as Blaise leaned in closer, their noses nearly touching, and in that instant, her thoughts scattered. 3 seconds later, she abruptly pushed his shoulder away. I warn you, if you're going to speak, then just speak. Spare me this nonsense. Lina suppressed her irritation at being baited and glared at Blaze, knowing that an inexperienced girl would surely be led astray by him. What if she took him seriously? I'm not interested in deceiving others. I'd rather accompany you. However, I do recall that someone once mentioned considering marrying me on the first day of school. Lina, are you not afraid I might take that seriously? Blaze spread his hands, a casual smile still on his lips, seemingly eager for her reaction. Lina turned her head, feigning nonchalance as she yawned. Truce, I'm tired. I will keep tonight's events a secret. After hastily saying that, she turned to leave. Good night. As she rounded the corner into the corridor, Blaze's languid tone echoed behind her, perhaps wishing her sweet dreams or reflecting on his effortless victory. Reassured back in bed, the echo of Blaze's cold words rang in her mind. Friends? You're mistaken. You are not one. She couldn't help but reminisce about their first encounter. The impression Blaze left, wearing a mask of pretense as if that could establish a protective barrier around himself. Although he seemed to cater to everyone on the surface, he belonged to no particular group, and only he knew the enigmatic secrets buried deep within his heart beneath the flesh. Chapter 40. The Badger with a Mask. The next day, the heroic deeds of Harry and the Weasleys rescuing Hermione spread throughout Hogwarts, and through this incident, the three of them became true friends. When one shares an experience with another, an indelible bond is forged between them, and the act of subduing a 12-foot giant is precisely such an event. Lina shook her head. When the giant entered Hogwarts, Hermione was in the restroom. This was undeniably a matter that connected them, yet they had also rescued her. A sense of guilt intertwined with gratitude, leaving their relationship in a state of ambiguity. This was indeed the true reason fate had entwined their lives. Pansy cast a glance at Lina, reflecting that sometimes, merely being in her company made her feel as though she had entered the twilight of her years. Lina Malfoy. Draco's voice thundered from the end of the corridor, laden with barely contained fury. Lina halted, a jolt of apprehension coursing through her. She turned to see Draco striding toward her with a grim countenance, his tousled blonde hair a testament to his hurried approach. Pansy offered her a look of helplessness, softly reminding her, he was nearly terrified to death by you last night. Had I not held him back, he would have dashed out to find you. With that, she patted Lina's shoulder and swiftly departed, declaring, I must take my leave. Lina shot Pansy a glare, akin to a child caught in wrongdoing. Her head bowed as her fingers nervously twisted the sleeves of her robe. I don't mind your usual escapades, but last night there was a giant. A giant. Do you comprehend? What would I have done if something had happened to you? Did you ever consider that you have an older brother? Draco's shout reverberated through the empty corridor, and Lina was taken aback by his rage. She opened her mouth, yet no words emerged. In that moment, she pondered that facing such a Draco seemed far more daunting than battling the giant itself. Observing Draco's face, nearly flushed with anger, she stepped forward, gently grasping his sleeve and softly coaxing, I wasn't wandering aimlessly. Please don't be angry. Let me explain. And then you can decide if you wish to remain angry, all right? Draco remained silent, his reddened eyes fixed upon her. After a moment, she continued, actually, last night I saw the Weasley twins sneaking out, and I thought I'd follow them to see if they were up to any mischief. I lost track of them and then bumped into Theodore, who was also out, and we returned to the common room together. She carefully scrutinized Draco's expression, adding, if you don't believe me, you can ask Theodore. After what felt like an eternity, Draco finally turned his head, his once tense body deflating like a balloon losing air. I believe you, as long as you're safe. She felt a slight tremor in Draco's body, and her heart twisted painfully. He was genuinely frightened. The memory of Draco's eyes, a tumult of anger, concern, and lingering fear, overwhelmed her with guilt. Lina reached out and embraced Draco, whispering, I'm sorry. There won't be a next time. Draco buried his head into her shoulder, his muffled voice tinged with exhaustion. After a while, he lifted his head, the fury in his expression having abated significantly. He ruffled Lina's hair, saying, if you do this again, I shall inform father and have him confine you at home, forbidding you to go anywhere. Lina couldn't help but chuckle, fully aware that Draco was merely posturing. With a mischievous wink, she replied, you'd better be cautious. If father discovers you didn't keep an eye on me, he might confine you as well. As a form of punishment, you shall accompany me to the Quidditch match tomorrow. Agreed. In the afternoon, Lina strolled through Hogwarts, arriving at the edge of the Black Lake, where few ventured. The chill of the lake breeze enveloped her. She reclined on the shore, gazing up at the sky, as the books suggested this would uplift her spirits. A warm figure intruded upon her view. Cedric had approached her unnoticed and was now bending down to observe her. Upon realizing his presence, she found him sitting beside her. Are you troubled? In Cedric's company, Lina often felt herself soften, akin to a plush pillow warmed by the sun. Not particularly. There have been many events since the start of the term, and at times, I feel quite inadequate. Cedric chuckled, clearly skeptical. How could that be? I frequently hear Professors Flitwick, McGonagall, and Sprout praising you. Lina, you are merely a first-year student. Being able to take care of yourself and strive to complete your studies is commendable. Lina lowered her gaze, contemplating that if she were indeed just a first-year student, perhaps she wouldn't have to worry so much. Yet, fate persistently altered her life's trajectory, transforming it into a series of whirlpools. Though I cannot ascertain what has transpired, the choices you make undoubtedly hold significance. Perhaps you could try confiding in your friends. They may understand you. I cannot speak of it. Before Cedric's arrival, Lina had perceived her circumstances as ordinary, unvoiced, and fraught with peril. She had not felt particularly aggrieved, but his concern had rendered her unexpectedly vulnerable. It is an inevitability that we cannot please everyone in every matter. However, you possess the ability to manage everything admirably. Everyone adores you. You smile at each person, and they smile back at you. This is what I have been taught since childhood. My father educated me for many years, and I have practiced for just as long. This was the first time he spoke of his own experiences, and Lina was learning about him for the first time. Cedric's eyes sparkled in the sunlight, yet they also bore a hint of fragility. Lina shifted her position, cradling her arms behind her head. So, every time you smile, are you truly happy within? Of course not. One cannot be happy every moment. Doesn't that tire you? She was not one to engage in idle chatter. Yet today she felt unusually compelled to speak, to express something, anything. Cedric pondered for a moment. It can be exhausting, very much so. He handed her a small piece of grass he had been idly twirling, and only then did she notice he had crafted it into a small rabbit. So you are content now, unrestrained. Such instinct is not a bad thing. Do you not consider it selfish to disregard others' thoughts and not contemplate the consequences? I must say, selfish individuals often thrive in this world. Lina fell silent for a moment, perhaps due to the sunlight, as she felt a stinging sensation in her eyes. Yet selfish individuals are often despised. No one could articulate how this conversation concluded. Cedric had come to console her, yet in the end, he found himself at a loss for words. He had always strived to be the perfect person beloved by all, yet few regarded his preferences as significant. Surely, her words had left him bewildered, and together they walked back to the castle in silence. The banks of the Black Lake remained tranquil, save for the ripples stirred by the gentle breeze. Chapter 41, The Quidditch Match. In November, the Scottish Highlands welcomed the true onset of winter. Each morning, the ground was blanketed in frost, the surrounding mountains shrouded in thick snow, and the lake's surface transformed into a mirror of ice. Students donned their winter attire, and Lina, adorned with rabbit fur gloves, wrapped in a mink scarf, and clad in beaver fur boots, readied herself to head to the Quidditch pitch to watch the match. The eagerly anticipated inaugural Quidditch match at Hogwarts is about to commence, featuring a contest between Slytherin and Gryffindor. Last night, Marcus had earnestly advised his teammates in the common room that if Gryffindor emerged victorious, they would ascend to second place in the House Cup standings. This outcome must not be allowed to transpire. Pansy quickly restrained Draco, reminding him that he is currently unable to participate in the Quidditch team meeting. Reluctantly pulled back, Draco sulked on the sofa. Damien approached, inquiring if it was true that Harry Potter was serving as Gryffindor's seeker. However, I have never witnessed him practice on the Quidditch pitch. Yet, it is not inconceivable that Oliver Wood is clandestinely training Harry, akin to Gryffindor's secret weapon. Draco scoffed disdainfully, remarking that it would be prudent for someone to hold a mattress beneath him to prevent a fall. One person may not suffice. Theodore interjected suddenly, prompting a look of appreciation from Draco. You are correct. They might as well carpet the Quidditch pitch with mattresses. You may raise your voices further. Pansy was engrossed in a copy of Quidditch Through the Ages, demonstrating her ongoing fascination with the sport. Seekers are typically the smallest and fastest players. Yet the gravest Quidditch accidents seem to befall them. Draco's expression turned serious. I intend to become a seeker when I join the house team next year. What about Higgins? Lina glanced at Theodore, noting that the two prior curses had evidently not affected his intellect. Marcus cast a pointed look in their direction, suggesting that it would be best for him to vacate the team sooner rather than later. He flies too slowly and lacks proficiency as a seeker. Lina and Theodore exchanged glances, each perceiving the other's concern for the management of Slytherin's Quidditch team. Pansy continued to plead with Draco, asserting that seekers are invariably the most perilous position, as they risk being struck on the head by bludgers. Agreed. Seekers require exceptional flying skills. Can Slytherin find anyone other than myself? His gaze swept over the chronically absent Theodore, the broomstick-challenged Pansy, and the frail Damien, ultimately landing on Lina. I concur with your sentiment. However, I harbor no interest in competing. TSK. The boy crossed his arms with an air of maturity. and his brief interjection conveyed an unmistakable sense of exasperation. Occasionally, Draco exhibited a faint sense of responsibility and leadership, indicating that the upbringing he received from the Malfoy family extended beyond mere tattling. He valued collective achievement and honor, standing in stark contrast to Lina. On Saturday morning, the weather was bright yet chilly, and the tantalizing aroma of roasted sausages wafted through the great hall, as if everyone were eagerly anticipating the thrilling Quidditch match ahead. Draco, an ardent Quidditch enthusiast, could hardly contain his excitement. He left the dormitory while the sky was still dimly lit, closely followed by Pansy after breakfast. As for the other two, Blaise and Theodore, Lina had yet to spot them since waking. Predictably, they had never shown much interest in Quidditch-related matters. Had it not been for her promise to accompany Draco to witness his first Quidditch match, she would have had no desire to brave the frigid air. In such biting cold, she even had to navigate a considerable distance around the castle to reach the pitch. The stadium was abuzz with voices, the atmosphere exceptionally lively, as it seemed that the entire school had gathered in the stands surrounding the Quidditch pitch. Many students had brought telescopes, yet it was still challenging to discern the unfolding match. The top row? Indeed, the view from the top row is unparalleled, but it is also the coldest. After saying this, Lina flashed a sweet smile at Professor Snape, greeting him with a cheerful, "Good morning, Professor Snape." Beside Draco stood Goyle and Crabbe, with Theodore, Blaise, Pansy, and all behind them. Welcome to the first Quidditch match of the term at Hogwarts. Today's match features Slytherin versus Gryffindor. Did you hear that? As a Gryffindor, he placed Slytherin first. Lina shrugged her shoulders, whispering, "Modesty fosters progress." Modesty? I see it as a lack of confidence. They certainly possess self-awareness. Listen, I hope everyone participates in the match fairly and honestly. I anticipate a thoroughly honorable contest. The entire stadium erupted in excitement as the players from Gryffindor and Slytherin took to the field, clad in their Quidditch uniforms, brimming with enthusiasm. Draco immediately stood tall, his gaze fixed on the pitch. "Everyone, mount your broomsticks." With that, Madame Hooch blew her silver whistle, and 15 broomsticks soared into the air, ascending high into the sky as the match officially commenced. We can see the bludgers are airborne, closely followed by the golden snitch. The quaffle has been swiftly seized by Gryffindor's Angelina Johnson. What an exceptional chaser she is, not to mention remarkably charming. Draco glared at the Gryffindor team, grumbling. "Look at the hideous banner those foolish lions have created. It even changes colors automatically." Lina followed Draco's gaze, spotting a massive banner crafted from a filthy bedsheet, rallying support for Harry. The most prominent feature was Harry's name and the word victory, with a depiction of a fierce lion, symbolizing Gryffindor. The lettering appeared to have been enchanted, shimmering with various colors. She surmised that such creativity and skill could only belong to the clever Hermione. "Are you implying that when you first take to the field, I should prepare a similar display of support? However, I could certainly cast such a color-changing charm." Lina patted his shoulder. "Draco, when the time comes, Pansy and I will craft a stunning banner to cheer for you, guaranteed to capture everyone's attention." "Good. It must surpass Gryffindor's ghastly creation." Draco's eyes sparkled with delight, clearly pleased with the idea. "Understood." Lina focused her gaze on Oliver Wood, who executed a brilliant aerial maneuver to intercept the ball, eliciting cheers of admiration. "How dashing. I give you 5 seconds to decide whether you're supporting Gryffindor or..." Clears throat, "I sincerely hope Slytherin triumphs." Currently, Gryffindor has possession of the quaffle. There goes their chaser, Katie Bell, weaving adeptly around Flint. The quaffle was intercepted by Slytherin's Adrian Pusey, who sped towards the goalposts, only to be struck down by a bludger. The bludger was deflected by either Fred or George Weasley. Those two twins are notoriously indistinguishable. It's a miss. Gryffindor scores. Chapter 42, Gryffindor's Victory. An obvious outcome. Had betting been allowed, one might have profited handsomely. "Shall we venture a prediction on which team will emerge victorious?" Lina exclaimed, her eyes wide with trepidation as she glanced back at Theodore. "Do you know what I am contemplating?" he queried. "What are you thinking?" "Nothing, nothing at all." She nervously touched her chin, feigning calmness as her gaze returned to the pitch where Gryffindor was poised to play. "All right, Gryffindor it is. Just moments ago, I wagered against Slytherin with Blaise, Wince, and Gregory, and I must muster some courage to face the impending risk. What I can offer you is not merely courage, but also galliance. Fear not. Let Blaise prepare himself for a loss. Hey, you all better look up at the pitch." Potter nearly fell off his broomstick. Pansy stifled a scream, while Draco cast a disdainful glance skyward, smirking. "I suspected all along that Scarhead's skills were abysmal. Gryffindor is bound to lose." Just then, Flint had deliberately collided with Harry, causing his broom to veer violently off course. Thankfully, Harry clung tightly to it. Madame Hooch reprimanded Flint in a fit of fury, granting Gryffindor a penalty opportunity. "As if that matters now," with the golden snitch appearing, Draco scoffed. He was right. Upon spotting the snitch, Harry dove down. Pursuing the glimmering golden light, and Slytherin's seeker, Higgins, noticed it as well. The two raced side by side towards the snitch, seemingly oblivious to their duties, while the chasers hovered in midair, watching their actions. However, they were soon disrupted by the bludgers darting around them, losing sight of the elusive snitch. A female Gryffindor player seized the quaffle and passed it, allowing the match to continue with Gryffindor still in control of the ball. Draco's frustration was palpable as he watched Harry's broom sway erratically, seemingly out of control. He darted through the air with reckless abandon, his trajectory utterly erratic. The broom shook violently, almost dislodging Harry at every turn, and gasps erupted from the Gryffindor stands. Could Flint's earlier collision have caused this? Draco pondered, casting a serious glance around. No, aside from formidable dark magic, nothing can disrupt a broomstick. Marcus could not have managed it. If anyone were to pin this on Slytherin, we could face suspension this season. That would mean the House Cup would be entirely out of our reach. After a wild flurry, Harry was flung off, precariously hanging on with just one hand. Draco's eyes widened, his grip on the railing tightening. Something was indeed amiss. You're nervous, aren't you? Ha. Oh dear. I shouldn't think that way. Lina chose to ignore Draco, her gaze landing on the Gryffindor stands. Hermione glanced their way, whispering a few words to Weasley before weaving through the crowd, approaching her section with urgency. Although the approach was flawed, the outcome was correct. Professor Snape's robes caught fire, the smoke obscuring Professor Quirrell's vision, preventing him from continuing his incantation to control Harry's broom. The situation was indeed dire. Yet concerning the trio's significant event, Lina, as an uninvolved party, could do naught but observe. Moreover, it was certain that Professor McGonagall and Headmaster Dumbledore would not remain indifferent to this crisis. Lina turned to her side, noticing Professor Snape had risen, his gaze fixed intently on Harry, silently murmuring incantations. Suddenly, she understood why Hermione doubted whom she suspected. Fred and George zoomed in, attempting to safely pull Harry onto their broom, but it proved futile. Every time they drew near, Harry's broom would shoot higher. Consequently, they circled a bit lower, evidently intending to catch him upon his fall. Smoke billowed from Snape's position as Harry's broom gradually regained stability. Hermione's efficiency was indeed remarkable. It's on fire. It's on fire. Brilliant blue flames leapt upward as Snape shouted, hastily attempting to extinguish the flames. His frantic movements inadvertently sent Lina sprawling backward, a sudden sense of weightlessness enveloping her. Lina, I'm fine, though she truly was unscathed. The thought of landing atop Professor Quirrell prompted her to resolve to wash herself twice upon returning, especially upon encountering his benevolent gaze. Lina decided she would need to cleanse her eyes twice over as well. High above, Harry executed a somersault back onto his broom, and the moment he sat astride it, he adjusted his direction and dove rapidly towards the ground. His speed was such that he seemed poised to catch up with Higgins. Before them loomed the wooden barriers of the stands, presenting a perilous situation. There was no way for both to pass through together. Draco picked up on Pansy's words, but Higgins must seize the golden snitch. His brow furrowed, realizing this predicament would not last long. The snitch flew too swiftly, and they were about to squeeze through the narrow confines of the stands. After a moment of hesitation, Higgins ultimately chose to abandon the pursuit. Meanwhile, Harry abruptly pulled his broom higher, executing a stunning maneuver as he lunged forward in a moment of lost balance. Courage is not an exclusive trait of Gryffindor, nor does everyone possess the same fortitude in the face of peril. Harry landed firmly on the ground, breaking into a fit of coughs as the students held their breath in anticipation, a golden object plummeting into his palm. I caught the golden snitch, Harry exclaimed joyfully, looking towards the stands, raising the ball high above his head as the match concluded amidst chaos and clamor. Oh, those foolish lions actually won, Draco muttered bitterly, tossing his telescope aside in a huff before turning away. Chapter 43, The Dreamless Potion. I'll go talk to Draco. Faced with the current circumstances, Pansy paused for a few seconds, her face etched with concern as she patted Lina's shoulder before quickening her pace to depart. Lee Jordan, microphone in hand, excitedly announced the match's outcome. Gryffindor triumphed with a score of 170-60. Lina felt little in the way of emotional response to the result. The Quidditch match had been as uneventful as ever. She glanced in the direction Draco had gone, a twinge of worry prompting her to follow. Not far off, Harry was surrounded by his Gryffindor classmates, their joyous faces beaming at him, the air filled with deafening laughter. Initially intending to personally congratulate Harry on his victory, at least to let him know she had kept her promise to attend the match, the current scene seemed rather inconvenient for such an approach. If she, clad in Slytherin robes, were to suddenly intrude upon the Gryffindor crowd in search of Harry, it would undoubtedly invite misinterpretation. Rationality dictated that she temporarily abandon such thoughts. Harry's gaze wandered deliberately, and just as Lina was about to pass him, his eyes suddenly locked onto her face. Lina. Harry's lips curled into a radiant and warm smile, reminiscent of the sun's embrace, as he leapt high, waving his arms in her direction. His eyes shimmered with resolute light as he held the golden snitch aloft, as if to proclaim, "See, I told you I would catch the snitch." Observing Harry's triumphant demeanor, Lina nodded in understanding, then discreetly clapped her hands. Noticing her response, Harry fashioned his hand into a trumpet. The cacophony of the surroundings rendered Lina unable to discern his words, yet she could faintly make out his lip movements. "Thank you for coming to watch, Lina." He was enveloped in the fervent embrace of Gryffindor. The throngs of supporters surrounding him like vibrant blossoms nestled within lush green foliage, an image destined to be etched in his heart forever. As Lina gradually lost sight of Harry, she spotted a curled golden head in a secluded corner of the pitch. "Draco, we ought to head back." It seemed he had hidden away, burying his face deeply into his gloves since his departure. Scanning the area for Pansy, she inquired, "Did you send Pansy back first? Are you going back? If you choose not to, then I shall stay with you." "Draco, you're not crying, are you?" Lina bent down, attempting to peer through the gap of his arms to catch a glimpse of his expression. "Of course not. I'm merely contemplating." Lina pouted, wiping her hands on Draco's cloak before settling into a comfortable position. "All right, then tell me what you were thinking about." "I will definitely make it onto the Slytherin team in my second year." "I know. I will become a seeker." "Yes, you will. I intend to capture the golden snitch with my own prowess, not like Potter, who so disgustingly scores 150 points. He merely swallows it, rather than catching it with his own hands. Perhaps he did not intend to swallow it. Don't glare at me. I too find the image of regurgitating the snitch rather unrefined." "Fine, I begrudgingly accept your viewpoint. But I shall make it known to everyone that the Nimbus 2000 is nothing extraordinary. I could purchase hundreds of them. In any case, just wait." "I shall wait," Lina replied. Draco cast an exasperated glance at Lina. "It's not you, it's Potter." He stood and extended his hand to her. "Come on. You look as though you might freeze. Thank you for still being concerned for your dear sister." Did Slytherin lose the Quidditch match? The moment they stepped through the stone door, the figures of Blaise and Theodore appeared in the common room, with Blaise being the first to initiate conversation. It was to be expected. Had Slytherin emerged victorious, Draco would have likely been exuberantly shouting, "Correct answer, though I wonder if the number of galleons is accurate." Lina glanced at Draco and, seeing his demeanor remained untroubled, approached the two boys. It turned out they were engaged in a game of wizard's chess. Watching Draco return to the dormitory in silence, she cautioned, "My brother is in a foul mood. Best not to provoke him, especially you." "But has Pansy returned?" "She went out with Daphne." The two students indeed understood how to relish life. While the Quidditch match unfolded outside with fervor, they lounged here in leisurely comfort. "You seem equally unconcerned about the outcome, given the conspicuous smile on your lips as you entered the common room. Lina, is this the typical expression of someone witnessing their house lose a match?" Blaise tilted his head, his finger playfully poking at her face. "This is the expression of someone who has won money. Theodore, how much did he bet? Also, could you please take wizard's chess seriously and aim to win against Theodore for once?" Blaise chose to ignore her comment, slyly nudging a chess piece. "So, Theodore bet on Gryffindor? Do you really believe Potter can win the match? You have such faith in him?" "Blaise, be quiet. The raucous environment hampers concentration." Just as Lina prepared to engage in a verbal sparring match with Blaise, Theodore interjected with a monotonous tone, "I detest verbose opponents." Blaise clicked his tongue, and while Theodore was momentarily distracted, Lina cheekily made a face in Blaise's direction. "Theodore, why has your frequency of visits to the greenhouse suddenly decreased?" They each set aside a few chess pieces, and Blaise leisurely posed another question. Lina turned to Theodore, curious about his response. He glanced at Blaise with a casual tone. "Blaise, you've inexplicably begun to care about me. I have no interest in satisfying your curiosity. If you wish to know what I've been up to lately, ask her." Theodore's gaze fixed on her face, the corners of his eyes lifting. "Would you be willing to discuss our recent vibrant campus life with him?" Seeing Blaise caught off guard and grinning foolishly, Lina suddenly faltered. "What nonsense are you spouting? What could two diligent students like us possibly be doing?" She struggled to suppress a smile. "Our recent campus life has been as ordinary as ever, devoid of any waves." Blaise observed her with interest. "So you were unaware of Theodore's recent purpose in visiting the greenhouse? Do I need to know?" Lina sat there, wide-eyed. "Theodore, do you think he has lost his mind?" "I see," Blaise remarked, capturing one of Theodore's chess pieces, watching his reaction. "So you have no intention of telling her. I suppose my efforts were in vain." "Blaise, you are indeed a chatterbox." Theodore paused, then toppled all his pieces, rising to leave. "Oh dear, have I angered Theodore? What shall I do?" Blaise sighed dramatically, though his expression was one of triumphant delight. Watching Theodore's retreating figure, Lina asked, "Why did you intentionally provoke him?" "Just a gentle nudge. Didn't you notice you received any anonymous gifts?" Blaise collected the chess pieces back into the box, casting a nonchalant glance at her. With the wit you typically use to retort against me, give it some thought. Lina pondered for a few moments. Are you suggesting the potion bottle on my desk in the dormitory? Hey, just to interrupt, I have no interest in prying into your private matters. Blaise stood upright. I'll think it over. I'm off to check on Theodore to see if he is sulking in the dormitory, smashing things. His hint, combined with Lina's speculation, left her utterly astounded. The dreamless sleep potion was indeed a gift from Theodore. Chapter 44, Hagrid's Three-Headed Dog. Theodore's foray into potion-making perhaps began after Lina casually mentioned her plight of being trapped in nightmares. Vague memories surfaced, so much so that she almost forgot about it herself. Lina repeatedly affirmed and denied within her heart. Was the dreamless sleep potion something Theodore had crafted specifically for her? Yet, regardless of motive or intent, he had indeed endeavored to assist her in alleviating the discomfort wrought by her terrifying dreams. Theodore, it seems my trust in you can indeed deepen a few more notches. Lina Malfoy, there is someone at the door looking for you. A fellow Slytherin, just entering the common room, pointed towards the entrance where Lina sat upon the sofa. It was a Gryffindor. Lina nodded in acknowledgement, expressing her gratitude. Upon stepping outside, she was greeted by the sight of Hermione standing to one side, a hint of confusion crossing her face. Hermione? Lina. Hermione stepped forward, taking Lina's hand and leading her aside. Hagrid has invited us to his hut to celebrate Harry's first victory. Lina regarded her with a bemused expression. Why did you come to find me then? Because both Harry and I wanted you to join us. Hermione shook her hand slightly, her hesitation palpable. To be candid, the idea of attending Harry's celebration felt rather peculiar to her. However, knowing Harry and his companions, they would undoubtedly discuss Snape and the three-headed dog at Hagrid's hut. Without further discussion, Hermione insisted, I've realized that sometimes I must employ a bit of force with you. Otherwise, you'll remain in a state of indecision. They arrived at Hagrid's hut, where Harry was sipping the warm tea Hagrid had poured for him. It was Snape. I saw it with Hermione. He was casting a spell on your Nimbus 2000, muttering incantations, his gaze fixated upon you. Lina had witnessed it as well. Harry waved at the two standing at the door, beckoning Lina to come and sit. Nonsense, why would Snape do such a thing? Ron whispered conspiratorially to Hermione. Merlin. He is utterly oblivious to what transpired right beside him. On Halloween, he attempted to use that three-headed dog when it bit him. We assumed he was trying to steal something it was guarding. Harry's theory seemed far-fetched to Lina, who delicately lifted her teacup, observing everyone's expressions over the rim. Hagrid slammed the teapot down. How could you know about Fluffy? He.S. mine. I borrowed him from a Greek fellow last year to show Dumbledore. Guarding what? Hermione elbowed Harry, who had become overly eager, causing Hagrid to realize he had divulged too much. Enough. No more questions. This is a matter of utmost secrecy, understand? But Snape wants to steal it. That's absurd. Snape is a professor at Hogwarts. He would never do such a thing. Hermione, equally anxious, interjected. Then why would he want to harm Harry? Throughout their prior discussions, Hermione had maintained a blind trust in the professors of the school. But the events of the afternoon had led her to reassess her opinion of Snape. The safety of her friends was paramount. I read about them. The caster must maintain eye contact with the cursed object. Snape didn't blink. I saw it. I tell you, you are mistaken. I do not know why Harry's Nimbus behaved that way, but Snape could never wish harm upon a student. Ron scoffed, clearly believing that Hagrid shared an unwarranted trust in Snape. Now listen to me, you're meddling in affairs that do not concern you, and it is perilous. Forget about that dog. Forget what it guards. It's between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. So this involves someone named Nicholas Flamel, does it? The visit concluded with an irate Hagrid expelling them from his hut. At times, Lina felt as though the inhabitants of Hogwarts had lost their minds. The three-headed dog in the corridors, the werewolf in the forbidden forest, and a giant who could not keep secrets guarding the keys. This was the world of wizards. On the way back, Lina retrieved a candy from her pocket to offer Harry as a token of celebration for his victory. Yet, it seemed she had forgotten it was a gift from George. Thus, when she learned that Harry had been suffering from a persistent nosebleed and had missed 2 days of classes, she felt a surge of guilt. However, it hardly concerned her. I say, even if you possess the ability to turn cake into chips, must you only think of eating? Your good friend Draco has been absent since this morning. Are you not the least bit curious about his whereabouts? Crabbe and Goyle exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. If you care so much, why not go look for him? Blaise, have you developed the peculiar habit of instantly teleporting upon hearing my voice? Theodore was also absent. Lina paused, slightly taken aback. Why are you telling me this? Just saying. Neurotic. Clack, 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 clack. Lina shot a bemused glance at the two beside her who continued indulging in cake, then rose to exit. Forget it. I'll take a stroll and see if I can bump into Draco or Theodore. The weekend library, a splendid combination. The chill air was kept at bay as Lina leisurely basked in the sunlight when suddenly, a shadow fell over her. Damien pushed a book towards her, and Lina glanced down at the three-headed dog. How to find them and how to care for them. This inevitably reminded her of Hagrid's three-headed dog, Fluffy, guarding the Philosopher's Stone at the end of the third-floor corridor. Perhaps Damien had come for this reason. Some pages of the book had been destroyed. Lina smirked. Then this eager Slytherin requires my assistance in calling for Madame Pants? No, what I wish to borrow is the lovely Miss Lina, who is currently soaking up the sun in the library. Chapter 45, Durmstrang. Lina raised an eyebrow, following Damien to a secluded corner. I initially sought a method to render the three-headed dog harmless, but that page has been torn out. Dumbledore is indeed quite prudent. Perhaps you know something? Lina shot him a glance. Not yet, but if you require my assistance, shouldn't you be a bit more forthcoming with me? Mr. Barty Crouch? Haha, interesting. How did you discover that? My polyjuice potion is flawless. I guessed, and all I know is that the three-headed dog is cared for by Hagrid. He is quite adept at tending to various creatures. Perhaps you can inquire with him. Barty nodded but remained curious. Still, I wonder how you recognized me. Don't say it was just a guess. I refuse to believe that. I have other matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Farewell. After Lina departed, Damien emerged from another corner. I told you, you cannot deceive her. She can even distinguish the Weasley twins. What went wrong? Why dwell on it? As long as no one else can tell, it doesn't matter. Barty crossed his arms, shaking his head disapprovingly. A true master understands the pursuit of perfection. Could it be that my fervent warmth and friendliness contrast sharply with your persistent acerbity, thus allowing her to discern the truth? However, one thing is certain. She possesses a profound understanding of you. Damien chuckled dryly, asserting that she knows him not at all. At times, one can feel remarkably helpless in this vast world. Little Barty interjected, 2 people. No, you hardly count as a person. If Lina were not adept with the warming charm, she would likely have succumbed to the chill the moment Barty whisked her away to this location. Why must you drag me along? The Dark Lord forbids me from acting alone at present, and I have no desire to bring Travers. Lina lifted her gaze to the snow-covered peaks, remarking, you truly are something else. Then why not take Not? He was beaten and nearly perished. Lina was somewhat taken aback, not anticipating the ferocity of Theodore's curse. When asked who had attacked him, he remained silent. After all, it is hardly fitting to disclose being struck by one's own son. Perhaps he simply did not see anyone. This unexpected journey commenced abruptly. Just that morning, as Lina exited the lounge, Damien intercepted her, informing her of their venture to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. There, she encountered Barty, who seized her hand without a greeting and transported her via apparition. We are to meet an old friend. Durmstrang is a most enigmatic school of magic. Its precise location shrouded in mystery, though it is believed to lie in Northern Europe. This so-called old friend of Barty's serves as the headmaster of Durmstrang. What kind of friend? A friend akin to you and Damien. In other words, a Death Eater. Riddle's ranks are indeed filled with formidable talent. Should the headmaster wish, he could subtly cultivate an entire cadre of Death Eaters within the school. Do you find him impressive? Barty scrutinized Lina with a discerning gaze, evidently harboring an aversion towards this headmaster. It was no wonder he had just likened her and Damien, emphasizing mutual disdain. Since Barty harbored such dislike for this headmaster, why should she subject herself to discomfort? He's passable, I suppose. I don't find him particularly remarkable. Indeed, perhaps he excels in the dark arts. But that does not alter his essence. He is a coward, timid, and a despicable little man. He lacks the courage and resolve to devote himself entirely to the Dark Lord. He merely seeks to exploit opportunities. After the Dark Lord's disappearance, he scurried off to Durmstrang. Do you know what kind of wizard I consider the most formidable? Barty finally ceased his tirade, casting a glance at Lina, awaiting her response. At this very moment, whoever can provide me with a scarf shall be deemed the greatest wizard of this century. Huh. He chuckled lightly, and Lina recognized that he had seen through her ruse. Yet what of it? Knowing and fulfilling her request were not mutually exclusive. Barty removed his blue scarf and wrapped it around her in layers. Are you satisfied? Lina adjusted it slightly, nodding in approval. You are capable of the warming charm, but I delight in taking what belongs to others, especially when it is something you possess that I do not. Ha ha ha, what a good girl. So, what exactly are we seeking from this headmaster? Do you remember when you told me that the three-headed dog is Hagrid's? I've been wandering around Hogsmeade recently, learning many things about him. That gamekeeper truly loves peculiar creatures. He has always desired a dragon. So, are we to deliver a dragon to him? Barty raised a finger, his tone light and playful, reminiscent of an excited child. We merely require a dragon egg. So you came to extort him? Barty nodded appreciatively. They trudged through the icy wilderness for quite some time before finally arriving at the banks of a frozen lake. Do not involve me in such adventurous escapades in the future. It's exhausting and detrimental to the growth and development of first-year students. Lina exhaled a plume of white vapor as she observed Barty rhythmically tapping his wand upon the ice. When the tapping ceased, a grand ice-carved door materialized upon the surface. Curiously, Lina circled the door, finding nothing amiss, just a door. "It is invisible from the outside," he exclaimed, pulling it open and beckoning her to enter. Within the ice door lay a realm of wonder. Upon stepping inside, Lina was awestruck by the ancient and solemn decor. Towering, intricately carved ceilings, gilded statues, and slender, lofty candelabras adorned the space. Passing through the opulent hall, they encountered a spiral staircase covered in a thick carpet. "Wait here for me. I shall go upstairs to find Karkaroff." Barty departed with a light-hearted gait, seemingly elated at the prospect of his impending extortion. Bored, Lina meandered about the hall, which resembled a grand common room, complete with a fireplace, tables, chairs, and bookshelves. It appeared that one of the Weasleys' rivals attended this school. She lightly tapped the books on the shelf, randomly selecting one, but, she could not decipher a single word. The moment Barty had mentioned Karkaroff's name, she should have recognized the exotic cultural atmosphere. Disappointed, she returned the book to its place and settled into a chair that appeared comfortable. Language is indeed intricate. Bulgarian. Lina straightened abruptly, confronted by a Durmstrang student clad in a deep brown fur-collared leather coat, with sharp features. Bulgarian resembles Russian closely. If these books were indeed written in Bulgarian, she would not be utterly at a loss. Perhaps sensing her confusion, he retrieved the book she had just replaced from the shelf and casually opened it before her. Strangely, this time, she was able to comprehend some of it. The texts here are exclusively revealed to Durmstrang's internal members. When outsiders attempt to touch them, the letters automatically scramble. Wow, how impressive. Yet our studies are held in disdain by the outside world. For instance, the young lady from afar, you must be subjected to a forgetting charm upon your departure. I am Lina Malfoy. I am Victor Krum, but that is of little consequence. You will forget upon leaving. Lina refrained from arguing with him, as he was unaware of her and Barty's purpose for coming. She scrutinized Krum earnestly. In terms of height, appearance, and demeanor, he eclipsed Weasley. Since all will be forgotten in the end, does that imply I can do anything during this time? Whether it be secretive rumors, confidential addresses, or even undisclosed spells. After all, he was certain she would forget. Chapter 46, The Ice Blade Warning. I have yet to encounter a visitor who would make such a request. Lina pointed towards the headmaster's office, declaring, "The genuine visitor is there. I am merely accompanying, and waiting alone is rather dull." As anticipated, he relented. After all, to him, Lina was merely an 11-year-old girl, incapable of causing any real mischief. As Barty and Karkaroff descended the staircase together from the headmaster's office, they chanced upon Victor in the common room, instructing Lina on the art of rapidly freezing water and subsequently melting it. She appeared to be thoroughly enjoying herself. Were she able to comprehend the convoluted text you possess, she would likely be considerably more subdued. The confidentiality regulations were not of my making. They are a matter of tradition. Karkaroff scrutinized Lina for a moment. Was she not the one adopted by the Malfoy family? She did not seem to be the favored pet of Lucius as the rumors suggested. At the very least, you ought to include us on the list for book permissions. Karkaroff, impatiently interrupting Barty, admonished him not to be so vexatious. Upon hearing his words, Barty's expression darkened, and he struggled to suppress the agitation bubbling beneath the surface. She is not your concern, headmaster. Karkaroff nodded. Victor, please escort these two visitors away. At that moment, Lina poked him gently, and Victor hesitated. Well, yes, headmaster. Miss Lina just mentioned that it was her first time away from home, and she wished to explore the theater and such. This was a wager she had just made with Victor. Should she manage to learn his spell in one go, he would persuade the headmaster to take her out for a bit of fun. For an 11-year-old girl, so naive to the world, it was a perfectly reasonable request. A hint of mockery danced on Barty's face. Lina was well aware that Karkaroff would surely acquiesce. Not only because Victor was his prized pupil, but also due to Barty's presence. Merely extending the hospitality of a host, my friend, you would not be so stingy. Would you? Karkaroff silently ground his teeth and nodded in agreement. However, to prevent Lina and Barty from causing any disturbances on his territory, Karkaroff had no choice but to accompany them. Barty incessantly winked at Lina, attempting to communicate with her through glances. What are you plotting? Lina gave him a thumbs up. Could you perhaps consult me before the next operation? Lina waved her hand dismissively, only to be collided with by Karkaroff from behind. What is it, Miss Lina? Nothing. I'm just excited about what we might see next. She turned her gaze away from Barty. The theatrical culture in Northern Europe thrived splendidly, primarily due to the onset of winter, leaving the populace with scant entertainment options. Barty glanced at the ticket in his hand. Our seats are in the front row. Although this was not the best position, given the sudden nature of the event, it was the best ticket available at the moment. I actually think this seat is quite good. As the lights dimmed and the performance commenced, a somber and tranquil aria filled the air, and Barty nearly dozed off against her shoulder. Do you genuinely enjoy watching such things? I've never seen it before. It seems rather spectacular. Karkaroff shot them a reproachful glance, as if to convey that conversing in a theater was a most uncouth behavior. Barty merely rolled his eyes at him. After the prologue, the entire stage set transformed. Lina had never witnessed such a spectacle before, thus she could not discern whether it was magic or the ingenuity of muggles. In any case, the overall ambience shifted dramatically. Snowflakes fluttered from above, crystalline and ethereal. The performers entered from either side of the stage, gliding gracefully upon ice blades, executing intricate lifts and spins with remarkable ease. It was a unique design born of the frost and snow. The audience below was enraptured by the whimsical melodies, and Karkaroff was not surprised. Just then, an unexpected incident occurred. A blade from a performer's ice skates detached, glinting coldly as it soared off the stage towards them. The point of contact between the ice blade and the surface bore a concave arc, not particularly sharp. Yet, the small surface area of contact combined with immense pressure caused the friction to be minimal, facilitated by a thin film of water. If she could instantaneously freeze that layer of water, indeed, a sudden calamity would ensue. Karkaroff had no time to react, with his wand stored away. The ice blade pierced through his shoulder, blood splattering forth. Barty swiftly pulled Lina away from Karkaroff, positioning himself before her, vigilant and alert. Quite an enthralling musical, isn't it? In the chaos of the darkened theater, the audience erupted into panic, fleeing in all directions, their screams echoing throughout. No one heard her words, save for Barty. He turned to her, his gaze fixed upon her, as if in disbelief at her statement. Then, a sly smile spread across his sharp and cunning face. Brimming with excitement and madness, I declare that I am utterly enamored with musicals. He grasped Lina's hand tightly, and she could feel Karkaroff's blood invigorating him, his palm growing increasingly warm. Without waiting for the chaos to subside, Barty disapparated with Lina to the edge of the forbidden forest. In truth, he need not worry. Once the layer of ice on the blade melted away, no one would discern any anomaly. Ultimately, it would be hastily dismissed as an unfortunate accident during the performance. Even if Karkaroff suspected foul play, he would possess no evidence. Let me see the dragon egg. Indeed, it was still a hatchling. Barty produced an egg from his robes. A sizable gray dragon egg, its surface coarse and seemingly robust. Norwegian Ridgeback? So, Durmstrang is located on the Scandinavian peninsula? The child had read quite a bit. Do you like it? If you do, I'll give it to you. How do you plan to get close to Hagrid? A wise man has many schemes. I have plenty of ways. Forget it. I can't afford to raise a dragon, and my father would surely throw it out if he found out. While it would be splendid to tame a fire-breathing dragon, she preferred the company of fluffy creatures. Very well. Barty shrugged, returning the dragon egg to his possession. With my scarf, I'll trade you a word. Lina nodded. She had never intended to return the scarf. Why? Lina paused, then chuckled lightly. Self-important individuals are insufferable, aren't they? With a flick of his wand, Barty vanished without a trace. After returning to Hogwarts, Lina wandered aimlessly, eventually arriving at the Ollery. It turned out her arrival here was quite serendipitous. Draco? The figure before her stiffened. How did you suddenly appear here? Your reaction is quite peculiar. You're not hiding something from me, are you? Draco swiftly turned, clasping his hands behind his back, shaking his head. No. Your expression betrays you. I told you there's nothing. Wait, someone is coming. You might as well say there are UFOs. Draco seized Lina's wrist, covering her mouth, and pulled her into a shadowy corner. Shoo, don't speak. As the footsteps grew nearer, Lina whispered, Why are we hiding? This time, it was a complete outfit draped over her face. Lina pried open a narrow crack, catching sight of two crimson heads. What did she see? The Weasley twins. Why are you hiding? Are you afraid of them? Draco pressed Lina's head back down, retorting, Who is afraid of them? If you hadn't suddenly appeared, I would never have engaged in such foolishness. Lina leaned in closer, and in the dim corner, Draco's ears seemed to flush with color. I'm not Longbottom. I merely have a few personal matters to attend to. Hearing his softened tone, was there something I couldn't share? Shoo. Draco again pushed Lina's head down. Chapter 47. The Aftermath of the Banana Peel. Wait a moment, Draco. Lina lowered her voice to a whisper. Do you remember the banana peel that caused us to tumble in the corridor on Halloween Eve? Can't you just let me forget that incident entirely? We agreed to seek revenge. I have a lead now. Would you like to hear it? Are we really pursuing that matter now? Lina directly pinched Draco's face. Listen to me. Don't you think the person who tossed that banana peel resembled one of the Weasleys? Draco's eyes lit up. Oh, the magpie. Lina released her grip. Red hair. A penchant for mischief. Gryffindor. Who else could it possibly be? They exchanged knowing glances, capturing the mutual mischief in each other's eyes. Owls occasionally flew past the open window. their calls mingling with the sound of flapping wings. "Oh hey, white grapefruit." The owl glanced at Lina in the corner, flicked its tail, and prepared to leave. "Toucans. Go on, beg me to do something." "White grapefruit, go urinate by the feet of those two red-haired boys." "Are you sure it understands?" "You'll see for yourself." White grapefruit turned around, refusing. 3. No, 5. Lina clasped her hands together. "Or you could try getting those owls to drop their droppings on their heads as well." 10. "Deal." Draco, who had remained silent, extended his hand. "I refuse." Refusal is futile, white grapefruit, especially if it annoys Draco a little more. "I refuse, wah 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 wah." Lina placed her hand over Draco's mouth. "Hurry up. Meow, boys, it's time to get to work." Pansy inquired. "And then what?" "You would never believe it." Those two redheads were chased by a flock of owls, running out of the Olery with their heads tucked in. "Huh. I bet they can't show their faces back in Gryffindor." "Of course, they first have to clean the white mess off their heads." The surrounding Slytherins burst into laughter. The days that followed passed without incident, filled only with regular classes and the anticipation of the Christmas holiday. One day in mid-December, as Lina prepared to return to the common room, she fortuitously encountered the Weasley twins in the corridor. They seemed to be developing frostbite by the snowy terrace, shivering uncontrollably. Lina feigned a look of malicious glee, playfully teasing them. "Don't just stand there, Messrs. Weasley. Go sweep some snow in the courtyard." Professor McGonagall, supervising them from a distance, hurriedly assigned a task to the Weasley twin, puffing out his cheeks in front of Lina. "Make way, sir. Lift your boots, madam." At that moment, their brooms fulfilled their intended purpose, diligently clearing the snow from the path. As they swept, they gradually caught up with the leisurely strolling Lina. "Good to see you again, Miss Lina. Wishing you a pleasant day." "Thank you, gentlemen. But I would be even more pleased if you didn't fling snow into my eyes." Professor Quirrell was watching them with an anxious expression. His purple turban was covered in snow, unable to melt in the frigid temperature. "It seems you quite enjoy the snow. Care to join us?" George winked at Lina. "Professor McGonagall called me to supervise them. It's a punishment for them." "What trouble have they gotten into now, Professor?" Quirrell's face flushed red, reluctant to answer. "They enchanted a few snowballs to chase me around, hitting my turban. Why don't they channel that energy into Quidditch practice? As Gryffindor beaters, that is their responsibility." Perhaps hitting Professor Quirrell with a ball is more entertaining than hitting a Slytherin. Harry and Wood, having just completed their training, appeared out of nowhere, startling Lina, ensuring she was still in the courtyard and not in Gryffindor Tower. After the snow, the Slytherin common room, located at the bottom of the Black Lake, had the advantage of being quiet and cool, but was also damp and chilly. Although the common room, like the Great Hall, blazed with a roaring fire, the relentless draft in the underground corridors still felt bitterly cold. Lina conjured a bright blue flame in the common room, which could be kept in a glass jar as a hand warmer, something Pansy and Draco carried with them daily. Incidentally, after receiving it, Draco flaunted it in front of Blaise and Theodore, even going so far as to sternly instruct Lina not to gift it to anyone else. Naturally, Theodore and Blaise were not to be outdone. They quickly devised the magical principle the next day, flaunting their success in front of Draco, which left him fuming. The brisk draft in the corridor was biting. With 10 minutes left until potions class officially began, students were heating their cauldrons. Occasionally, the windows rattled under the force of the cold wind. When they spoke, their breath formed a cloud of white mist before them, and only the warmth radiating from the cauldrons provided any comfort. Everyone longed to embrace their cauldrons during class. Taking advantage of Professor Snape's absence, they filled out the Christmas stay at Hogwarts registration forms distributed by the prefects. Most students chose to leave school to spend the holidays with their families. Draco glared in Harry's direction, his tone sharp. "I truly feel sorry for some individuals who have to stay at Hogwarts for Christmas because their families don't want them." Lina turned to look at him, lowering her voice. "Shoo, I suspect Professor Snape will enter the classroom in 2 minutes. I advise you to remain silent." 30 seconds later, Professor Snape, emanating a palpable aura of low pressure, stormed into the classroom, his black cloak swirling behind him, creating small whirlwinds. The flow of the class proceeded as usual. After demonstrating potion brewing, Professor Snape divided them into groups for their regular potion-making activities. Lina was randomly assigned to groups, but being paired with Theodore and Draco not only made it exceptionally easy, but also ensured they would secure high marks. Yet, a subtle and awkward atmosphere lingered around her and Theodore, a peculiar sensation that had persisted for 2 weeks now. The origin of the matter can be traced back to when Blaise insinuated that the dreamless potion was a gift from Theodore, after which they both seemed to unconsciously avoid each other's gaze. After countless covert glances towards Theodore, Lina hesitantly opened her mouth, her tongue tangled, struggling to articulate her thoughts, ultimately succumbing to silence. Chapter 48, A Delayed Gift. Theodore was measuring the powdered spine of a lionfish, glancing at Lina's direction while adjusting the scale. He let out a soft sigh. "Allow me to explain." He he declared resolutely, placing the bone down with a decisive thud. Firstly, the dreamless potion is indeed a gift from me. Secondly, it is merely an inconsequential trinket, not worth mentioning. The reason? I happened to be practicing potion making and remembered your distress caused by nightmares. I figured, since the difficulty of brewing ordinary potions is almost identical, why not attempt the dreamless potion? That is all. Can we then revert to a normal state? Theodore's demeanor grew somber as he completed his explanation, surreptitiously glancing at Lina once more. His gaze returned to the potion at his fingertips, his tone steady, as if he had rehearsed this speech numerous times. Throughout this exchange, Lina kept her head down, and upon hearing Theodore's words, her anxious heart finally eased. It was all Theodore's fault for deliberately denying it, and for adopting a strangely twisted demeanor, which had made Lina feel awkward and hesitant in his presence. As for the underlying reason for the subtle atmosphere between them, Lina would eventually come to understand that the answers from their past lives would return to her mind like a boomerang. As heirs of a privileged, pure-blood family, they had been indoctrinated with individualism and the supremacy of family interests from birth. They had not learned how to freely express concern for friends. In their youth, they were excessively concerned with appearances. One feared being seen through, while the other feared misunderstanding. Lina stared blankly at Theodore, and after a couple of seconds, she began to chatter. If the dreamless potion counts as a gift from you, then I must return the favor with 2 gifts. However, I find it hard to comprehend your line of thought. You could have simply given it to me openly. Hiding it away is quite peculiar. Thus, I have decided on 1 gift for Christmas. Theodore shrugged, a hint of resignation in his eyes. It would have been an odd atmosphere if Blaise had not brought it up. Lina shot a glare at Blaise, who seemed to revel in the chaos of her life. While Blaise was distracted, dealing with the spines of the fish, he sensed Lina's gaze and paused in confusion. She ignored him, and Blaise squinted at her, gesturing as if to say, "What? What have I done to offend you?" Lina scoffed twice before turning back to vigorously stir the cauldron before her, leaving Blaise to ponder in solitude. In summary, after the potion class, the strange atmosphere between Lina and Theodore finally dissipated. 2 days before the Christmas holiday, after completing their forms, everyone began to excitedly pack their belongings. Though the duration was merely 2 weeks, it did not diminish their anticipation for the festivities. In the Slytherin common room, Draco's gaze swiftly scanned the area before locking onto Lina. "Up so early? Are you waiting for me to present you with a gift?" Lina was momentarily taken aback. "Have you all already begun exchanging Christmas gifts?" Draco's expression darkened, and he frowned as he approached her, flicking her forehead playfully. "I heard from Blaise that Theodore gifted you something on Halloween, cough cough, and I have yet to give you anything." His voice was rather loud, prompting Theodore, seated in the corner, to glance over. "Actually, it's not necessary. His gift doesn't really count, does it?" Draco rolled his eyes. "What if I suddenly decide not to give you a present?" Lina bent down, extending her hand. "Just give it to me. I want it." He regarded her with satisfaction, let out a theatrical sigh, and finally produced a small silver box from his pocket, placing it in her hands. "Open it." Lina took the box, gently prying it open to reveal a 4-leaf clover-shaped hairpin. The pin shimmered under the light, reminiscent of a mystical magical artifact. As she examined it closely, she noticed delicate patterns on its surface, akin to a bird snake's eggshell, with a pearl set in the center that emitted a soft glow. "Is this made from a bird snake's eggshell?" "Yes, and there's also powder from a unicorn's horn," Draco replied calmly, though his eyes hinted at anticipation. "I remember you used to find 4-leaf clovers in the clover fields, believing they were symbols of luck." Lina's heart fluttered at his recollection of such trivial memories. Those were days long past, back when they lived at Malfoy Manor, and she would often search for 4-leaf clovers in the garden while Draco would mock her childishness. "You remember?" she said softly, her voice laced with complex emotions. "Of course, I do." Draco's tone grew slightly somber. "I also recall that Christmas when I accidentally gave your hairpin to Theodore, and you ignored me for an entire week." Lina couldn't help but laugh. "That was your own fault for giving away everything indiscriminately." Draco shrugged, a deeper smile curling at his lips. "But later, I made it up to you with 3 little cakes." Lina shook her head, cradling the hairpin in her palm and gently stroking its surface. The pin felt cool and smooth, as if imbued with a certain magic. She placed it in her bangs, gauging its position by instinct, and clipped it in place. "Does it look good?" Lina asked, looking up at Draco. Draco glanced at her, his brow furrowing slightly. "It looks terrible." Lina was taken aback and shot him an indignant glare. "Can't you say something nice for once?" Draco offered no response, but directly removed the hairpin. His touch was light, his fingertips brushing against her forehead, sending a shiver through her. Lina's heart raced, and she instinctively held her breath. Leaning in closer, Draco earnestly repositioned the hairpin in her hair. His fingers delicately combed through her locks, his movements gentle and meticulous. Lina could feel his breath so near, carrying a faint scent of cologne that left her momentarily dazed. This looks much better. Draco stepped back, nodding in satisfaction. Lina reached up to touch the hairpin, warmth flooding her heart. Looking at Draco, she noticed the tips of his ears were slightly flushed, as if he were somewhat uncomfortable. Unable to contain herself, she smiled brightly. Thank you, Draco. Draco turned his head away, feigning indifference as he casually remarked, It's merely a small gift, if you like it. I shall procure something even better for you in the future. Lina chose not to expose his little display of pride, but instead nodded gently in acknowledgement. Chapter 49. The Eve of Christmas. Suddenly, the grand doors of the great hall swung open with a resounding bang, and Hagrid trudged in, dragging behind him a hefty and robust fir tree. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick were busy adorning the existing Christmas tree at the front of the hall with various decorations. Oh, Hagrid, you've brought in the final Christmas tree. Just place it over there in the corner. Preoccupied with her eagerness to eat, Lina had yet to notice the hall's decorations had undergone a splendid transformation. The walls of the hall were draped with cascading garlands of holly and mistletoe, and 12 towering Christmas trees stood proudly around the room. The branches sparkled with glistening icicles, while hundreds of candles flickered above, emitting yellow glimmers. Professor Flitwick was using his wand to conjure a stream of golden bubbles, which he expertly hung upon the newly arrived tree. Look, the plants hanging from the beams, mistletoe. As Pansy stepped through the entrance of the great hall, she excitedly pointed forward. Are you all aware of the traditions surrounding mistletoe? Lina raised her gaze to the pale green plants above, recalling the tradition that dictates couples standing beneath the mistletoe must kiss. She pursed her lips, contemplating how such matters should be consensual. Even if someone were to ensnare her beneath the mistletoe, she would not yield. Oh, Lina, do you know how many shy couples have found their courage thanks to romantic mistletoe? Pansy's cheeks flushed a delicate pink, as if conjuring some peculiar imagery. Well, I would be willing to try it just once. Lina playfully snatched a piece of bread, teasingly inquiring, So, which fortunate young man are you planning to bring beneath the mistletoe? I certainly am not. Pansy protested, covering her face, her eyes darting to the left, a touch embarrassed. Lina, understanding, glanced towards Pansy's left side, feeling a twinge of sympathy. The individuals nearby were either unreliable or too immature, leaving little hope for her friend's romantic prospects. However, it was rare to see Blaise unusually composed and quiet, intently munching on corn kernels, while Theodore, who was indulging in mashed potatoes, suddenly choked and began to cough violently. Pardon me, Miss Malfoy. Professor Flitwick has asked me to relay a message. Please proceed to the front of the great hall. Very well. Though puzzled, Lina nodded slightly in gratitude towards the portly professor. I shall seek out Professor Flitwick now. Dear friends, I shall see you shortly. She bit down on the last morsel of bread from her fork, hastening her chewing as she approached the Christmas tree where Professor Flitwick awaited. Yet, she also noticed that at the Gryffindor table, Harry, Hermione, and Ron were huddled together discussing something. Most likely, it concerned Nicholas Flamel. Ever since Hagrid had mentioned Flamel, they had been trying to decipher who he was, as they were curious about what the three-headed dog was guarding. Lina, please use the levitation charm to hang the decorations from the box onto the Christmas tree. I am confident you can accomplish it. Yes? Professor Flitwick descended from a tall ladder. I must return to the Ravenclaw common room for a moment. A certain disobedient student has caused a ruckus. Understood. I shall ensure the task is completed. Lina picked up the cardboard box and playfully saluted Professor Flitwick. He nodded approvingly before exiting through a side door. Lina glanced down at the decorations in the box, contemplating the possibility of adorning the tree all at once. However, Professor McGonagall was busy decorating a nearby window, so Lina had to proceed discreetly, casting her spells gradually. Lina, what are you doing hiding behind the Christmas tree? Harry's voice called from behind her, accompanied by the sound of shuffling footsteps. As you can see, I am decorating this Christmas tree. I'll help you. Without hesitation, Hermione grabbed a handful of star decorations and began reciting spells. As Harry rummaged through the box for ornaments, he nudged Lina's shoulder and asked, Are you leaving Hogwarts for Christmas? Yes, I will be spending Christmas with my family. Lina nodded slightly, continuing to wave her wand. I know you signed up to stay at school, but have you found out anything about Nicholas Flamel? Ron muttered from the side, his tone laced with complaints. Don't mention it. We are nearly being driven mad by Hermione's insistence that we check 3 books every week to uncover this fellow's background. I must emphasize that my personal goal is 3 times that of both of yours. 10 books. Hermione gently shook her head, and Lina could almost visualize the exasperated professor. Do you need my assistance? No. Hermione shot Ron a sharp glance. Having Slytherins and Gryffindors together will certainly attract attention. Ron awkwardly rubbed the back of his head, agreeing. Yes, it's better to keep the investigation low-key. Harry suddenly cleared his throat, gazing earnestly at Lina. With only one day until Christmas, Merry Christmas, Lina. I want to be the first to wish you a Merry Christmas. As his final words lingered in the air, he quickly looked down, averting his gaze to the heart-shaped decorations in the box, too shy to meet her eyes. Perfect, all done. Hermione clapped her hands in satisfaction, tilting her head to admire the beautifully adorned Christmas tree they had created. We must hurry and finish lunch before heading to the library. Ron placed the box on the table, while Lina disregarded the peculiar atmosphere, smiling as she waved goodbye to them. Thank you three for your enthusiastic assistance. I shall send you gifts for Christmas. At that moment, Harry ceased avoiding Lina's gaze, offering her a smile, though she sensed a hint of awkwardness in it. Of course, there's one more thing. Lina noticed a flicker of hope in Harry's eyes. Merry Christmas. She tilted her head, her eyes sparkling with joy, ultimately resting her gaze on Harry's face. The 11-year-old Harry, serious and sincere, declared, I want to be the first to wish you a Merry Christmas. Such a simple, yet warm sentiment mirrored the feelings Harry inspired in Lina. This boy, destined for greatness, had not known a joyful childhood and would face even greater trials in the future, including the heart-wrenching separations from those he held dear. Harry, Merry Christmas. Wishing you happiness. Not just during Christmas. After Pansy reiterated for the 800th time not to forget to send her a Christmas gift, they finally meandered out of the dormitory. Blaise and Theodore were seated, one in a single armchair near the fireplace, and the other sprawled on a love seat, engaged in a seemingly casual conversation. As for Draco, he insisted on bidding farewell to Harry before leaving school, which, of course, resulted in a heated exchange of insults and a furious Draco storming off. Lina found it amusing as she glanced at Draco. Come on, it's time to go home. My dear friend, do not miss me too much. Let us eagerly anticipate our respective Christmas gifts. Chapter 50, Christmas Gifts. After leaving King's Cross Station together, Lina and Draco found Narcissa waiting for them. Upon returning to Malfoy Manor, the entire estate was resplendently adorned, with nearly every room embellished with Christmas trees. Each year, Lina eagerly awaited the festive season. As the aroma of fir trees mingled with the scents of roasted chicken and beef, complemented by a small taste of eggnog graciously permitted by her mother. On Christmas morning, Lina was roused from her slumber by the sounds emanating from outside her bedroom. Sleepily, she ventured out. Rila, are we moving? Why are there so many boxes piled over there? Young mistress, those are all Christmas gifts addressed to you. Instantly awakened, Lina dashed down the stairs, her heart racing with anticipation to discover whether this year would bring forth some uniquely imaginative Christmas presents. Good morning, father, mother. As she stepped onto the living room floor, she beheld Draco, adorned with a vivid red Christmas hat, seated cross-legged beneath the Christmas tree, eagerly unwrapping gifts. Narcissa beckoned to Lina, encouraging her to join in the unwrapping. Draco received a splendid set of Quidditch equipment from his father, while his mother gifted him a golden snitch ornament. Yet, he appeared somewhat discontent, as he had not received a Firebolt 2000. Lina, on the other hand, was presented with a sumptuous emerald satin gown. After her father distributed the gifts, he seemed momentarily at a loss for words, but it would not be long before news of Voldemort would reach his ears. Her mother had also commissioned a pair of exquisite low-heeled shoes to complement the dress. Thank you, Mom and Dad. Merry Christmas. Seated nearby and unwrapping gifts, Draco adjusted the position of his Christmas hat. Don't tell me this childish item is your Christmas gift to me. He nearly forgot to freshen up. Hurry up. I've already sorted your gifts. Mother is even worried you one team make any good friends at Hogwarts. Lina found her mother's concerns entirely unwarranted. Ignoring Draco, she swiftly finished her preparations and returned to the living room to peruse her gifts. She casually opened a box to find a note signed by Theodore, with a brief yet fluent line of letters, Merry Christmas. Upon reading the note, Lina felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. To put it mildly, it was succinct. But to be blunt, it felt rather dismissive. Suppressing her irritation, she continued to unwrap the gift, revealing a specially crafted transparent cup filled with a vibrant blaze of crimson flames. Beside it lay a box of exquisite peppermint hard candies. Draco, glancing at the flames within the cup, appeared taken aback. Eternal flame? Noticing Lina's puzzled expression, he cleared his throat. The flame of Jubilastus, also known as the Eternal Flame, is rumored never to extinguish. Treated through a special process, it can serve as a lifelong source of warmth. Lina nodded appreciatively. This was decidedly more sophisticated than the small fire potion she had crafted. Delighted, she set it aside and picked up the peppermint candies, finding a note beneath. I think you need to stay awake more than I do. P.S. The peppermint candies are buy one, get one free. The bonus is for Draco. Lina cast a sympathetic glance at Draco, who was still grumbling about receiving a box of peppermint candies from Theodore while he had sent a rather expensive feather quill in return. The bright red gift box immediately struck Lina as a creation of Harry S. When she lifted it, the jingling sound revealed it was brimming with sweets. Inside was a note, its few lines bearing numerous corrections, suggesting that Harry had struggled to compose it. Lina, Merry Christmas. I could never quite figure out what you might need. Originally, I had prepared something rather special, but I felt this was not the right time. Regardless, I hope you enjoy this box of candies. I carefully selected only the most delectable flavors after tasting them myself. See you after the holidays. Pansy's gift box appeared markedly more conventional, housing a set of jewelry within a simple yet elegant box. Dear, I thought you might appreciate this. It's black gemstones sourced from distant relatives of mine in Southern Europe. I personally contributed to the design and hope to see you wear it after the holidays. Merry Christmas. I truly wonder why your gift took so long to arrive. Wrapped in special paper was Blaze's gift. An unusual choice of dark gray wrapping that perfectly suited his character. Lina suspected it contained a prank and decided to set it aside, planning to open it before bedtime for a final reveal. A note protruded from Blaze's box, stating, I changed my mind at the last moment and decided to send you something rather unconventional. I hope it won't surprise you too much. After 30 minutes, Lina finally unwrapped all her gifts and began drafting her replies, carefully packaging her own gifts for the girls. For Hermione, she prepared a complete set of stationery, encased in an exquisite silver box containing a silver quill, ink, parchment, and envelopes. In her note to Hermione, she mentioned a book on alchemy, which she knew contained extensive references to the elusive Nicholas Flamel. Consider it a subtle way of assisting her with her inquiries. Pansy's gift was a haute couture dress that she had been raving about ever since she spotted it in Witch Vogue. Following that was Harry's gift. A Quidditch enthusiast would surely appreciate a jersey, and Lina had thoughtfully purchased team jerseys from all the popular teams to include in her gift. Unsure of which team he would favor, she procured one of each. As for the other two boys from Slytherin, she decided to treat them equally by gifting them each a charm she had crafted herself, each resembling a distinctive character trait. She included a note stating, This is no ordinary charm. I have infused it with magic to ensure your wishes come true. Warning, must be carefully preserved. If lost, replacements will not be provided. And then there were the gifts for the Weasley family. As dusk settled and the orange hues of twilight painted the sky, Lina tied the final ribbon around her gift box, stretching her arms with a satisfying crack of her joints. Draco lightly knocked on her bedroom door and peeked through the crack. What about my gift? I haven't quite decided yet. Suddenly recalling something, Lina opened her drawer to reveal a toy ring nestled within. When she was 5, Draco had gifted her a toy ring at Christmas, insisting he would wait until they grew up to marry her. Each time she took out the ring thereafter, Draco would cover his ears and run away, utterly unwilling to admit his youthful folly. Let us hope you haven't forgotten me while sending gifts to those foolish Gryffindors. Of course not. Come help your sister. Assist me in sending out these gifts. The Christmas banquet was particularly sumptuous, featuring a plump roasted turkey, perfectly cooked smoked salmon, piles of roasted meats and boiled potatoes, sizzling sausages, and buttery peas. Lina, holding her knife and fork, gazed at the vibrant array of dishes before her, momentarily at a loss as to where to begin. The Christmas night was enveloped in a warm and joyous atmosphere as Draco presented his gift box to Lina. Unwrap it, he urged. Lina untied the pale blue satin ribbon, revealing a silver comb in a matching hue, adorned with her name engraved at the top. Chapter 51, Animagus. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue? Do you dislike it? Not at all. Draco sighed in relief. That's good. It's just an ordinary comb with no magic, but I thought the tassel suited you perfectly. I think it's a wonderful gift, Draco. A spark of surprise flickered in Draco's eyes. Really? Of course. It's at least 100 times better than that screaming painting from last year. Hey, that painting was an accident. Draco retorted. Wait here, there's another. He dashed back to his bedroom and returned with a rectangular gift box. I have no idea where you found that blue scarf. Frankly, it's utterly lacking in taste. Upon opening it, she discovered a dark green scarf woven with gold threads. Draco immediately took it out and wrapped it around Lina's neck. From now on, you're only allowed to wear this one, understood? Got it. What about my gift? Lina glanced around. Her parents had finished the banquet and retreated to their room, leaving the living room in disarray with torn gift bags scattered about. To the kitchen, Draco eyed the pile of potatoes at his feet. What? Planning to pick a potato for me? Lina shot him a glare. Rella, bring it out. Rella retrieved the pie that Lina had painstakingly prepared the previous afternoon. Draco's brow furrowed deeper. A pie? Yes, an apple pie. Miss Lina spent all afternoon learning how to make it. At Rella's words, Draco grimaced. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the apple pie. If you don't like it, you don't have to eat it. Lina pretended to lift the plate to leave. Wait, I'll eat it. Rella, cut me a slice. Rella carefully sliced a piece and handed it to Draco. He hesitated for a moment before taking the plate and spearing a small piece with his fork. Lina watched expectantly. Well, is it good? Cough, cough, cough. I'm choking. Rella, water. Lina gently patted Draco's back, pouring an entire cup of water down his throat. Is it not tasty? It's my first attempt. Feeling a bit disheartened, Lina picked up his fork to try it herself. Recovering, Draco snatched the fork from her hand. No, it's just that I ate too quickly. You can't eat it. It's my Christmas gift. With that, he cradled the entire apple pie and left the room. At 2 in the morning, the bedside lamp flickered, and the stars twinkled outside. Lina lay on her bed, preparing to drift off to sleep when her gaze fell upon Blaze's gift box. Reluctantly, she rolled out of bed and unwrapped the paper box, her heart skipping a beat at the sight before her. The owl that had delivered her magical envelope. Or, to put it more accurately, a long-term spy lurking in the shadows, constantly monitoring her, a true animagus. Her fingers stiffened, her breath unconsciously slowing. Lina found herself unable to look away, her entire being frozen in place, fixated on it. Blaze, when exactly did you notice something was amiss with me? And how did you manage to capture it in a cage? Furthermore, why did you suddenly present me with such a unique gift? Lina's fingers delicately traced the exterior of the metal cage, immediately sensing that it was enveloped in magic. This type of magic resembled a barrier, primarily designed to restrict the free movement of creatures, sapping their strength and rendering them prone to prolonged unconsciousness. In any case, the immediate priority was to ascertain the purpose of this owl. Lina locked her door, muttered a silencing charm, and then dispelled the magical restrictions of the metal cage. The previously lethargic owl gradually opened its eyes, and to her surprise, it exhibited no signs of panic upon realizing her presence. Lina leaned closer, scrutinizing it. Since the observer showed no fear or remorse, she felt compelled to make this creature suffer a bit. She extended her hand, and with a splash, water erupted as she tossed it and the metal cage into the bathroom sink, pressing the cage deeper into the water until it was fully submerged. Any creature would struggle against the instinct to survive, and it began to thrash violently, sending water splattering everywhere, creating a chaotic scene. Seeing it soaked and in disarray, Lina smiled. How does it feel? Come on, transform back and let me see who you are. With a steady gaze, she leaned close to the cage and whispered, or I will ensure you truly become a stinking corpse. With a click, she released the lock on the cage, and without hesitation, it flew out. The owl's form began to shift, gradually revealing a human shape. He appeared to be a boy of similar age to her, with faint brown eyes visible amidst his tousled hair, looking up at her with an air of cold indifference. Water droplets continued to drip from his black hair, and his pallor suggested the chill of the ice water. Yet, Lina sensed an aura of danger and detachment emanating from him. Were they not adversaries? Lina might have genuinely admired his strikingly unique visage. For whom do you work? Lina cast him a sidelong glance from her elevated position. What do you think? He slumped against the wall, his fatigued form coughing repeatedly, expelling the water that had lodged in his throat. Voldemort. In truth, Lina did not believe that the one pulling the strings was Voldemort. If it were him, he would have controlled her far more adeptly than this. She merely wished to test the attitude of her watchers. Voldemort? Huh. To name oneself, such speaks volumes of one's fear of death. A smirk crept across his lips, laced with scorn, his tone dripping with disdain. Tom Riddle, he is unworthy. He averted his gaze once more, spitting out water and coldly dismissing her. I have no interest in your opinions of Voldemort. So who is your master? Yes. His mouth opened slightly, pausing for a moment to meet her gaze. It's a pity you won't hear the answer today. In an instant, he cast a spell at her. However, Lina had anticipated such a scenario, unbeknownst to him. While he sought to divert her attention, she had been keenly observing his every move. A remarkably adept silent spell. I presume it is the Bodybind curse, am I correct? Upon witnessing the astonishment in his eyes, Lina let out a light scoff. The fact that it was not a killing curse indicated that your master had instructed you not to take my life, or rather, that my demise is not permitted. How could this be? Why are you unscathed? His expression finally cracked slightly, his tone laced with skepticism and shock. Your wand, concealed behind your back. I suspected your intentions from the very beginning. Lina smiled sweetly, pointing toward his rear. You neither possess a wand, nor have I heard any incantations being uttered. How is it possible that my spell could have failed? The youth before her appeared restless, his words dripping with resentment. When suddenly it seemed as if he had been jolted awake. When did you release the protective armor? Chapter 52, The Eerie Chessboard. Your master seems rather uninformed about me. Or perhaps he chose not to disclose the truth. Lina crouched down to meet his gaze, her tone nonchalant. A wand is merely a supplementary tool. If your body can directly summon and control magic, a wand becomes unnecessary. Would you like me to give you a lesson? Incredulous, his eyes widened in surprise. The brown irises trembling slightly. Even a descendant of the Shafik family, an 11-year-old wizard possessing such magical prowess, is utterly extraordinary. Shafik? He had yet to realize he had divulged crucial information, and Lina silently noted it, smoothly withdrawing the wand from behind him and twirling it between her fingers. As an observer, how could you remain entirely oblivious to your target? What do you mean? What manner of person are you? After a moment, his demeanor gradually reverted to the initial mask of indifference and arrogance, his expression settling into calmness. My body and current mindset are indeed those of an 11-year-old wizard, but the abilities I possess extend far beyond that age. Lina tempered her smile, fixing him with a cold stare. At the very least, killing you would be exceedingly effortless. Then go ahead. If you possess the skill, I concede defeat. He suddenly bore a relaxed smirk, meeting her gaze with a tranquil glint. Betraying my employer would violate my principles. Employer? Lina furrowed her brow in contemplation for a moment, softly repeating the term. Firstly, the mysterious figure who arranged for him to surveil her is merely his employer. Their relationship, driven by self-interest, does not appear to be unbreakable, and she might find an opportunity. Secondly, this so-called employer is not currently her adversary, and he must have instructed that she not be harmed. From this, one could surmise that for the shadowy employer, he merely aims to utilize her as a pawn to achieve a certain objective. The reason for his inaction thus far appears to be a wait for the opportune moment. The letter had mentioned that at least for now, they are not in opposition. He would likely decide her alignment based on future developments. Given this, the employer in question is remarkably knowledgeable, not only aware of her status as a time traveler, but also able to effortlessly reveal the true identity of this body. This indicates that he is far ahead in unraveling the mysteries of this timeline, and she could similarly exploit him, mutually beneficial. Even if she were to eliminate him now, there would undoubtedly be other animagi like beetles or mice infiltrating Hogwarts in the future, rendering any solution temporary. Furthermore, the fact that he remains steadfastly loyal even in the face of death presents another example of transient absolute loyalty. After weighing her options, Lina resolved to spare his life for the time being. As for his fate, she would await developments. She also took a moment to reassess all the factions within the Harry Potter narrative that could possess such power. No clear candidates emerged. However, she found herself intrigued by this enigmatic chess game. The shadowy figure lurking in the dark, time would reveal the outcome. Between them, until the final moment, who truly is the pawn, and who is the player? Lina engaged in a tempest of thoughts within her mind before finally rising, crossing her arms and tilting her chin toward the figure on the ground. You may leave. You are allowing me to go? He lifted his gaze to her, confusion swirling in his eyes. Then you are reluctant, wishing to meet your end here? Lina yawned, a mocking smile curling at her lips. Why are you willing to let me go? He leaned against the wall, slowly regaining his feet, meeting her gaze at eye level. You have observed me for so long. You should be familiar with my working style. Return and inform your master that the surveillance task is proceeding smoothly, and do send him my regards. Perhaps we might consider collaboration. Lina returned his wand to his pocket, unhurriedly, the ebony wand seemingly unworthy of him. It is impolite to casually judge others. He shot her a nonchalant glance, resolutely rejecting her. As for your proposal, I have no interest. I never pry into my employer's thoughts. Oh, very well, handsome. Until we meet again. Lina remained non-committal, turning her head to smile at him. One cannot deny, Lina's beauty was indeed striking. He momentarily froze, raising an eyebrow, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. Consider tonight as a debt I owe you. Allow me to remind you, be clear-eyed, for I am no ordinary owl. I am a screech owl. He left this remark casually, grinning at her in a relaxed manner. In mere seconds, he transformed back into an owl, intentionally flitting around her, creating a ruckus before perching on the windowsill, hooting softly twice before disappearing without a trace. The washroom was left with Lina standing in a daze. She returned to her bedroom, contemplating the information she had gathered. The world map unfolded before her, encompassing Europe, Asia, and even North Africa, the ambitions of Voldemort laid bare. As Christmas approached, Lina was aware that Riddle would travel to South America post-holidays to attend to certain matters. He had inadvertently left a fragment of his soul within Harry, granting him the ability to speak Parseltongue. Thus, his ability to locate himself so swiftly must mean he also left something of himself behind. Lina reached up to touch the now non-existent scar on her forehead, the silence of Malfoy manor enveloping the night. She cast the invisibility charm to enter the study. Perusing the pureblood directory, the Shafiq family originated from the Arabian Peninsula, with their earliest known ancestor tracing back to the Abbasid period, a physician named Zahir Shafiq. By the late 17th century, the Shafiq family had amassed considerable wealth through commerce, providing their descendants with a life of comfort and the freedom to choose their professions. The Shafiqs are open and inclusive. No member is compelled to seek wealth and fame for the family, but must engage in honorable professions, becoming their own economic support. She recalled encountering the second-year student, Carlisle Shafiq, at the Slytherin table. What a peculiar sensation it was. The boy's gaze was sharp, akin to that of an eagle, fixed upon her as if she were prey. His expression bore a hint of sadness, evoking a desire to draw near while simultaneously an urgent wish to distance herself from him. It appears that my brother is rather remarkable. She gently closed the book, returned it to its place, and stood up to stretch. The remaining days of the holiday passed without any peculiar incidents, aside from the banquet. Little princess, are you hiding away to be lazy again? Lina exclaimed, startled, as she rolled her eyes at the figure of Blaze before her. When did you arrive? When someone was snoring so loudly it shook the heavens, he replied with a light chuckle as he settled onto the nearby sofa. Could you truly bear to leave Draco alone downstairs, listening to those purebloods prattle on? I'd rather not inflict such torment upon myself. Father said that would be his responsibility in the future. However, I suspect that after so long, he has devised a means to escape. Just then, Draco pushed open the door, followed closely by Pansy and Theodore. I can hardly endure this. If it weren't for my cleverness in suggesting we bring them up, I'd still be down there listening to them discuss the rise and fall of the Ministry of Magic. Pansy, didn't you go to your relative's house? Why are you back so early? Lina waved at Pansy at the doorway, who was accompanied by Daphne Greengrass. It's quite tedious to go every time, Daphne remarked, surveying the surroundings. Lina, your house's layout is truly easy to get lost in. No wonder Mrs. Malfoy had Draco bring us up here to find you. Lina made room for them. Looking for me? Pansy interjected. Actually, we wanted Draco and you to show us around. Chapter 53, Family Alliances. Draco frowned slightly. Pansy, this isn't your first visit. Why do you still want us to guide you? I've only just sat down, he added. Brother, you are the young master of the Malfoy estate, and aren't you at all curious about Daphne's sister? Lina recalled that she was to be Draco's future bride. Draco shot her an exasperated glance. I believe it is you who is curious. Speaking of which, you've suddenly remembered I'm your brother. Come on, let's show our guests around our home. Draco stepped forward, only to glance back when he saw Lina still lounging on the sofa. I've already moved on. What are you waiting for? Aren't we going to wait for Theodore? He isn't attending the banquet. Father has invited him before, but Mr. Knott said they never leave the estate during Christmas. Draco grabbed Lina and said, enough of this deliberate delay, let us go. Very well. It was impossible for the children of pureblood families to engage in a meaningful discussion about the Ministry of Magic's latest policies. What coherent opinions could children of their age possibly hold? They merely attempted to maintain appearances, emulating their parents' sharp tones as they chatted about Hogwarts assignments. Lina suddenly felt that remaining in her room and avoiding such gatherings was a form of bliss. Why on earth should we go out on broomsticks in this snow? The upcoming competition is likely to take place on a snowy day. We must be prepared. Then you can practice at your own pace. I shall not venture out on a snowy day. Draco, somewhat impatient, threw down his broom and hurried after Lina. No, you cannot leave. You promised to join me in the house team. You are being unreasonable. When did I ever agree to that? Lina caught sight of Draco's stubborn expression, as if he believed she would truly abandon him in his quest for the team. Fine, I will practice with you. The following day, the snow continued to fall, and Lina was awakened by a cacophony of tapping at the window. Who is it? She squinted her eyes. Bayou, go open the window. Bayou leaped from the bedside to the window ledge, using its claws to pry it open. Hedwig flew in, clutching a letter, and perched on the desk, where there were biscuits and water. Bayou closed the window and gestured for Hedwig to drop the letter while nudging the biscuits and water towards her. Dear Lina, thank you so much for your Christmas gift. I truly appreciate it. Ron wrote to me, saying he never expected you would send gifts to him and his brothers. However, I also received a strange gift from an anonymous sender. You would never guess. It was an invisibility cloak. So that night, I wore it out to the restricted section to research, but unfortunately, I ran into Filch. Thankfully, due to that cloak, he did not discover me. In my panic, I lost my way, and when I realized it, I found myself in an abandoned classroom. Inside, there was a huge and peculiar mirror, inscribed with an odd spell I could not comprehend, and then something strange occurred. As I approached the mirror, I saw my parents. The next day, I brought Ron with me, and he saw himself as the president of the student council and captain of the Quidditch team in the mirror. I can't get that mirror out of my mind. When I think of my parents' faces, my mother is as beautiful as a lily. I can hardly wait for nightfall. I will go see that mirror again. Wishing you a delightful holiday. Sincerely, Harry. Bayou, help me. Bayou jumped to her head, tapping her face with its paw. I cannot write. All right, I'm getting up. Lina retrieved paper and pen, giving Hedwig and Bayou a gentle stroke. Dear Harry, I was overjoyed to receive your letter, and I am glad you like my gift. I find your experience quite astonishing. From your description, I am eager to see that mirror as well. The mirror of Erased. It reveals one's innermost desires. But I feel it is dangerous for you to sneak out at night, even with your invisibility cloak. I hope all is well with you. See you after the holidays. Yours sincerely, Lina. After giving Hedwig another stroke, she let it carry the letter away from Malfoy Manor. Lina tidied up and, cradling Bayou, made her way to the garden. Passing through the foyer, she encountered Draco, who was holding a light purple box, preparing to leave. "You're up? Pansy and Mr. Parkinson just left. Have they already gone?" Lina glanced down at her pajamas. Draco shot her a disapproving look. "They just left. They have other places to go, but I suggest you maintain some decorum at home." I know. Noticing Lina's gaze, Draco lifted the box higher. "Cake. Pansy said she made it herself. Come on, let us try it." Draco took Lina's hand with his other, as Bayou had already leaped from her embrace and vanished. They brought the cake to the small dining room, revealing a heart-shaped raspberry Napoleon pastry, exquisitely decorated. The top was inscribed with chocolate sauce. To Draco, Lina stifled a laugh. "Especially for you, Draco. I shall not partake. Enjoy it at your leisure." Draco firmly placed his hand on Lina's shoulder. "It's merely a Christmas gift. No need to be sardonic. But I recall that Pansy has already gifted you a pair of exquisite emerald cufflinks. She truly cares for you." In the interim, Draco had retrieved 2 forks from a nearby cupboard, handing one to Lina. He refrained from arguing, opting instead for silence as he absently toyed with the raspberries atop the cake. Bored, Lina gazed at the exquisite dessert, her thoughts drifting to the unsightly and unremarkable apple pie she had made, a wave of despondency washing over her. "Hey, let me ask you something. Do you truly think I will have to marry Pansy in the future?" Draco's voice carried a hint of irritation and unease. Still grappling with her own reluctance to enter the kitchen, Lina paused. I was merely jesting, don't take it to heart. But did your father and Mr. Parkinson not discuss the prospect of a union before you?" As Lina forked a piece of cake into her mouth, she noted its excessive sweetness. Pansy was indeed attractive, hailing from a pure-blood family, and she adored him, provided he had no romantic inclinations toward anyone else. "But I do not fancy her." Draco's gaze fell upon the cake before him, his fork stirring the cake and cream into a chaotic blend. Noticing this, Lina took his hand and gently seized the fork from him. "Calm down, Draco," she whispered. "You are only 11. You possess the right to choose whom you like." Draco lifted his head, a flicker of struggle and helplessness passing through his gray-blue eyes. "I am the eldest son. My father always says I bear the responsibility of upholding the family's honor and the tradition of pure-blood lineage." His voice trembled with agitation, tinged with a trace of grievance. Lina regarded him with a complex mixture of feelings. She understood that beneath Draco's outward facade of pride, there lay a softer and more vulnerable side. The weight of familial expectations loomed over him like an invisible mountain, one he was not yet ready to bear. Chapter 54, The Shafik Couple. "I comprehend your feelings," Lina sighed, "but it is understandable for my father to harbor such concerns. After all, an alliance between the Malfoy and Parkinson families would be mutually beneficial." "Understandable? I cannot fathom it at all." Draco suddenly raised his voice, his tone laced with dissatisfaction and anger. "If my father were to arrange for you to marry Theodore Nott, would you be willing?" Lina was momentarily taken aback. At a loss for words, she shot him a glance, her voice tinged with exasperation. "Don't involve me in this, Draco. I am a girl. My father would not impose such pressure and burdens on me." Draco fell silent for a moment before muttering softly, "Well, you will undoubtedly be next." Lina released his hand and stood, her gaze sweeping over Draco's slightly boyish yet troubled face, feeling a pang of sympathy, but even more so, a sense of helplessness. She understood that Draco's troubles could not be resolved by mere words. "If you are truly so concerned, why not consider my suggestion for Blaise?" She winked mischievously. "For further details, please refer to the banquet at the beginning of term." The image of Draco with disheveled hair made her laugh aloud. "Ha! I won't keep you any longer. I'm off to stroll in the garden." As she laughed, she cast a warming charm on herself and turned to leave. Draco watched her retreating figure, his lips moving as if to say something, yet he ultimately remained silent. He lowered his gaze, fixating on the disheveled cake, and murmured, "I just hope to marry the girl I truly like." His voice was barely above a whisper, almost lost to the wind. And Lina did not hear him as she stepped out of the hall towards the garden. The sunlight on the snowy day enveloped her, while Draco remained seated, his thoughts in disarray. As Lina ambled through the snow, a small gray dot suddenly appeared against the white expanse of the sky. The dot grew larger and larger, seemingly hurtling directly towards her. By the time Lina registered what was happening, it was too late. A tawny owl collided with her head. She clutched her scalp and stood up, a small dent in the snow nearby revealing the owl's fall. It struggled to regain its footing, still clutching a package in its beak. A Weasley owl? The parcel bore her name, and upon opening it, she found a bag of handmade cream fudge. Tucked within the folds of the wrapping was a simple note, "Merry Christmas, George Weasley." Suddenly, she felt less inclined to indulge. On the day of their return to school, Lina finished packing her belongings and boarded the train alongside Draco. "Lina. Oh hey, Hermione." Draco cast a wary glance at Hermione standing at the door, snorted dismissively, and turned away without a word. Lina set down her white grapefruit, and stood to close the compartment door behind her. Did you have a good holiday? It was wonderful. Thank you for the gift. I truly loved it. Though it was rather extravagant. Hermione lowered her voice. In that book you recommended, I found information on Nicola Flamel within it. I can hardly wait to tell Harry and the others. Lina waved her hand. I'm glad I could help. Don't mention the gift. By the way, Lina, my parents said they hope you can come over to visit sometime. Absolutely, I will. After the train arrived at the station, Hermione hurriedly exited, making her way into the Slytherin common room, where many students were still discussing their holiday experiences with their friends. The once sparsely populated common room was now bustling with small groups of chatter. After exchanging greetings with Draco, Lina dragged her suitcase toward the girls' dormitory. Lina, you're so slow. You've left me all alone in the dorm. Pansy's words and embrace met Lina as she entered. By the way, where are the other two gentlemen? Pansy reclined on her bed, lazily swinging her feet. Theodore should have returned to the dorm by now, but I haven't seen him. As for Blaise, after we entered the Slytherin common room, he hurriedly declared he was going to sleep. Well, it seems everyone is leading vibrant lives, busy with their own affairs and not interfering with each other. Lina remarked casually as she continued folding her clothes, pondering when she might inquire about Blaise's encounter with the Animagus. However, a nagging sense of foreboding lingered. She suspected he would be reluctant to share the truth with her. After dinner, Lina began to wander around Hogwarts once more, only to unexpectedly encounter Dumbledore at a corner. He entered a classroom that Lina had never noticed before. After casting an invisibility charm upon herself, she followed him inside. The room appeared to be abandoned, cluttered with various items. Dumbledore stood before a mirror, his expression inscrutable as he gazed into its depths. Inscribed at the top of the mirror were the words, Eris stra eru oit ube kafer oidon wosi. The phrase, when read in reverse, reveals, I show not your face, but your heart's desire. This signifies that what I present is not your visage, but rather the yearnings of your soul. A profound sense of dissonance surged within her heart. I know you are there. Come forth. The figure standing still turned and cast a gaze in her direction. Lina smiled silently, breaking the invisibility charm. As her silhouette materialized before him, he smiled knowingly. I knew it would be you. Lina glanced at him without uttering a word, instead walking directly to his side. This is the mirror of Eris. It allows you to behold your innermost aspirations. Dumbledore raised his gnarled hand to caress the mirror's surface, his crescent-shaped spectacles reflecting its glow, obscuring Lina's view of his expression. Lina too reached out to touch the mirror, and within its depths, a woman stood behind her, smiling and waving. If that woman truly existed, Lina should have been able to touch her, for they were so near within the mirror, yet all she felt was the emptiness of air. That woman, along with others, resided solely within the mirror's confines. She was exceedingly beautiful, with features strikingly reminiscent of Lina's own, her smile juxtaposed with silent tears. Beside her stood a tall, slender man with dark hair, whose visage bore a resemblance to Shafiq in his second year. Lina was momentarily taken aback, her voice trembling, almost shattering in the air. Who are they? Though an answer fluttered within her heart, she turned to Dumbledore, who remained silent beside her, the figures in the mirror offering no words, merely displaying their sorrowful expressions. Lina lowered her gaze. Perhaps it was the moonlight filtering through the window that rendered her form increasingly fragile, delicate, and sorrowful. She stood before the mirror for an extended duration, the reflections within refusing to fade, as she remained rooted in place. Until a voice broke the silence. Lina, perhaps you would like to join me for a cup of tea in my office? Professor McGonagall brought me some exquisite tea the other day. I believe you might enjoy it. Chapter 55, The Choice. As they made their way to the headmaster's office, an air of silence enveloped them, neither uttering a word. Upon entering the office, Lina sat in the chair without a sound. Dumbledore cast a glance her way before proceeding to brew tea, observing him as if nothing had transpired. Lina felt an unexpected wave of fatigue wash over her. It was as though he cared little for the matter at hand. Would you like milk in your cup? The one preparing the tea turned to her, offering a smile. Lina nodded and murmured her thanks, surveying the furnishings within the headmaster's office, catching a glimpse of Dumbledore pouring milk into one of the cups of red tea. Moments later, he settled beside her, placing the milked cup before her. Give it a try. It's quite delightful. Lina lifted the cup to her lips, savoring a sip before succumbing once more to silence. After a lengthy pause, the man beside her let out a deep sigh. Lina, do you intend to remain silent indefinitely? His words tightened her grip on the cup, and she replied softly, I merely wish to see if you would initiate conversation. He smiled gently. You are as astute as your mother. The name Aurora suits you well. The moment you laid eyes on me at the feast, you recognized me, did you not? I was not an abandoned infant casually picked up by Dobby, but rather someone you deliberately exposed to its gaze. You predicted that the newly minted mother, Narcissa, would keep me, and you anticipated that Lucius would question my lineage, thus leaving a magical mark upon me. That was not my magic, but a secret belonging to your mother, the Fanfic family. Perhaps you have discerned some of it." As Dumbledore spoke, he turned to her, his eyes glimmering with a hint of sadness and regret. "Your mother was one of the most brilliant witches I have ever known. Her magic was powerful and pure, just as you have inherited. They had foreseen their demise in that war, hence they fled Fanfic Manor with me, safeguarding both Carlisle and myself." Dumbledore fell silent, enveloped in a long pause. In truth, she did not care about the events of that time, nor did she yearn to find her kin. "The choice between becoming Aurora or remaining Lina lies with you." His words elicited an unexpected laugh from her, for indeed, she was too selfish. She was unwilling to relinquish her comfortable life for an uncharted existence filled with the peculiarities of old Fanfic. "Indeed, having lived in the world of pure blood since childhood has rendered me reluctant to abandon everything I know." Dumbledore remained unperturbed by her nearly brutal admission, as if he anticipated her response. "Selfishness is not ignoble, Lina. Each of us possesses the right to choose the life we desire. The world of purebloods has granted you a sense of security and belonging, but have you ever pondered whether that sense of belonging is genuine? Do you truly belong there?" His calm words stirred a sense of agitation within Lina. She furrowed her brow and turned away, refusing to engage with him any further. Observing her downcast demeanor, Dumbledore chuckled, his laughter grating against her sensibilities. "Lina, we both understand the essence of the matter." The atmosphere in the headmaster's office fell once again into silence, with him remaining quietly seated beside her. Lina found herself adrift in a sea of conflicting emotions, yet a faint thread of recognition and longing tugged at her heart. She suddenly felt lost. If her predetermined life were to veer off course, what was she to do? Outside the window, snow began to fall once more, lending a wintry chill to the air. Despite being in a warm room, a sense of cold enveloped her, causing her to shiver involuntarily. What should I do? As she gazed out at the softly falling snowflakes, tears welled in her eyes. "You know the choice lies with you." The calm voice beside her barely allowed her reason to hold on, yet she shivered again from the cold. "I do not wish to be embroiled in these troubles. I merely want to wait until it is all over. I just want to go home." Her voice emerged as a harsh whisper, as if the biting cold of winter had frozen her throat. The person beside her remained silent, leaving Lina to curl tightly into herself, seeking warmth in her own embrace, as though this would shield her from facing everything. Yet, buried within her arms, her eyes quietly shed tears in the darkness, one drop after another. She was unaware of how long she had been curled up when a pair of warm hands gently rested upon her head, startling her into stillness. "Lina, look ahead. One cannot live in the past, and regardless of your choice, you will always bear the surname Malfoy, will you not?" Lina's body, momentarily frozen in shock, suddenly convulsed, her throat releasing faint sobs and anguished cries. "Why must it be me?" The shattered screams gradually transformed into sorrowful chokes, her desolate hands digging into her palms. Like a beast ensnared in a dire predicament, no matter how fiercely she struggled, she could find no semblance of escape. Her lamentations could only serve as a futile outpouring, awaiting a rescue that would never arrive. In the imposing office of the headmaster, Lina's long-suppressed emotions finally erupted, while he merely stroked her hair in silence. On that day, she lost track of the time she spent in the headmaster's office, only recalling that as she left, resembling a soulless marionette, snowflakes continued to fall outside. After Christmas, Lina ceased to be indifferent to social interactions and began to proactively engage with her peers. In this world, every individual possesses social vulnerabilities, once identified. She could converse freely with anyone. To put it plainly, it was a matter of catering to their preferences. Moreover, the name Malfoy proved to be quite advantageous. Lina lightly tapped her fingers on the surface of the paper, the soft sound echoing like her racing heart. Following the heavy snowfall, a relentless drizzle ensued. She arrived at the greenhouse early, perhaps too early, as Professor Sprout had yet to arrive. With ample time before class, Lina wandered through the greenhouse, where an array of magical plants flourished on the shelves, in hanging baskets, and within pots, most boasting peculiar shapes. At that moment, a rustling sound broke the tranquility, and a figure emerged from the dense foliage. Lina's gaze was drawn to Neville Longbottom of Gryffindor, who was clutching a tattered notebook, bits of grass clinging to his hair, creating a rather comical sight. However, his early arrival to the greenhouse surprised her. After all, he had not left her with the impression of being particularly studious, having once burned a cauldron in potions class and found himself dangling in midair during flying lessons. "You have grass in your hair," Lina kindly pointed out, adhering to her philosophy of treating those with whom she need not harbor animosity with kindness. "Ah, yes, thank you," Longbottom replied awkwardly, brushing his hand through his hair and dusting off the dirt from his robes, revealing a sincere smile. He appeared to have something to say, but, being introverted, hesitated to engage her in conversation. Frankly, She found it intolerable when someone seemed on the verge of speaking yet held back, as it made her feel deprived of crucial information. The unknown breeds peril. Lina averted her gaze from Longbottom, redirecting it to the herbs nearby to alleviate his tension. People are more inclined to confide when they feel safe and secure, thus allowing her to glean the information she sought. This plant is called Snowdance herb. Though his words were somewhat disjointed, he had begun to speak, which was a promising sign. Longbottom was a pure blood, but did not subscribe to the notion of blood superiority, and with his intelligence, he would not harbor excessive doubts about her. With this thought, Lina exhaled in relief. Why is it named so? Its dancing state relates to the first snowfall of winter. A specific incantation can make it dance. As he spoke, Longbottom waved his wand and softly uttered a spell. The Snowdance herb before them began to sway gently, its movements elegant, akin to that of a sprite. Sunlight cascaded softly upon its leaves, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Longbottom had just mentioned that its dancing state was connected to the first snowfall of winter, which piqued her curiosity. Is its current dancing posture related to last year's first snowfall? No, it's connected to this year's snow. Longbottom's expression bore no trace of deceit. He was confident in his knowledge, and his spell had indeed succeeded on the first try. However, this was still somewhat hard for Lina to believe. With Christmas just past and barely into January, the first snowfall of the year could not possibly come for over 10 months. The initial snow of this year would not arrive until the end of October. Hogwarts rarely experienced snowfall at the end of October, although the humidity was plentiful. The climate here was not nearly as frigid as that of Durmstrang. Therefore, this conclusion was difficult to accept, especially when drawn by someone like Longbottom. Could herbalism truly predict weather patterns with such precision? Perhaps scholars from both worlds elucidated the same phenomena from different perspectives, complementing each other. Muggles could provide more precise data, while wizards possessed insights that eluded Muggle exploration. Muggles feared wizards, capturing and burning them during the Middle Ages, while wizards despised Muggles, regarding contact with them as shameful. How many more phenomena exist in this world, perceived through divergent lenses by these two realms, yet remain uncommunicated? What if she could merge the viewpoints from both sides, drawing from their strengths? You possess a wealth of knowledge, Longbottom remarked, slightly embarrassed, as he adjusted his robe to cover his worn herbology textbook, evidently well-thumbed. A testament to his diligent study. If she had been a student who stirred trouble and vexed teachers, she might also feel embarrassed to let others know of her interests in a subject. The humiliation of investing effort only to achieve nothing far outweighed the shame of mediocrity born from indifference. Upon reflection, it was true that Longbottom had not caused any significant trouble in herbology class, though this may not sound like a compliment. It was noteworthy when compared to his performance in potions and other subjects. Did he possess a certain talent for herbology, choosing to remain low-key, or was he simply fortunate? Lina cast her eyes downward, her pupils shifting. I believe herbology is the most challenging subject. This was, of course, a fabrication, while herbology was not her forte. It was far from difficult. However, Longbottom would likely believe her, thus enticing him to divulge more of the information she yearned to uncover. It is not difficult. It is quite logical. As long as you are willing to invest time in observation and synthesis, everything becomes remarkably easy. Are your family involved in this field? He gently shook his head, seemingly reluctant to discuss his family, but that was inconsequential. I have a friend who excels in herbology. She has taught me much. Is that so? What is her name? Her name is Melinda. Suddenly, the greenhouse door swung open with a bang, and students poured in. Lina ceased her conversation with Longbottom, joining the throng of students as they congregated in the Slytherin area. Class was about to commence, and with the influx of students came the sounds of pages turning, robes rustling, and whispered conversations. As Professor Sprout entered the greenhouse, all students had already settled into their places. Lina had just hurriedly vacated her spot beside Longbottom and stood at the far end of the greenhouse. If you hadn't been so slow, we could have secured a better position. A soft complaint from Hermione drifted over, prompting Lina to notice that Hermione, Harry, and Weasley stood directly opposite her. Beside her, as usual, stood Pansy, Theodore, and Draco. Now, does anyone know the name of the plant we are studying today? Professor Sprout's face was perpetually adorned with a cheerful expression, as if she were untouched by worries. The head of Hufflepuff, like her students, exuded a friendly demeanor. At that moment, she presented a potted plant that emanated a faint silver glow. Beneath each leaf, a beautiful 5-petaled flower blossomed, its petals arranged in a star-like formation, reminiscent of the myriad stars in the night sky. Hermione swiftly raised her hand, but they were still too far from the professor, who called upon another student to respond. Hermione, deflated like a punctured balloon, sighed and pouted as she laid her textbook open on the desk, its pages filled with dense notes, leaving no space blank. Pansy caught a glimpse of this and gasped, "Merlin." To offer Pansy some comfort, Lina opened Draco's textbook, which was entirely blank. She then glanced at Theodore beside her, casually flipping open a page, finding solace in the pristine white of the paper. Don't mind him. He doesn't take notes simply because all the information is stored in his brain, Lina remarked, casting a glance at Draco. And what about you? Not a single word. He turned his head, urging her to pay attention. The energy between it and the starry sky intertwined. Hence at night, its flowers would emit a soft luminescence, as if encapsulating the power of the stars within. For some inexplicable reason, Lina sensed a hint of smoke in the air, a tension simmering between the top scholars of Slytherin and Gryffindor. Weasley inhaled deeply beside her. Ron Weasley, you can do this. Do what? He retorted. From this moment on, I am not the first-year Ron Weasley. I am Ronald Weasley, head boy of Gryffindor, captain of the Quidditch team, and president of the Male Student Council. I can handle this. I can control myself and refrain from bickering with the know-it-all Miss Granger. Lina stifled a smile, her lips curving slightly. Mr. Weasley, please enlighten me on the primary uses of starlight grass. Weasley craned his neck in Hermione's direction for assistance, but she promptly snapped her textbook shut with a decisive clap, nearly catching his nose. Failing to garner help, Weasley raised the book high, nearly burying his face in it. Searching for answers, the pause lingered, and the entire greenhouse was filled with anticipation as several students glanced over. In the quiet atmosphere, Lina could no longer contain her laughter, retreating behind Draco as she snickered softly. Chapter 57. Unusual Behavior. Weasley, already anxious from not finding an answer, felt his face flush upon hearing the muffled laughter nearby. Draco stood to Lina's left, his expression subdued and composed, entirely devoid of his usual arrogance. The sudden tranquility surrounding him struck Lina as peculiar. Ordinarily, he would have mocked Weasley for his ignorance, even launching attacks on the entire Weasley family. Now, this calmness seemed exceedingly out of character. Lina gently tugged at his sleeve. Draco's gaze shifted to her, a hint of confusion evident, as he mouthed, tired of laughing. Lina pointed to his textbook, and his eyes followed her finger to where he had just noted a key point. The very question posed by the professor. What's the matter? She subtly nodded towards Weasley. A flicker of surprise crossed Draco's eyes, yet he complied with her unspoken request. Draco quietly slid the book with the answer towards Weasley, who looked as if he had grasped a lifeline, his eyes lighting up. However, the assistance coming from Draco caused his complexion to fluctuate between pale and flushed. Should he read it aloud or reject Draco's hint? As time slipped by, the blond boy's attacks on his attire, his jabs at his family, and his attempts to belittle him echoed in Weasley's mind. Accepting help from someone like Draco felt akin to swallowing a fly. Yet, should he stubbornly refuse to answer, he risked humiliation and potential points deducted from Gryffindor. Unaware of Lina's intentions, Draco now perceived Weasley's dilemma through his troubled expression, a sly smile gracing his lips. The art of making someone uncomfortable lies in the subtlety of assistance. One may directly ridicule, mock, or highlight their shortcomings. Yet nothing compares to the impact of a seemingly innocuous act of help. The poor fool, needing aid from the very person he detests to escape his predicament. Weasley clenched his jaw, noticing that classmates were growing impatient, tapping their knuckles against the desk. Lina and Hermione exchanged silent cues, stealing glances at Weasley. The longer this dragged on, the more embarrassing it became. Finally, resigned to his fate, he began to read the content from Draco's textbook. The leaves of starlight grass possess healing and purifying properties, bringing tranquility and peace to the creatures nearby under its luminous glow. Draco's face bore a mask of feigned kindness and genuine irony, which Weasley tried to ignore as he continued reading. Moreover, its flowers are a rare herb used in the creation of healing potions. While still mouthing words to Lina, Hermione seemed to grasp Draco's intentions, and she lifted her eyes to signal Lina to wait, spreading her own textbook before Weasley, urging him to read from hers. However, she failed to understand that the tone of this situation had been set the moment Draco offered his assistance. Weasley pressed on, his resolve hardening. This potion accelerates wound healing, enhances recovery speed, and increases magical resistance to a certain extent. Professor Sprout, pleased with Weasley's nearly accurate response, smiled and nodded. Additionally, starlight grass is also a crucial ingredient in the crafting of magical runes, as the power contained within its flowers can endow runes with formidable magic. As her words faded, the sound of quills scratching against parchment filled the air as students busied themselves with note-taking. Weasley buried his face in his textbook, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, his entire being flushed from the unexpected interrogation. Yet, simultaneously, Draco's act of aiding Weasley did not escape the notice of their fellow Slytherins. Unfriendly glares were cast their way. Draco's actions had inadvertently awarded points to Gryffindor, leaving many Slytherin students displeased. However, when they beheld Weasley, who appeared as restless as a ripe fruit, their discontent began to wane. because they understood that this was not assistance, but rather a cleverly devised predicament. Moreover, Draco absolutely could not abide the idea of Gryffindor earning points. A suppressed smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, his lips twitching as he discreetly gave Lina a thumbs up beneath the table in the greenhouse. As for Weasley, he clearly could not hold Lina accountable for this. Objectively speaking, her intention was to aid him in answering the question. And indeed, she had succeeded. A gentleman concerns himself with actions, not intentions. The remainder of the class passed uneventfully, and soon it was time for dinner. After tidying up their books and supplies, the students made their way to the Great Hall in small clusters. As they reached the corner, Pansy hurried forward, attempting to link her arm with Lina's, only to be subtly evaded by Lina. Pansy's eyes instantly filled with disbelief, grievance, and sorrow. "What is wrong with you?" Lina arched an eyebrow, silently scrutinizing her from head to toe, finding her no different from the usual proud and delicate Pansy. Yet, Lina remained mute. The students ahead remained oblivious to this little exchange, and Pansy sighed before adopting a shrewd expression, revealing her pearly white teeth. Her smile was unsettling. What about Pansy? She caught a cold. She's in Slytherin's dormitory. Before Lina could speak, he hastily added, "It won't be discovered, especially since I've arranged it meticulously. No one will notice the polyjuice potion." At some point, a white cat had darted to Pansy's feet, sniffing before leaping into Lina's already crouched embrace. "It says you're not. All right. Aside from you, there's also your cat. Our Mr. Crouch seems to possess an unusual enthusiasm for masquerading as a Hogwarts student." As he spoke, he pointedly glanced at his attire. By rights, the polyjuice potion could only alter one's appearance and physique, but not external clothing. So where did he procure that short skirt and those leather shoes? Uncertain which words had struck a nerve, he shot her a blustering glare. This expression seemed discordant on Pansy's face, yet it bore a certain charm. Our dear Miss Lina Malfoy is rather cunning, indeed. Perhaps out of an inexplicable trust in him, or perhaps due to his exceptional intelligence and perceptiveness, Lina felt no need to overly conceal herself in his presence. Gryffindor would not be so easily swayed. The youngest Weasley may be foolish, but that Muggle girl was quite astute. What am I doing? Can't you tell? Perhaps she was being somewhat hasty. It appeared she was utilizing Draco as a shield, simultaneously aiding Weasley while avoiding the disdainful gazes of Slytherin students. However, this matter had nothing to do with Weasley. Had it been anyone else, she would have made a similar decision. For her actions today were not to curry favor with Gryffindor, and a moment's reflection would reveal they were solely concerned with one individual, Draco Malfoy. Chapter 58, The Butterfly Effect. "Ah, I see you are worried." He did not articulate the rest, merely raising an eyebrow. "But he is your brother. Is he truly deserving of such concern?" "Precisely because he is my brother, I understand him better than anyone." Truth be told, she was not genuinely worried about her true identity being exposed. Yet the unpredictable nature of human emotions urged her to keep some contingency plans. Lucius Malfoy could keenly sense even the slightest shifts in circumstances. If he were to discover that his adopted daughter had ties to Riddle, what directives would he issue to Draco? To befriend him, or to keep his distance? This was merely her conjecture, yet in reality, she was no different from those Death Eaters who bowed before Riddle. At least, not at present. Should Riddle desire it, Lina would still find herself kissing his robes in his presence. And if old Shafik chose to disown this lost granddaughter who had become a Malfoy, her future happiness or hardship might hinge on a mere whim of the Malfoy family. Yet, if Draco fiercely protected her, the outcome could be entirely different. She now sought Draco's unwavering support, compliance, and even affection. Barty was a clever man. In fact, he was astoundingly intelligent. He had never pried into Lina's background. But without needing much elaboration, he gleaned some insights within moments, swiftly grasping her intentions. He chuckled softly, surveying her with a blend of admiration and surprise, as if he had stumbled upon an object of great interest. Just like in chess, one must anticipate several moves ahead. He was no exception. Lina's brow furrowed slightly. Him? An inexplicable irritation crawled up her spine, as if a clue had lingered in her periphery all along, only for her to overlook it. A well-guarded secret. Perhaps she had caught a glimpse of it, but it vanished almost as quickly. "I don't like it." Suddenly halting, anger and fear surged within her. "Don't compare me to anyone, nor peer through me to see anyone else." Barty froze, still embodying Pansy, exuding a pitiful vulnerability in his discomfort. In his eyes, Lina saw her own reflection. Her gaze was dark and fierce, reminiscent of a coiled serpent. Upon witnessing her own visage, she frowned slightly. But this sense of unease dissipated swiftly. Perhaps this was simply her true nature. She was a master of disguise. Barty smiled, then stepped closer, taking her hand. His smile fading as his voice became hushed, as deep as a still pond, each word deliberate. "I'm sorry, forgive me." His hand, or rather Pansy's hand, was cold. slender, radiating chill, yet it gripped her tightly. Lina glanced down at their intertwined hands. To the passing students, they appeared to be two ordinary Slytherin girls. Yet Lina knew that beneath the guise of an innocent girl lay the infamous Death Eater Barty Crouch. Everyone believed him dead, yet here he was, firmly holding her hand. Lina sensed that something had changed, but she could not articulate it. Let us go back. Pansy should be waking up. And I'm sorry. Lina did not respond but turned to walk towards the Great Hall, fully aware that Barty would depart from Hogwarts, returning to Riddle-S side. Everything would momentarily revert to its course. But what constituted the right course? To take a step back, she realized that she had let her emotions get the better of her, and her tone had been less than pleasant. Why was he enduring this? Why was he proactively reaching out? Lina was not one to delve deeply into the underlying motives of others. Yet she understood that everyone had their own rationale and principles governing their conduct. Barty despised Durmstrang's headmaster Karkaroff, and Lina orchestrated an accident that led to his injury. At that moment, the surprise and joy reflected in his eyes were unmistakably genuine. Everyone labeled him as a madman. Yet the line separating madness from genius is but a fleeting thought. Thus, Lina sought to comprehend his patterns. What actions would elate him, and which would invoke feelings of guilt? Every thread must be in her grasp, orchestrating the strings behind the scenes to present a flawless performance on stage. Nonetheless, it would be a lengthy endeavor, for the hunter's most essential virtue is patience. As she traversed the winter corridor, a heaviness gradually enveloped her heart. Suddenly, someone clasped her shoulder from behind, the unexpected jolt dispelling the chaotic thoughts swirling within her mind. A disheveled profile brushed against hers, carrying the crispness of the outdoors, causing Lina to shiver involuntarily. You walk exceedingly slowly. I dashed back to fetch my books. And you've yet to reach the auditorium, Hermione remarked, shaking the tome in her hand, its cover antiquated. Isn't this the textbook for herbology? I borrowed it from the library just before Christmas. It's quite an engaging read for leisure. Lina gazed at the hefty volume, resembling a brick. Very well. If you deem it a pastime, then so be it. Hermione enthusiastically began to elaborate on the fascinating magical artifacts detailed within, their wonders and utility. Lina interjected at intervals, her agreement only fueling Hermione's fervor. Whenever Hermione spoke of her passions, her eyes sparkled with an indescribable brilliance that always captivated Lina. Abruptly, she snapped the book shut and fixed her gaze on Lina. Do you believe in time travel? Lina was taken aback, though unsure of the reason for this sudden inquiry. She averted her eyes, feeling a twinge of guilt. I believe, while she uttered the words. She had yet to truly comprehend the existence of time travel prior to her experiences. Oh, how I wish to possess the ability to traverse time. Imagine the remarkable feats one could accomplish. Lina chuckled softly, shaking her head. If you could time travel, what would you wish to do? Achieve perfect scores in every subject. It was hard to fathom that Hermione's aspiration was so straightforward. Lina gazed at her in silence, a sudden blush creeping onto her face as she fidgeted with her hands. What I mean is, if I could traverse time, I could attend classes repeatedly, honing my skills until mastery was achieved. A grand ambition. Have you ever contemplated visiting a world you've only encountered in books? Like the science fiction novels you just mentioned? Hermione pressed her lips together, pondering the question. I have no particular thoughts on it. If my presence were to instigate a butterfly effect, I would be at a loss. Do you know what the butterfly effect is? Muggle scientists have discovered that when a butterfly flaps its wings in the Amazon rainforest, it could potentially stir a hurricane over the Pacific Ocean. For instance, if I were to return to the past and not visit Lehan Bookstore, perhaps I would make new friends, yet I would never have met you. Bam! The speaker's words were thoughtless, yet the listener grasped their weight. Like a small mallet striking the ice, sharp shards flew, leaving cracks in the surface. Even a slight alteration, such as waking up 5 minutes later that day, might have meant I would never have encountered you. That is truly frightening. A minuscule change in the past could yield unpredictable consequences. Lina nodded, and Hermione shook her head. Then I suppose I shall forego time travel. She found it amusing. Such matters of time travel were not as easily dismissed. In truth, Hermione's meeting and acquaintance with her were orchestrated entirely by Lina herself. Even if she had woken 5 minutes later, what difference would it have made? Outside the corridor, snow fell in abundance, the deep and shallow footprints obscured by the fresh blanket of snow. However, if we were to undertake an action now, might we alter the future? Chapter 59, Judge Snape. Lina remained silent, merely blinking. It was reminiscent of the age of 8 or 9 when she experienced a spurt of growth, enduring nightly pangs in her knees and calves. It was not merely pain, it was coupled with a tingling sensation. The books referred to this as growing pains, stemming from the bones. Presently, she felt a similar sensation within. Following Christmas, the Quidditch House Cup loomed on the horizon. Prior to Christmas, Slytherin had already faced Gryffindor in a match, which held no relevance for Slytherin this time. It was a contest between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. During that day's defense against the dark arts lesson, Lina diligently noted various remedies for werewolf bites. Suddenly, Draco tossed a crumpled piece of paper her way. "Lina, are you going to watch the Quidditch match?" Taking advantage of Professor Quirrell's momentary distraction as he scribbled on the blackboard, Lina arced the paper ball back towards Draco's desk. Upon unfolding it, Draco let out a small exclamation, and within minutes, he sent his reply. "Of course, it's the game between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. But I doubt Potter will have much luck this time. Let us place a bet. Which team do you wager will prevail?" Lina, wary of appearing overly audacious in class, decided to roll the paper ball to Draco's feet instead. Yet, she underestimated Draco's audacity. He brazenly disregarded classroom decorum, hurling the paper ball back at her from a height. To her dismay, the ball sailed across half the classroom, striking Blaise squarely atop his head. Lina stared in disbelief as the paper ricocheted, landing snugly in the unfortunate Theodore's hood in the front row. The class erupted into a myriad of expressions as they observed Draco's theatrical performance. The trajectory of the paper ball resembling a horizontal 3. Fear not the godlike opponent. Rather, dread encountering a teammate like Draco. Lina barely had time to marvel at the scene. Her reflexes kicked in as she swiftly reached forward, retrieving the paper ball from Theodore's hood and concealing it in her robe pocket. The rest of the students erupted in laughter at the spectacle, and the classroom buzzed with noise, prompting Professor Quirrell to rap his knuckles on the lectern, restoring a semblance of quiet. "Is the Dark Lord about to attack Hogwarts? Is it truly necessary for you two to communicate in such an archaic manner?" Blaise rubbed the spot where he had been struck, casting a sidelong glance at Lina before shooting a glare at Draco. "And Draco, if you absolutely must cause a ruckus, do try to aim accurately." "Blaise, huh? Do you mean to imply my aim is poor?" "It just so happened to land in the hood." "Well done on the throw." Draco struggled to suppress a smile. His cheeks flushed as he pointed behind Theodore. "In truth, you have every reason to suspect Draco of deliberately plotting against you." Theodore shot a sidelong glance over his shoulder, exchanging a knowing look with Blaise. Unfazed, Blaise closed his eyes again, resuming his customary afternoon nap, ignoring the commotion they had stirred. "Has Professor Quirrell gone blind?" "You both nearly tossed that paper ball into his grand scarf." Pansy from the back row interjected into the discussion, while Lina, covering her mouth, whispered, "Did we make such a commotion?" "Almost every time. That paper ball swayed just above my head," Theodore suddenly remarked. "What else could it be? After all, Draco's gestures are rather exaggerated." "Lina, I sense you wish to keep a low profile. What is there to fear? Professor Quirrell wouldn't dare trouble us, considering our fathers are governors of Hogwarts." Draco, seated at the farthest end, lifted his head proudly. Lina shook her head in resignation, then straightened her posture, feigning the demeanor of a model student. Professor Quirrell was recounting his experience of bravely facing 3 werewolves and emerging victorious, though few believed him. For the remainder of the defense against the dark arts class, they refrained from causing mischief, and the classroom atmosphere returned to tranquility, with Lina even participating by answering several questions. As the Quidditch match approached, Wood's expectations for the team were more stringent than ever, and even the gloomy, rain-soaked days following the heavy snowfall did not dampen his enthusiasm. After practice, the Weasley twins brushed off the thin layer of snow covering them. Wood is turning into a training fanatic. Who trains in weather like this? Look at your words. Turning into? As if he wasn't tea like this before. But Harry stood beside Wood, stating, "If we can win the next match against Hufflepuff, we can defeat Slytherin in the House Cup." Indeed, Slytherin has won for 7 consecutive years, and Flint will certainly intensify training to ensure the House Cup does not slip from his grasp. However, after a brief training session, Wood scolded the Weasley twins for continuously diving and pretending to fall off their broomsticks. "Can you both cease this nonsense? Such antics will surely lead us to defeat. With Snape as the referee, he will undoubtedly find ways to deduct points from Gryffindor." George, hearing this, truly fell off his broom. "Snape as a referee? When has he ever officiated a Quidditch match? Does he even understand the game? Can he ride a broom?" Angelina stopped beside them, remarking, "The crux is that after we last defeated Slytherin, he certainly won call it fairly." Fred scoffed. "Can we change the referee? That's not our decision. We can only ensure we follow the rules during the match, leaving Snape with no excuse to trouble us." Coincidentally, Lina, who had been wandering nearby, noticed Gryffindor training and prepared to turn away. "Oh, hey, look who it is." Caught a little snake eavesdropping. Lina forced a couple of false laughs. "What a coincidence." "Sorry, Miss Malfoy, we're in the middle of practice." "I know, I'm just passing by." Before Wood could frown and say anything further, Lina stepped back, only to be blocked by the descending Weasley twins. "I can guess what you're here for. Are you here to watch Harry?" Lina peeked out from the side of the Weasley twins and spotted Harry, who was waving at her from a distance while riding his broom. "All right. I think it's time for us to continue our practice, Miss Malfoy. Would you kindly leave?" "Okay, goodbye." "I don't believe she is just wandering around. Perhaps she is secretly watching me. Watching you? That is more like it. I'm taller than you, Fred. After practice, Harry hurried to the Gryffindor common room, lowering his voice as he spoke to Hermione about what the Weasleys had said regarding Snape suddenly becoming the Quidditch referee. Just don't participate in the match. Say you're ill. Pretend you've broken your leg. Really break my leg. Seeing their conversation spiraling into absurdity, Harry quickly halted the ridiculousness. I can't do that. There is no substitute seeker on the team, and if I withdraw, Gryffindor won't be able to compete. Not to sound harsh, Harry, but sometimes you need to learn not to shoulder all the responsibility. Yeah, how did they play before you joined the Gryffindor team? That is different. The teammates have high expectations of me and the tactics. Just then, Longbottom tumbled into the common room. Chapter 60, The Wooden Senior. Harry and the others immediately recognized that he had been hit with the leg locker curse, hopping like a rabbit as he ascended the stairs into the Gryffindor common room. Laughter erupted, except for Hermione, who stepped forward to lift the curse, freeing his legs. She guided him over, gently asking, "What happened?" Longbottom's voice trembled. "I ran into Malfoy outside the library. He said he has been looking for someone to practice that spell. I'll go find Professor McGonagall." Longbottom shook his head. "I don't want to cause any more trouble," he mumbled, and Hermione felt exasperated, while Ron glanced at her with disapproval, disagreeing with her tendency to report. Finding a professor may solve a temporary problem, but it won't resolve everything. You must be brave, Neville. He has always been overbearing. We have no reason to yield before him. You don't have to tell me that I'm too cowardly to belong in Gryffindor. Malfoy has already said that to me. Hermione felt a headache coming on from Longbottom's sobbing. If you can't make Malfoy cease his torment, this farce will never end. Harry's face revealed no emotion, only a weariness cloaked in a sense of helplessness hovering above them. He reached into his robes, pulling out a chocolate frog, the last piece from the box Hermione had given him for Christmas. Harry offered the chocolate to Longbottom, who twitched his lips, managing a feeble smile. In recent days, Lina had struggled to find a suitable opportunity to speak alone with Blaise. He seemed disinclined to discuss the matter of animagi with her. By the way, the last time Lina stumbled upon Hermione on the moving staircase, she had said something that made it hard to imagine. With less than 20 weeks remaining until the end of the first-year term, I must immediately begin revising. I am determined to claim the title of Top of the Year, proving to those classmates who look down on me for coming from a Muggle family that lineage does not dictate ability. Hermione was even quite serious in urging Lina to keep up with her studies, enthusiastically analyzing a pile of exam highlights she had compiled. She also casually mentioned how Harry had been preoccupied with Quidditch training lately, returning to the common room each day looking half dead and often catching her and Ron complaining. The day before the Quidditch match, after flying lessons concluded, light rain began to fall from the sky. Lina lagged at the back of the line as Professor Hooch naturally instructed her to return all the equipment to the broom shed. Half an hour later, with 20 brooms neatly returned to their original places, just as Lina was about to step outside, her foot suddenly slipped, causing her to stagger. As she found herself unable to react in time, resignedly closing her eyes in preparation for the impending events, a pair of hands adorned with crimson arm guards steadied her arms. Struggling to regain her balance, Lina lifted her gaze toward the flustered figure in red rushing through the broom closet door. "Are you all right?" Wood inquired, releasing his grip and stepping back to regard her once she was steady. "Thank you." Lina shook her head and stepped aside, noting Wood's Quidditch team uniform, indicative of his readiness for practice. "Are you going in to fetch your broom?" Wood hesitated slightly before nodding, "Yes." As he passed by her, Lina caught a glimpse of blood seeping from his elbow, likely from accidentally bumping against the door frame while assisting her. Her gaze wavered, unsure of how to navigate the situation before her. The gentle rain outside blanketed the sky. Such an injury would surely become infected if he participated in practice. "Are you headed to the Quidditch pitch for training?" Lina hesitated for a few seconds before speaking as Wood neared her again. "What is it?" he asked, a hint of confusion in his eyes. "You're injured." Lina's gaze fixated on his elbow. "It's nothing. I've sustained far worse injuries on the Quidditch field. Especially during my first match, when I was knocked unconscious by a bludger within minutes and had to recuperate in bed for half a month." Wood turned his arm to glance at the wound, dismissively waving his hand and inadvertently recalling his earlier Quidditch experiences. "You really are a blockhead." "What?" Lina stepped closer, drawing her wand and uttering a spell towards his elbow, Episki. The wound healed rapidly under the influence of magic, and Lina continued, impervious charm. Wood stared at her in astonishment as she smiled up at him. "This will not only protect your injury, but also safeguard you during Quidditch training in the rain. Thank you for catching me." "No need for thanks, and thank you for the spell." The surprise on Wood's face swiftly faded. Perhaps he understood why Harry and the Weasleys displayed such camaraderie with Lina against Slytherin. Just a reminder, further idle chatter might cut into Quidditch practice time. Lina tilted her head to glance at the darkening sky. "Oh, I must be off." Wishing you victory in tomorrow's Quidditch match, Wood. She waved goodbye to Wood, whose crimson figure seemed to pause momentarily before disappearing around the corner. Wood was indeed a simple-minded boy, his head filled with thoughts of Quidditch. It was likely he would become a professional player in the future, and if he could pursue a career he loves, it would be a true blessing in life. Just as Wood departed, Lina was about to leave when she unexpectedly collided with the Weasley twins. "Hey, little snake. What did you just call our training craze captain, Wood?" "Quite fitting, I must say. But what spell did you use on Wood just now?" George scrutinized her, his gaze finally landing on her wand. They rambled on, and noticing Lina's lack of response, their tone grew urgent. "Why aren't you speaking? Have we left you speechless?" Lina shot them a sidelong glance. "I am simply at a loss for words with you two. The referee for this match is Snape. He will undoubtedly do everything in his power to sabotage Gryffindor." "So, you're a spy sent by Snape? How rude. Please address him as Professor Snape and speak with a modicum of respect." Lina emphasized the word professor. "TCH. The bad guy is defending his own house now. Professor Snape would never resort to such underhanded tactics to disrupt the fairness of the match." Frustrated by their antics, Lina retorted sharply. "Furthermore, I greatly appreciate your confidence in me. Professor Snape would never choose me for such a responsibility." "That's a blatant lie. Your excuses lack any semblance of persuasiveness. Who told you that the Slytherin head loves to find every excuse to deduct points from our Gryffindor house? Every day? He struts around with his greasy long hair, looking utterly disheveled." The twins began to mockingly tease Professor Snape, inciting a deep-seated irritation within her. "Be quiet. If you utter another word, I assure you that you will find yourselves unable to speak a coherent sentence." Lina struggled to suppress her rising anger, issuing a warning. They retaliated with cheeky faces. "You can't intimidate us. We won't comply with your wishes." "No problem. I hope you remember this moment of arrogance. I shall make sure you two see the consequences." Before she finished speaking, Lina swiftly drew her wand and cast a silencing spell in their direction, effective until midnight. Chapter 61, Quidditch After Christmas. Ugh. The spell took immediate effect, rendering the Weasley twins unable to produce any sound, their throats emitting only muffled whimpers. At last, tranquility returned to her ears. Lina shrugged, patting them on the shoulders. The pair, temporarily voiceless, could only glare at her with fierce eyes, their faces reddening and feet stomping in frustration. It was quite gratifying. Ultimately, the two of them shoved each other and hurriedly dashed into the building to grab their flying brooms, racing towards the Quidditch training grounds. Lina hurried back to the common room, her thoughts simmering with anger. The Weasley twins' casual remarks about Slytherin seemed to have ignited a competitive spirit within her. She had never cared about anyone's opinions before, yet an unexpected feeling surged within her. Could it be a sense of collective honor? For some reason, a peculiar notion began to take root. If they could secure the House Cup this year, thereby defending Slytherin's long-held honor, it might not be such a bad idea after all. On the day of the Quidditch match, following a fresh snowfall, the weather was splendid, and the breeze across the pitch carried the scent of new grass. Even Dumbledore had come to watch the match. This was good news for some, particularly the jubilant Gryffindors. Lina was aware of this because they were seated right in front of her. The stands at the Quidditch match were as raucous as ever. Yet Lina could still hear the Weasley's voice in the front row. He was practically shouting, "It's settled. Harry is definitely safe. If Dumbledore is here watching the match, Snape wouldn't dare employ any foul play." He was practically rubbing his hands together, as if Gryffindor had already won the House Cup, while in reality, the match had yet to commence. A disdainful snort from Draco echoed in her ears. "Huh? No wonder Snape looks so gloomy." Another sharp, carefree laugh erupted from the front row, where the Gryffindors, wearing their gold and red scarves, were in fits of laughter, clearly relishing jokes about Snape that never seemed to go out of style. Professor Snape has always exuded an air of melancholy. Theodore, with a tone of indifference, spoke up, attempting to alleviate the tension that had been palpable, albeit without grasping the humor that had provoked laughter among the Gryffindors. "Where's Pansy?" Draco shifted the topic, striving to disregard the raucous front row. Of late, Lina had been plagued by an odd illusion, one that suggested this golden-haired boy had gained an unsettling maturity, as if he were privy to all the secrets of the universe. "She is unwell," he continued, lacking any sense of collective pride. Draco had already surmised Pansy's disinterest in Quidditch. Theodore turned his gaze toward the match, remarking, "If I am not mistaken, it appears there are no Slytherin players on the field." Although the match bore no direct relevance to Slytherin, its outcome would undeniably affect Slytherin's subsequent opponents. If she truly considered Slytherin her home, she ought to be in attendance to support her house. Yet, how could a respectable institution permit its students to display such blatant disrespect toward a professor? His pointed remark clearly referenced the recent insolence of Weasley toward Snape. Draco had always held Professor Snape in high esteem, perhaps due to his profound love for potions, or perhaps because of the intricate ties between the Malfoy family and Snape. Nevertheless, at Hogwarts, at least a third of the student body believed Snape to be a vampire, while another third suspected he might be the third Dark Lord. The final third, however, posited that Snape possessed both vampiric lineage and the potential to become the third Dark Lord. The more Draco pondered, the angrier he became. And as he observed the jubilant Weasley in the front row, he could no longer contain himself and delivered a sharp slap to the back of Weasley's head. Lina resolved to retract her theory about his newfound maturity. "Oh dear. My apologies, I did not see you there." Draco's companions, Crabbe and Goyle, erupted into mocking laughter, while Hermione sat rigidly, her eyes fixed on Harry, who, like a hawk, circled the field in search of the golden snitch. "I wonder how long Potter can remain on his broom this time. Would anyone care to wager?" Weasley? Weasley remained silent, for a commotion had erupted within the Quidditch pitch. After George swung his bat, the bludger, propelled with great force, veered dangerously close to Snape, nearly striking their headmaster. Assaulting the referee, Snape promptly issued a penalty, and Hufflepuff seized the opportunity, scoring in a flash. Look at the old bat avoiding that ball. Longbottom, seated next to Weasley, could not suppress a chuckle, further aggravating Draco. Do you know how Gryffindor selects its players? They choose those they deem pitiful. Take Potter, for instance, orphaned, and the Weasley twins, impoverished. You should join their ranks, Longbottom. For your lack of intellect qualifies you. Lina's lips twitched, while Longbottom's face turned crimson as he turned to face Draco, perhaps due to anxiety and anger. His voice trembled. "I am stronger than you, Malfoy, 12 times over." Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle responded with derisive laughter, while Weasley's gaze remained fixed on the match, though he was acutely aware of the unfolding drama. "Show him what you're made of, Neville. Longbottom, if brains were gold, you'd be poorer than Weasley, which speaks volumes." While this remark was intended to mock Longbottom, it also struck a nerve with Weasley, who clenched his fists tightly, striving to suppress his fury. "Look at that ancient broom. Is that what your father bought you?" Draco sneered at Weasley's worn broomstick. "Oh, I forgot first years aren't allowed to bring brooms to class, so, are you an unofficial member of Gryffindor, merely a lookout? What a farce. I warn you, Malfoy, utter another word," and, just then, Hermione's shrill scream drew their attention back to the pitch. Harry executed a stunning dive, prompting gasps and cheers from the crowd. Hermione leapt to her feet, cheering, clearly having spotted the golden snitch, which heralded the climax of the match. "You're fortunate, Weasley." Potter evidently sees money on the ground. Indeed, Draco's insults lacked sophistication, revolving around a repetitive theme, yet they struck a raw nerve with Weasley. He abandoned his broom, leaping from his seat, rolling up his sleeves. Something's not right. Theodore tugged at Lina's sleeve, intent on escorting her away from the stands. Initially, Lina assumed this was an anticipation of a potential altercation between Draco and Weasley. But as events unfolded, it became clear that the situation was far graver. The bludger, having just been struck by a Hufflepuff batsman, should have aimed at a Gryffindor player. Yet it veered through the air, hurtling toward the spectators. Chapter 62, The Unexpected Bludger. Lina abruptly shook off Theodore's grip and vaulted over the front row seats, only to find that the bludger had altered its trajectory mid-air, now pursuing her. The situation had grown dire. Should she be struck by that object, her fate would be sealed. In a moment of desperation, she recalled Weasley's abandoned broom, but before she could reach it, a slender, pale hand seized the broomstick just as she laid eyes upon it. An immense force lifted her from the ground, and in an instant, Lina found herself airborne, the wind howling in her ears. She was precariously positioned on the old broom, with Draco securely holding her from behind, deftly maneuvering through the air. He skillfully dodged and weaved, altering their course while avoiding the players darting across the field. Yet, despite his efforts, the bludger relentlessly pursued them, as if determined to deliver a fatal blow. "Draco, we're going to crash. Fear not. If you do not vocalize your terror, I might assume you've fainted." He continually glanced around, assessing their surroundings, while also attempting to reassure her. "Perhaps you should ignore me. It's coming for me. And you would be safe if you distanced yourself." Draco glanced down at the girl clutching his arm with a death grip. "Then why don't you let go of me?" It was only then that Lina realized, in her instinctual panic. She had grasped Draco's arm since the moment they had been thrust into the air, and she had yet to relinquish her hold. Casting her gaze downward, she was met with a dizzying view, every person below appearing as mere ants. What difference would it make to let go now? Resolutely, she tightened her grip further, eliciting two soft chuckles from above. As she had surmised, Draco's flying skills were indeed remarkable, and the menacing bludger had been left behind in their wake. "Let us descend, closer to the ground." "What's wrong? Afraid of heights?" "No, I just feel as though this broom is about to disintegrate." With his focus still primarily on the bludger, Draco finally diverted a smidgen of energy to examine the broomstick's frame, releasing a sharp exclamation of alarm. Beyond the issue of the broom's imminent collapse, descending also bore another consideration. Near the ground, Dumbledore could rescue them. At least for now, she was unwilling to reveal her knowledge of dark magic in Draco's presence. Just as they were gradually descending, a shadow zipped past them, its robe billowing so close that it nearly brushed against Lina's hand. At such proximity, Lina couldn't even discern who it was. The figure was moving against the wind, forcibly altering the direction of their broom in midair. "Are you blind?" Draco's words were abruptly cut off as they realized that the figure who had just whizzed past was none other than their headmaster. Both Draco and Lina were taken aback. Professor Snape intercepted the rogue bludger that was relentlessly pursuing them, averting their crisis with astonishing speed. As the dust settled, they became aware of the cold sweat that had thoroughly soaked through their shirts. Noticing the pallor on Lina's face, Draco steadied his broom and took her hand, teasingly asking if she was scared of flying a little higher. At that moment, they learned that the match had already concluded with Harry catching the golden snitch, resulting in a resounding victory for Gryffindor. However, their primary concern was not the outcome of the game, but rather Lina's safety amidst the unexpected chaos. After all, a person chasing a ball was hardly as captivating as a ball chasing a person. The match had ended in utter disarray, leaving all the students who had not attended to lament their missed opportunity to witness Snape soaring through the air on his broom. Moreover, with one bludger missing from the field and the referee having exited, the integrity of the match was now questionable. Nevertheless, the Hufflepuff team expressed that, regardless of the incident, Gryffindor's prowess was indisputable, thus they had no objections to the results. As the match came to a close, students began to disperse. But one figure with golden brown hair rushed against the tide towards Lina. Ugh! Surprised by a sudden embrace, Lina emitted a muffled sound as Hermione held her tightly, a hint of fear evident in her grip. "You truly scared me to death." Releasing her tension as if exhaling a sigh of relief, Lina chuckled softly, patting Hermione's back. "I was chased by a bludger, yet it's you who almost knocked me over." Before she could finish, a deep voice resonated beside her ear, causing her to freeze in place. "Miss Lina, what a thrilling day it has been." Hermione released her hold, and Lina stiffly turned to face Professor Snape. "Thank you, sir." He regarded her with a scrutinizing glance from his elevated position. This was an accident. Lina clenched the hem of her robes at her side. An accident, was it? If a player had unintentionally struck the audience, that would indeed be an accident. However, the relentless pursuit of a bludger seemed far less credible. "Professor, may I see that ball?" Snape placed the ball he held behind him, stating curtly that the professors had already examined it and found no issues. Thus, she needn't concern herself with it. "Back to the common room now, and you as well, Miss Granger." The black robe billowed as Snape turned to leave, not sparing her a glance. Hermione stood beside Lina, subtly tugging at her hand, as if hesitant to voice her thoughts. Draco, accompanied by Crabbe and Goyle, caught sight of the Gryffindor students surrounding Lina and let out a cold snort, yet refrained from making any sharp remarks. "Did you see how skilled our headmaster is at flying?" Weasley, who had previously mocked Draco, fell silent, having witnessed Snape dart out like lightning to intercept the out-of-control bludger. "Indeed. But thank you for your broom. It was its aid that saved her." Draco still held Weasley's broom in his hand, which only moments prior he had derided as a piece of junk, yet now it had proven to be a savior for Lina. His pale fingertips brushed against the fabric of his sleeve as Lina stepped back to stand beside him. "I apologize for my earlier remarks. The broom is indeed a fine one." Observing his tense expression, Lina lifted her chin with a hint of haughtiness. That was Draco Malfoy, never one to bow his head. Even in apology, he extended the broom towards Weasley, who hurriedly accepted it, murmuring something inaudible. "I feel the same." Hermione glanced at Weasley, understanding that he too believed he had been wrong to mock their headmaster, Professor Snape, who was indeed someone willing to assist his students. Of course, Lina smiled at them. "In any case, thank you. I truly feel as though I've been given a second chance today." "The credit goes to me," Weasley interjected. "Without the broom, you would have been helpless." "Weasley, I see you haven't quite finished, have you?" Lina and Hermione exchanged glances, each taking hold of one another as they made their way to the Great Hall. Chapter 63, A Shroud of Mist. As Lina gradually reached the end of the line, she suddenly felt a cool sensation encircling her wrist. A bony hand had ensnared her beneath her robe. She turned her head slightly to notice Theodore, who had mysteriously joined her, his expression somber as he fixed his gaze upon her. "Do you believe Snape's words?" Recalling Snape's forceful removal of the ball moments earlier, Lina gently shook her head. "I don't believe it. That ball must have some issue. Come with me." Lina glanced at the group ahead, then at Theodore, who tightened his grip on her hand. She was about to remind him to loosen his hold when he suddenly asked, "What were you looking at just now?" "Huh. You often do this when speaking to me. It seems as though you're looking at me, yet your gaze is elsewhere." He extended his other hand, waving it between them, and Lina's eyes instinctively followed his motion. Now you seem present. She shot him a wary glance, suspicion clouding her thoughts. Together, they traversed the Quidditch pitch, the damp grass soaking their robes. Yet Theodore's pace remained unyielding. Evening had set in, the air imbued with the distinctive chill of late winter and early spring. While Hogwarts windows glimmered with a rosy light under the glow of the sunset, a hooded figure swiftly descended the castle's main staircase, evidently attempting to go unnoticed. Hurrying straight towards the Forbidden Forest. A chill raced through Lina. Others may not recognize the figure, but she could. Theodore clearly recognized him as well. He leaned closer to her ear, lowering his voice. Snape, how did you know he would appear at this moment? Everyone has their secrets. Snape made his way directly into the Forbidden Forest, and Lina arched an eyebrow at his retreating figure. If we follow him like this, we might get caught, right? We'll take a shortcut. Theodore's steady voice concluded their next course of action. No sooner had he spoken than he pulled Lina in the opposite direction of Snape, leading her into the woods at an inconspicuous spot along the castle's edge. The forest was thick, and Lina could not recall the paths within the Forbidden Forest. She saw no signs of life and could not discern their direction. Yet, in the midst of her astonishment, Theodore produced a compass. Prepared, are we? Theodore pressed his lips together, opting not to respond. He guided her through the thicket, occasionally altering their course, as if they were traversing a flat expanse rather than the towering beech forest. Lina's slightly furrowed brow swept over the figure ahead. He seemed to have visited this place numerous times. Everyone harbors secrets, and Theodore, in particular, was no exception. Had he been probing her by repeatedly hiding behind her before? At last, they halted beside a pile of stones, where they could hear voices from behind the rocks. Lina, still somewhat apprehensive, cast an invisibility charm over the two of them. In a shadow-drenched clearing stood Snape, but he was not alone. Quirrell was there as well. They could not discern Quirrell's expression, yet he appeared more stammering than ever. I don't understand why you wish to meet here. Severus, he stuttered. Snape's voice was laced with frost. I believe this matter should remain undisclosed. After all, the students should not be privy to the existence of the Philosopher's Stone. Lina turned her head to gauge Theodore's expression, only to remember that she had also rendered him invisible. What performance were these two enacting here? Have you figured out how to subdue Hagrid's three-headed dog? Quirrell trembled. You wouldn't want me as your enemy, would you, Quirrell? Snape stepped closer, his tone menacing. You are well aware of my meaning. The mournful call of an owl echoed, stark against the silence of the forest, as the wind rustled through the treetops. Your secret. I await its revelation. But I, Quirrell stammered. Snape interrupted him. Soon enough, when you have had time to deliberate and decide whom you will serve. We shall converse again. He cloaked his head and strode out of the clearing, the twilight nearly enveloping the world in darkness. Lina could still see Quirrell standing motionless, like a wooden sculpture. It was intriguing how they were both unaware of each other's identities, still calculating and probing one another. Indeed, it was quite clever. After Quirrell departed, they emerged from behind the stones and made their way toward the castle. Their return was not as hurried as their approach. Each seemed burdened with their own thoughts. What did you just say? You know. Lina raised an eyebrow. Had Theodore already deduced Riddle's plan? Yet, he was the son of old Knots, a future Death Eater, and being completely oblivious would be unusual. She merely wondered about the extent of his knowledge regarding the matter. His closest subordinates, each at his command, were aware only of their duties, lacking insight into the overall scheme, unaware of whom they were collaborating with. Thus, they were merely effective tools, devoid of unnecessary thoughts. Theodore's words struck her heart like a heavy hammer, shattering the veil that had long obscured her understanding. Even knowing Riddle's ultimate plan and outcome, Lina had thus far rescued little Barty and journeyed with him to Durmstrang to retrieve the dragon egg. She remained ignorant of the other facets of this plan. Lina was uncertain of the role she played within this scheme, nor did she know who her potential enemies and allies were. She could not even discern whether she was a lethal blade in Riddle's hand or merely a disposable pawn. Everything felt shrouded in fog, with Riddle as the brain, the spider at the center of the web, orchestrating all. For instance, if I were to blow up a bridge, I would typically call a few subordinates together to discuss how to proceed. Yet he issues commands to each person individually. You procure the explosives, you assemble the bomb. You create chaos at the precise moment to cause a traffic jam, and finally, orchestrate the timed detonation. Theodore's voice was somber on the day itself, with the road congested. The explosives detonated at the right time and place. Everything unfolds unnoticed. Lina followed his train of thought. On one hand, since no one knew their specific tasks, even if someone were to harbor treachery, betrayal would be difficult, because they were unaware of which part of their tasks would have real effects. On the other hand, ignorance of each other's duties bred mutual suspicion and vigilance, making it challenging for subordinates to unite, thus further complicating any potential rebellion. Theodore nodded. Indeed. Therefore, Even if one individual is discovered and their task exposed, it matters not, for the links between tasks are isolated, rendering direct inference and proof of the conspiracy impossible. Some may even be entirely unaware that they are part of the plan and could be obliterated by the explosion. Everyone was manipulated at his whim. Lina felt a twinge of admiration. Truly clever. It is indeed astute, but employing such a management style for an extended period within an organization would drive subordinates to madness. Lina thought of the Death Eaters and nodded. My father has been unhinged for quite some time. Chapter 64, False Lies. Suddenly taken aback by his words, Lina paused in her stride. For some, death is a form of liberation. Do you not agree? If one is controlled and devoid of freedom, it would be better to have never lived at all. Lina turned to look at him. Perhaps the ultimate reward for navigating life's challenges is death. For both sides have family. Yet for me, regardless of the circumstances, I would choose to live. Whether it be breaking free from constraints or having freedom, these are only achievable through life. Early spring evenings tend to fall darkly and swiftly. Although the night was deep, it had not yet reached curfew. Lina and Theodore walked silently side by side through the corridors of Hogwarts Castle, a cool evening breeze wafting through the windows, lifting the corners of their garments and brushing against their fingertips. That night on the third-floor corridor during Halloween, you uncovered my secret. She recalled the moment she witnessed him cast the killing curse on her father. I thought you would try to persuade me otherwise. Why? Theodore halted, staring intently at her. Indeed, why should I? I would kill him myself. The life of vengeance ultimately consumes the self. Yet what of it? What I have always desired was never liberation. The warm yellow light outlined his tall silhouette, rendering him even more resolute. Yet, Lina's mind wandered back to the silent and fragile figure who had once hidden behind her, like a butterfly under moonlight. This feeling was abrupt and inexplicably strange. Lina lowered her gaze. Let us return. That night, she dreamed again. The dream was dark, thick as tar, dragging her deep underground, the sensation of suffocation and dizziness gradually engulfing her. Once more, she found herself in a familiar corridor, the bizarre and exquisite window patterns glowing with a dreamlike radiance in the moonlight, reminiscent of scenes only visible at the bottom of a clear lake. Long time no see. Lina, long time no see. Is there anything you wish to convey to me? Riddle himself is currently in the Americas, and dreams appear to be the sole means of communication between them. His tone is assured, as if he knows she has something urgent to express. Can he truly perceive her thoughts from such a distance? Contemplating this, Lina silently murmurs Quidditch, and the visage of Riddle across from her registers a look of confusion. He steps closer, resting his hands on her shoulders. Why the silence? Are you feeling unwell? No. Lina purses her lips, realizing he cannot decipher her inner musings. How did you initiate this dream, and how can you traverse it so freely? Did you not summon me? Lina raises her gaze to him, and his expression does not suggest deception. So you mean to say that this dream is of my own making? Indeed. Then this dark and eerie corridor is also of my creation. With each adjective she articulates, Riddle's expression grows increasingly perplexed. I assumed it was your own design. Fortunately, the Voldemort she conjured possesses a nose. This is your heart. Only through the movements of your thoughts am I permitted entry. The serpent that previously appeared here. Its presence was your fear. But your presence here, what am I to you? Does she harbor fear of Riddle? If his manifestation tonight is related to this, he must be aware that she does not fully align with him. Might this disloyalty become her death knell? Probably not. Perhaps you simply thought of me. Riddle seats himself before her, within the corridor she has conjured. His opulent robes, adorned with intricate brocade patterns, brush against her calf. Cool as the serpent that once coiled around her here. What transpired today? As he speaks, he raises his gaze towards her, and for the first time, Lina meets him from this angle. Those who are Death Eaters must look up to meet his eyes, only able to glimpse the shadows cast by his pronounced brow beneath his eye sockets, exuding an aura of mystery and dread. Now, however, he sits at her feet, tilting his head to gaze up at her. In the moonlight, his eyes are clear and pure, akin to a crystal spring, even reflecting her own image. A beauty trick? Observing him in this manner, Lina finds herself devoid of her usual reservations. Riddle blinks in confusion. Is Snape one of yours? Why do you say that? When Lina broaches a serious matter, he retains his previous gentle demeanor, seemingly dismissive of its significance. She recounts to Riddle the events of Quidditch from Halloween until now, selectively omitting details regarding Theodore. Upon hearing her words, Riddle smiles, a rare expression on his face that Lina has never witnessed before. As she momentarily falters, he reaches out to gently stroke her hair. Lina, the best lies contain 70% truth. It is through the interweaving of falsehoods that one can more readily inspire belief. Riddle nods, acknowledging that Snape embodies such a lie. If you send out an undercover agent, but do not permit them to act in favor of the enemy, they can never infiltrate the enemy's core. Within the realms of deception and reality, How does Riddle ensure Snape's unwavering loyalty to him? Once you allow the other party to act against your interests, the possibilities for manipulation expand significantly. The identity of an undercover agent can serve as the finest shield for rebellion. Nonetheless, Lina is aware that Riddle possesses absolute trust in Snape. Before she can speak again, Riddle produces a book from an unknown source, casually flipping through its pages before presenting it to her. Lina furrows her brow slightly. This is not a printed work, but rather a dossier, seemingly chronicling Riddle's dominion over the years. The content displayed primarily pertains to Eastern Europe, revealing that a Death Eater named Fenrir oversees this region. Over the decades, Fenrir has managed numerous affairs, including the rebellion of goblins, the upheaval of Muggle governance in Eastern Europe leading to Dark Wizard's attempts at usurpation, and the initiation of wars by dwarves. Fenrir is quite capable, is he not? Fenrir Greyback. Lina's fingers lightly trace over Fenrir's name, the werewolf who forced her into orphanhood. She smiles wryly and nods. Riddle, oblivious to Lina's emotions, flips a few pages, this time revealing the area managed by Snape. Compared to Fenrir, Snape's portfolio appears far more mundane, primarily documenting advancements in trade and potion research. The entries seem trivial, almost as if mere filler. Have you finished? Yes. If you were in my position, whom would you value more, Fenrir or Snape? Lina gazes directly into his eyes. Snape. Oh. A smile plays at the corners of Riddle's mouth, and a glimmer of astonishment flickers in his gaze. Oh. But Fenrir has resolved crises multiple times amidst chaos. His abilities are formidable. Fenrir is a werewolf, endowed with great magical power, adept in combat and ferocity, while he may lack the cunning of a strategist. He possesses undeniable strength. Yet Snape's territory has never witnessed conflict. Does that imply his domain embodies pacifism? Chapter 65. A Sleepless Night Within and Without the Dream. From the records, while Fenrir certainly boasts a glorious military record, Snape surpasses him, for he does not permit strife to erupt in his managed territory. In other words, Snape resolves conflicts before they arise. You are more suitable than I imagined. Suitable for what? Suitable to be a villain. As he speaks, he shifts the topic. There are those at Hogwarts who wish you harm, yet the combat magic you lack poses a significant danger. Seek out Damien, that is his forte. Lina nods. And Riddle falls silent once more, his body slightly leaning, resting his head against her lap. She is about to withdraw in protest when she notices that his eyes are closed, his brow furrowed slightly, as if he is utterly fatigued. Reluctantly, she retracts her leg from its previous retreat. Riddle's breathing gradually becomes calm and rhythmic, resembling that of a sleeping individual. Maintaining a single posture causes Lina's leg to grow increasingly numb, prompting her to sit down, carefully supporting his shoulder to allow him to rest on her lap. This is quite the debt I owe you. Lina notices Riddle's shoulder twitch slightly, as if he is uncomfortable. It dawns on her that it is rather cold here. Just as this thought crosses her mind, a warm blanket appears in her hands, covering Riddle and draping over her legs as well. I wanted to make you a bed, but I feared waking you. What if you were to wake up irritable and inadvertently in my life? Lina muttered irritably, suddenly recalling Riddle's words. This is your heart. Only when your heart stirs can I be permitted to enter. She lowered her gaze, observing the gradually unfurling features before her. What on earth are you doing here? The night was long and quiet, and the Gryffindor common room was suffused with warmth. Upon entering, Harry was immediately seized by Hermione and Ron, one on either side. Harry, let us go check on Lina and Slytherin. She nearly got hit by that crazed rogue bludger during the match. At dinner, I didn't even see her in the Great Hall. I brought her some bread. Ron held a differing opinion from Hermione, thumping Harry on the back as if to prevent him from heeding her words. Forget about Slytherin, we won. Not only did our house play a splendid game of Quidditch today, but Neville and I also had a proper scuffle with Slytherin. Neville took on Crabbe and Goyle all by himself. Although he is still unconscious, Madame Pomfrey assures us he will recover. Yet, there was no joy of victory on Harry's face. Instead, he appeared to be deep in thought, his expression grave. Let us not dwell on that. Let us find an empty room and hear me out. The three of them then departed from the Gryffindor common room, evading Peeves, as Harry recounted what he had seen and heard in the Forbidden Forest. So, our analysis was correct. That thing is the Philosopher's Stone, and Snape is attempting to coerce Quirrell into helping him obtain it. He asked Quirrell if he knew how to subdue Fluffy and mentioned Quirrell's secret little tricks. Hermione pondered for a moment. So aside from Fluffy, there must be other enchantments guarding the stone, likely a plethora of spells. Perhaps Quirrell has cast some dark curses that Snape needs to lift. The expressions of the three grew increasingly somber. Quirrell, in their eyes, was timid and cowardly, nervous enough to faint at the thought of speaking before the students. Yet, he was far braver than they perceived. The next day, Lina emerged from her dormitory, sporting panda eyes, and spotted Draco, whose left eye was bruised, seated on the sofa. It dawned on her that he had gotten into another brawl with Ron following their argument in the stands. While nestled on a single sofa, gnawing on bread, she noticed Draco furiously stomping his feet at Crabbe and Goyle while throwing a tantrum. According to Pansy, Draco's two minions were so inept they couldn't even contend with Longbottom, and all three bore bruised faces. Gryffindor's victory over Hufflepuff in the Quidditch match meant that the point gap between the Lion House and Slytherin was narrowing, threatening Slytherin's 7-year reign of glory. Draco dramatically reclined on the sofa, yet he couldn't resist stealing glances at the unfazed Lina. "Young Master Malfoy, I've examined you closely. Apart from that rather alarming eye, I see no other injuries. I've already cast a healing charm on you. Did I mistakenly cast one for dismemberment?" Draco ceased his exaggerated antics, unfazed by the revelation, and composedly sat up. "By the way, after the match, the scar had vanished. Blaise, did you see where he went? Who besides you would be watching him?" Draco retorted, caught off guard by the reply, glaring at Blaise but astonishingly refraining from arguing. "I can't fathom why you all have been so irritable lately." Lina expressed her curiosity. "Who else?" "Theodore. I don't know what he has been busy with these past few days. When I call him, he completely ignores me. Perhaps it's because exams are approaching?" "Exams are still months away. We have an entire Easter holiday before that," Blaise interjected. "But we must consider that we need to complete our entrance exams to enter second year." "Isn't that right? Princess who hasn't finished her potions homework?" Lina scoffed lightly. "If I finish, you can copy my history of magic homework. Talk conditions after I'm done." Her gaze shifted to Draco, seeking a witness. All right. I've heard enough." Draco waved dismissively and returned to playing chess with Crabbe and Goyle. The Easter holiday was far less enjoyable than Christmas. The professors seemed excessively anxious about their students passing the final exams, assigning a mountain of homework over the break. Everyone was submerged in the sea of study, whether willingly or begrudgingly. With her panda eyes, Lina drifted into the great hall and thudded her head onto the long table. Last night, she had made an ill-advised wager with Blaise, claiming she could finish all her potions homework before morning. What a drain on life, truly a drain on life. As Lina raised her head to sip milk, she caught sight of a familiar figure. "Good morning, Theodore." He paused. "What is wrong with your voice?" "Just a little issue. I pulled an all-nighter." Theodore chuckled, shaking his head, and effortlessly brought over a steaming cup of tea from the nearby table, sitting down opposite her. "Why do I feel like you look a bit exhausted too?" "Not much sleep, just had a bit of tea last night." Watching him wearily rub his forehead, Lina's lips twitched. It was likely more than just a little. "Is it that obvious? I thought 3 glamour charms would suffice." Theodore downed the tea in one go, then looked back at her. "Do you need a glamour charm?" "No need. I'll just eat something and prepare to head back to bed." Chapter 66, Specialized Training for Acrophobia. "Did you wager with Blaise again?" "Yes, I bet I could finish the potions assignment before this morning." Lina stuffed the last bite of bread into her mouth. "You weren't around then, right?" "It was Blaise who suggested it to me." Theodore paused. "He had gone to bed early the previous night. I guessed as much. That guy doesn't care about me at all." Theodore nearly choked on his tea, coughing. "What do you want him to do then?" Lina quickly reclaimed the cup, and after a moment, Theodore continued. "But what I mean is, he doesn't care whether I finish my homework. He just wants to see me make a fool of myself. Perhaps, after all, he got up particularly early today. So why did you make that bet with him?" "Don't mention it. I'm regretting it already. This wager has no benefits for me. Especially when I open the potions assignment. Look on the bright side. At least you completed one assignment." Lina pouted, sipping her milk. That is probably the only consolation. The professors are truly something, assigning so much work as if they don't need time to grade it. Easter holidays are typically like this, nearing finals. Luckily, you didn't bet on history of magic. Otherwise, not even 10 boxes of peppermint toads could save you. Lina suddenly collapsed onto the long table, lamenting. If it were truly so, there would be no salvation. We have assignments in the history of magic as well, you know? The very ones assigned while you lie here asleep at the table. Spring had arrived early at Hogwarts, heralding a season of renewal. Tender shoots of spring grass emerged from the earth, and as one walked along the path, the air was fragrant with the rich aromas of soil and greenery. Days cycled through the mundane routines of study, meals, and sleep, growing somewhat tedious. However, yesterday, the Black Lake, once frozen over by winter's icy grip, had completely thawed, leading to Draco's unfortunate tumble into its depths, from which Theodore had to rescue him. Draco had threatened me, forbidding me to divulge this incident. Lina cast a sidelong glance at Theodore. "Ah, it seems you are indeed a competent keeper of secrets. But how did he threaten you?" "With my father's life." Merely contemplating that scenario, Lina was certain no one could suppress their laughter. Draco, drenched and shivering, had emerged from the Black Lake, commanding Theodore. "If you dare speak of this, I shall inform my father, and your father may as well prepare for death." It appeared to be a perfectly crafted threat, yet the sole flaw lay in the fact that Theodore had no regard for his father's fate. After the last encounter with the bludger, Lina had continued to attend flying lessons with an air of nonchalance. The first-year curriculum was not particularly challenging, and she had believed the matter to be entirely behind her, until today. All right, everyone, today marks our final practice of low-altitude flying. Starting from the next lesson, we will progress to high-altitude flying, the basic height for Quidditch matches. Do not be late. Return your brooms to the equipment room, and then you may leave. Professor Hooch was organizing her teaching materials on the lawn, and only after everyone had dispersed did Lina approach her hesitantly. Professor, Lina, is that you? What can I do for you? Professor Hooch's eyes, sharp as a hawk's in the sunlight, were now filled with warmth and kindness, momentarily rendering her dazed. In fact, I have a request. I would like to borrow this broom to practice flying outside of class. I am not very confident in my abilities and fear I might fall behind in the next lesson. Your performance in recent classes has been commendable, Lina. I believe you will have no trouble keeping up, but I have a fear of heights. I see. According to school regulations, first-year students were prohibited from using brooms without Professor Hooch's supervision to prevent any potential dangers. Thus, it was likely she would refuse Lina's request. Yet, to her surprise, Professor Hooch readily agreed, advising her on the permissible times for practicing on the Quidditch field and providing her with a permission slip. The entire process unfolded more smoothly than Lina had anticipated. The following day, after class, Lina waved goodbye to Draco and the others, clutching the note from Professor Hooch as she made her way to the Quidditch pitch. The teams from all four houses had designated training times, and at this hour, the field was devoid of players. A gentle evening breeze caressed Lina's cheeks, carrying the refreshing scent of grass, as she held the standard broom provided by Hogwarts. Nothing is insurmountable. Lina mounted her broom and took off, but upon reaching the height of the goalposts, her hands trembled, prompting an urgent descent. Had she known who had orchestrated the bludger incident that day, that person would have been in serious trouble. After several attempts, all ending in failure, a voice called out from afar, "Is your broom broken?" It was George, dragging his own broom toward her, loudly inquiring as he approached. "I can lend you mine." "No thanks, the broom isn't broken." "Oh, I see. Then it must be you who is broken." Lina was momentarily speechless. "What are you doing here?" "Isn't at Gryffindor's training time?" "I'm diligent. Is that a crime?" George raised an eyebrow. When a first-year Slytherin is in distress, a senior has every reason to lend a hand. Where else can you find someone as altruistic as me? "Let me see your broom." Doubtfully, Lina handed him her broom. "Is it the broom that's the issue?" In an instant, before Lina could react, George seized the broom and tossed it far away. Here's a secret. When you lack confidence in flying, it's best to ride a broom belonging to someone emotionally stable. Such a broom will be easier to handle. "Are you emotionally stable?" "Don't ask so many questions, just give it a try." George roughly thrust his broom into Lina's hands, urging her to mount it. "All right, take off and give it a go." Just as Lina began to lift off, she felt the broom lurch downwards. Turning her head, she saw George had swung himself onto her back. Then, with his large hand enveloping hers, he gripped the broom. "Trust me." George abruptly lifted the front of the broom, and under his command, it soared swiftly into the sky like a sharp blade, cleaving through the air. In the blink of an eye, they reached the height of the goalposts, the stands and grass far below them. Lina's heart raced, akin to a rabbit incessantly thumping against her chest, while the altitude left her arms feeling somewhat weak. "Let us go down, land." "Why? You must conquer this fear." "I'm terrified." "You are not afraid of heights. Rather, the last match left you with a negative psychological imprint. So now the broom serves as a trigger for that negativity. You managed to control your emotions at low altitudes, and you can do so now." Chapter 67. The Alluring Spirit of Rebellion. "I'll practice slowly. We should descend for now. Now is the perfect moment." Lina, in a state of despair, glanced back, catching the glint of mischief in George's eyes and the slight smile at the corner of his mouth. "Are you here to take revenge on me? I shouldn't have trusted you." Observing George's indifference to her protests, Lina struggled to steady her trembling arms, gripping the broom tightly and forcing it downward. A tug-of-war ensued over the control of the broom, and as they encountered resistance, their descent became increasingly difficult, the flight path veering erratically until, unbeknownst to them, they had ascended above the castle. Gazing down at the towering castle, Lina let out a shriek. "I swear I will kill you." To which George casually replied, "Aren't you managing the broom just fine?" "Huh." A sense of foreboding washed over her, and in the next moment, George released his grip. Lina widened her eyes, desperately clutching the broom handle, straining to lift it. The broom, which had just been plummeting, surged upwards once more. The thought of crashing onto the tower's spire was simply unimaginable. "Are you trying to get us killed?" George sat obediently behind her, like a mere passenger, even wrapping his arm around her waist. "I don't want to. You trust me too much, I'll have you know. This is my first time flying this high. You better. I don't care. I've entrusted my life to you. If you have the heart to let me fall to my demise, then go ahead and soar wildly." George jabbed her shoulder, offering a gentle reminder that the Black Lake lay to the southeast. After his words, he fell silent, unresponsive to any of Lina's utterances. Gritting her teeth, Lina steered the broomstick in the direction George indicated. At the very least, being above the Black Lake meant that a fall wouldn't be fatal. She clutched the broom tightly, her legs straining against the footrest. Ever since the last incident, she had resolutely kept her flying altitude below the second-floor balcony of Malfoy Manor. Was he really not going to let me ride the broom? It dawned on Lina that her overly forward-leaning posture was inadvertently pinning George's arm between her and the broom. I'm cramping. Why are you so fussy? Though she uttered this, Lina adjusted herself slightly. Sitting up revealed that this new position allowed for better control of the broom, which no longer zigzagged erratically. This is professionalism. Amidst their light banter, Lina's fear of flying at such heights gradually diminished, and her resistance quietly faded away. No longer did she maneuver the broom cautiously. She adeptly navigated it around the castle, her speed increasing and her grip growing steadier. At this moment, her heart raced. But she recognized that it was no longer fear, it was exhilaration. This is splendid. I told you so. Hey, what are you doing? At George's exclamation, Lina suddenly pressed down hard on the broom, darting between the pillars of the corridor bridge, the sound of rushing air whistling past their ears. Trying to scare me? Lina smirked. Not at all, just practicing. Little viper. Foolish lion. In the afternoon light, the surface of the Black Lake shimmered with golden glimmers, its beauty captivating as Lina gazed down from above for the first time. You are quite an intriguing person. Thank you, I know. In fact, you ceased to tremble the moment you were wrestling with me for the broom, and I felt that shift in your demeanor, which is why I let go. Lina turned her head in confusion. So, what do you find interesting? It lies in the rebellious spirit you harbor within. It is a remarkable charm, you know, because I possess that same essence. Pray tell, Mr. Weasley, what would happen if you were forbidden to praise yourself for an entire day? My record is 18 hours. Is that so? I suppose that was the day you slept for 18 hours? Indeed, that time I pilfered some fire whiskey and drifted into slumber for 18 hours. She had surmised. Do you still have the energy to fly back? Do you need me to accompany you? No need. Wow, impressive. I feel so safe. Could you please act normally? Ha. George's hearty laughter resonated, causing his chest to vibrate, sending shivers down Lina's spine. As the midnight bell tolled 12, Hogwarts transformed into a realm of tranquility and mystery. A slender figure clad in a thin school robe wandered through the chilly, early spring night, shivering from the cold. She reached to grasp the door knocker, its metallic surface intricately carved with a majestic eagle. The once sharp gaze of the eagle was now closed, offering no response to the girl's persistent knocking. This was the Ravenclaw common room. To gain entry, students must decipher the obscure riddle posed by the eagle knocker using logic and reasoning. Yet, at this moment, the eagle remained dormant, ignoring her. Since entering this cursed academy, she had grown accustomed to the teasing of certain students, but today's predicament was unprecedented. No matter the circumstances in the past, she could always return to the common room. Although the Ravenclaw knocker's questions were challenging, she had always managed to answer them correctly, thus felt no fear. However, today, the knocker had been enchanted into slumber, rendering her intelligence useless. Without a question, she had no answer to provide. The serene corridor was punctuated by the slow, deliberate footsteps approaching from afar. I'm finished. I'm going to be caught for nighttime wandering, and if they deduct house points, it will be even worse. Ravenclaw had always valued house honor, and if she were to lose points due to her personal circumstances, her standing within the house would only worsen. The nearing footsteps echoed like the tolling of a death knell, heralding the end of her tranquil existence. Today's tribulations had left her utterly exhausted. She felt fragile, utterly drained. Gazing at the immobile knocker, Linda suddenly felt a wave of hopelessness wash over her. What is the point? She had tried her best to live modestly, striving to blend in with everyone else. I'm so tired. The footsteps were almost upon her, and she could no longer muster the energy to turn around, not even to seek help or offer a polite smile. Linda sank onto the cold ground. Miss Carter, could you kindly inform me of the time? Had it been the usual Linda, she might have lamented internally that she had encountered none other than the most irritable Professor Snape. Yet, at this moment, her mind was a blank slate. The dread of incurring house point deductions and becoming the focus of the entire academy's ire had finally snapped the last thread of patience within the poor girl. She felt no desire to respond. Her body felt as if it had turned to wood, immobile and paralyzed. She was aware this was her mental affliction. Her mother had once told her that the heart's troubles required a remedy for the heart. Warm childhood memories intertwined with the chilling realities before her, causing Linda's vision to blur. Her tears struck the cold ground with force, yet her face remained devoid of expression. Chapter 68. A Glimmer of Hope. Snape cast a glance at the girl seated on the floor. Miss Carter, I expect that when a professor is speaking, you should at least turn to face me. His words were drawn out, signaling a depletion of patience, as irritation and provoked anger simmered within him. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed. Someone was sprinting down the corridor, and judging by the sound, they were heading in their direction. Please let it be a Ravenclaw. Please let it be a Ravenclaw. Linda prayed maliciously in her mind. If someone were to share her punishment, the ire of their fellow students would be dispersed, preventing her from being the sole outlet for their anger and frustration. Professor Snape, Lina called as she ran, causing Linda's previously stiff expression to fracture. Shock rippling through her mind. A student caught wandering at night was calling out to the patrolling professor? She widened her eyes, turning her head to follow Snape's gaze, where a Slytherin girl was racing towards them. Severe as Snape, his expression a thunderous shade of displeasure, ushered the two girls back into his office. He seated himself behind the desk with arms crossed, while Lina and Linda stood before him. Moments earlier, Lina had dashed forward to interrupt Snape's enforcement of the law, intending to unleash his wrath. However, upon recognizing her, he begrudgingly escorted them both back to his office for questioning. Speak, he commanded, directing his gaze toward Lina, his countenance betraying an unspoken demand for her to present something of utmost significance. Lina, well prepared, extended a scroll of parchment towards him. Professor, this is a compilation of potion ingredients I organized last night. While reviewing it before bed, I noticed discrepancies in the quantities of 2 items. Given my lackluster performance in potions, my father advised me to consult you whenever I encounter difficulties. I found myself restless, determined to clarify the data. Professor. Silence. Snape interjected sharply. Lina promptly closed her mouth, recognizing that both he and Linda were still simmering with frustration and required a moment to regain composure. He was astute, and the flaw of intelligent individuals often lies in their desire to appear more clever than others. She had come seeking assistance. The more she spoke, the more it highlighted his calm demeanor, enabling him to maintain his composure amidst turmoil. The better he felt about himself, the more amenable he became. Snape gently examined the parchment in his hands, noting the daffodil root powder, mugwort, and lizard blood. Indeed, Professor, I cannot grasp their precise quantities or the order in which they are to be added to the cauldron. What do you intend to concoct by combining these 3? Lina's gaze flickered nervously, and Linda interjected. Daffodil root powder and mugwort can be used to brew the draught of living death. A touch of lizard blood added during the process can induce a coma lasting several months, or even death. Snape's eyes widened, for this was the first time he regarded this student without a hint of disdain. Typically, in his classes, she never ventured to answer questions, thereby rendering her presence nearly imperceptible. He had been unaware of her depth of knowledge in potion making. Very well. Consequently, I shall not impart the precise steps of the process to you. Snape's tone softened significantly. On one hand, Lina's playful banter had diverted his attention, and on the other, Linda's expertise in his field had mitigated his anger towards her late-night escapades. Lina tugged at Linda's sleeve, and the latter instantly understood. Professor, the reason I am out of the dormitory at this hour is due to the Ravenclaw door knocker being in a deep slumber, preventing my entry. A commendable ally, indeed. Lina feigned contemplation, for the Ravenclaw knocker was a magical object, and to induce such a deep slumber would require a potion far more potent than a mere sleeping draught. Professor, you must investigate whether someone has pilfered your ingredients and tampered with the door knocker. With a target to investigate, it would only necessitate Snape's cursory examination of the potion supplies in his office to ascertain any discrepancies. Furthermore, one would ponder whether the thief had employed an enhanced version of the draught of living death on the Ravenclaw knocker. In a common room, any tampering with the knocker would undoubtedly attract attention. Diligent inquiry would surely yield some clues. I shall inform Professor Dumbledore of this matter and pursue an investigation. As for the 2 of you, Lina's heart leapt to her throat. If this incident resulted in a loss of points for Linda after all her efforts, it would have been for naught. Linda stood upright, resembling a frail flower stem, poised and unyielding, seemingly prepared to accept any verdict Snape might pronounce. Yet, this was merely an appearance. Had she truly not contemplated seeking an exemption from punishment, she would not have been so eager to answer questions regarding potions moments before. Miss Carter, you have exceeded curfew by remaining in the corridors tonight. This is not entirely your fault, so I shall extend you a single opportunity. You have 2 hours to brew an antidote for the draught of living death. If you succeed in awakening the knocker, you may return. Linda's eyes widened in surprise. Her mouth opened slightly, yet she ultimately refrained from speaking. Snape was not one known for his benevolence. It would be prudent to avoid further complications. Snape's gaze shifted to Lina. Take her to the laboratory. Do not tell me you are unaware of its location. Miss Lina. I know, Professor. After over an hour of toil, the potion in the cauldron finally transformed into a clear golden hue, indicative of a successful antidote. Snape observed silently, nodding impassively before casting an accusatory glare at Lina. dismissing them both with a wave. You are quite impressive. You completed it in an hour and a half. Linda, typically a girl of few words, nonetheless acknowledged Lina's prowess. While she was reticent, her intelligence and aptitude in potion-making sufficed. Throughout the brewing process, Lina contributed little beyond occasionally directing Linda to the location of Snape's ingredients, often lost in thought. If anyone else had been in her position, even with the chance of avoiding punishment, they might not have been able to concoct the antidote. It is precisely because I possess this ability that I have been afforded this opportunity, is it not? Lina walked quietly beside her. Suddenly, she spoke, her voice reminiscent of the delicate ice upon a winter lake. Do you know their plan? You were aware of their intentions before they stole the ingredients. Which is why you fortuitously encountered the potion data that was out of reach today. You even skillfully manipulated the timing, appearing just as Snape was about to apprehend me. Arriving like a savior. Those words you spoke in the office were surely rehearsed, were they not? Lina shook her head at this. No, that was spontaneous. Linda paused for a moment. May I inquire as to your reasoning behind this? What do you mean? Why not prevent them when you first learned of their plan, rather than waiting until I was cornered before coming to my rescue? Of course, it was for you. Chapter 69, Alliances. Lina's ambiguous words halted Linda in her tracks, and she pressed her lips together before letting out a soft laugh. Indeed, what does this have to do with you? Being bullied is my concern, to put it mildly. This is an internal matter for Ravenclaw. If you seek my closeness and recognition, my gratitude, then you must appear at my most vulnerable moment. I once heard a story about a traveler who attempted to climb a mountain. He was warned of a steep cliff ahead, but paid no heed, only to fall into the abyss. He broke his leg and cried out in despair, yet no one answered his pleas. Just then, a healer appeared, tending to his wounds. Although he did not fully heal him, the healer saved his life, and the traveler offered all his riches in gratitude. Yet, had he heeded the warning beforehand, he would not have fallen. The one who warned him received no reward, while the healer, who did not even mend his leg, gained wealth. Linda's gaze fell upon Lina. I believe this is precisely why you felt compelled to save me at the bottom of the cliff. Oh dear, you've seen right through me. Lina playfully covered her mouth, her admiration evident in her eyes. So what will you do now? Linda paused momentarily, her jaw clenched as her mind raced to weigh the pros and cons. You will attain what you desire. At that moment, Lina finally revealed a genuine smile, one that emanated from her heart. You have succeeded, yet I wish to convey that it is not your kindness that has moved me, but rather your cunning and ambition. How do you know that I did not intend to impress you with my kindness from the very beginning? Is that truly so? You may guess. Of course it is. If Linda were so foolish as to overlook the intentions behind Lina's actions, then her approach would have been a grave misstep. However, what drew Lina to Linda was not solely her intellect. As far as she knew, Linda and her mother hailed from the east, bringing with them medicinal herbs and remedies, and they operated a small apothecary in Diagon Alley. Following her mother's untimely passing, Linda became the youngest proprietor in Diagon Alley. Although the shop remained desolate and the profits meager, she possessed the knowledge of Eastern medicine. Recently, Lucius had taken a keen interest in maintaining his health, investing in various medical institutions. After all, he was her father, and if he sought well-being, she ought to contribute in kind. Yet, how could they possibly know the method for concocting the potent elixir of life? Surely, they were unaware that mixing lizard blood with the elixir could lead to fatal consequences. Linda's gaze suddenly locked onto Lina's eyes, filled with wariness and skepticism. Is this also something you divulged to them? Lina raised her hands in a mock gesture of surrender. Do I seem like the type of person to do so? You very well might be. She pouted, lowering her hands. How hurtful. They have no idea what lizard blood can accomplish, so I took it. Nevertheless, no one would know that, under the circumstances, coupled with Linda's testimony. All investigations would inevitably begin with Ravenclaw. They were merely aware that the herbs had been stolen and used on the Ravenclaw door knocker. Once they discovered who had meddled, the case would be resolved. But does it truly matter who absconded with the lizard blood? It is hardly the crux of the matter. Without the formula for lizard blood, one could only concoct the elixir of life, which is merely a potent sedative. Thus, they had no intention of utilizing it on the Hogwarts knocker. This is not slander. This is hardly slander. Mississippi Linda, who had just fallen silent, suddenly lifted her gaze, her eyes gradually acquiring a cold demeanor. Indeed, this is what they deserve. If I do not act, they shall never face the severe repercussions they so rightly warrant, especially after all they have done. Yet, by doing this, you are deceiving the professors. You are even plotting against Snape, who is the head of the house. Well, may Merlin forgive me. Hogwarts has never been a utopia for anyone, and Lina does not consider herself the Edenic serpent either. Everywhere exists a plethora of injustices, bloodshed, violence, deceit, betrayal, exclusion, isolation, and discrimination, even within this ancient and enigmatic campus. Everyone is, in fact, acutely aware of it. To Linda, everything Lina did was aimed at garnering her gratitude and compliance. And indeed, that had been Lina's initial intent. But how was she fundamentally different from those who oppressed Linda? They merely tormented her body and tortured her soul. From physical pain to spiritual dread, attempting to shatter her. Yet Lina seemed to crave more. She wished for Linda to become her eyes within Ravenclaw, a fragile parasitic flower, yet as resilient as steel. After all, her beloved brother was also in Ravenclaw. Your strategy is undeniably effective. Just as I was internally wrestling and praying, you appeared, running through the silent and desolate corridors. Unbeknownst to them, they had reached the entrance of the Ravenclaw Tower. After Linda administered her antidote to the eagle, it gradually awakened. As per tradition, she must answer the eagle's question to be permitted to return to her dormitory. Each day, Ravenclaw students arrive late due to this door knocker, which attests to the complexity of its inquiries. Snape appeared to assign Linda a task, but in reality, it was twofold. First, she must concoct the antidote. Second, she had to respond to the question. Failing to do so would ensure she could not return tonight. Greetings, esteemed Ravenclaw students and Slytherins. It seems this knocker possesses its own biases. Lina spoke somewhat nonchalantly. When I was sorted, the sorting hat even suggested I join Ravenclaw. Of course, this was nothing more than a boast. The eagle regarded her haughtily, surveying her with disdain before scoffing. Lina clenched her fists, vowing to deliver a thorough thrashing to this knocker next time in the dead of night. Linda answered the eagle's question with ease, successfully entering the tower. Only then did the eagle bestow upon Lina a glance, implying that not everyone possesses the right to enter Ravenclaw. Some, due to limited intellect, must resign themselves to lesser options. But I do not regret it in the slightest. What do you mean? Lina raised her gaze to meet the knockers. Nothing much. Merely realizing that while the self-proclaimed wise house can filter out the less intelligent, those who are selected do not necessarily possess wisdom. Impossible. The sorting hat embodies the collective wisdom of the founders and is never mistaken. Students sorted into Ravenclaw must be the brightest among all. Even when confronted with the fact that her peers had been rendered unconscious by the elixir of life, the eagle clung to its original belief. Yet, in Lina's view, a person truly intelligent would not engage in actions that harm others without benefit to themselves. What did the students who humiliated Linda gain? Perhaps a fleeting sense of pleasure, or perhaps the feeling of wielding power over others. Yet they had committed several missteps. Chapter 70. The Invitation to the Feast. First, they lacked the discernment to recognize character. They viewed Linda as a delicate flower, unaware that she too bore her own thorns. Secondly, their pursuit of pleasure was woefully base. They had long outgrown the age of finding amusement in tormenting small creatures, yet remained ensnared in such futile behavior that offered them no true advantage. Finally, and this was what Lina scorned the most, their execution of plans was grossly inadequate. They had not conducted prior investigations into Linda's background, had not shielded their discussions from the outside world, nor had they evaded the watchful eyes of Ravenclaw students during the execution of their schemes. Had Lina not appeared today, she believed Linda would have devised her own means of revenge, albeit perhaps not a particularly dignified one. It was fortunate that Linda had not succumbed to despair in a lavatory stall. They ought to be grateful to Lina. However, those who do not share a common understanding would never comprehend such things. Lina turned and departed, striding back to the Slytherin common room. Why celebrate Easter? To be honest, I do not believe in Christianity. Some still do, perhaps, like wizards living in Muggle families. It would be inhumane not to allow them to return home for the related rituals. Lina shifted closer to the fireplace. In the East, there is also the Spring Festival. Why doesn't Hogwarts grant a holiday for that? Damien was momentarily taken aback. Your reasoning is quite sound. There are students from other regions as well. If we were to truly take a holiday, Hogwarts would no longer need to operate. In the eyes of pure-blood wizarding families, Easter holds no significant meaning. Yet it serves as an opportunity for social gatherings. Will you attend? Lina lightly tapped the invitation on the table, pausing at a line of small print. One may bring a friend along. Damien retracted the invitation, nodding affirmatively, yes. On the day of the Easter feast, Lucius, as a board member, effortlessly dispatched a carriage to escort the invited guests to the banquet hall. Is it acceptable for me to wear such an exquisite dress for the first time? Lina appraised Linda from head to toe and finally nodded earnestly. My taste is indeed impeccable. This dress is a gift for you. The Malfoys do possess a certain degree of vanity. Linda often embodies all the traits of a genius, quick to learn, swift in response, and steady in demeanor. Yet at times, her words can be rather irksome. However, with the task she needed to assist with ahead, Lina chose to dismiss her lack of subtlety. Is this the companion you brought? Draco appeared before them unannounced, surveying Lina with a critical eye, and nodded earnestly. My taste is indeed commendable. Lina promptly covered Draco's mouth, offering an embarrassed smile to Linda. Linda remained rooted to the spot, not moving an inch, as if someone had removed her battery. Selwyn materialized before the trio, who were preparing to leave. Casting a glance over them, his gaze settling on Linda. Some individuals, truly, will exert every effort to ingratiate themselves with those of influence. Such sycophantic behavior is indeed discomforting to observe. After speaking, he cast a sidelong glance at Lina. Our invitation states only one companion may be brought. Indeed, the hosts of this gathering are the Selwyn family. He had always held a disdain for Lina, and given his position as the organizer, it would be remiss for him not to utter a few acerbic remarks. Yes, thus I have brought but one companion. Linda stood beside Lina, naturally taking her hand. When Linda's mother passed away, she left her only a herbal shop. She was rootless in Britain, feeling quite anxious at that moment. Yes, just as Crabbe and Goyle are friends to Draco. Lina glanced at Draco, who seemed unfazed by Selwyn's remarks, as she discreetly moved him behind her. There are myriad ways to discomfort others in this world. Cornering someone in a restroom is one, while inciting discord through words is another. Selwyn evidently preferred the latter. By citing Crabbe and Goyle as examples, his intentions were glaringly evident. In Slytherin, no one is oblivious to the disparity in status between those two and Draco. Rather than friends, they are more akin to followers and their master. Clearly, Selwyn was attempting to ensnare her and Linda within that same paradigm. After speaking, Selwyn expectantly looked towards Linda, eager to witness her humiliation. However, Linda, ensconced within Ravenclaw, was unfamiliar with Crabbe and Goyle. What could she discern? Yet this did not imply that all were oblivious. Many had already taken note of the commotion. Given the current circumstances, should she respond in anger, it would only serve to embarrass Draco and the other two, as her relationship with Linda was not akin to theirs. Conversely, should she acquiesce to Selwyn's insinuations, Linda would undoubtedly reflect on it with displeasure later. He seemed to perceive this as a conundrum, hence his approach towards her. The banquet had yet to commence, and Lina had no desire to engage with such a theatrical personality. The Selwyn family provided an invitation each to Draco and me. Linda is my companion, and it appears Draco's companion is not Crabbe or Goyle, is it? Therefore, Mr. Selwyn, what is the meaning of your unfounded insinuations before us? Is it that the Malfoys are unwelcome at this soiree? Selwyn's expression shifted dramatically. He had intended to humiliate Linda, yet she remained oblivious. And Lina's presence gave him the sensation of striking a punch into cotton. Draco was displeased, but being at the center of attention, he refrained from erupting on the spot. However, with Lina having spoken, he seized the opportunity to contribute. Indeed, I did not bring them along, Selwyn. What did you mean by your previous remarks? Draco feigned ignorance, perfectly coordinating with Lina's pretense of naivety, delivering a well-executed combination. Selwyn, unwilling to escalate the situation, took a deep breath, glared at Lina with fury, and stormed away. That night, Hogwarts was suddenly beset by rain, drenching them all in their luxurious silks. In the ensuing chaos, Lina and Linda found themselves squeezed into the same carriage as Damien. The downpour came abruptly, and the drying charm could only offer minimal relief. By the time they arrived at the banquet hall, all bore varying degrees of disarray. As raindrops fell, Lina cast the water-repelling charm on the two beside her. Yet, within the banquet hall, she donned Draco's discarded suit jacket. You seem to have anticipated the rain. Linda, who had only been lightly dampened and was already dried, leaned closer to Lina and whispered, "Nonsense, she truly had no foreknowledge." Lina felt that ever since her last self-directed endeavor utilizing Snape to rectify those who bullied Linda, her image in her own eyes had spiraled into an uncontrollable direction. Chapter 71. The Allure of Traditional Chinese Medicine. In truth, Lina was not as astute as Linda presumed. She merely lacked a modicum of human conscience. The Easter dinner was held at the private estate of the Selwyn family. Passing through the garden, upon entering the banquet hall, a lavish spectacle unfolded before their eyes. Ivory-carved decorations and gilded furnishings had been meticulously polished by house elves, presenting a clean yet grand appearance, with numerous mirrors adorning the hall, enhancing the spaciousness of the interior. Attendees at the feast were either wealthy or noble, reflecting the dignity and decorum of the hosts. Yet the expressions of Selwyn's parents were tinged with concern. The dinner, akin to a ball, saw guests dispersed at various small tables, indulging in their preferred food and drink. Under the melodious strains of classical music, young couples twirled gracefully in the hall. Lucius, accompanied by Draco, navigated the mingling families with ease. While Pansy raised her glass in their direction, Lina smiled in response. Just as she intended to beckon Pansy over, she was called away by Mrs. Parkinson, seemingly to engage with other families. Noticing Linda beside Lina, Narcissa approached with a gentle smile, borrowing Lina for a brief moment before returning her to Linda's side. Narcissa bent down, lightly pinching Lina's still round face, softly admonishing her not to drink. Occasionally, Members of other families would come over to converse with them. But as the banquet progressed, no one else approached their group. Linda leaned closer to Lina, whispering that this estate was specifically designated for hosting social gatherings. Lina was taken aback, inquiring how she had discerned that. She had anticipated that the event would resemble a family dinner, taking place at the Selwyn Manor. Yet Linda was resolute in her assertion that this was a venue solely for socializing. Did you notice those candelabras? Linda continued. The layers of melted wax cascading down are clearly the result of numerous burnings and extinguishings. However, the candles still exude a perfectly balanced fragrance, indicating they have not been in the air for long. They were recently replaced. Moreover, there are faint scratches on the floor that could not possibly have been left by an occasional gathering. A typical family would not utilize their banquet hall with such frequency. Thus, this must be a favored meeting place for British wizarding families. Lina recalled that apart from special occasions, gatherings at Malfoy Manor were rare, as Lucius typically traveled by carriage to attend social events. This revelation led her to conclude that the Selwyn family's influence was even more profound than she had initially imagined. A family without substantial enterprises could hardly serve as a social nucleus. Unbeknownst to Linda, Lina's thoughts had already wandered far away. Mimicking Lina's earlier gesture, she gently swirled her wine glass, the pale golden liquid sloshing within the slender champagne flute. "We are not drinking the same wine," Linda remarked, her voice slightly elevated, drawing Lina back to the moment. Following her words, she discreetly tapped Lina's glass with her fingertip, a small pill slipping silently into the depths of Lina's drink. With a playful wink, Linda encouraged Lina to drink, who complied without suspicion. In an instant, darkness enveloped her, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. Surrounding her were the sounds of lively chatter, and she discerned Draco's gaze occasionally landing upon her. What happened to her? She drank a glass of wine, and then collapsed. "First, help your sister, Lina." Gradually, Lina's hearing faded, and she could only catch fragmented phrases. "I'm sorry, Selwyn, I've ruined your party." A pang of guilt did not cross her mind. But soon, she could hear nothing, feel nothing. Her consciousness drifted away like cotton submerged in water. Wait, something's not right. Lina suddenly realized that this experience differed from her previous experiments. Fear crept through her body, yet under the influence of the drug, her world was reduced to darkness and silence. When she finally regained consciousness, she found herself lying in a bed, the air thick with a bitter, herbaceous aroma. Judging by the room's decor, she surmised she was still within the estate, perhaps in a guest room. As she attempted to move her fingers, Draco's enlarged face suddenly loomed into view, startling her. "You're awake. I nearly thought I was about to die," Lina interjected as she propped herself up, Draco immediately rushing to assist her. The room was occupied solely by Draco and Linda. "Take a deep breath. How are you feeling? Any discomfort?" Following Draco's instructions, Lina took a few breaths, feeling no discomfort, and shook her head. "You just fainted out of nowhere, and we were all terrified." The healer from St. Mungo's was unable to detect anything amiss. "It was Linda," Draco remarked, casting a discreet glance. "Yes, it was Linda who diagnosed you by checking your wrist. She mentioned that a cold affected your heart and lungs, and combined with the wine, caused your fainting spell." He recounted principles from the Huangdi Neijing, which noted that certain treatments could alleviate fainting caused by internal coldness. As they spoke, several individuals entered the room, having heard the commotion, all startled by the revelation. Fortunately, thanks to the medicinal ingredients provided by Mr. Malfoy, and given the timely discovery, I've already administered treatment. Just rest well, and don't worry too much. Upon hearing this, the worry on Narcissa's face began to dissipate as she approached, gently embracing Lina. "I told you not to drink. Did you want to scare me to death?" "I'm sorry, Mother. I realize my mistake." Linda exchanged a significant glance with Lina before continuing. "You must now be cautious to avoid environments where smoking occurs." Lucius's gaze turned cold, directed towards Mr. Selwyn, who still held a smoking pipe. The heart and lungs are interconnected. One must also be wary of emotional turmoil, as distress can exacerbate health issues. Mr. Knott, feeling the pressure of being scrutinized by his son, frowned slightly. One must be attentive to all aspects. After this exchange, the atmosphere filled with concern. Those in their middle years often became particularly vigilant regarding health matters. Lina glanced at Lucius, who appeared nonchalant, yet seemed to be mentally taking notes. She understood that while her heart and lungs were ostensibly fine, the genuine worries lay with this assembly of dignitaries. Linda had merely selected ailments that would provoke their anxieties and attributed them to Lina. "Miss Carter can diagnose what even St. Mungo's healers cannot. Truly impressive." "You flatter me. My expertise merely diverges from that of the street Mungo's physicians." Lina grasped Narcissa's hand. "Mother, haven't you been saying lately that you lack color in your complexion?" "Let Linda take a look. I've heard Eastern medicine is remarkably profound." Narcissa hesitated. "Is that permissible, Miss Carter?" "Of course." As twilight descended, Lina deliberately quickened her pace upon leaving Linda behind.